How you believe? Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and we are back with another banger, bro. This time another casual geographic video. But before we start, please do me a huge favor. I'm racing through the YouTube partner program. I need 1,000 subscribers, 4K watch hours until February, because otherwise YouTube is doubling the requirements to 8K. Without further ado, let's get this thing, man. Let's go. How you believe the oldest lie in nature?
This is not a dog, and that is not a laugh. If you're confused,
Hyenas,
you've
bro.
fallen for the great hyena trap. Cursed by its own anatomy and victim of the typecast, hyenas have always been the Joker to the Batman of big cats. But how did hyenas happen? How did they evolve to that? How did the Serengeti get an uncanny, killer false laugh track? There's everything you got wrong about them. Yes, including that. The ultimate predator profile for which no one asked. Hyenas aren't dogs. If you take one thing from this video, please let it be that. But they aren't cats either. That's another thing people say. And if you give me 60 seconds, I'll make sure you never make that mistake again. Okay, so here you can see hyenas and dogs are on the complete opposite sides of order Carnivora. They're not even close to being related. Nature double dipping on the dog idea is just convergent evolution. Give enough animals the same test and eventually you'll get close to the same answers. Best example, New World and Old World vultures are nowhere near related.
Oh wow.
It's just that the concept of a flying garbage disposal was so nice, nature did them twice. So yeah, hyenas are on the cat side of Carnivora, and suborder named Feliformia literally classifies them as cat-like predators. But saying hyenas are in the cat family is like saying walruses are in the dog family.
Not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same, papi.
Hyenas aren't in the cat family, they are their own family, and Hyenaday's closest relative is the mongoose mafia. The same way the dog half of Carnivora has Napoleon complex crash outs in the raged weasels of Mustelids,
the biggest
the
crash
cat half
outs
has
of all
mongooses
time.
like meerkats. And hyenas are essentially oppressive marathon running steroid meerkats. Take that meerkat fact.
Fun fact, meerkats are the most homicidal mammals in the world. Double check that, I'm right.
Put it in your pocket and hold on to it. We will get back to that. But yeah, hyenas are not dogs.
I love hyenas,
Told you.
man.
Not to mention, they're more meerkat than real cat. And if you were today years old when you realized hyenas are nothing canine, that's just part of the personal bias you didn't know you had. Not only am I going to correct all the ways your childhood lied about hyenas, I'm going to make you like hyenas by the end of this video.
I already
if you
do,
don't,
bro.
feel free to unsubscribe. But first, let's talk about how hyenas got here, because that lore is just as important. Hyenas started as these small, non-imposing imitation civets that would have also climbed. They would have been like the cat version of raccoons. Eventually, nature would revoke their tree climbing privileges, but in return make them bigger and tankier. Then they went through an evolutionary divorce where the hyenas diverged between the even more dog-like hyenas and the famous bone-crushing hyenas. The dog hyenas didn't fare too well. They got their evolutionary chain snatched by actual canines. The only dog-like hyena left is the aardwolf. The bone crushers fared a lot better because their bite gave them access to food no one else had, as they were the only mammals that could chew through solid bone. Whether it was a zebra's lower jaw or a rhinoceros's kneecap,
they can chew through an elephant leg with ease, bro.
these scavengers on steroids could find calories in anything, even other animals' teeth. The bone crushers would diverge into the striped and brown hyena, but millions of years before, a different version already diverged. One that was so strong they realized, I don't have to wait for death, I can just deliver it. That was the spotted hyena, a scavenger build that got strong enough to murk its own prey. Basically, imagine a Tasmanian devil, but again on steroids. Same bone-crushing bite, just now inflicting it on the living. The evolutionary endgame is hyenas have arguably the strongest pound-for-pound bite force of any carnivoran. They even evolved the sagittal crest, which strengthens their bite, while also stopping the hyena from biting hard enough to break their skulls. It's the same head attachment gorillas have, and if you look at the top of his head, you'll see why gorillas bite hard enough to put daylight through you. Hyena jaws are so unfair that hyena poop often ends up being ashy, even chalky white, due to all the straight up bone they eat. An advantage for sure, but also probably how you fell for the hyena trap, so yeah, time to explain that title. But first, we're gonna play a game called Good Guy, Bad Guy.
Alright.
I promise there's no catch, I'm just proving a point. If you were writing a story and the good guy is water, what would the bad guy be?
Fire.
Fire. Okay. Next, if your good guy is a small, smart mouse, then the bad guy would be
a cat.
Yeah, a big, dumb cat. Last one. If your main character is a royal, brave, apex predator cat, then you expect the bad guy to be a lowly, cowardly, scavenging dog. Or as Simba put it, slobbering, mangy, stupid, oh my stars, hard P in a Disney? Every story needs a hero, and every hero needs a foil. And with one of the biggest animated movies ever headlining a Lion King, you'd expect the bad guys to be everything he isn't. And so hyenas got typecast as the opposite. They're not even dogs, but what about all this other stuff? Well, that's the trap. Because every movie, show, and documentary had lions as the good guy, hyenas were the narrative negative by default. Basically, they only existed as the opposite of lions. That's probably why, at some point in your life, possibly 3 minutes ago, you thought they were dogs, because it only makes sense that the biggest enemy of a cat would be the furthest thing from one. That's not the only way hyenas got done dirty either. The most infamous sound associated with hyenas is a misunderstanding. The hyena laugh is one of the most bowel-evacuating sounds on the savannah, and it's a nervous tick. Hyenas usually laugh when anxious or stressed, especially in social situations. Like, you'll usually hear it when a subordinate is being pressed by a higher rank, and the laugh even communicates the age and social status to further avoid a fight. But you especially hear it when hyenas are at a kill, especially around lions. And it was this image, these cackling canine marauders stealing from these noble, self-respecting lions, when really it's usually reversed. It's actually the burly, kill-jacking lion pirating the smaller hyena, who can only stress giggle about it. A study in the 1970s between the two apexes of the Serengeti found that when hyenas and lions...
Bro, lions abuse hyenas, you know. They don't kill them most of the time. Just break their spines, bro, and let them just walk around on two legs, basically.
Same carcass, 53% of the time, it was the hyenas that had done the work of hunting. In a series of 13 studies across 10 locations in Africa, hyenas lost about more than half of their kills to lions, compared to the about a third lions lost to hyenas. But before you pity the hyena, the same study also found that if you were to add up the sheer biomass they steal and get stolen from each other, hyenas don't take a big loss from lions. They actually end up getting similar amounts from each other. And that's cause with a garbage disposal for a mouth and trash compactor for a stomach, spotted hyenas could close the gap by scavenging off the bits the big cats left behind. With the most devastating bite of its carnivore in competition, only hyenas can turn a buffalo to a bloodstain and eat everything in between. The problem is, people saw hyenas and lions fighting for food that the hyenas were the ones to bring down, and then hyenas eating straight bone, and came to the conclusion that hyenas are just career thieving scavengers. Add the creepy cope chuckle and you had the perfect antagonistic plot device to a lion. That's no hate to lions, by the way. Honor is the name of a dead cat. If you're a 500-pound weapon and someone a quarter your size eats a steak in front of you, you act accordingly. Hyenas and lions have the most iconic rivalry in the animal kingdom. They do. Let me know. Like the video if you want a video on that. That lore has layers. Part of it is a lion named He Who Greets Fire, a lion who murked so many hyenas, he was basically Lion King Vaughn. Ultimately, this rivalry is the best kind. Balanced, and what one side takes eventually evens itself out. Simba still had no business fixing his mouth to use that word, especially when talking about the most dominant predator in Africa. Lions are the top predator in that if all the ops of the savannah spawned at the same carcass, a prime male lion would eat first. The spotted hyena is number one in the sense that in parts of the savannah, hyenas are responsible for half of all animals killed. By population, they're the most successful predator in Africa, and up to 70% of a hyena's diet is something they took off the census themselves. In some places, that number can rise to as high as 95%. Completely going against the scavenger label. They also have a hunting success rate that would embarrass your favorite predator, and in terms of pack hunting, they dwarf the success of wolves. The only pack more efficient than hyenas are African wild dogs. Yeah, they are. Hyenas basically do what they do on steroids. The difference between the two apexes of Africa is lions run, hyenas chase. Spotted hyenas can tail prey at nearly 40 miles per hour and keep that pace for the length of a 5K, but there are records of hyenas chasing prey into exhaustion for nearly 15 miles. Basically, in an area code with lions, leopards, and wild dogs, you're more likely to get hunted down by a glorified mongoose, which is why the hyena's laugh isn't the scariest sound they make. If you hear a hyena whoop at night, you might not see the sun. The whoop can have a lot of uses, and the main one is to call for backup, and these whoops can be transmitted miles away. If you're a buffalo cornered by 4 hyenas and hear whooping, it can genuinely go from 4 to 40. Hyenas are marathon running gang mongooses, and I do mean gang. A normal wolf pack is just a mated pair with several generations of their kids. In comparison, hyena clans are matrilineal cliques built off brute force, alliances, and nepotism. To put it in perspective, a study was done on the 1,000 mammals most likely to kill their own kind, and the runaway winner were meerkats. Yep. And remember what I said, take it out your pocket. Hyenas are giant pack hunting meerkats, and their society can be just as oppressive. Hyena clans are famously female dominated, and as a male, it only gets worse when you get older. Males born to an alpha female can enjoy the fruits of nepotism, but as a male, once you're forced to join a new clan, you start at the very bottom. And by bottom, I mean a female cub born 3 days ago instantly ranks over you and gets a place at the carcass before you do. And as a post-dispersal male, the only chance you have of moving up the ranks is if a male above you either dies or disappears. The hyena's female first hierarchy is the second most famous thing about them. It's why Gonzii was the leader. But the most famous thing, yeah, we've gotten to that part. Look, we already know what's coming, but this is strictly for educational purposes. We're gonna be mature about this. That being said, viewer discretion is advised, and if you're watching with kids, it might just be their bedtime. Female hyenas have a pseudopenis, one that they have to give birth through. And yes, it is as graphically awful as you think it is. The process involves the pseudo violently splitting open, and 20% of first-time mothers die. Worse, 60% of firstborns suffocate to death before technically starting life. How did hyenas get here? We used to...
By the way, I know this because he already had a video a year ago or so that is on the channel about hyenas, and he had all of this information there. So yeah, that's how I know. I'm not a know-it-all.
I think female hyenas had more testosterone in their blood to explain the aggressiveness, but it turns out females tested at lower levels than males. That's because it's actually what happens in the womb. As cubs inside the womb, unborn hyenas get flushed with androgen sex hormones, specifically androstenedione. This exposure heavily masculinizes the female cub and basically gives them roid rage, with proof that high-ranking mothers go on to have equally aggressive children. Those doses of hormones are why hyenas will attempt to kill their siblings fresh out the womb. This isn't play fighting, they're genuinely trying to take each other's heads off. Especially the girls, because offing your sister just means one less rung to climb on the social ladder. Hyenas are also born with their eyes open and a full functional set of teeth, and the literal on-site sibling rivalry means a quarter of all hyena cubs born never make it out the den. That testosterone flush also masculinizes their genitals, as the female cub's clitoris morphs into an imitation male organ, one they have to pee, give birth, and mate through. You might ask why evolution would allow this, and that's when you gotta remember, evolution isn't survival of the fittest. It's survival of just being good enough to not die out. There are plenty of examples of evolution heavily handicapping animals. Even the lion's most famous feature can make him less fertile. But as long as it doesn't doom the species, evolution will remain Ray Charles to it. Hyenas don't have a pseudo because it's an advantage, but because it wasn't enough of a disadvantage to completely discontinue them. But that doesn't mean they don't find a way to use them. The very concept of hyenas mating means it is impossible for a male to mount a female without the female's consent, giving females a 100% say in who she gets with. Hyenas also use the pseudo situation to resolve conflict, and in hyena society, a private standing at attention is actually a sign of submissiveness, so a lower rank can wave the white flag by flashing her pink one. There's also the theory that in a female-dominated society, a false member helps female cubs avoid violence and bullying from older ranks by masking the female cub as male. I still don't think that's worth risking going back into Earth just to give birth, but reminder, if it doesn't kill you, evolution could care less about it, and the Barbarossa can continue to get lobotomized by that reality. That reality is the pseudo is actually a symptom of androstenedione, and the reason for that is evolution favored more aggressive hyenas that could defend their cubs and their place at the dinner table. That being said, hyena society doesn't run on violence. There's actually an interesting level of social engineering. Hyenas are way more socially intelligent than they get credit for. For example, hyenas have an alarm call to warn the clan of lions or other hyenas. But if a low-ranking mother sees her cub being pushed around, she'll make a false call just to get the heat off her kid. Hyenas also seem to understand social engineering. The best way I've seen it described is hyena A knows how hyena B feels about hyena C, and will use that to her advantage. You don't really see that kind of social manipulation with wolves, making hyenas a lot more like mongoose chimp hybrids. And speaking of chimps, hyenas actually outperform them in cooperative problem-solving puzzles. That doesn't mean they're smarter, but it's possible hyenas are more hardwired to use teamwork. It makes sense when you look at a hyena clan. You can have up to 80 members, each with a clearly defined spot in the hierarchy. Cubs inherit their mother's rank, which is actually how you can end up with a male leading a clan through the power of nepotism. Unless they leave, because again, non-native males start as a dirt under the social ladder. So you think this system's pretty set in stone, and for the most part it is, but as a hyena, you can actually finesse your way pretty high up if you're smart enough, because it's actually not how strong or tough you are. As a hyena, it's all about who your friends are, and nobody proved that point better than Waffles. Oh, I love this story. Okay, so Waffles was a female hyena at the very bottom of her clan. As a bottomer, you get the scraps the others leave behind. You're constantly getting pressed by your superiors, but worst of all, as a low rank, any cubs Waffles would have would be at immediate risk of getting murked by a higher rank. Clearly this is no way to live, but the question you should be asking yourself is WWD, what would Waffles do? You can't really unlock the answer without getting into just what a hyena clan is. So let's get into it. Obviously you have the alpha female, and all her cubs who inherit her rank. If her cubs have cubs, they'll rank right under them. This whole block would be called a matrilineal group, and a hyena clan is made of multiple matrilineals. Hyena nepotism means the weakest member of the strongest matrilineal group ranks over the strongest member of the second strongest group. And remember, if you're a male, you get to enjoy that nepotism so long as you're born into the right group. Until you have to find a new clan, which they might choose not to do because, again, any new males join at the very bottom of the hierarchy, with the only chance of any upward mobility being after a superior male dies or disperses. But it's normally a highly rigid system with very little chance of promotion.
Alright.
Unless you're Waffles. Because lower ranks can challenge higher ranks for their status, and those challenges aren't what you think they are.
Corporate
because
ladder,
hyenas
bro.
are good at math. Instead of ripping each other apart and possibly putting both hyenas out of commission, a challenge looks more like a lower rank, posturing and confronting a higher rank with her social network of friends behind her. If the challenged senses that the challenger has managed to rally more support than she can match, she'll often just submit and surrender her rank, allowing the challenger to move up. And that's what Waffles did. Biologist Eli Strauss and Kay Holtkamp watched her systematically befriend fellow bottomers, creating alliances and buffing her social cachet. And when it became time for her to confront her superiors, Waffles' social game meant that she was able to win the match without actually having to throw down. Waffles wasn't the strongest, and definitely not the meanest.
Big brain,
but by using the power of friendship, she rapidly rose up the rigid hyena ranks, until she eventually managed to overthrow the clan's matriarch. In the course of just 1 year, Waffles went from a bottom feeder to the leader of the clan, and most importantly, she had earned her future cubs an infinitely better chance at life. But then something interesting happened. Even as the new matriarch, Waffles never forgot her day ones and was exceptionally friendly with the bottom tiers of the clan. Maybe her soft spot for low ranks was from her time as one. She'd do things like share food, help groom, and at one point she even shared a den with a lower rank. And let me remind you that another matriarch would have murked the subordinates' cubs. Yet Waffles was sharing a crib with them. In fact, Waffles' best friend would actually be the second lowest rank in the clan, making Waffles even more of an anomaly. Waffles went from a peasant with no prospects to a leader with a legacy of syrup. Because obviously with a name like Waffles, your children are gonna have names like Aunt Jemima, Mrs. Buttersworth, Log Cabin, Hungry Jack. Of course, nothing worth having is easy to keep, and after several years as leader, Waffles was slowly dethroned in the Syrup Rebellion. But the hyena that took the reins was Waffles' granddaughter, Soup, ensuring that the Syrup lineage remains at the top of the North clan.
Cool.
It also means Waffles' descendants get a much better start to life than she ever did, and as a hyena and a mother, that's all she ever wanted.
That's awesome,
and on that note, that's gonna do it for this video. Except for one thing, I'm just gonna apologize right now. Yeah, it's a thirst trap, but it's a thirst trap for turtles.
Bro's
My birthday just passed. You can still wish me a happy one, but in an exercise of free will,
bro is yoked. Shout out to you.
Well, I figured I could just get 2 birds with 1 stone. I could post a picture that, like, let's be real, I was gonna post anyway. I average like 2.3 thirst traps a year, but also help turtles in the process. So I set up 3 GoFundMes for 3 turtle organizations I believe in. Sea Turtle Conservancy is the world's oldest sea turtle research group, and its work in Tortuguero, Costa Rica, shout out to Costa Rica, is the longest running sea turtle project on Earth. Sea Turtle Recovery is the only long-term rehabilitation facility for sea turtles in my home state of New Jersey. And Turtle Survival Alliance is the gold standard for the conservation of turtles and tortoises. Link will be in the description if you'd like to donate to any of these. I've already given $500 to each, but I will add an additional $5,000 to whichever fundraiser raises the most. This isn't sponsored, by the way. Again, it's just free will, so please excuse the shameless engagement bait and that forehead, and help me save some turtles. Yeah, but that's gonna do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother. May you win every hyena debate from now on. Hug your father, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
So there you have it, guys. That was a banger by Casual Geographic, bro. Probably my favorite video he's ever done. I love hyenas. I wish I could have one. They are really cool, and now we know more about them. And shout out to bro. He's yoked beyond belief, and he's helping saving some turtles. Bro is legit a great guy, a great person, a great soul in the world, trying to leave Earth a better place than he found it, and using his platform for good. So from me is nothing but respect for bro always. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Once again, like, subscribe. All glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
You crawl out the smoke, call me by my own name, play back every scene, every loss, every close shame. You remember that night, you reminded it in slow frame. Try to stain where you wash, but that stain don't hold same. You circle my mind like a vulture on cold.
So without further ado, let's get this thing, bro. Let's go.
And the babies are one of the most dangerous animals in the world, so I built this cage to keep them secure so there's no possible... Oh my god.
Oh my god. Classic.
Rhinos are armor-plated puppies, and I'm tired of y'all acting like they're not. I feel bad for that rhino. Not just because he clearly didn't mean to scare that dog. He'd apologize if he could. But because this ancient Chungus horse is tragically misunderstood. And I get that they're dangerous. They're part of Africa's Big Five. And the experience of being chased by one will have you grateful to be alive. But they're also probably the only ones that'll cuddle you and let you survive. What I didn't realize is that baby rhinos have no concept of stranger danger. They're like several hundred pounds of zoomies packaged into a pachyderm, and they'll recruit whoever to join them. And I know I'm not supposed to humanize them for their good, but you're gonna have a hard time telling me I'm not watching a tank toddler trying to play with a wildebeest, and the wildebeest actually choosing to humor him. Especially since here, you can see him messing with an entire herd, and from the way his mother got everyone's act together, I can guarantee you that wasn't the first time. For an animal thought to be solitary and antisocial, rhinos have an interesting habit of bonding with completely different species. How can this type of innocence be denied? That rhino could easily turn that muntjac into a wet spot, yet I'm supposed to believe this stressed unicorn's a monster? And I didn't even mention the fact that the same behemoth that can send lion prides packing also sounds like a whining land whale. Like, I did not think I could love them more, but here we are. Even the clips of them allegedly being aggressive really just looks like a little guy starting stuff out of ego and a rhino begrudgingly ending it. I can just hear him saying, come on, is this really what we need to be doing here? The more you learn about the rhino, the more you understand that they're absolute units just trying to exist. The fact there's a place in the world where rhinos walk amongst the people, like through the streets like a sentient city bus, and for the most part cause no problems, should tell you something. And when you have the full context of what's happening here, it only gets more wholesome. That's not AI, CGI, it's just your eyes seeing Nepal. Places like Sohora have regular rhino commuters making their way downtown with the confidence of someone who's been here before.
Ooh,
to be fair, he was and
so
probably
awesome.
there first. Anyone thinking the rhinos at a place should know the feeling's likely mutual. And as humans encroach on their home turf, the mythical looking one-horned rhino is returning the favor by passing through cities to find food. You see, about 20% of the one-horned rhinos on Earth are found in Nepal, and 90% of those are in Chitwan National Park, which means residents of Chitwan have gotten ridiculously comfortable with an ancient nose horn having the right of way. I do appreciate that you have Nepalis treating a 2.5-ton grass vessel the same way New Yorkers treat celebrities. Unremarkably,
That's
and like
facts,
they're
bro,
nothing
that's
special.
facts.
It's like both sides have an unspoken pact where nobody... For the most part, both parties respect each other's space. Even if it means the only deposit you make at the ATM is in your pants. But the reality of pachyderm pedestrians
so
goes
awesome,
deeper, because
bro.
low-key, a lot of them are exactly where they want to be. Almost 10 years ago, a young, basically baby rhino was rescued from a flood that separated him from his mother. The toddler was terrified, traumatized, and had likely been attacked by a tiger, and wildlife specialists worked around the clock to rehabilitate and eventually prepped the nosehorn to go back to the wild. I think they did too good a job, because when the time came for his return to the jungle, the rhino named Mikoli refused. Bro took one look at the forest and knew he wasn't built for it. So every time they tried to free Mikoli, like a plus-size homing pigeon, Mikoli would be right back. So now he, and many rhinos like him, are a consistent presence in the Nepalese streets, to the point where locals can recognize individuals. Shout out to Nepal, like for real, I've already ran my mouth too much to make any more promises, but I gotta hit Chitwan and see this for myself, from a respectful distance. The concept of an animal many see as mammalian road rage coexisting with people is an image more people need to see. To be fair, these are Indian rhinos. The black ones are the ones folks say you gotta watch out for. Black rhinos are considered the most on sight, which is impressive considering sight is their worst sense.
It is.
Black
They're
rhinos are said to be
basically blind.
wildly aggressive, and scientists have watched them get triggered by tree trunks and termite towers. And the same rhino rage bait that'll buck up to butterflies has one of the highest mortal combat rates of any mammal, with 50% of males dying by the horn of another, and 30% of females also flatlined by their own kind. So you see why scientists just label them as angry rhinocidal introverts. But But turns out we were off. They're a lot more social than we thought. And with special starlight cameras beyond my comprehension, we were able to see that black rhinos in the Kalahari Desert will have secret nighttime watering hole reunions with nearly 20 rhinos at a time. And they're the opposite of their reputation. You'll hear baby rhinos having playdates in the dark with excited squeaks of joy, and you'll see adults greeting each other as old heads do. We had no idea a battle unicorn could be so social. They could even be romantic too. There was a documentary of this exact thing, and my favorite part was when a male tried to shoot a shot with a female who proceeded to ignore him for a bigger bull with a longer horn. And right when it looked like the Giga Chad was about to score, Rhino number 1 returned with an antelope skull on his face.
Wow.
Bold move, Cotton, and wouldn't you know, his weird vibe managed to win her over, and she actually decided to go with him. Unfortunately, he clearly didn't expect to get that far, because when the time came, he couldn't. I did not think I was gonna get secondhand embarrassment from a rhino. Somehow in complete darkness, the lights were just too bright, and because an animal half blind definitely can't read a room, the female was only able to get rid of him by pretending to be asleep. I'm not saying this is relatable, but a certain demographic definitely felt that one. And it turns out, there might be a reason why we got black rhinos so wrong. It's the fact that scientists would only study them during the day, i.e. when life in the Kalahari is at its hottest, and what they thought was antisocial behavior was really just rhinos pressed by heat stress and trying to save energy. That heat at that size, it makes sense why they'd be ornery. It's kind of like how people used to think male lions didn't hunt, but only because where lionesses catch prey in the open plains, male lions usually catch them slipping in thick brush, where it's harder to record. Sometimes it's not looking in the right place, it's gotta be the right time too, because even the big bad black rhino has a social hour. Now all this talk of Indian, black, might have you confused. There's a lot of rhinos, enough to lose track. We gonna run through the rhinos, but first you should know that the rhino party used to be poppin'. The Rhinoceratidae family has a glorious history. There was a time where you had a type of rhino for every niche you see today. Some acted like horses, some moved like hippos, a few took the roles of tapirs and elephants, and there was even one rhino that was basically giraffe coded. Fun fact, the largest land mammal to ever live was a rhino. Today there are 5 species, 2 in Africa, the black and the white rhino. And right about now you're probably as confused as kindergarten me when folks told me I was black, but I swore I was brown. Well, the white rhino was actually supposed to be wide, as in their wide mouth. It's the easiest way to tell them apart because you won't be able to unsee it. Black rhinos apparently got their name from their skin post mud bath. Think of that one elephant picture. But yeah, a big mouth and black face is basically how they got their name. In Asia, you'll find the last 3 types. The pride of Nepal is the Indian or one-horned rhino. They're the ones that look aesthetically ancient. Then you have the smallest species of rhino, the Sumatran, at barely 2,000 pounds. Mind you, rhinos are the 2nd largest land animal. 2,000 pounds is basically baby girl weight. They also have by far the cutest children. Like, these genuinely look prehistoric. I really can't get enough of this. Look at this dude, he's just a woolly little guy. Alright, let me lock in. And then you have the incredibly rare Javan rhino. Though to be fair, you could probably call any rhino rare. Matter of fact, let's run through where they stand. The white rhino has 2 subspecies. The southern white rhino went from less than 50 to now nearly 2,000. The northern white has 2. That's the end of the sentence. 2 left, Fatu and Naji. We'll talk about them later. Black rhinos remain at less than 7,000, and estimates say that over 2,700 are southern central rhinos, over 1,400 are eastern black rhinos, and over 2,600 are southern black rhinos. There was also the western black rhino, but they got discontinued in 2011. We won't be seeing them again. The Sumatran species is said to stand at 34 to 47 left, with the northern Sumatran rhino already extinct, but allegedly there's a tiny population somewhere in Myanmar. Actually, for their sake, no there isn't. Then there's the Bornean rhino, said to have less than 5 left. Any other Sumatrans after that are western Sumatrans. Don't get bored, we're almost done. But you also have the Indian and the Javan rhino, which are monotypic, meaning they have no subspecies, and their numbers are estimated at over 4,000 and about 50 respectively. So yeah, the rhinos aren't doing too hot, and some may be a history lesson for the next generation. Now I know I said the armor puppy thing, but there's a difference between a pit bull and a piss fit that can rotate a Jeep. Most animals will ignore safari cars and the people in it. It's like the 4th wall. So it really says something that rhinos will showcase a habitual disregard for them. And even though I literally gassed this same scene up, even this can escalate into an obituary, especially since these rhinos have something the ones in Africa don't. And that's the ability to punch holes in you with more than just a horn, as Indian one-horn rhinos also have sharp tusky incisor teeth that can bleed you. Locals in Nepal have gotten their legs and ribs fractured in attacks, and one man even went into Chitwan National Park to look for vegetables, and his dead body was later found with bite marks with rhino tracks nearby. In an area with elephants, tigers, and sloth bears, rhinos are some of the most dangerous animals alive. and mostly for an unfortunate reason. Rhinos might not be as blind as we used to think, and more recent studies put their vision at about the level of a rabbit. It's just that their long distance is really only good for clocking movement, and from over 100 meters they can't tell a tiger from a tourist, and prey PTSD means they'll crash out with extreme prejudice. But the rhinos don't exactly get off scot-free. Locals in Nepal protecting crops have put up electric fences, and rare one-horns have been found dead by electrocution. One of them was even pregnant, and poaching is still very much a problem. And obviously not just in Nepal. They are doing things to help, but first I feel like we lost the vibe we had going earlier. So before we get into that, how about a pit stop somewhere a little less serious? Are you aware of how rhinos flirt? It's endearing, unhinged, at some point straight up out of pocket. You can probably tell that those horns are for more than just attracting mates, but it's when the male wins that things really get weird. Imagine getting into the equivalent of multiple human car crashes for a girl, and as soon as you approach your princess, she becomes a track star. The female rhino will literally lead the winner on, and the male can chase after her for hours? Nah, several days, weeks even. Like, I bulked up for you and you're gonna make me do cardio? And you know she knows what she's doing, because sometimes she'll stop, give him a little kiss, and keep running. Jury's still out on what exactly is the method. Some say it's testing the male to prove himself so she doesn't have an out-of-shape deadbeat polluting her gene pool. It's also been said that the male might be chasing the girl to keep her in his territory, where he still has jurisdiction, which might explain the whines and whimpers he makes while chasing.
Actually makes sense.
See how my boy begging for it? Have some pride. It'd be like that. Sometimes they reverse roles, and the female starts chasing the male while whistling at him. So after getting a grown man to whimper like a no-no audio, she then catcalls him. I promised out of pocket. But if the habitual ritual leaves him with any pride, he'll capitalize and make the most of his time by spending up to an hour with his USB in her port, and can upload his DNA data nearly 90 times a session. That felt so dirty to say. Which is not only impressive for two animals the size of a sedan, that endurance is probably why people are obsessed with turning their horns into, well, okay, we'll get to that. A year and some change later, you'll get one fully cooked rhino calf, born weighing as much as a human man. And I promise you, you're not ready for the rush of dopamine baby rhino zoomies come with. You'll be happy to know they don't exactly grow out of it when they get bigger either. Pre-puberty rhinos playing is a prescription you didn't know you needed. It'll melt the coldest heart. Respectfully, I don't care how thugged out you are. My boy frolicking. Life can't be that bad. I did reach a little bit when I said they disregard stranger danger. They're such mama's boys, they'll square up with anyone and anything that even looks at their mom the wrong way. Apparently that includes safari trucks. They'll Leroy Jenkins a pride of lions too. So actually they do acknowledge stranger danger, just not for themselves. And wildlife vets trying to save a mother can find themselves beefing with a brolic baby, and I'm sure with years of vet school, not a single second prepared them for that. Just know that if you're gonna tranquilize the mom, you should probably keep a dose or two for her dependent, or else everybody going to sleep. That is a big baby. Baby rhinos can spend up to 4 years with their mom, so it makes sense why they'd ride for her. But it's also why orphan rhinos have such a hard time. I don't care how tough you think you are. If you read the stories of a baby rhino's first night in an orphanage, it'll absolutely break your heart. These babies are often severely traumatized and spend the night calling out to their moms. Some will refuse to eat, and some will even smash their heads into the walls out of stress. As depressing as that is, it's also why babysitting a rhino full-time is a legitimate career option. Major respect to the beautiful souls doing it. Most times, rhino social workers have to sleep in the same pen as their adoptees to help with the separation anxiety. Sleep being the optional word, since rhino caretakers have to feed the calves every 3 hours. The rhinos get so attached to their boy. Also, no shade, but Warren got better recall than some of y'all's dogs. Y'all need to lock in. I cannot stress enough how healing the fact that rhino cuddler is a viable profession. Just ask her. Jamie Trainer, aka the manager of the rhino orphanage, but if you ask the rhinos, they'll just say that's mom. Jamie's made it her life mission to rescue and rehabilitate orphan rhinos. Sometimes that means sleepovers where she keeps a sick newborn warm with her own body heat. Sometimes it's taking the tyke out for a run. Sometimes it's wallowing in mud so one of her babies, like Ollie, have the confidence to do it too. And sometimes it just means being a pillow. As a reward, she's one of the few people alive that can claim this picture. I just know she's the GOAT at 2 truths and a lie. I'm gonna link her story and YouTube channel because, like I said, she's the freaking GOAT. But if rhinos bonding with people is a surprise, let me tell you, they'll bond with anything with a pulse. Daisy and Mojaji were 2 orphans placed together at the Wild Rhino Sanctuary, and they've been locked in ever since. As they sleep together, eat together, and I'm pretty sure Mojaji thinks she's a rhino. Considering Daisy was found sick and alone only 12 hours after she was born, and Mojaji was found severely anemic and suffering during a rainstorm, I don't think it's a stretch to say they pretty much saved each other. If I had a nickel for every time an orphan zebra and rhino became best friends, I'd have at least 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but Titan and Noddy basically recycled the same script. Is that a baby elephant? Oh nah, get me there now. There's also the rhino that bonded with a goat, and I defy you to tell me he's not trying to run exactly like his friend. Then there's a rhino that was
So
adopted
cute.
by a cat named Mewy. The devil works hard, cat distribution system works harder. But probably my favorite story is how a hippo and a hippo with a horn became inseparable. Charlie the hippo was found weak, premature, and abandoned by his pod at only 2 days old, and even as his health improved after joining the orphanage, Charlie was still cripplingly traumatized. So of course, caretakers gave him a friend, Gonzii, another orphan left for dead in a drought that had her hanging by a thread. The two instantly became a bonded pair, and Charlie must have really felt some kind of way because he started to identify as a rhino. Hippos are normally active and eating at night and chilling in the water during the day, but Charlie would be on the clock whenever Gonzii and the other rhinos were, which was daytime. More importantly, camping in the water is how hippos hide their skin from the sun. But rhinos don't mess with water like that, so neither did Charlie, even if his loyalty got him sunburns. They had to bring in a second hippo for Charlie, not just so he'd have another friend, but more so he'd remember who he actually is. Even with Gonzii and Charlie spending more time with their own kind, they'd never go too long without checking in with each other. Both eventually graduated from Zululand Rhino Orphanage and were released into the wild. And while they probably won't be seeing each other again, they saved each other in a way that should only exist in a movie. Now I know I've been ducking the elephant in the room, but be for real, you don't need someone on YouTube to tell you poaching is bad. Not only do you have people slaughtering over 2 tons of animal for like 5 pounds of horn, they're used for things like medicine, curing hangovers, allegedly other stuff, but more importantly as a status symbol. Brother, it's keratin, it's in your hair and nails. You literally scratch your ass with status symbols. Like nails, the rhino's horn does grow back. The problem is humans harvesting it hacked the horn from so deep, the rhino's left with a gaping nasal cavity and half its face split open. And often the rhino's left alive. Some poachers have even gone as far as breaking into zoos and orphanages just to savage the rhinos there. I think we can agree poachers deserve a colonoscopy with a cattle rod, and it's not like people haven't tried everything to stop them. At one point, there was a conversation of injecting poisons and dyes into the rhino's horn to not only kill its value, but make it more detectable in airports, but that project was mostly a dud because the dyes didn't last that long and no horn was ever caught by airport scanners. A recent idea has scientists planting radioactive material into the horns to deter poaching. And then there's the obvious option of just filing the nails down, but again, like nails, the horns grow back and have to be retrimmed every couple of years. It just feels like most of the measures are just band-aiding the symptoms and not the problem, which reminds me of the fact that violence is not the answer, but life is multiple choice, so the best action might just be fighting fire with fire. Respect ain't even the right word for what I feel for a field ranger. The name ranger doesn't even do them justice. They're straight up Marines. No plug, no sponsor, but you should really watch this movie just to see how they train. And I don't think y'all are understanding. Being a field ranger means waking up every day to a job where you can get shot on sight. They don't just love animals, they live for them, and they're willing to die for them too. Obviously the circumstances aren't great, but honestly the image of an animal being protected by guards armed with assault rifles is kinda sweet. Major shout out to the rangers of the world. Special shout out to the scientists too, especially the ones trying to revive an extinct species. Like I mentioned, Najin and her daughter Fatu are the last 2 remaining northern white rhinos on Earth. The last male sedan passed away in 2018 at the ripe rhino age of 45, and to make it even worse, Najin's weak legs and Fatu's compromised uterus means neither of them can birth a baby. That should be game over for the whole species. But in 2024, scientists actually succeeded in creating the world's first IVF rhino pregnancy, just with a closely related southern white rhino. Now the hope is that if they can repeat this just with the northern whites, we might be able to buy some time for the rarest rhino. Fatu and Najin's eggs have already been harvested and sent to a lab where they added the preserved baby batter of male northern white rhinos to create a pure embryo that was then frozen. Now it's just a matter of finding a suitable surrogate southern white rhino, and if all goes well, we might just live to see a baby northern white rhino for the first time in decades. We can only hope. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. No, it won't, because I really can't stress how low poachers will go and how bad it can get for the people fighting against them. You know the same Zululand Rhino Orphanage where Charlie met Gonzii? Well, that was only established after poachers raided the original Tula Tula Sanctuary in 2017, killing rhinos, assaulting staff, and doing things that I definitely can't repeat on this channel. They really be risking their lives to protect theirs, and they need all the support they can get, so I'm gonna be donating to both Zululand and Jamie's The Rhino Orphanage. Link in the description if you'd like to as well. Who knows, you might even see me out there. Or Nepal, I was not kidding. That is a gem that I want to see for myself. But for now, drink water, hug your mother, touch grass, hug your father, give your local rhinos the right of way, do not touch them, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
Oh, this is so cool. Blind rhino.
I do hope he gets a cataract operation. It'd be marvellous if he did. Yeah. enchanting creature.
So cute. So there you have it, guys. That was another banger by National Geographic, bro. Homie stays the GOAT. Shout out to rhinos, F the poachers, and shout out to the rangers, man. They're the real MVPs. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Don't forget, go check out the Outlast video on the channel already. And all glory to Jesus Christ. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
You crawl out the smoke, call me by my own name. Play back every scene, every loss, every close shame. You remember that night, you reminded it in slow frame. Try to stain where you wash, but that stain don't hold same. You circle my mind like a vulture on cold prey.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another reaction to another Casual Geographic banger, bro. Before we start, please do me a huge favor. Hit that subscribe button and like the video already. It tells the algorithm they will actually enjoy my content and then it pushes the content to other people. So if you could, please subscribe to the channel. Also, if you want to support the channel, links in the description below. Without further ado, let's get this thing, bro.
Clicked on this video because now you're gonna find out what giraffes sound like. You went your whole life thinking they don't make a sound, but you bet giraffe they do. We used to think giraffes were like the G and lasagna.
Bro, that looked like that sounded wrong. That sounded like a cryptid, bro.
We used to think giraffes were like the G in lasagna or post-2011 Osama, dead silent, and scientists swore that an animal with that neck situation would be physically incapable of generating enough airflow to say anything audible. Moral of the story? Sometimes you gotta mind the business that pays you. And it wasn't until someone was in the business of paying researchers to mind the giraffes that they heard the humming of Hoist the Colors from the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack. Over the course of 8 years, they recorded nearly 1,000 hours of audio of giraffes in zoos, and they found that giraffes will hum to each other in the dead of night. Although if they would have listened to the locals, they would have found out sooner. Because over 100 residents in Pangton complained of a creepy droning sound coming from the zoo's giraffe house. Sounds that folks were claiming were making them physically sick, to the point where they made a petition to incite an investigation, and the zoo both declined to comment, but also said it wasn't a giraffes, but also said their lawyers would be looking into it. Gee, I thought you said no comment. So you know this study must have been vindicating. As for the zarafa, we now know what the giraffes say, but we still don't know why. It could be how giraffes keep track of each other at night. Maybe it's how a beast with a trachea to LeBron's long snores. Maybe it's a demonic giraffe ritual. Or maybe it's like birds where to us, there's no meaning, but to them the intentions are rated. And that is only the surface of how weird this walking didgeridoo is.
You have no idea!
Insane giraffes are as a concept. Like you might not realize, the closest you can get to Jeff Goldblum's wet dream is by rage baiting the tallest animal alive. That'll earn you a one-way ticket to Jurassic Park. Now, ignoring whatever they did to get Jeffrey that active, one of the consequences of being the tallest is despite a motivated giraffe nearly breaking 40 miles per hour, they're sentenced to life of running the way we do in dreams. They could be running from certain death, but damn it, they're gonna look majestic doing it. To be fair, if you make a giraffe do all that, I'm on his side. You deserved it. Another consequence is this video right here. This video went viral because it was the first time many realized that an animal with a neck longer than the Prohibition has to tank inclement weather right to the face. Fun fact, giraffes don't use slurs. But the day we learn how to ask one how's the weather up there in giraffes, they'll start. But nature didn't completely leave them out to dry. I mean, obviously. Nah, but they do have a trick in plain sight. Those iconic giraffe patches also have a network of blood vessels that's like a built-in thermostat where they can expand to release warmth to stay cool during the heat of day, but can also constrict and hold heat in times like when they have to raw dog a rainstorm. Also, the nature of being the tallest means it's actually more dangerous for them to lay down in the rain than just stand up to the storm. Now, the chances a giraffe gets struck by lightning are very, very low.
But not
They're still 30 times more likely to get touched by Thor than to slap us into breathing. Giraffes get the ground. To their credit, at 6 feet, 220 pounds, the Zarafa Kafa can find its feet in only 30 minutes. But they get reintroduced to their ground several times in the process. And in only a few hours, the baby giraffe can run in stride with its mother, which isn't a luxury, because there are many things to run away from as a newborn giraffe calf, and more than half will get snatched by actual predators. Luckily, the mother will defend them to the death, and a kick from over 2,000 pounds of motivated motherhood will leave a lion lying on the ground permanently. They have sharp hooves the size of dinner plates that's instant attitude adjustment to any predator. Ooh, that's a concussion. And of course, having legs higher than student loans gives them more rings than most animals are ready for. It just sucks when mama ends up being the baby's biggest op. When I said the mother defends them to the death,
bro,
sometimes she's the one delivering.
That happens so many times. The amount of videos I've seen of either deer or giraffes where the mother trying to defend the baby kills the baby is so heartbreaking.
Delivering it. I have seen too many mothers trying to scare off lions only to end up river dancing on their child. Like the operation was a success, but the patient died. It takes 14 months for a mother giraffe to birth a calf, and only 0.2 seconds to accidentally delete her dependent. I'm not dumb to how hard piloting 6-foot flesh stilts must be, but I've seen quadruple amputees shoot with more accuracy than a giraffe using her own legs. And that's assuming it's an accident. This was straight up intentional. And I still don't know why she did that. Things don't get much easier in zoos either, as captive giraffes have accidentally stepped and sat on their own children. So fatal friendly fires are just another consequence of being tall. Another is that giraffes are one of the few mammals that can't swim, and they play river roulette every time they cross one. You just know his heart drops straight to his stomach. And that ain't nothing, that's like a 2-story drop. At this point, it really feels like being tall is more trouble than it's worth, to the point where you gotta ask, why are they so tall in the first place? The answer might seem pretty obvious, but like the giraffe, it's more controversial and more complicated than you think. The easy answer is to say that giraffes evolved long necks to reach foliage that no other herbivore could, and while that might be true, I do want to clear something up real quick. Evolution's a lot of things, including a word I don't use anymore because I respect women, but what it's not is intentional. Master Oogway might have been a creationist. Evolution is a lot of accidents actually. Basically, it's a random mutation, like a slightly longer neck, that gave an individual an edge, and with long necks seeing better reproductive success, that random mutation would have a much better chance of getting passed on. After millions, and I do mean millions of years of natural selection, long necks would become the dominant and eventually the only giraffe build. Just a series of events creating something not perfect, but just good enough to keep the wheel rolling. The Babirusa literally lobotomizes itself with its own dental, but as long as that happens after they have kids, evolution will remain Ray Charles to it. But with giraffes, it seems straightforward, so much that when you learned about natural selection in school, the giraffe was probably the easiest example. Now what if I told you we still can't agree on how the giraffe got this way? Every theory seems to have at least one good counter. It's easy to believe that the tallest giraffe would have a nutritional advantage. Except a 2010 study showed that in a drought, it was actually the tallest and largest giraffes that died the most. Also, some argued that if being tall was such a buff, more herbivores would have evolved the same way.
I would imagine that's because they can't get to the water quicker, I guess. And the taller they are, the more water and food they demand. Therefore, when there's a drought and they need water and stuff, that makes sense to me.
Yet the Gerenuk seems to be the only one that went down the alt-height pipeline. You know, we don't talk about this enough, and we really should. This is 100% responsible for a cryptid myth or two. Others say it's the built-in temperature setting that was the real driving force. A popular theory is that animals live by the 3 Fs, and the long necks, if not for food, must be for, except if it was for female validation, you'd expect the males to have disproportionately longer necks. But even though the males are physically bigger, it's actually the females that have more proportionally impressive necks. Which actually led to another theory that the neckwork was actually to support the female's high metabolic demands while pregnant. There's even a theory that the giraffe's neck wasn't even the main feature, that they evolved long legs first and the long neck came after so the giraffe could still reach water. Maybe not the strongest theory, but for sure the funniest. But to me, there's likely no one thing, more like a combination of things driving the giraffe to be what it is now. Except I did leave one thing out, because even with feeding and forking, there's a third F word that's just as important. In 1996, a long-dead relative of the giraffe was discovered in China. Discocaryxesha looks like the modern version's reflection in a funhouse, and scientists say the thick neck and even thicker skull were used to violently headbutt each other. And scientists studying its anatomy say that not only would this half a giraffe have headbutted harder than any other animal, including dinosaurs, but being built like a sledgehammer and behaving like one is proof that the giraffe's neck was more about fighting than food. And while I'm still sure it was a combination of different pressures, I can see it being for fighting. You've definitely seen giraffes fight like 2 inflatable car salesmen in a turf war. As goofy as it is, they do damage. That's exactly what those are for. Those are ossicones, not horns, but ossified cartilage. Basically, if your ears got bricked up, logic, if one's a southpaw and the other's orthodox, then they'll line up head to head with the right favoring fighter on the left. And if during a spar match, one giraffe swings too hard and his momentum puts him out of position, both sides will stop, realign themselves, and briefly start again. That is mighty gentlemanly. It's a mutual respect you wouldn't expect from a camel leopard. That's not the only point in the giraffe's code. Giraffes also believe in weight classes. Researchers watching quickly realized that males will go out of their way to fight opponents as close to the same size as them, and will reject matches with males noticeably smaller. Instead of an easy win, sparring giraffes will go for the fair fight because skill-based matchmaking is not a human concept. Giraffes are even known to follow the bar fight phenomenon, where if one pair starts sparring, that seems to get all the other giraffes to start running it. And rarely do you see any giraffe attempting to cheat. Arguably, the only questionable action is older bulls will sometimes interfere with and break up fights between youngerlings. Some say it's the old heads playing referee. I think it's straight hating. I'm not even kidding. Older bulls will meddle in fights, and I'm sure it's to keep any one male from getting too comfortable and confident. Because a cocky male is a problem for everyone. But yeah, that neck and those cones are good for more than just drinking from the golden fountain. And while males using maximum effort is straight blood sport, like bro is not waiting on a bell, he's waiting for him to stop breathing. For the most part, males keep it peaceful. Some say a little too peaceful. There's another interesting fact about giraffes, and before y'all get mad at me, all I ask is that y'all hear me out. Because male giraffes have a special way of making up after a fight, and that has caused controversy in ways I'm sure the giraffes did not see coming. Giraffe sparring matches have been known to end with the two bulls caressing each other's necks and lightly nudging each other. It's believed it's how two males reinforce their bond and standing in the overall group. It's really no different from guys dapping each other up after a pickup basketball game. Basically, I'm good, you good, we good. That's what I thought, until his 4-foot pink lightsaber came out and he tried to mount the other. And it's that kind of behavior that has people saying this portrait mode stretching the neck unicorn is one of the gayest animals out there. Not derogatory. Apparently, enough of these necking competitions come to a conclusion with at least one of the males doing so as well. Sometimes to completion. Sometimes they arrive long after they show up. There was a study in Tanzania on the social life of the giraffe, and in over 3,200
Who was the creep that was watching the giraffes going at it, bro? Who is the creep that just stands there and watching the animal's business, bro?
hours of observation, the team witnessed 17 instances of male-on-male mountings. The number of male-on-female, 1.
Wow.
So not only did 133 days of study amount to witnessing a traditional giraffe couple up once, the math means 94% of the explicit long-neck liaisons were between two males. That's how giraffes became the mascot of Brokeback Mountain, and you've had politicians get genuinely heated over the stretch neck sexuality. So are giraffes gay? Listen, I'm gonna give my non-expert online opinion and pray y'all don't kill me. A lot of animals will mount to flex dominance or to bond. Dogs do it, bison do it. Go to any locker room and you might see the football team doing it, and they say it's not gay. Male lions might be the most famous for doing it, but it's more social than sexual. Giraffe male mounting is likely for dominance, and that 94% is probably more about giraffes being rare to witness actually mating in the first place than 90% of giraffes just swinging the other way. I do think it's a little bit of putting human traits on an animal with no concept of gay. Like you gotta remember, we are the only species on Earth that goes out of its way to say pause. Giraffe don't give a well, they might give one. Jokes aside, male giraffes can mount each other without it being sensually explicit. The same way they can taste a female's bladder assets without, you know, being into weird. That. But with a giraffe, they might do gay shit, but I don't mean gay. And that's on being an ally. But like I said, the kosher camel is so much weirder than you think, and that's not a joke. Giraffes are kosher, biblically accurate. Bet giraffe on that. How about the fact that we only just found out that there are actually 4 species of giraffes, and we only know that because a conservation group decided to test their DNA for funsies, and that test showed that the northern, southern, reticulated, and Maasai giraffes were all completely different species. Wow. In total, there are 7 subspecies of the giraffe. Some are endangered, some are critically endangered. See now, you done took the giraffes for granted. I bet they didn't even tell you that some are silently going extinct. Experts literally call it a silent extinction because while you weren't paying attention, the Kordofan giraffe is silently getting cancelled. And the Nubian about to be in past tense. Which would be a shame because giraffes are like nothing on Earth. Which is another fact, giraffes have the strangest cousins. The pronghorn antelope is actually more of a giraffe, and the okapi was nature's first day using Microsoft Paint, and it's basically the giraffe in the jungle. They're just too weird to not get a video of their own. So that's gonna do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother, touch grass, hug your father. If you're like me and giraffes dropping is your newest concern, I'm gonna be donating to the Giraffe Conservation Foundation. Link in the description if you'd like to as well. And I'ma see y'all in the next one.
There you have it, guys. That was another banger by Casual Geographic. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. Once again, thank you all to the new subscribers and everybody who shows love. Greatly appreciated. All glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
You crawl out the smoke, call me by my own name. Play back every scene, every loss, every close shame. You remember that night, you reminded it is so frame. Try to stain where you wash, but that stain don't hold same. You Circle my mind like a vulture on cold prey.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another video, bro. But before we start, please do me a huge favor. Hit that subscribe button and like the video already. It tells the algo they will actually enjoy my content, and then the algo pushes the content to other people. Without further ado, let's get into this thing, man. Let's go. Enjoy. A creature as mysterious as it's majestic, with reptilian...
Plenty of people are
with reptilian head and the powerful feline grace of a panther. Well, Mahogany Walden, bro. Great name, by the way. There's no such thing as a panther. So, yeah. Panthers are lions, tigers, jaguars, you know. It's the species of big feline cats. There's no such thing as a panther. That's not an animal, that's multiple different animals. Yeah. Mahogany is a great name though.
Plenty of people are terrified of the ocean, and arguably no other animal embodies thalassophobia more than the predator time seemingly left behind. Most people will never see one alive, yet they remain one of the most nightmarish and uncanny, but also complicated and least understood apex predators on the planet. In fact, the first time you ever heard of a leopard seal, it was probably giving Happy Feet hell. Or the pebble and the penguin, in which case, make sure those doctor appointments are booked. You're getting up there. Leopard or maybe it was... If you or a loved one was a victim of that jump scare, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Not for me though. The penguin paralysis demon is incredibly feared for an animal we don't know that much about. Hey, what's a sea leopard's favorite fast food? Popeyes. But there's a whole nother side to the assault sausage, one that just might bring you to tears if you watch long enough. This video isn't to make you fear or hold hate, but understand and even appreciate the alpha seal, not for just what it is, but how and why, and all I ask is that y'all hear me out. But there is no why as to why people find leopard seals optically disturbing. Few other animals pass the eye test for being that terrifying. The leopard seal looks like a mammalian mosasaur, a prehistoric predator with a permasmirk. And if you think I'm exaggerating, you haven't seen or better yet heard what happens when one hauls out near humans.
Run.
Whoa, what is that sound, bro?
That's crazy, right? You can hear it in your chest. Another thing is, people often suffer from a lack of scale with sea animals. They don't know how huge tuna are, how big dolphins get, and that leopard seals can grow to 12 feet long and weigh over 1,200 pounds. Trust me, there's a worse picture than this down the line. Chances are, you've never looked a leopard seal in the mouth, because then you'd have to be surgically removed from your therapist's couch. Those teeth are built like that for a reason we'll get into soon, but this internal mugshot may be coming to a beach near you. Abolish any idea that an air-breathing barracuda is confined to Antarctica, as they've been found as far as Antarctica, New Zealand, South Africa, Argentina, the what the Falklands, and more. There's at least one leopard seal aware of platypus, and that's insane to me. So is the idea that this apex pinniped could be pulling up to a pier by you. That would raise the hairs on Caillou. And even with many roles as the op to a penguin protagonist, people have spoken on the horror of sea leopards for centuries. Going back to the early 1900s, explorer Ernest Shackleton wrote about an Antarctica expedition where at one point, one of his men was chased across the ice by an aggressive, believed to be 12-foot leopard seal. The man thought he was in the clear when the massive seal dove back into the water. But then the sea leopard tracked him by following his shadow under the ice and ambushing and nearly snatching him at the next gap in the ice. And Thomas Ordley's likely would have been a statistic if one of the crew hadn't shot the seal before it could reach him. In 1985, explorer Gareth Wood was walking across a thin ice layer when a Jurassic jump scare broke out of the ice, clamping its jaws on his leg and nearly dragging him into the water, and he was only saved by his mates kicking at the seal's head with boot crampons. And that's what separates sea leopards from a lot of other predators. The vast majority of sharks will ignore you, but whether out of curiosity or something else, leopard seals will boldly swim right into your space. It's the closest you can get to an encounter with a murder mermaid. It was right there. Most times they genuinely seem curious and like they're investigating your presence. But other times they do the kind of things that led to researchers equipping inflatable boats with protective guards because of how often a 12-foot jet would bite through it. You only get away with that as an apex predator, and present tense plesiosaur is absolutely apex. They will eat anything. Those freakish teeth are actually for catching krill, and having trident-shaped teeth helps filter them out of the water. Krill that could be nearly 50% of their diet. Of course, the leopard seal's list has much more on it, including often other seals like fur seals, and even their closest cousin, the crab eater. Obviously, they'll eat fish, and in New Zealand that can include sharks. Leopard seals also grieve squid, one was caught with a sea snake, and there's even one case of a leopard seal attempting to take out a minke whale. Even the ocean's top predator, the orca, rarely resorts to hunting an aquatic velociraptor, because this is not the average seal. But if you know this seal, you know the most famous victims of leopard seals are penguins.
Yeah,
even though penguins aren't even the biggest part of their
Oh my
diet,
God.
leopard seals are a lot more
Penguin, bro.
calculated than most
That's a
things,
real
and will
life
camp
jump scare,
themselves
bro.
right at the ice's edge where they know is the penguin's entry point, which pretty much makes them a mammalian crocodile. With penguins, they'll either ambush them from below, or with a top speed of 25 miles per hour, they'll get into a police
Bro.
chase with an unlucky penguin. The leopard
You see that, yeah? This image, bro. Look. Can I
which
find
pretty
it?
much makes them a mammalian crocodile. With penguins, they'll either ambush them from below.
Look, bro. They are so cute looking. And then they open their mouth and it's mud. It's like bears. You look at a bear and you're like, wow, it's so cuddly. I want it for me as a pet. And if you live in Russia, you probably have a grizzly bear as a pet. But yeah, man, they look so cute, but they're not. Don't get close to a leopard seal, bro.
Low,
Gonna take your
or
hand
with a
off.
top speed of 25 miles per hour, they'll get into a police chase with an unlucky penguin. The leopard seal abuses this matchup so bad that not only will they surplus skill and murk more penguins than they eat, they'll eventually make a game out of it. Leopard seals have been seen chasing down penguins into exhaustion and seemingly toying with the bird. They'll traumatize the penguin within an inch of its life and then just shove off, like it was a sick joke. But it's when leopard seals aren't playing that things get R-rated, and it all goes back to those teeth. Those teeth could maul the grizzlies and gives them a demon's headshot, but they lack the shearing teeth carnivores need to slice prey, and that's why you see them body birds by slamming and suplexing them against the water. A leopard seal will thrash a penguin until it genuinely gets degloved, and the penguin skinned and flayed every possible way gets eaten. So with all that, Stevie Wonder could see how the king seal of the South got its bad rep, but wild sea leopards do have one thing that not even killer whales do, and that's a human body. There's only one case in recorded human history of a leopard seal killing a person, but it's also one of the most brutal animal attack stories I've ever shared on this channel, so for obvious reasons, viewer discretion is advised.
A warning?
Kirsty Brown was a 28-year-old marine biologist for the British Antarctic Survey, and on July 22, 2003, she and a buddy were snorkeling near Rothera Research Station. They were studying the impact of iceberg scouring on the environment when the leopard seal studying Kirsty violently made an impact on her. At this point, nobody had ever lost their life to a sea leopard, but there were documented instances of aggression, and as a rule, nobody was allowed in the water if a leopard seal was spotted. The problem
makes
was,
sense.
no one saw this leopard seal until Kirsty screamed
man.
and disappeared, only to resurface with her head in the seal's jaws. From there, the normally sized seal would drag her deep underwater, release her long enough to just almost resurface, just to grab and drown her again, all while mauling her with bone-crushing bites. Eventually, Kirsty and the seal disappeared, and the last time her dive buddy saw her alive, she was 20 feet underwater, desperately fighting to break free, while the apex seal held her by a fin. Eventually, the seal resurfaced, over a half-mile from where they were last seen, and after bashing the predator in the head with a shovel, the rescue crew fended the seal off and finally pulled Kirsty into the boat. Tragically, as you can tell, despite several CPR attempts, Kirsty Brown would be pronounced dead right there. Kirsty's body was recovered with over 40 bite wounds, and her dive computer revealed something arguably worse. During the 10 minutes of hell, the leopard seal had dragged Kirsty to a maximum depth of 70 meters. That's 230 feet. But personally, the most disturbing part was Kirsty was already an exceptionally small human at 5'1", 120 pounds, and eyewitnesses said this was an exceptionally massive seal, estimated to have been 4.5 meters, that's nearly 15 feet long, and well over 1,300 pounds. Which I genuinely don't want to believe, even if it was based off the seal's size relative to the boat. Because not only would that mean a 5-foot woman was mauled by one of the largest leopard seals ever seen, but this is what that size disparity would have looked like. There's no f***ing way! And since no one ever asked the leopard seal why, the most popular theory is that her size, black dry suit, and fins caused the colossal carnivore to clock Kirsty as a penguin or fur seal. And in all her struggling, flailing, and failing to get away, all Kirsty managed was to act like prey. Which sounds wild victim blaming, and I swear I'm not. There's a reason there's no jokes in this section. This was genuinely one of the worst animal-related deaths I've read about. Imagine being mauled by a bear, but also while being waterboarded. In fact, let's get even more descriptive. Kirsty Brown spent the last 10 minutes of her life fighting an animal nearly triple her length and 10 times her weight while being severely mauled to the head and being brought tortuously close to the surface before being pulled again over 200 feet into a freezing abyss. Not only could the violent pressure changes cause a burst eardrum or even an embolism, her compromised wetsuit would have introduced Antarctic ice-chilled water directly to her skin. In the most respectful way, I really hope she blacked out or went into shock, because that is a nightmare Final Destination couldn't dream up. Kirsty Brown would have an island posthumously named after her, and her death led to more safety measures and protocols being implemented. But there was another consequence of her horrific demise. The much more strict regulations now meant many of the biologists trying to learn more about the seals were now forbidden from entering the water to study them, something many like dive guide Kelvin Murray would call an overreaction. Suddenly, an animal we barely knew much about was now basically impossible to learn more about. It was a lot like the stingray. Stingrays are rarely aggressive, and less than 5 people in human history have lost their life to one in Australia. But because one of them was Steve Irwin, you had an entire generation ready to punch out an aquatic placemat, even though the circumstances of his death were insanely bad luck, and Khaki Jesus would have passed twice if he saw the stingray hate. Only one person has ever died to a sea leopard. It's just that the attack was so brutal that, and the pro-penguin media meant, a blubber assault weapon got demonized to hell. To be fair, with the things I said they'll do to penguins, other seals, and even humans, how could you not call this Ice Cube mammalian missile crisis a sea demon? I wouldn't blame you for being afraid, but at least give the other side of the leopard seal a chance. I was not lying when I said a pool full of sharks will ignore you, but a leopard seal will get right up in your face and conduct an investigation in your personal space. Kirsty might have been a tragic exception because aggressive or predatory encounters with humans normally happened at the ice's edge, aka the leopard seal's favorite ambush spot. But almost every time a leopard seal has approached a human already in the water, they're doing it from a place of curiosity. That is really weird for a predator. Like, for all their bad PR, bears usually avoid people. And an experiment found that even the top predators in Africa hightail it whenever they hear human. But a giga seal will study us the same way we do them. That's weird. One seal made it even weirder. In 2006, photographer Paul Nicklin took a trip to Antarctica to hopefully find the steroid seal. Funny thing is, leopard seals are hard to find. They're hard for you to find. To them, you're easy. It wasn't long until Paul had a giant females are bigger by the way, leopard seal circling his zodiac. And it was at this moment he ignored every primitive instinct and ancestral alarm and got in the water and braced himself. The seal with a head bigger than a grizzly bear's made a beeline towards Paul. And right when Paul feared the worst and held up his camera as a feeble defense, the she leopard stopped and just sized him up. Science says if you're able to stay calm and hold your ground, a leopard seal will go from possibly aggressive to curious, and she even got close enough to study her reflection in his camera. It's like her internal monologue was saying, wait, you're not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? What are you? Then she got bored and swam away, but then came back with a live penguin, which she released in front of Paul. Obviously, Paul didn't take the offer, so the predator got another penguin, and then another one. And for the next 4 days, the same species that had mauled a woman to death would now be waiting to greet Paul whenever he entered the water in an attempt to feed him. I want y'all to really understand what was happening here. This she leopard was going out and tiring penguins and bringing them to Paul. And when Paul didn't eat, she'd bring increasingly lower HP penguins. She'd bring beat up, barely alive penguins, half-eaten penguins. At one point, Paul had 5 past tense penguins floating around his head. Paul would even swear that the leopard seal seemed genuinely disappointed with his lack of effort. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I can only think of one other time you had a wild predator straight up offering food to a person, and it was killer whales. And at least orcas have a history of hunting alongside people. We're not talking about a trained animal or one habituated to humans. We're talking about a wild predator going out of its way to provide for a person. That's not normal. Seals are the mermaids of bears. Imagine a polar bear door dashing your dinner. That's not even the only thing leopard seals and orcas have in common. Leopard seals are much smarter than the penguin media wants you to believe. Leopard seal handling manuals go out of their way to say they're smart enough to be trained, but intelligent enough to be stubborn, and they're prone to pout and act difficult like children. At the same time, they also say that ignoring a difficult seal is a pretty solid way to get them to cooperate. Leopard seals aren't just highly intelligent, they're deeply emotional creatures too. Nora was a leopard seal that made news because it was the first time scientists watched a modern-day mosasaur mourn. Nora had a pup that tragically passed away, and in grieving, Nora would stay with her lost child for over 20 days. Nora didn't just watch over her child, she'd move the body across the ice, carried it in her jaws, and even got aggressive whenever people would get too close to them. It wouldn't even be the only time, as in 2021, 23, and 24, scientists documented the same mother doing the same thing with 3 different pups, which is a different kind of tragic. And again, the last time I can remember hearing something like this, it was when Orca J35, or Telequa, also grieved the death of her calf and couldn't let go. That's the problem with sea leopards being so understudied, because then you miss stuff like this. And that's not even mentioning arguably the most interesting thing about them. Leopard seals sing. Males will sing these beautifully haunting songs, and females in heat will respond with a song of their own. And if you haven't seen it, it's like an underwater opera or ballet from an animal that looks like a dinosaur. It's not just beautiful. Scientists actually studying these seal songs found that these songs are sequenced and structured a lot like human nursery rhymes. This guy. I really feel like leopard seals would have way better PR if they could actually survive in zoos. They're one of those animals that just don't work in captivity. They're like the great white sharks of mammals. Few leopard seals have ever been held in zoos, and the most famous case was in Sydney's Taronga. You know what I think about at night sometimes? Sometimes I think about Casey. Casey was a male leopard seal, believed to be the only male ever kept in captivity. He was found as a pup, abandoned on a beach in Guatemala, injured, emaciated, and with shark bites. Casey was brought to Taronga for treatment in 2007, where he joined female Brooke, who was rescued in 1999, and another female, Sabine, who got there a month before Casey. Now, I can already read the anti-zoo comments, so it's important to say that these seals could never be released back into the wild out of fear that if any of them were harboring any possible diseases, it'd wreck the already fragile wild population. So Taronga kept them to look after and even possibly use as ambassadors. Because again, leopard seals can always use the PR. And as Casey matured, there was a hope that he could help breed the first ever leopard seal in captivity. But since Brooke died of an illness not long after Casey showed up, it'd have to be him and Sabine. There was just one big problem. Male leopard seals sing for females, and as a seal found as a pup, Casey never learned his song. Taronga staff would play the recordings of adult leopard seal songs in hopes that Casey would find his. They even played saxophone for him. I'm not exactly sure why, but Casey wasn't above it. He genuinely seemed interested, so if he likes it, I love it. Tragically, Sabine would also be lost to an illness before Casey had the chance to court her. And as Casey finally did learn his song, he also died in 2014 after struggling with a prolonged sickness and mercifully being euthanized. That's how Casey's story ended. The last captive leopard seal ever. So at this point, I think you can see that leopard seals are so much more than a penguin plot device. They've been lambasted and typecasted for as long as we've known about them, and demonized to hell. And you might ask, is that not what I was doing in the first half of this video? And honestly, I've been wanting to talk about that for a while. Skip to here if you don't want to hear the yap, but the biggest criticism I hear about myself is that I demonize animals, I spread misinformation to demonize them, and even that I've had a direct consequence on the conservation of those animals, and not a positive one. And honestly, whenever I would see that about myself, I get I'm not gonna lie, I get defensive and kind of hurt. Because I feel like I'm always saying you can't moral scale an animal, that you can't judge or you can't put a morality microscope on a wild animal. A zebra that has to weave crocs, cats, and a predatory laugh track don't give 2 stripes about being a good person. And then I feel like I try to make the separation between, you know, these are the facts that I find interesting, and this is the casual comedic characterization of those animals. But yeah, some corners of Twitter do not like me. Especially with the dolphin thing, and I don't even have Twitter. I really just wish more people actually watch this video all the way through, or at least at the 9:40 mark, because I feel like I touch on a lot of the things folks criticize me for. Also, just to defend myself a little bit, I will take accountability, but the whole internet dolphin hate thread was a thing long before me. That didn't start with me. Some of y'all are giving me way too much power by saying I single-handedly did that. I've always said that the facts, as far as I'm concerned, are true, and if they're not and I get something wrong, I feel like over the years I've shown that I have no problem coming out and correcting it. At the same time, if I call something like a Water Weinstein or a C Cosby, that doesn't mean I actually like you gotta know that I don't actually think dolphins should be persecuted to the full extent of the law.
It's just...
But I can understand the other side. Because like imagine you're a scientist or a marine biologist, and every time you log online you see people say
it's so stupid. It's like they think bro said C Cosby, and they're like, oh no, somebody's gonna take that to heart and gonna start killing dolphins. No, just a joke. Nobody's ever going to kill a dolphin because they saw a Casual Geographic video and bro said jokingly C Cosby. So leave brother alone, yeah? Leave him alone. He does a phenomenal job in promoting nature, promoting animals. Since I was a kid, bro, I've been watching nature documentaries. He just presents the facts. It really tells these people have never watched a nature documentary. Bro, animals are not cool to each other. They're not. Are there cute stories? Of course there are. But go on Nature is Metal on Instagram. Watch 3 videos and tell me how nature is. I just saw an antelope getting eaten alive by 3 wild dogs. They don't have that. They don't have morality. Stop, man. Bro does a phenomenal job. Leave him alone, man.
Saying dolphins are evil, dolphins deserve to die, all dolphins are piss, and for every like 10 people that say that, maybe 3 or 4 link one of my videos. Replay that interaction enough times and of course eventually you would just think, oh yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, fear-mongering mother. So that's why the last couple of years, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I've tried to be more careful with the way I frame these videos. I'm still gonna get my jokes off, that's just how I talk. I'm pretty sure I call this an Ice Cube missile crisis, but that's why I've been wanting to say this, specifically in this video. I've always been fascinated by leopard seals, or actually especially the aspects that make them dangerous. In fact, whenever I'm emphasizing how dangerous an animal is, it's coming from a place of admiration. At the same time, they already get demonized crazy, so you do have to be careful with how you walk that line. Ultimately, I think there's a middle ground where you can be entertaining enough to be an entry point for people to be interested in zoology, while also being fair to the animal. And I think it's also fair to ask for a little bit of grace whenever I'm calling something like a threat to humanity, but I'll say it again. Dolphins, chimps, hippos, otters, sea leopards, and all others aren't evil. They're just animals trying to make it to the next day without the human privilege of morality. But that's gonna do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother, don't touch seals, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
Nah, man, I'm 100% on bro's side. It's crazy. It's jokes, man. But whatever. It's the internet. You're never going to win. People just, they lack critical thinking. It's a mess. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Shout out Casual Geographic. Homie stays the GOAT. Don't touch seals. All glory to Jesus Christ. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
You crawl out the smoke, call me by my own name. Play back every scene, every loss, every close shame. You remember that night, you reminded it in slow frame. Try to stain where you wash, but that stain don't hold same. You circle my mind like a vulture on cold prey.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back for another Casual Geographic banger, bro. This time animals that not even AI could come up with. But before we start, please do me a huge favor, hit that subscribe button and like the video already. It helps way more than you think. It tells the algorithm that you actually enjoy my content. So yeah, do that. So without further ado, let's get to this thing, man. Let's go do this.
Oh, what is that?
I got just to
Oh
the
my
most
God! What is that?
that's an alpaca, bro. Jesus, this is so loud.
This is what happens when you try to make a sequel without paying respect to the source material. Nature clearly tried to recreate the biological box office hit that was a giraffe, but on a budget. The result is an animal that 100% spawned a cryptid myth or 6. If the tall one's a giraffe, then this is a rough draft. We don't talk about Garanucks enough, and we really should, because explaining this animal to the wrong people in the wrong times would have been cause to have you lobotomized. And you know they're not AI, because Garanucks can go their entire lives without drinking water. Well, technically anybody can, but getting moisture from leaves and shoots means Garanucks can live a full life without ever sipping water. Allen Iverson could never.
Really?
You know what huskies look like after getting shaved? Well, Garanucks look like an alpaca with alopecia, while also looking like a kangaroo doing a handstand. Go ahead, pause the video and squint, you'll see it eventually. But the Garanuck is a gazelle, with its closest relative likely being the one you think of when you hear the word gazelle. Garanucks are built different, literally structured abnormally. If you didn't know any better, you'd assume you saw something that rhymes with wind soccer. And the pose makes me think they inspired the freak deer that folded Finn from Adventure Time. But of course, the most uncanny feature is that pinhead. Nature had to give them buns of steel and iron quads just to act as a counterbalance. Why they didn't just give them a normal head? Well, that is beyond our comprehension. It is nice to know an animal built like a Wendigo still has decorum. I defy you to tell me this isn't a male Garanuck holding down a branch for his girl. Ain't nothing artificial about this intelligence, some stuff is just universal. There's really nothing like a Garanuck, but there's a distant relative of theirs that's arguably more mythical. The Saiga looks like Narnia in the face.
This animal is crazy.
I never watched Narnia.
Looks straight out of Star Wars, bro.
The Saiga is an yo, editor, can we Better, the saiga is an unusual and underrated antelope that used to populate the steppe in millions. That's actually why they have the NSFW nose. You see, that double barrel nostril situation was an adaptation to filter out dust kicked up by the massive herd. The same nose also cools the blood in the summer and warms up air in the winter before it gets to the lungs.
So
it's a multi-purpose proboscis that makes them Antelope Alf, while also serving as a built-in mask. Yet that mask couldn't save the saiga from its own pandemic, because in 2015 there was a mass outbreak of a bacteria that caused blood poisoning in the infected and killed 200,000 and erased 2/3 of the global population. But the Star Wars Extra has made a comeback, with their numbers rebounding from less than 40,000 in 2005 to today over 4 million, with Kazakhstan ecologists estimating that they'll hit over 5 million by 2030. Thank the powers that play for that, because just imagine showing somebody this picture of an extinct animal and being like, yeah, this was taken all the way back in 2015. So if you needed to hear good news, you'll be happy to know the saiga is looking like it's here to stay. You might be less happy about this though. I've seen some adorable looking grasshoppers in my day. A smiling bugs-like paralysis demon is not one of them. To be fair, it's not a grasshopper.
That was a grasshopper?
Same insect order,
that was a whole monster,
and I hear they get real offended when you confuse them. This katydid belongs to the Copophora genus.
That is freaky.
A genus that looks like a sick joke, with members perpetually mocking you for it. There's not a single situation where a bug needs to look like this. And maybe it's partly my fault, because I can't look at this and not see two brick yellow teeth giving me the world's most—
Bro, bugs are already kind of iffy to look at, but this one is like straight up uncanny, bro.
Devious smile. He's built like a Courage the Cowardly Dog plot device, Freaky Fred looking. That smile should get you put on a list. And the thing is, they're not just an assault on your sight. Giant katydids have the distinction of being one of the loudest insects on Earth.
Whoa, they're huge.
You know, I don't know everything, so I wasn't sure if that audio was edited or not. But after listening to other clips, I've come to the conclusion that, yes, this bug can, in fact, send a war veteran back to Vietnam.
It sounds like when you unroll a roll of tape really fast. That's how it sounds like.
With a touch of its wings. That wing rubbing is called stridulation, and it's not just an alarm clock for PTSD. Some katydids sound exactly like chirping birds. And just like birds, the call is mostly for attracting mates, and some male katydids will form boy band groups to sing together to help each other keep the rhythm, which is apparently a major turn on. And if you think the bugs show respect to the original IP, 1, katydids came first, so the birds sing like them, and 2, some katydids eat birds, so yeah, katydids let their nuts hang. Literally, because fun fact, cover your ears, kids, but the largest testicles on the planet belong to these bush crickets. You don't have to believe me, you can Google it, and then you can explain your search history. Just know, there's not a single prompt you could give a computer that would lead to this. And that's the thing with AI. Nature's weird enough without people making stuff up. And this is the most AI-looking animal I've ever seen. Goats in general don't seem to be real. Like, they're constantly testing what they can get away with in the Matrix. And the Markhor is no different. The Markhor genuinely looks mythical, with a reputation that actually precedes them. Their name translates to snake eater because of their habit of curb-stomping serpents and, predictably, eating them. At least according to folklore, and locals would collect the chewed cud of these goats, believing they could use it as snake anti-venom. Also, the national animal of Pakistan is a lot bigger than you think, with males often getting to over 200 pounds. Which is pretty big for an animal you've probably never seen before. And if you have, and this Gandalf goat looks familiar, they were actually Thor's emotional support in Love and Thunder. The Markhor is a beautifully majestic specimen. Which is funny because if we were ducks, I'd literally have to censor that. Male Markhors use those iconic horns to battle cliffside for females. That and they were created a day nature's ice cream machine came in. Whether it's them allegedly landscaping the snake population, their cinematic fights to the death, or just Markhor parkour, you gotta admit, this goat has more aura than anything an algorithm can come up with. Now this goat.
Crazy aura.
Holy
that one looks freaky.
Now, I think every animal's beautiful in its own way, but that starts to change once people start playing God. And boy, did we play God with this goat. We ruined them just like we did the powder pigeon. We fully pugged a goat, and weirdly enough, Damascus goats look almost normal as kids, only to get Pearl Harbored by puberty. They say for every ugly mug, there's at least one who'll defend it. So I'm still waiting for someone to defend the animal, literally built as Cusco's karma. This is the one time I wish it were AI, because they look like their existence is constant pain. That is not the skull of an animal that should have been afforded life. That, and this is now the third case of unnecessary censorship. Looking like Rocky Dennis's persona is even funnier when you realize a Damascus won a beauty pageant for goats, with Gar being named Most Beautiful Goat in 2008. And yes, those are the pictures PR went with. And I'm sure the goats are nice people and they didn't ask for this, but that's what human hubris does. It turns goats into dark crystal characters. That's a lot of effort just to get one-upped by nature. Like this. Not only is this real, but this cat and that shark have something in common. I see you all have questions, and I'm gonna get to them, starting with the biggest one. Why do you know the things that you know? You should have been asking yourself that after I brought up bush cricket cojones. People ask me how I know so much about animals and even why I'm so into them in the first place, and I don't know, but the answer is likely undiagnosed and very undermedicated. It's really nothing for me to spend hours, even days, going down the rabbit hole of my fixation of the week. It's when it's time to sit down and make the video and retrace the rabbit hole. Yeah, I waste a lot of time that way. That's why I feel pretty good about today's sponsor, Opera. Don't touch the mouse. Bro. You are looking at a rare albino cyclops found inside the stomach of a pregnant dusky shark. He looks like a petrified Agent Plecky from Lilo and Stitch. Actually, no, he looks like one of those disgustingly hyper-realistic frames from SpongeBob. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This deformed fetus is a result of one of the freakiest defects in nature. Damn it. Holoprosencephaly is a rare condition where the brain of a developing embryo fails to separate into two distinct halves, instead forming one mass. Obviously, this causes a laundry list of problems, and cycloplia means one eye gets stuck right in the middle. It's the same condition afflicting this kitten. Unfortunately, this condition has been described as being incompatible with life, which is a really dramatic way of saying you're basically born in past tense. But the weirdest part is HPE is caused by a mutation in the Sonic the Hedgehog gene. Don't laugh, I'm serious. In the early stages, it's this gene and the Sonic the Hedgehog protein that separates the eye field into two separate eyes. And maybe that's why the Speed Freak has one eye with two pupils. Oh god, I'm sorry, take it back. Oh, also humans can get holoprosencephaly too. I'm just not putting those pictures anywhere near this video. But yeah, the shark's real, but incredibly rare. That's not its base form. Not like this though. This is platypus levels of nonsense. The star-nosed mole is proof that people will let nature get away with anything so long as it's small enough, and so long as it spends most of its natural life underground. The mole looks like it sneezed while constipated and prolapsed from the other end, and those 22 facial flesh fingers or tendrils are freakishly sensitive. Where your hand has 17,000 touch receptors, Starfish Face has 100,000 on its nose, making it the most sensitive touch organ in the animal kingdom. It's so sensitive, Cthulhu's pet can decide whether or not something's food in 8 milliseconds and actually eat it in as little as 120, meaning it's a Lovecraftian mole that eats faster than any other animal on Earth while essentially maxing out on reaction time. And since most moles eat their weight in food a day, star noses are in a constant state of binging. This mole would genuinely end all life on Earth. If only it weren't an eighth of a pound. Not only because they would eat entire ecosystems into collapse, because there'd be no way of escaping them. Not only are they speed-eating earthbenders with the internal discernment of a vacuum, they can swim and breathe underwater. Okay, not really, but they can smell underwater, and they do it by blowing air bubbles to trap molecules that mix with the air inside before inhaling the bubble and, by extension, the trapped molecules. This means a diving mole can sniff out prey while underwater, and even aim air bubbles at a specific target. And did I mention they do this blind? But somehow there's more, because this creature can smell in stereo. The same way you would compare differences in sound between the left and right ear to pinpoint the source, moles can do with their nostrils. Star moles are just a bunch of randomly broken skills and powers packed into a flesh flower face fur termite. If you can't say that 5 times fast, you better like this video. But you definitely heard of star-nosed moles before. As a palate cleanser, there you go. The cutest animal you've never seen. Because if I saw it, I wouldn't just think it was AI. I think it was bad Photoshop. How else does one explain a panda, leopard, meerkat ferret? Well, the last part's a hint. The marbled polecat is a mustelid, not unlike honey badgers, otters, and wolverines, albeit a little smaller. They're not even the only type of polecat, but they are the one that looks the most like animated taxidermy. They're the only ones that dress like a mother of 4 in divorce court. Marbled polecats stand out, and that might be the point. It's believed a defensive polecat will aggressively flash their colors as a warning. Not that they're venomous, but their attitude is. That and polecats will take a page out of their skunk cousin's playbook and crop dust a threat with foul-smelling anal secretions that reek of the dead. Also, polecats might be more of a stereotype than honey badgers, as they're hyper-aggressive and regularly attack animals many times their size. This is the same calico ferret that made Ukrainian soldiers evacuate from a bunker.
Як його витягнути, блях?
No.
Так понятно,
He's
що
not
він
in
зараз
there with you, you're trapped in there with him.
Ух,
Yeah,
бля,
get out of
диви,
my hole, bro. Mad pause. Mad pause.
You know how insane you have to be to bite the ground out of frustration? Someone tells Zigzagoon it ain't that serious.
Yes,
Well, considering the
Zigzagoon.
loaded skunk shot, it actually might be. And on the topic of smell, last but not least,
What are you?
alright, so not AI, but either that is a cartoonishly tiny truck or binturongs are a lot bigger than I thought they were. This mammal casserole is also called a bear cat, but in truth, they're not either. They're in suborder Feliformia,
so cool.
meaning they belong to the cat half of order Carnivora. And in Feliformia, binturongs are in the section that is the least talked about. In fact, I could make a part 2 based on vivarids. Not a vivid
guys.
ferret, you got your turn. Vivarids also include civids, like the one whose poop goes in coffee, and genids, which are cats nature drew left-handed. And it's the binturong that is the biggest vivarid, and with some females weighing nearly 80 pounds, they are in fact way bigger than I thought they were. I was not expecting a sloth bear from the back. So not a bear or a cat, but this black sentient bath mat can climb, and they have a prehensile tail to help them do it, which is why you'll probably smell them before you see them. It's true, a binturong bathroom break smells identical to hot buttered popcorn. A smell they use as a warning to rivals, but also as an invitation to the amorous. So if you're in the jungle and randomly smell a movie theater, you might be in the presence of a bear cat. Or death. Since yeah, tiger urine also gives fresh butter. In fact, that's probably why the binties evolved to smell like that. Wait, that's not... Wait, no, can someone fact check me on that? I just made that up, but it sounds real. Is that the reason why? Despite being built like a Mandela effect and half the population swearing they didn't exist a couple years ago, bearcats are part of the most primitive group of feliforms, meaning they're closer to being beta cats, despite them looking like nature hasn't unlocked them yet. I can make that joke. I've earned it. Just a chuckling, tree-climbing Frito warrior. They also smell like Fritos. Raccoon, monkey, lemur, bear hybrid that can procrastinate and postpone pregnancy until the outsides are favorable. Also, the babies are called binlets, and I like that. And that's gonna do it for this video. I definitely left some animals off, so if this gets, I'm greedy, 220k likes, I'll do a part 2. But until then, drink water, hug your mother. Remember, reality will always mock fiction, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
So there you have it, guys. That was another banger by Casual Geographic. Sorry if I'm looking exhausted, because I am. I've barely slept the last 2 days, so yeah, man, forgive me. I will be better the next video, but until then, all glory to Jesus Christ, and I see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
You crawl out the smoke, call me by my own name, play back every scene, every loss, every close shame. You remember that night, you surrounded it in slow frame. Try to stay where you are, but that stain don't hold same. You circle my mind like a vulture on cold prey.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Mr. Ballin video. This time called The Most Terrifying Night in the Woods Story I've Ever Told. So without further ado, let's react this thing, man. Let's go. Shout out to Mr. Ballin. Let's go. Drink water as always.
On the night of October 17, 2019, a 47-year-old woman named Ada Quintal stepped out of her family's cabin in rural Michigan to take her dog for a walk and have a smoke. It was very late. It was about 1:30 in the morning. Okay. Now, this cabin where she was staying was very isolated. It was about a half-mile away from any neighbors, but Ada actually enjoyed the solitude. You know, she was surrounded on all sides by forest and swamps, and the wilderness actually made Ada feel a lot safer than when she was back home in the densely populated Detroit
I would agree with that,
where she lived full-time. And this was because just a few months earlier, when she had been back home in Detroit, she had been the victim of an unprovoked attack. Damn. She had been out in the city around all these people in broad daylight, and this guy came up to her and just jumped her, broke her nose, gave her a concussion, and then ran off. But the scariest part of this attack was not the fact that she had been brutalized. It was that this guy did not appear to have any reason to attack her. He didn't know Ada, and Ada had not been robbed or anything. It was like he just randomly identified her and attacked her. And the guy had never been caught. And so this ordeal had had such a profound impact on Ada that it really began to affect her health, both mentally and physically. She started to just kind of decline. And on top of that, she had been laid off from her engineering job. And so now she was unemployed and seriously depressed. Oh my God. And so recently, when Ada's uncle had called her and offered to pay her to come out and live in this 2-story family cabin and fix it up for the winter, Ada had jumped at the chance. I mean, not only did it solve her unemployment issue, but also she loved this cabin. It had been in her family for 75 years, and some of her fondest childhood memories were in this cabin. And so she looked at this as a chance to kind of get away from the city and just be in her happy place and kind of reset and recover from the trauma of the attack. And so for the past week, Ada and her boyfriend had been staying in this cabin and doing small repairs and cleaning it up. But 2 days earlier, her boyfriend had to leave and go back to the city where they were actually fixing up another property, a condo. And so now it was just Ada and her dog. But that was totally fine with Ada. She liked being out here by herself, so this was no big deal. But tonight, she was feeling frustrated because she couldn't sleep. About an hour earlier, she had taken a pill to help her sleep.
The insomnia attacks,
so far,
yeah.
it worked, and so she
Been
was
there,
feeling
man.
wired
So
and
many
anxious.
times, it's actually
and so she
insane.
decided to go on a walk with her dog in hopes that that would clear her mind
No matter how
and allow
tired
her
you
to
are.
finally get some rest.
Once
now,
insomnia
these roads
hits,
that
boy,
surrounded this cabin were kind of small
you
and
lose.
zigzaggy, and
There's
there
no
weren't any
winning.
street lights. I mean, this is not exactly a good place to go for a nighttime walk. But Ada knew this place like the back of her hand, and she also carried a 9mm pistol in her pocket, just for protection. And so after walking for a few minutes down one of these dark, winding roads, Ada's dog stopped to relieve himself on a bush. So as the dog was going to the bathroom,
As he do.
Ada just casually smoked and waited. But at some point, the dog just stopped going to the bathroom, turned slightly, and began growling, and its ears perked up, and it was looking off into the darkness right ahead of them. And so Ada instinctively took a
180,
flashlight and
that
raised
way.
it up and aimed it in
Hell
the
nah.
direction her dog was looking. And right away, the cone of light illuminated these two eyes looking right back at Ada. And immediately, Ada knew what she was staring at. It was a mountain lion. And so doing her best to stay calm, Ada slowly reached into her pocket to pull out her gun, but before pulling it out, the two eyes blinked shut, and then she heard it kind of turn and run off into the forest. It was gone. Once Ada was sure the mountain lion really was gone,
I was way too close.
She breathed a sigh of relief, and then very quickly tugged on her dog's leash, they turned around, and she hustled back towards the cabin. When Ada reached her cabin, which was all lit up because she had left all the lights on before she had left, she jumped up the front steps, she opened up the door, she went inside with her dog, and after letting her dog off the leash, she shut and locked the door. And she grabbed her phone and texted her boyfriend to tell him about this mountain lion. And then after hitting send, Ada felt relieved to be back in her cabin, but at the same time, she still felt very on edge. I mean, she had been, just a few feet away from a mountain lion in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere. But as Ada was doing her best to calm herself down, she heard this noise coming from outside the living room window, almost like twig snapping, like somebody was walking past the window. And so the way this cabin was set up is when you first walked inside, you were in the kitchen, and then the back half of the cabin was a living room, and then there were also stairs leading up to a second floor. But from in the kitchen, you had a clear line of sight into the living room and vice versa. It was kind of like one big room with two functions. And so from where Ada was standing in the kitchen, she could clearly see the window in the living room where this noise had kind of come through. But because the inside of the cabin was all lit up and the outside was dark, from her perspective, all she could see was a reflection on that window. So to look outside that window to see what had made that noise, she would need to get right up next to the window. And
That's
so feeling
not
pretty nervous at this point. She walked across the cabin, she made her way towards this window, and then she pressed her face right up against the glass to look outside. But all she saw outside was just darkness. I mean, there was nothing out there. And so Ada stepped back from the window and started to wonder if maybe the sound she had just heard was maybe that mountain lion. Maybe it followed her back here. That was terrifying, but at least she was inside.
True.
But also she was thinking to herself, mountain lions are not known for being aggressive towards humans, and they wouldn't come up to her cabin like this
unless
and
it's
prowl around outside. That's just not what mountain
female
lions
with
do.
cubs.
But Ada didn't really
or
have any other
male.
explanation, and so she told herself, it's got to be nothing. There's nothing out there. This is a safe place. And so she kind of forgot about the noise, and she took off her coat and put her stuff down, and then she sat down on the couch in the living room, turned on the TV, and tried to relax. But only about 20 minutes later, when Ada had finally relaxed and was even thinking about getting into her bed and going to sleep, she heard another noise coming from that same window in the living room. And this time, when she looked up and looked out that window, despite the reflections inside the cabin, she could clearly tell there was something moving outside of her cabin.
Oh, no.
And it was definitely not a mountain lion. It looked like a man. And so Ada had to stifle a scream, and then instinctively she lunged for her gun on the coffee table, and then darted behind the couch and crouched down to make sure whoever was out there couldn't see her.
Come on.
And then, with gun in hand, she began calling out to the person out there that, hey, I'm armed. If you come in here, I'm going to shoot you. But it was just silence. And then Ada strained her ears to try to hear any sound that would give away where this person went. Were they still outside that window?
Brother,
Had they moved
go to a
somewhere
room,
else? But
and
all
just
she could hear was the
stand
sound of
there,
the wind
waiting
ripping
for the door to
outside and
open.
an owl hooting off in the distance. But then, right as Ada was starting to wonder, did I really see somebody out there? Is this all in my head? That's when she heard the distinct sound of footsteps on her front porch.
Oh,
and so again,
no.
Ada had to stifle a scream, and she darted to the other side of the couch, preventing the person from the front of the house to seeing her now. Then she grabbed her phone and she was dialing 911, and she was about to hit call when she stopped herself. And she began to wonder, am I just totally overreacting here? I don't know if there's somebody out there. I could be hearing things. Or maybe it's just like an animal or something. And also, deep down, Ada knew that ever since that attack in Detroit that summer, that basically everything scared her. And she was starting to wonder if maybe she was just being totally paranoid and there was nothing going on. And she didn't want to embarrass herself by calling 911 and having them come out here and finding nothing. And so Ada decided she would call her boyfriend, and so she called her boyfriend, and
Smart.
as the phone is ringing, she's listening intently for any other footsteps outside, but she can't hear anything. And then her boyfriend, he didn't pick up. It's also like 2:30 in the morning at this point, but her boyfriend doesn't answer. And so after that, she tries calling one of her friends, and her friend does pick up. And right away, Ada just began telling this friend about all the things that had happened that night.
I'm on it, man.
Seeing the mountain lion, and then coming back in, hearing the sound, and now hearing the footsteps on the front porch. And, she was worried that maybe she was just making it all up, but she was still really scared. And even though Ada was trying to be composed as she was telling her friend, her voice began to crack, and she began to cry because she really was scared. And the friend just said, look, I'm going to call the police on your behalf. It seems like it's worth having them come out just to make sure you're really okay. Give me the address and I'll tell them where to go. And so Ada would give her friend the address, but she told the friend, thank you, but do not call right now. Just please stay on the phone for a minute and let me just do a quick investigation. Let me look out the windows, and just really make sure that this is nothing before you call the police. And so the friend said, okay, look around, but then I'm calling the police. And so with her phone and her gun in hand, Ada very carefully crept out from behind the couch, keeping a low profile, staying below the sight line of all the windows. And she crept from the living room into the kitchen towards the front of the house.
Well, I would have barricaded myself in a room,
very slowly
I wouldn't get out of there, boy.
She could just barely peek through the window right above the sink that overlooked the front porch. Because remember, that was the last place she had heard sounds, from the front porch. And so she very carefully peeks and looks out the window. And there's nothing there. Nobody's on the porch. It's just empty, dark forest. She's safe. Ada let out a relieved half cry, half laugh, and then stood all the way up and felt totally ridiculous because clearly she had just imagined, all these people wandering around the outside of her house. And so she was about to tell her friend that, hey, sorry, there is no issue
This is
here.
not
Don't
going
call
to
the
end
police.
well.
But before she could get the words out, Ada happened to turn around and was looking back towards the living room, and she froze. Because there, in that same window she had heard those sounds coming from in the living room, was now the silhouettes of two men, clear as day, just looking in the window right at Ada. And so acting purely on instinct, Ada just raised her gun and aimed it at these two men, and to her horror, the two men also raised guns and aimed them right back at Ada. And so Ada just started firing her gun at the window, and these men began shooting back at her, and right before Ada leapt to the ground, she was pretty sure she hit one of the men in the head with one of her rounds. And so she lands on the ground. It's absolute pandemonium at this point. And her friend, who's still on the phone, is screaming like, what's going on? What's going on? And all Ada could think to do was yell out, there's two men. They're shooting at me. I think I shot one of them. And the friend is screaming, I'm going to call the police. And then the line goes dead. And Ada, who's crouched down behind the kitchen island at this point, she realizes all the shooting has stopped. It's now dead silent in the cabin. And so for a second, Ada was thinking to herself, maybe I managed to shoot both of them, and that's why it's quiet right now. But then another thought began to enter her head, that maybe she had only shot one of them, and the other survivor was moving into position to maybe ambush her. And so as she's running through what she's going to do, she hears this horrible, loud thumping sound right above her in the second floor of the cabin. Now, Ada knew at this moment, she should just get her dog and run. Because if this second shooter has survived and has now come into her cabin and is upstairs, that means the forest is now clear and she can make a run for it. But as she sat there by the island, still clutching her gun, in this beloved family cabin of hers, she began thinking about the fact that ever since that attack in Detroit over the summer, that had totally wrecked her life and made her scared of everything. And so as she heard the sound of whoever this was marching around in her second floor, she made a decision. She was going to stand her ground and fight. And so she took a deep breath, she stood up, and with gun in hand, she made her way to the stairs and began to go up.
Go! Fucking hell, she's a maniac.
It's no secret that a lot of the stories I've covered over the years are about real people who have been victims of just unspeakable violence. And so that's why, back in April of 2022, we decided to launch the Mr. Ballin Foundation, which was established to honor and support victims of violent crime and their families. And so now, over 2 years later, I'm happy to report that, with your help, because none of this would be possible without all of you, we have been able to give $1.4 million to this group of people, to these victims and their families who are often overlooked after the news story about whatever happened to them fades. All donations that are made to the Mr. Ballin Foundation, literally 100% of them, go out the door to the cause. Meaning if you give $10, that $10 is going to the victims, it's going to their families. This is one of the very rare nonprofits that can actually say that. If you're interested in joining the Mr. Ballin Foundation community and contributing to this effort, all you have to do is go to mrballin.foundation and click on donate.
I'm getting emotional.
Again, just go to mrballin.foundation and click on donate. Thank you again to all our donors, our listeners, viewers, all the people that made this possible. We are genuinely changing the world. Thank you so much. And now back to the story.
That's incredible. He's one of the good guys, man. Well done, Mr. Ballin, bro. Well done.
The police arrived at the cabin about 30 minutes later because Ada's friend did call the police, and she warned them that as far as she knew, there could be at least 2 gunmen there, and maybe Ada had shot one of them. She wasn't sure. And so when the police arrived, they showed up, guns drawn, and they walked up to the cabin and they searched the outside, but there was nobody out there. It was silent. And then when they made entry into the cabin, they saw clearly there had been a shootout. I mean, there were bullet holes all over the place, broken windows, but after searching the cabin top to bottom, they didn't find anybody.
What?
No Ada, no shooters. However, they did find Ada's terrified dog inside of the cabin, and the dog would be just fine. Now, once the cabin was secured of any threats, the police would do another comprehensive search looking for any evidence that would kind of tell them, where Ada or these shooters had gone. And during this secondary search, they would find Ada's shoes and her cell phone on the roof of the cabin, and they would also find her gun on the ground not far from the roof, suggesting maybe she had fallen off the roof or jumped from the roof, but they were kind of located roughly in the same area. And during this secondary search, they wouldn't find Ada or the gunman, but they would find Ada's cell phone and her shoes on the roof of the cabin, and they would also find Ada's gun on the ground not far from where her shoes and cell phone had been found. But that was it. Police immediately launched a massive search in the forest surrounding the cabin, but despite looking all over the place, they could not find any signs of Ada or her attackers. Police checked local hospitals to see if maybe the man that Ada had shot had shown up seeking medical attention, but as far as they could tell, he hadn't.
Did she imagine everything?
The police theorized that maybe there were no gunmen. Maybe what really happened here is Ada's boyfriend attacked her, and he was responsible for whatever happened to her. But when police checked on Ada's boyfriend, it would turn out he had a rock-solid alibi. He had been with Ada's adult son at the time Ada had gone missing. And Ada's own son said, yes, for sure, he was with me. He did not do this.
What?
But after that, the police thought, okay, well, maybe if Ada's boyfriend didn't do this, maybe he hired other people to hurt Ada. But there was no evidence of any strange financial transactions, and as far as they could tell when they did some digging, there was no strife in Ada and her boyfriend's relationship. So there was no clear reason why he would want to hurt her.
She
and
imagine
so that
everything.
Also kind of fell flat. Police would confirm that Ada was attacked that previous summer by this random guy in Detroit, and so for a little while they speculated that, maybe this guy, this attacker, who had never been caught, had maybe tracked Ada down to finish off the job. But that seemed so far-fetched and just unlikely that basically was shut down as well. And as the days passed, the evidence that was coming in only made the case more confusing. For example, there were all these bullets fired during this big shootout in the cabin, and when they examined the actual bullets they extracted from the walls and the floor and the ceiling, they were all from Ada's gun. However, outside and inside the cabin, they found all these different shell casings, suggesting that those bullets had been fired from different weapons, i.e., maybe the attacker's weapons. And so as the weeks passed by and Ada and her attackers were not found, people began to speculate that, maybe this was all an elaborate setup by Ada just so she could disappear. Or other people thought maybe she was abducted by aliens. I mean, there were lots of theories surrounding this, but basically nobody knew what happened.
Oh my
God. Then pretty soon, the case just went completely cold. That is
What?
until December 21st, 2019. So about 2 months after Ada's disappearance. And on that day, Ada's family decided to drain a pond that was near that cabin in the woods. At this point, the family was so desperate for closure that they were prepared to do just about anything to find Ada and to figure out what happened to her. And so even though this pond had previously been searched by the police, they drained this pond, and sure enough, they find Ada. She was deceased, and her body was found about 300 yards away from the cabin, and she was covered in only about a foot of water. Now, initially, the speculation was, well, here you go. She must have been chased out of her cabin by these attackers, and she was shot and killed, and this is where she fell. But after a quick examination of her body, it was clear she had no bullet wounds on her anywhere. In fact, she didn't even have any bruises on her or any major scrapes or cuts or anything, so it didn't even seem like she had been in any sort of physical struggle at all before she died. In fact, unless she had drowned, it really just seemed totally unclear how she had died. It was not until the medical examiner did Ada's autopsy that all this baffling evidence began to make sense. It would turn out, in the wake of that horrible random attack that Ada had suffered over the summer, that Ada was actually doing far worse than she let on to her family and friends. She had basically begun to cope with her trauma and anxiety with substance abuse. And so on the night that she had died, she was likely feeling totally stressed out and anxious, and she couldn't sleep as a result. And so she had taken some Valium, which is a fairly strong sedative, and also some anti-anxiety medication. But after taking those pills, she still wasn't tired. And so that was when she decided to, go out for a walk with her dog, to clear her head, and have a smoke. But it was not cigarettes that she was smoking. She was smoking methamphetamine, known simply as meth. And meth is a very strong stimulant that people like because it makes them feel very strong and confident and alert, which for Ada was a powerful antidote to the helplessness she was feeling all the time from the attack she had suffered that summer. But one of the many downsides of meth is that it can make you extremely paranoid. And so during her walk that night, as she's smoking meth, she sees a mountain lion, which terrifies her. And then after the mountain lion trots off, it was like that jolt of adrenaline and fear from seeing the mountain lion didn't subside because of smoking meth. It was like the meth sent her into this paranoia overdrive that she couldn't escape from. And so when Ada went back inside of her cabin, she very likely did see people in her windows. But almost certainly it was just her own reflection. But again, she's in this meth-induced paranoid state. And so instead of realizing it was her own reflection, she thought it was like intruders coming to get her. And before long, she'd raised her gun and thought the people outside were raising their gun back at her. But again, it's just her reflection. And so when she was shooting, she was basically having a shootout with herself. And then as for, the strange noises she was hearing, like the footsteps on the second floor, very likely those were just natural sounds kind of happening outside. She's out in the middle of a forest. There's lots of noises that are totally natural at night. But again, she's in this paranoid state, and so she went upstairs to confront the person and then didn't see anybody. And then police theorized that she must have, climbed out onto the roof to hide from these attackers. And then at some point, for reasons unknown, she leapt from the roof or climbed down or something, leaving behind her cell phone and shoes on the roof. She left her gun on the ground. And then she ran off into the forest, where she ultimately collapsed, 300 yards away in a foot of water, where she died not from drowning, but from a combination of hypothermia and also a toxic combination of drugs in her system. And so in the end, the danger that Ada was trying to escape was in her own mind.
Damn, bro. That's so sad. Oh, that's a bummer, man. That can happen. It just takes one traumatic experience to some people to spiral out of control. Rest in peace to Ava. Great story by Mr. Bolin. If you can, go donate to his foundation, man. Mr. Bolin, one of the good guys, one of the goats. Shout out Mr. Bolin, man. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Sorry I get it quite on a bummer, but it's life. It is what it is. But don't forget our viewers on this channel, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who loves them, and if you're here, I know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Hello. Hopefully, sending data. Are we back on YouTube as well? Okay, check. All right. Looks like we are back. I think we're back. Sorry about it. Sorry about it, everybody. It's funny, as soon as hold on a second, I gotta make sure you get this right. This one. Okay. As soon as my shit froze, Lacey knocked on my door and like her phone had gotten fucked up. So it was like good timing. It was like her phone was like super zoomed in, and I think she thinks that she accidentally, or she thought she had accidentally called like emergency services.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So it started a new reaction stream here, I see, yes?
Yeah, it certainly did. Solo's running it back.
Oh, that's funny. That's great.
Oh, Doug says Stephen Larson really didn't want to watch anymore, huh?
Jurgen here says, just give Solo the title from Punk.
I agree. I agree. He's terrific. He's such a fool.
So far, Solo MVP of SummerSlam. Oh shoot, did I do this? We'll do a 1 minute channel bet here.
1 minute. Yeah, it wasn't even like my internet. It was like my whole PC froze up.
That's weird how that happens, like on not a regular basis, but at least like once a month. I think that's kind of
It happens enough for me to be annoyed with it. Probably one of the many things I've got plugged in. Who knows? Old Nolt says, "Who are the heels here?" It's the Bloodline. The Bloodline are the heels, but like everybody loves Bloodline. So
yeah.
Tony Wood says it seems to happen during PLEs. Yeah, it knows. It knows. It like so rarely happens. Like we don't even go live that much anymore. And yet, whenever we do, it's like, oh, now's a great time to turn off your internet. Now's a great time to freeze up your PC.
Yeah.
I honestly just think that, it's a sign, Larson.
That we shouldn't do these watch-alongs anymore. Well, I guess if it frees up one more time, we can't, at least on YouTube, because we only have so many notifications, right?
Oh, that's a really good point, actually.
We get 3 in 24 hours, is that correct? So,
yeah.
If he freezes up again, it's going to be a Twitch exclusive deal.
or I'm going to go over to my couch and watch it.
Or yeah, Steve's going to go on his couch. Thought I saw someone with a Solo Dolo sign in the crowd. Popped it up real quick.
Oh yeah, Solo Dolo's getting over, man. That's a thing. Jack says, I've been out of the loop for a few months. I like how many people are like, yeah, I haven't watched in a while. What's going on? What's happening?
Well, here's the thing. There's so little actually happening that you can just drop right back in and pick it right up. Maybe that's intentional. Eddie Swan here says, I literally catch up on social media and then tune in for the pay-per-views. The weekly shows are brutal.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Cassius with the sub says, nice to see you're live now after the abysmal opening song of the pointless waste of Queen of the Ring. I've not watched WTV in weeks or months, so I've only kept up because of you guys and Wrestle Talk. And then Dirty Rich with the sub says, give me all them points for me getting all 6 entrants in order.
Okay, but it wasn't Dirty Rich that did the...
No, that was Jacob Rodriguez that got every single one correctly, the order correct, plus a lot of confidence points for each.
What's the thinking behind that? Why did Jacob do that? That's crazy. That is insane behavior. Jacob, are you with us live? I want you to explain your reasoning.
Husker B-Ball here says, I caught up on storylines, listening to your predictions this week, and now I think I'm ready to go. There we go. Doing a service with these predictions.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Scooter here says, isn't it weird to see an IndyCar race in Washington, D.C.? I feel so bad for all the historic landmarks possibly getting damaged.
Oof, this looks difficult.
Yeah.
This looks really hard. It looks like Royce is fucking Jimmy in the corner.
Oh, there we go. We got it. We got it.
What the fuck? That looked like it was so fucking hard. He was like in quicksand.
Ah.
Oh man. Fucking 2K just totally glitched on him. Oh, that was
Dirty
funny.
Rich. Let's see. Let me find you on the scorecard here. Where are you, Dirty Rich?
Shit,
Dirty
I was frozen. What was the order for the good guys?
It was Roy, Solo, LA Knight.
Damn it.
Yeah, no.
Didn't get a 1. Nah.
Dirty Rich must not have had a whole lot of confidence points on the order, because it says here you got 14 points. Our leader has 96 right now.
Nice. Dang it, because I put J1, Jimmy 2, Fatu 3, but then my 4, 5, and 6, I didn't get those ones.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Dang it.
And that's why I said I should have more confidence on the bloodline coming out first, because then I got those points.
Gotcha, yeah.
But I actually had more confidence, I think, on LA Knight being 4.
Yeah, right. Yeah, same, yeah.
Aussie here with the subs says, I missed the last few weeks of Raw and SmackDown. Who are the heels and who are the faces? Bloodline are the heels, and then LA Knight, Solo, and Royce are the faces.
I did a deeper dive on the history of Triple H running down fans on WrestleJuice, and the sheer volume of comments of people being like, "Yeah, I don't even watch anymore. I don't watch anymore. I just keep up with you guys and Cultaholic or Wrestle Talk or whatever."
Yeah.
There you go, LA Knight. Way to hit that move.
Dirty Rich says, I had max confidence on Keys and Jimmy coming out first. Well, Jimmy didn't come out first. Jay came out first. Jay was the first one on camera.
Nuggy.
Mr. Forbes says, I have a job interview with Washington State later this month and maybe moving if all goes well. What are some things you love about living on the West Coast?
The weather.
Weather's great. Although if Mr. Forbes is moving to Washington State, that's in Pullman, Washington, I think.
Weather's not going to be the same.
Yeah, it's not going to be the same.
Open roads, I guess. I don't know. After being in a city for 10 days, I really enjoyed getting in my car and just driving.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
On sleepy roads.
Oh, dear.
Oh, ouch. That was a lot.
That was a lot. My understanding is like where Washington State is further inland in Washington. It's not near the coast, I don't think.
Oh, spear.
So, D. Floyd says Sacramento is farmland. Well, there's farmland around Sacramento. It's not like the city itself is all farmland.
My neck of the woods kind of wants to emulate rural areas.
It does.
You know?
It's where there's more land per lot.
But it's like that's kind of an isolated situation here.
Well, like the further you get north and east, it gets.
Bree says, "There's nothing good about living in Louisiana." Damn, throwing shade at her state. He said, "I said, there's nothing good about this place."
Time for this 1D get broken up. Oh, solo dolo. Oh, Jay about to eat a BFT here. Yep.
Oh, look at that cell. Good bump. No way.
Wow,
What?
Babyface gets the win.
Oh, shit. I had so many points.
Well, I ain't winning these predictions. 0 for 2 so far.
Where's my 6? Oh, my God. How many confidence points do you have on that match?
I didn't think I had that many.
I had 16.
Oh, I did too. Whoops. I don't think I had that many. I looked at the layout. It's like, well, if Io wins, then the heels are going to win the next match.
Damn it. I've already lost predictions.
2 matches into this damn show.
Watch along is over.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Bree asks, are the predictions viewable? Do we have a public leaderboard?
I don't remember a link.
Cody!
Showing up.
Cody! Bree wants a public leaderboard. Now, Linda Taylor wants a leaderboard as well. Cody!
Well, if there's any consolation, Jacob, our leader, currently also had the Usos and Jacob to get the win here. Oh. Solo wants to dap up. Oh, he wants a hug.
He wants to hug this fool.
There's the public leaderboard. Thank you, Cody. And that on the Twitch.
He got it. He got it. Oh, sick. Now we got a special look at Gears of War.
Yay!
Now, come on, man. TFTW, let's bring the Steven Larson gaming bullshit back, Larson.
No chance. Zero
Come
chance.
on. Come on, let's do it.
Not a chance. Zero chance.
What's a gaming top 10 we could do at this point?
Oh, look, Brock's F5ing a shark.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Today we're going to be reacting to a casual geographic video called Why I Would Throw a Cactus Before I Go in the Ocean. Let's go and check this out.
Most terrifying thing you'll ever see in the ocean.
Oh yeah bro, I've seen this, yeah. That's a squid, bro.
That thing is actually a big fin squid and is
Yeah.
believed to grow up to 26 feet long.
That's mad.
Scientists believe they hunt by dragging those freakish arms across the ocean floor, snatching up anything unlucky enough to accidentally brush up against it.
Damn.
But by far the scariest thing about this hell squid, we know almost nothing about it. We don't know how they mate, how they live. All we know for sure is that you can find them at the very bottom of the ocean at depths of up to 15,000 feet, which is
Bro.
more than half the height of Mount Everest. Here's
Down
the part
there
that
is
personally
mad.
freaks me out. Every big fin ever caught was a juvenile, and since no adults have ever been captured, it's possible they can be even bigger than we thought. This sea slender man's arms are covered in tiny suckers, meaning once it grabs something, there aren't a lot of things strong enough
A
to break free.
juvenile, bro.
Those arms can be over 90% of their total body length, and they hold it at a 90-degree
No.
angle, which makes this violation against nature look like it's T-posing. As technology improves, we might have a chance to learn more about them. which isn't a good thing. They need to stay in hell. Whale facts, but they slowly get more and more disturbing. Blue whales can produce 400 gallons of baby batter, but only 10% of it makes it to the female, meaning 360 gallons get dumped back out. In case you're wondering, that's 8.5 bathtubs of whale maker. Gray whales will go 3-player with 2 males and a female. While the first male is getting his rocks off, the second wing whale will swim underneath the female and help hold her in place for a process that can last up to an hour. And friendly reminder, almost every sea monster story ever told was really about a whale's penis, and I will never let y'all forget it. Sperm whales are so loud that their sound can vibrate you to death by either causing your lungs to collapse or an air bubble to form in your brain, which would instantly take you off the senses. Blue whales are big, but not a lot of people understand how big. You can hear a blue whale's heartbeat from a little more than 2 miles away. They can swallow almost 500,000 calories at once. Allegedly, a whale's fart bubble can enclose a full-grown horse. And because I am who I am, I have to tell you that the largest blue whale penis was about 16 feet long and weighed anywhere from 700 to 900 pounds. Blue whales don't spray water out of their blowholes the way you see in movies. It's actually warm air being forced out of the lungs. It's basically its breath. It's one of the most unholy smells that can ever assault your nose. Like burning rubber in a fish cemetery. Because of that video, there's now people that believe the ocean is salty because of whale sperm. And I'm not gonna lie, I wish it were true because of the look on people's faces when I tell them this is free therapy, but it isn't.
Bro, how did you come to that conclusion, bro? Oh no, dude. That's so grim, bro.
The ocean salt comes from rocks on land because when acidic rain hits the rocks, it erodes them and causes them to release salt. The salt gets carried out in streams and rivers where it eventually reaches the ocean. The reason the ocean is so salty is because this has been happening for millions on billions of years. Some of the salt also comes from hydrothermal vents at the bottom of the ocean, but most of the time when you taste seawater, the salt came from a rock, not a whale that already has. So yeah, you don't have to worry about salty seawater. Besides, you should probably be more concerned with the fact that your perfume used to be made from whale vomit. The more you know. Fish you should be most afraid of isn't the shark. It's the stonefish because it can deliver venom powerful enough to cause crippling pain and toxins that activate your life insurance in less than 2 hours. This fish is armed with a venom called verrucotoxin, and as a neurotoxin, it shuts your body down from the inside. If you got stung, you would first feel incapacitating pain, swelling, and eventually numbness. But no worries, it gets worse. It always gets worse. If you don't get medical attention fast enough, the poison would destroy tissues in the body, cause uncontrollable twitching and shaking, and eventually paralysis. Meaning it would get harder and harder to breathe until you eventually black out. Victims describe the pain as getting continuously hit with a sledgehammer all over the body, and even if you survive, you could still walk away with permanent nerve damage and muscle atrophy. But there's 2 big reasons why this Satan guppy might be the most dangerous fish on Earth. One is this picture. Because the stonefish looks like a stone, it's so easy to accidentally step on one, and when you do, those spines would get shoved up your foot, and the harder you step, the more poison gets pumped into you. And number 2, they can survive outside of water for up to 24 hours, meaning they don't have to be underwater to put you underground. Because Australia is the only place where mistaking a fish for a stone can get you the death penalty. You should never pick this shell up because it's actually one of the most venomous things on the planet. That's because the cone snail can shoot you with a harpoon at 400 miles per hour. That would be like getting struck by 14 Usain Bolts, because ironically this snail is one of the fastest animals on the planet, being able to hit you almost as fast as you can blink. That's not the only thing fast about them, because this murder slug was nicknamed cigarette snail because according to urban legend, if you got hit by one, you had enough time for a puff puff pass before you puff puff pass away. If you got stung, you would immediately feel extreme pain, swelling, numbness, and vomiting. But don't worry, it gets worse. It would escalate to muscle paralysis, double vision, and difficulty breathing. And once you get to that point, you can go ahead and start printing out shirts because you finna be on one. And even though the cigarette thing was an exaggeration, it could take only 5 to 8 hours for them to connect you to God's Wi-Fi. Now the problem with these snails is that they use venom to paralyze unlucky prey, and they'll even put them to sleep with a toxin that's 1,000 times more powerful than morphine, which works on fish and stupid people that pick them up. But they don't just use one though, like Tyson, they have combos. They can have 50 different toxins in their venom, which is why there is no antidote. The only cure is to try not to die and become a Snapchat memory.
Your child can visit steamy jungles, grassy plains, and the dark depths of the ocean.
I should probably explain what the hell this is. That was an angel shark, that's the worst Call of Duty player you'll ever meet. The angel shark will lie motionless for days waiting for anything bite-sized to accidentally pass above its head so it can take its life. Sounds like a cheat code, but there's no referee in the ocean, so this camel shark stat pads kills like
no rules, man.
But you don't have to worry about them snatching up your
life. That's ugly, bro.
Fish, crustaceans, and mollusks like squid. That being said, angel sharks are a lot like electrical power sockets. They're only dangerous if you're stupid enough to poke them. Now you would think that's common sense, but because these sharks stay perfectly still, scuba divers think it's a good idea to touch them, and that makes the sharks go from mannequin challenge to homicide. Luckily, attacks are rare, and as long as you're not an idiot,
look at that, bro.
Won't fade.
So
good
ugly,
thing
bro.
too, because there's a shark in this picture, and he may not be an angel, but he'll turn you into one. 8 reasons why this is your new favorite fish. Even though they can be up to 23 feet, over 3,000 pounds, they're 100% perfectly harmless to people because they only ever eat plankton and small shrimp. Unlike stingrays, they're not venomous. This giant placemat couldn't hurt you if it wanted to. They're smart enough to understand mirrors because manta rays were seen waving and blowing bubbles at their own reflection, something they wouldn't do if they thought it was another manta ray. Manta rays will launch themselves out of the ocean, and they do it again with parasites or predators, but sometimes it seems like they do it just for fun. They have the largest brain of any fish, making them arguably the smartest things in the ocean that don't also belong on a list with Cosby. That isn't a TV guide.
Whoa.
Baby manta rays are called pups, and a mother will give birth to 1 or 2 pups every year. They're normally black, a dark brown, or a grayish blue, but there are pink manta rays out there. No, this is not edited. This pink manta ray was found off the coast of Australia on the Great Barrier Reef. That country is both a national treasure and Satan's jungle gym. They're smart enough to form strong emotional bonds with each other, and they're smart enough to ask for help. One repeatedly approached the diver until he realized that she had a fish hook stuck under her eye, and she waited patiently as he removed it. Once he removed it, she swam off. What would happen if you took one of the meanest animals in the ocean and gave it legs? Well, 2 things. 1, you'd have one of the most violently aggressive animals on Earth walking on land, and 2, I know this because it technically happened and they exist. It's a known fact that the biggest menace to society in the ocean are dolphins of any kind. They jump sharks for no reason, slapbox their babies, and have a rap sheet longer than Drake's. And the worst dolphin of all actively tortures other animals for sport. Dolphins and whales are part of a group called cetaceans, which basically happened because this guy decided he wanted to test his luck out in the ocean and evolved to become semi-aquatic and then fully aquatic. But funny story, there was a group of these land animals that actually stayed on land, and about 54 million years ago they split up, with the animals that would become whales and dolphins heading out to sea. The ones that didn't follow them out into the ocean stayed on land, and after millions of years of plot development they went on to become one of the most vicious animals in the world. In case I haven't made it obvious, I'm talking about hippos. The African homicide host is actually the closest living relative of whales and dolphins. One's a bipolar tank with Roy Ridge and a devil's overbite, and the other's a pufferfish abusing.
Nah, bro. What's that photo, bro? Why is my guy, getting plowed by that dolphin, bro? Nah, that's sus, bro.
Assaulting sea quagmire, and that is f***ing evolution. Remember that dolphin sound effect from SpongeBob that was supposed to be like a sensor? You know what the I'm talking about. Well, that sound didn't actually come from a dolphin. It was actually the sped up laughter of the kookaburra. It's a kingfisher bird found in Australia that sounds like a guy trying way too hard to laugh at a cucumber.
Like the roar from the MGM movies or something like that. AMG movies.
You may not be able to hear it, but
the lion roar, it's a tiger.
You can hear the sound that cartoons made you swear was
it's not a lion.
Moral of this video, every dolphin sound effect you've ever heard on every TV show is really just an Australian crack tweetie. I would rather eat cactus, bro, than go down to the deep seas, bro. It's mad out there. But shout out Casual Geographic, man. The dude's insanely talented. He's super charismatic. I love him. I love his content. He's amazing. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed this type of content. If so, I will bring much more content of this because I love the animal kingdom and stuff. I love these curiosity type videos. I love this. And it's really easy to watch. And I hope your weekend was amazing, man. Mine was so-so, but we moved to this week is gonna be great, I'm sure of it. And I hope your week is amazing as well. If it isn't, bro, relax. You got always next week, and thrive for your goals. Follow your ambitions, man, and never quit on your dreams, man. Tips from Gonzii. I'm doing it. You should do it as well. Like everybody else, say I'm gonna do it and go for it and don't stop and never look back. So yeah, man, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Damn, I'm on red alert. Else you went up in the dirt, man. I don't wanna hurt, man. Nah, I don't wanna hurt. Champagne popping how I wanna let it rain, and they know that I'm on red alert.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, this time called Cassowaries Are Truly the Spawn of Satan. So yeah, man, but before we start, I just gotta apologize for yesterday. There was no video, man. I just was a mess. I was a mess. I just didn't have the energy. I didn't have the will. I couldn't, and I took the day off to rest. You can see, man, I rested quite well. So yeah, I don't look as bad as I did yesterday. I'm working on a new project right now. It's taking a lot of my time, and I just ran myself to the ground. So I'm sorry, but back with videos today, and today we got a banger by the bro Casual Geographic. So yeah, man, without further ado.
I don't have an irrational fear of birds like the person I'm passing the phone to.
First of all, I'm not afraid of birds. I'm just aware of them. And even if I was, I'm not talking about the backyard tweety wake you up.
The bird with the bread on the head.
I'm talking about this Jurassic bird with feathers.
Yeah, man, Cassowaries are legit dinosaurs, bro. Like modern day dinosaurs. Look at that.
If you're not already, here's every reason you should be afraid of them. They can run at 31 miles per hour, meaning they can chase Usain Bolt. They can jump 7 feet straight in the air, meaning this bush turkey can clear a shack. And they swim, meaning you couldn't Phelps your way out of this one. Female cassowaries are actually bigger than the males, and if they're
really
Once
cool
grew to
though.
6.5
They are
feet
really
tall.
cool.
This guy is 6.5 feet tall. They have the sharpest claws of any ratite, and that second nail is basically a dagger that can disembowel
Damn.
both people and dogs. And by can, I mean they have. They've done it. And the bastards kick. One man was taking pictures of one when the murder turkey proceeded to charge and knock him off a cliff. Cassowaries are naturally shy, and 95% of the time they'd rather run away. It's just that 5%
Facts.
is how someone ends up on CNN.
Damn,
There's 3
facts.
types of cassowaries, and I approve of exactly none of them. And on everything, I'd forgive all of that if they didn't sound like this.
Oh yeah, bro. Imagine you're walking down a forest, yeah, at night, and you hear that. Nah, piss off, bro.
I don't
That's
even have a fear
wild.
of birds. I just have a fear of getting my throat split open by an overgrown homicidal jungle goose that sounds like a Toyota on life support and indigestion. At the end of the day, when it comes to animals, I only have one rule. If Steve don't with them, what makes
Hey,
you
that's a good rule to have. Is that a whale shark?
Yeah, that's a basking shark.
A
They're
basking
highly
shark,
dangerous
okay.
menaces to society if you're zooplankton, because that's all they eat. Not only are they
Okay.
harmless to us, a lot of them will curiously approach divers in boats. The only messed up thing is if they don't look like they're in a perpetual state of agony with their mouth, they look almost identical to tiger sharks on steroids.
Yeah.
But unlike tiger sharks, baskies have tiny teeth that never get bigger than half an inch, meaning this almost 30-foot whale guppy is a pacifist.
Nice.
They also might be the ocean's biggest troll. Because when this corpse was found off the coast of New Zealand in 1977, people thought it was either a dead plesiosaur or a sea serpent. An idea that either of those could be in the ocean made people collectively shit enough bricks to build a city. But really, it was just a basking shark that hit its expiration date. The only dangerous thing about them is that they allegedly taste disgusting. Gordon
Okay.
Ramsay vomited after trying fermented basking shark, and Anthony Bourdain called it the worst thing to ever assault his tongue.
Damn.
But the shark never asked to be eaten, so I'm not holding it against them.
That's
Also,
facts.
this is what a baby baskie looks like. Moral of this
Oh,
video,
that's
they're
cute.
perfectly harmless, and we stand shark paw in these parts. You probably already know that Australia lost
Emu,
the war in this bird, but
emus.
here's how this
Yes,
discount Australia was able
bro.
to
They
double
lost
its
the war. The emus,
Number one,
bro.
they're basically bulletproof. Their organs actually make up a small part of their body, which is why this rehab big bird was able to eat bullets like 50. To the point where it took literally 10 rounds just to take out one of these feathery tanks. Number 2, emus are ridiculously, disrespectfully,
They
unnaturally athletic. Not
Facts.
only can this Australian bush turkey sprint at 35 miles per hour, they can chase
Bush
directions
turkey,
like Messi
bro.
made. They were out here ankle-breaking men on trucks that couldn't keep up. They can jump 7 feet in the air, and for an overgrown sand chicken, they've been known to climb fences. God was 100% laughing at us when he gave emus the green light.
That's
Number
facts.
3, they're way smarter than we thought. These emus had lookout groups, with every flock having a leader that would stand guard and warn the others if they saw soldiers approaching, meaning it was almost impossible to sneak up on them. They would also
Wow.
purposely split up and scatter just to make it more difficult. Eventually, they started to recognize the sound of the trucks that the soldiers were riding and would even dip before they saw them. And number 4, there was just too many of them. Killing all of them would have put the economy in a pack. At one point, there were 986 confirmed emu kills, but it took
Damn.
9,860 rounds to do it.
Whoa.
You can laugh, but we would have lost one on Instagram asked me,
Yeah,
"What's
that's
the most
facts.
dangerous animal that people don't talk nearly enough about?"
Okay.
And this was the first image that popped in my head.
Oh,
Yeah,
wild boar, bro.
Problem. The biggest
That's
ones are like
huge.
250 pounds with tusks that
Ugh.
can put you in a newspaper. When they choose death penalty, they'll charge an
Fun fact about boars. Imagine if you have a pig, yeah, a normal pig, yeah, on your yard, bro, on your farm. If that pig crosses your fence and goes to the wilderness, it takes like 2 weeks for the tusks to start growing like a boar. His fur will be darker and he turns into a boar. The only difference between a wild boar and a farm pig is a fence, bro. That's the only difference. They are exactly the same. Just adapt to different things.
Moving, they'll rush you again. They'll keep doing this until you're either crippled or a was. And
That's
they
facts.
usually aim for the thigh, so if they sever your femoral
No.
artery, it's curtains, my guy. Boars are the homicidal tendencies of hippos with the street smarts of raccoons. This steroid porky has learned to stay close to humans because our garbage is free food to them, which is why
That's
they'll
facts.
easily take your soul over half a box of popcorn. And according to cave paintings, they've been on our ass since the Stone Age. But like everything else, this is our fault, because the more we move into their hood, the more they lose their natural fear of humans, and the more obituaries get co-signed by this shuffle demon. And once again, Florida goes to hell and brings the bar with it. They're an invasive species, and there's not 1,000, not 5,000,
No.
but 500,000 of these
Yeah.
little pigs in the Sunshine State, to the point where they might start voting in the next election.
Dang.
But don't feel too bad, Texas has about 2 million of them. You
Jesus
can find them in about 30
Christ.
states. God gave them life, and they make it everyone's problem. Upon a time, the office asked which bear is the best bear, but I noticed they never did the same with cats, so I'm here to tell you. Jaguar is the best cat.
It
You
is.
swear their avatar the way they body every element. They can run you down at 45 miles per hour, climb
can
trees, and
swim.
push stack
Yeah,
on deck.
man.
The bastards can swim, and they're pretty good at it. Some were even caught Phelpsing across the Panama Canal, meaning this steroid with whiskers can outrun, outclimb, and outswim you. And if one comes at you, you're 50 shades of...
Thanks.
Jaguars are the third most brolic big cats behind lions and tigers. But with a bite force of 1,500 pounds per square inch, they have by far the most disrespectful bite of any cat. Not only that, but jaguars do something no other cat does. That's canceling their victim by going for the head instead of the
Yeah,
neck.
bro, they
The
go
red
straight to
jaguars are
brain,
skull-capped
man.
caiman. The name Jaguar means he who kills with one leap, which is fair because they do be one-shotting. On top of all that, they have some of the biggest eyes of any predator, meaning not only can they see underwater, God gave them night vision and told the rest of the jungle to deal with it. Jaguars are so metal that ancient Meso warriors used to feed them the hearts of their slaughtered enemies as respect. They can also evict turtles with their teeth. Call for the king of the jungle and the jaguar will pick up the phone. Absolutely right, we talked about the best bear and the best cat, so obviously we gotta talk about the best dog. African wild dogs are a cell block D menace to society. Even though they share a zip code with lions, tigers, and crocodiles, this homicide pup has one of the most disrespectful KD ratios of any.
One of the most haunting videos I've ever seen, bro. With 3 wild dogs, catching an hare, a big rabbit basically, a wild rabbit I should say, and just 3 wild dogs, they all got the rabbit, and they each one pulled a piece and they killed the rabbit like that. Bro, it was wild.
Dogs have a kill percentage of 80%.
Wild
every time they go out
stuff.
to hunt, there's an 8 out of 10 chance somebody's life subscription.
I was traumatized as a
They're
kid,
about the
bro.
same
Like,
size as the average pet dog, but there's one terrifying fact about them. They never get tired. The African Cujo can run you down at 37 miles per hour for 3 miles straight. And 20 of them on your ass. Imagine being chased by 20 of something that has the endurance of a Duracell. But the real nightmare is if, actually, when they catch you. Unlike lions and leopards that'll put you out of your misery first,
They're just not eating,
while you sit there and wait for an Uber to the afterlife. Your entire way of life is
like
down to a sneeze.
bears, bro. Bears put a paw on you and start chewing.
On a wholesome note, they do let the puppies eat
exactly
first. Their pack structure is based on helping out the weakest members instead of
it's
letting the
just
strongest
more
ones take
mouth.
their pick, like lions. Because of this, their
More
pack
teeth
structure is
as
way
well.
more efficient and way deadlier than wolves. They're so good at what they do that hyenas will try to steal from them and lions will try to murk them on sight because they see them as such a threat. I don't even blame them because imagine being chased by something that no matter how hard or long you run, every time you turn back, it's there waiting to run your pockets. Basically the IRS but with teeth in its hands.
Hey, Crazy. Hi. You are so happy today. Yes, you are. Oh, you're a good girl.
What's that? Is that a bad joke?
Everyone's been having fun.
That is a binturong, also known as a bear cat, even though it's not a bear or a cat. It's a viverrid, and the best way to describe them are as musty-smelling cats that aren't really cats. As a viverrid, they're related to civets and gents, which to be fair, you probably never heard of before, but they're also part of the feliform suborder, which also makes them somewhat related to hyenas, fossa, and mongoose-like meerkats, which you definitely
We're related to Mon, bro.
Movie theater, you're probably smelling
bro, you are ugh, bro.
exactly
nah.
like popcorn.
And you smell as well. Hell
Hyena
no.
female bear cats have a pseudo-penis, and I have no idea why.
Damn.
This rehab raccoon is found all over.
Things
Asia,
I did not need to know.
They spend most of the day hiding and sleeping in trees. They use those long prehensile tails to help climb trees and as mood rings to communicate to others how they feel, and shaking it means they're happy. They also make a lot of random sounds, and they've been known to chuckle as a sign of comfort. Even though they identify as members of the carnivore group, they also eat fruits and figs, and it turns out
figs are great.
Activity really love plantains.
Plantain.
There's no fact here, just a baby binti. Female bintis have a superpower, which is
No
they can
cute.
delay their own pregnancy and give birth whenever they feel like it, thanks to embryonic diapause. You wish that was you, don't you? They're shy, awkward, plantain-loving introverts that spend most of their time eating and sleeping, aka your new spirit animal.
Facts.
I can't speak for all of you, but I stand this alcoholic otter. Thing is, panthers don't actually exist. I
That's
mean,
facts.
not in the way you think they do. Because the
We've
word
been through
panther
this,
doesn't
bro.
refer to one animal. The word panther actually refers to the Panthera genus, which is made up of lions, tigers, jaguars,
Big
leopards,
cat
and
problem.
leopards.
Video
You're
on the
probably
channel
thinking,
as well.
What about black panthers? Well,
Something
that's
in my
literally
eye.
what they are. They're black panthers. We use that to describe a member of the Panthera genus that has a mutation that turns it black, and this mutation happens to jaguars and leopards. But because the gene that causes this mutation is dominant in jaguars and recessive in leopards, most black panthers are actually melanated jaguars. But technically, if a lion or a tiger had
Look
to go
at
to
that, bro.
first,
Black
we'd call them
lion.
a black
That
panther
looks
too.
sick.
Now, I'm probably gonna get a lot of comments that think this guy right here is a panther, but
He
he actually
isn't.
isn't. Mountain lions are actually more related to smaller cats like your
Facts.
pet than they are to lions, tigers, and leopards. And in case somebody brings up the Florida panther, that's really just a cougar that got misnamed. Moral of this video, panthers are like Santa and black men that cheat. They simply do not exist. Here are some things you can do in Australia that you simply can't do
Pikachu.
anywhere else. Number 1, you can
Real
get
one.
Pikachu.
Yeah?
This is a yellow brush-tailed possum. They're one of the most widespread marsupials in Australia, so widespread that sometimes they break into people's homes. And getting Kool-Aid Man by a living Pokemon is definitely something you need in your life. Number
That's
2,
so
you can watch a
cute.
blue penguin parade.
Yes,
the blue
facts.
penguin is the smallest of its kind, and if you're on Phillip Island at the right time, you can watch hordes of them emerge from the sea and waddle single file like children towards their nesting sites. Like, you can actually sit and watch them waddle past you. And if you can sit here and tell me this doesn't make you smile, either you sold your soul or you just weren't born with one to begin
Yep.
with. Number
So
3, you can
cute.
meet a pattamelon. It's
Patty
basically the
melon.
kangaroo's smaller, less
Cute
crowded
as
cousin.
well.
And like roos and wallabies, they get to where they gotta go by hopping. They're just really cute about it. Number 4, you can witness Aurora Australis, aka the Southern Lights.
Oh.
It's the result of a disturbance in the magnetic field caused by solar wind, which causes
that's cool.
particles to release color as they become ionized. In simple terms, it's nature on LSD. And number 5, of course, you can meet the world's happiest animal. Technically found off the coast of Australia on islands like Rottnest, but it still counts. They smile to cool off, and they've lost their fear of humans, which is why this exists. In
So
Quokka we
cute.
trust. Listen here, I'm about to tell you
Quokka.
5 things things you did not know about the octopus. Number 1, you know how the
Good,
man of war is
Jesus,
basically
great.
a jellyfish on juice? That can
Thanks.
have you looking like you got 50 shaded. Well, the octopus will strap up by arming themselves with the tentacles of the man of war and swing them at any predator or ob that tries to press them. Basically using the disembodied venom arms the same way a corner store junkie might use a broken beer bottle as a weapon. Number 2, they have post-nut clarity so bad it literally kills them. After the he puss hits for the first time, he pretty much goes into the octopus symptoms include not eating, body lesions, uncoordinated movements, and the skin around his eyes retracting. This is called senescence, and it means he falls apart from the inside until either a predator puts him out of his misery or he starves to death. Our boy Squidward has 2
that's a rough way
he
to
can
go.
either live a virgin or die a man. Number 3, octopus will throw hands at fish right in the dome piece, and with 8 arms, there's
bro,
plenty of hands to
throw
go
haymakers like
we used
Mike
to think they
Tyson.
did this as a defensive response, but now it's believed they do it purely out of spite.
Yep.
Number 4, octopus will team up with other fish while hunting, and they often choose groupers as partners. They work together and reap the benefits. Sometimes the octopus will switch
That's
to
just smart.
the fish right in the head, but now we believe they do it to keep the fish honest. It's not confirmed, but it's believed that they smack around their hunting partners to keep them in line and keep them from cheating them out of food. Who knows, maybe the octopus got screwed over by his last fish friend and works through his trauma by uppercutting his current partner. And number 5, octopus are members of a group called cephalopod, which is also part of a group called gastropods, which includes snails and slugs. Meaning Squidward and Gary are actually related. And yeah, that boy Squidward is actually an octopus. Man's got misspecied by his own moms.
It is.
You hate to see it. In honor of Pride Month, there are some animals that are gay as hell, and that's okay. Koalas are walking plush toys and probably have the same IQ as one, which is why they don't understand a lot of things, including consent. Since male koala flirting is violent and aggressive, sometimes the females will reject the males and then hook up with each other in lesbian sessions that can have up to 5 members. According to some studies, for every male-female koala couple, there are 3 lesbian liaisons also happening, and in some zoos, females will only mate with other females immediately after rejecting another male. And honestly, I respect that. Some penguins will form same-sex couples and then adopt a baby to raise as their own. And by adopt, I mean they steal an egg from a more traditional penguin pairing. Because
so
males and females are
cute,
difficult to tell apart, there's probably way more gay penguin couples in the wild, we just really notice it in captivity. As for the kidnapping, maybe if the adoption process for gay couples wasn't such an unnecessary hassle, then maybe they wouldn't have to choose abduct over adopt. Number 3 are bonobos. Honestly, they're not even gay or straight, they're just whatever they wake up feeling like. Bonobos use handshakes just like us, but instead of hands, they use the parts they pee with because that's how they create and reinforce social bonds. Bonobos are cansexual, meaning anything can get it. Doesn't matter what gender because they don't go off boy or girl, they go strictly off vibes. Even more animals
Just
that are gay. And
vibes.
the last one just might surprise you. Male lions will form tight bonds that start with affectionate nuzzling and caressing and escalates all the way to the love child of Lion King and Brokeback Mountain. Zoologists believe 8% of male mountings occur with another male. And apparently the guys treat other guys better because where male and female matings are violent and often end in fights, male lions are more gentle and tender with each other. Now technically, they're not gay, but it sure as hell ain't straight. It's believed that 1 out of every 5 swan couples are gay. Like most swan pairings, they mate for life. Like till death do us part type stuff. Researchers have found that one of the males will mate with a female only to chase her off when she lays an egg just so he and his partner can raise it instead. And they're pretty good at it because gay swan couples are better parents because 80% of same gender pairings will raise young successfully where straight couples are about less than 50. Still don't with birds, but I know wholesome when I see it. Most male walruses are bisexual and actually depends on the season. During breeding season, they keep it traditional by pursuing females. Outside of breeding season, walrus life quickly turns to the Blubberback Mountain, and I know I made that joke already, but hell if I pass it up. But they don't just hook up, the males will also embrace each other and sleep close together. Fun fact, for a lot of walruses, until they reach maturity, which is basically their version of puberty, every sexual encounter they have is with another male. Meaning a majority of male walrus first times are with another guy walrus. If we're the boys, the more you know.
For the boys. Well man, that was another phenomenal video by our homie Casual Geographic, doing the Lord's work, educating you man and me about the animal kingdom. Great video once again man. Guys, once again, sorry for the lack of video yesterday. I just really was a wreck man. I'm better in terms of sleep, but every other stuff is I'm working on it. I'm trying to get better. But yeah, before you go, don't forget how you end videos on the channel. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who love them, man. If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another Casual Geographic video man. But before we start, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I know nobody likes to hear it, but it really does help man. It helps tremendously because it tells the algorithm that you like my content and then it pushes the content to other people. Please do that for me. Hit the like button, subscribe already, okay? So without further ado, let's get into this thing, man. Let's go. Why this is the scariest predator of all time?
Some animals very clearly got the middle finger from evolution. This is the portrait of privilege. There is no animal that's gotten more green lights from God than a bulletproof, sawtoothed, predatory sledgehammer with hyperintelligence, parkour prowess, and the ability to cryo sleep like Captain America. Yeah, that menace is alive. Find out if you want to. Brumation's pretty much hibernation for reptiles. Basically a built-in power save mode for animals that already don't use much of it. But it means this is an apex predator that can survive a fate with Elsa, cause gators and the like can survive a winter in a frozen pond by turning their metabolism all the way down, where they'll just stick their snouts above water and leave the rest under the ice where it's actually warmer until fate decides to defrost them. Mind you, Brumation's not sleep, and gators will move around on days when it's warmer, but it also means this ill-mannered iceberg can probably sense you walking past it, thanks to another superpower we'll get into later. Cause you're gonna learn that not only is the mame gecko the most disrespectful addition to the food web, it is human.
Imagine stepping out of your tent, bro, and you just see croc, bro. You don't even see dirt or water, you just see crocodile. Nah, bro. Nah. Bro, give them what they need, bro. Give them all of your food, bro. All of it, and bolt the other direction, bro. Nah.
Humanity's greatest
That's
predator.
crazy.
And whatever Oppenheimer felt when Hiroshima got hit with a massacre mushroom isn't even 1% of the regret felt by whoever unleashed an armor-plated equalizer onto Earth. But real quick, I'm gonna be saying crocodiles for most of this video, but a lot of this applies to crocodilians as a concept. I cannot express how much every part of a crocodile's body is designed to author your obituary. That includes its walnut-sized brain, because crocodiles are intelligent on a level that should deeply disturb you. Both mugger crocodiles and American alligators will lure birds in by using...
By the way, crocodiles will actively hunt humans. It's crocodiles, tigers, and polar bear, bro. Those are the three main ones. Actively seek to eat people. It's crazy.
Sticks and twigs as bait to snatch their souls. That would already be bad enough, without the implication. The implication is that Satan's Snaggletooth stapler is able to take seasonality into account, since they're aware enough to pull this in the middle of nesting season. They're like Batman with prep time, except they've had 100 million years to plot. Another revelation is that the dinosaur time left behind will hunt.
Sorry I keep pausing, yeah? But these videos, I've watched these types of videos, bro, from the migrations, yeah? When I was like 12, bro. 10, 11, 12. I remember watching one so bad, bro. They just sliced a zebra's belly, bro, and everything fell out, bro. And the zebra was still alive, bro. That was mad.
As a pack, with scientists watching a group of crocs swimming in a circle around a shoal of fish, making the circle tighter and tighter until the fish were forced into a bait ball, just for the chompy boys to take turns cutting across the center of the circle to get their share of fish. There's another example where a massive saltwater crocodile scared a pig into running into a lagoon, where it was immediately jumped by two smaller crocs waiting. Now the implication there is somehow the giant salty knew exactly what direction to force the pig. Crocs have been doing this, it's just as expert Vladimir Dene will tell you, it's incredibly difficult to study an animal that does its damage in the water. Because if you're in the water studying hunting crocodiles, chances are they're also studying you, and their thesis statement is your headstone engravement. Vlad has put in over 3,000 hours of watching crocs, and has witnessed things like a stronger, heavier croc driving fish to shore, with smaller, more agile teammates hawking cornered fish. Now you might ask, how do the crocs share their victims? And honestly, that might be more unsettling than how they murk them. Chris Campbell was a contractor for the Okefenokee Wildlife Reserve, which meant over a decade of watching what a neighbor gator is capable of. One day he showed up to work with 60-something gators posted up by the boat docks. What he described were two groups of gators, one in the semicircle formation driving fish to the shallows and using the boats to corner them, and the other group in the background resting, or more like waiting. Because whenever a gator from the hunting party caught a fish, he'd immediately retire to the waiting group, and one of the waiting crocs would sub in and take his place. This went on for hours, until it got hot enough for them to clock out and go their ways. But when Campbell went back the next morning, like clockwork, the morning crush was still there. Same time, same place, same agenda. That's a level of teamwork and foresight most people aren't willing to accept from a prehistoric snap trap. But your ignorance ain't bliss, in fact it's what sustains them. In many spots in Africa and Australia, people are warned never to get water from the same place more than once, and definitely not past twice. It's because crocodiles will memorize patterns and clock your daily routine, and getting too predictable around a professional camper means the croc will take note. just to ambush you the next chance they get, and they'll use very little energy to do it. It's also why studying them is like edging death. Choose the same spots repeatedly, and at best, the croc notices and avoids you with no regard for your research. And at worst, Senor Snappy studies your habits enough to put a halo around your head. That's a real PhD, which makes the crocodile a gift-wrapped FU to any creature of habit, and why the most dangerous kind of croc is actually an investigator. But if you watch this video, you could be the smartest thing missing a spot.
On the channel, by the way.
You'll still be a living doormat if you don't have the hardware to back it up. And no animal has more disrespectful hardware than a motion-activated bear trap.
Whack, bro. It's so quick too. It's so fast. It's insane.
The crocodile is the most physically unfair predator on Earth because virtually every body part has been expressly designed to flatline you. They have the strongest recorded bite force of any animal at 3,700 pounds per square inch, making its jaw a steel trap capable of damage on par with victims of war. But Maturing's realizing it's the teeth as much as the jaw. Sharks have serrated teeth to slice through prey. Crocs have death cones designed to keep prey in its custody, meaning if a leather log bites you, you have the lowest chance of escape, which gets worse when the croc proceeds to drown you, and with crocs being able to hold their breath for up to 2 hours, trust that you'll pass tense long before he does. The only thing with those teeth is, they're great for grabbing, useless for chewing, so they'll slam prey into chunks and swallow them whole, which leads to the most broken finishing move of any animal, death roll. But crocs also have,
if you ever are caught in a death roll, you need to roll with it, bro. If he has your leg, and he starts to roll to the right, you need to roll to the right, bro. Gonzii's tips.
The most acidic stomach of any animal, and can dissolve bones, horns, and hooves. But they're also bloodbenders with a heart that controls exactly where the blood goes, and a feeding croc will direct blood to its stomach, so the carbon dioxide in it only makes the acid more corrosive. And good luck fighting back when nature made an evolutionary aggro weapon borderline bulletproof. Crocodiles are covered in osteoderms, and armor plating blocks the teeth of other animals from doing damage, which is why there's more than one case of a croc tanking a gunshot, but the nasty work is what you can't see. The scales are said to manipulate water in a way that means a 20-foot problem doesn't make ripples. The osteoderms create countercurrents that cancel out any disturbances made in the water. Basically cloaking technology, but in a steroid reptile. The same osteoderms can store heat, basically cloaking technology, but in a steroid reptile. The same osteoderms can store heat for when it gets too cold and then release it when it's too hot, so they also have a built-in thermostat. There's one more trick under its skin, and it's that when crocs spend all that time underwater, lactic acid starts to build up in them. But because osteoderms are made of mineralized bones, the minerals will slightly dissolve if the acid gets too high, releasing carbonate and bicarbonate ions that neutralize the acid and raise the pH. Crocs are nature's nepo babies. Evolution gave them every cheat possible. And with salties growing up to 20 feet long and pressing the scales at often over 2,000 pounds, it's not like they needed more handouts. Especially when you realize, except for a tail that stores fat like a camel's hump, crocs are almost all muscle and look like a snake with legs with Kratos' knives for teeth. That tail is a lot stronger than you think, and the same one that can briefly airlift a plus-size predator would absolutely shatter your leg with a direct hit. But there might not be anything more unsettling than crocodiles having probably the most advanced eyes of any animal. Eyes nature put right at the top of their heads, so snappy lads can plot on your life while cosplaying as a log. Eyes that have a protective nictating membrane, so even attacking one of their few weaknesses still requires two-factor authentication, especially since they can retract their eyeballs. And like dolphins, crocs can rest half their brain at a time, meaning the pride of Steve Irwin can sleep with one eye open. Studies show they're more likely to do that when they're around humans. Also, they have night vision because of course they do. And that's not even the most broken part. That looks so cool. The fovea is a small part of the retina, but it's where vision is the sharpest, and it's what you use when you focus on a specific word on a page, or play Where's Waldo. And when you move your eyes to look at something, got him. That's you putting the image on your fovea. The problem is, what is a tiny dot for us is the shape of a skid mark in a crocodile. Having a fat fovea means nature's favorite predator can scan an entire shoreline without moving its head. If you still don't follow, get a book and try to read the entire page without moving your eyes once, and then realize how much of a middle finger this creature's existence is. Especially since the Titanic scale demon has cockroach levels of plot armor. Crocodiles can tank freezing cold, extreme heat, radiation, and can live in waters contaminated with heavy metals. And with the diet of a morgue, they're resistant to nastiness like anthrax, cholera, and the most potent substance on Earth, botulism. They also have negligible senescence, meaning they don't really age the same way most animals do.
Don't.
It doesn't make them immortal, but it does mean that they never really stop growing and can easily pass 100. In fact, right now, there's a croc that's been alive since 1900.
Damn.
Like the year. Which means, other than a Greenland shark, I don't think there's another predator that can outlive a croc. And with them being nature's favorite, of course some sick muppet made them resistant to cancer. And many believe it's thanks to their gut, because the gut microbiome is said to be a huge part of your health, and a crocodile's gut community manages to reverse cancer. An experiment found that their gut bacteria put the brakes on cancer and slowed the growth of cancer-causing cells. Basically, it's a cancer to cancer, and now I understand why Buddy from Spider-Man crashed out, especially since it turns out alligators and crocodiles can regenerate a lost tail. Crocodilian blood also contains bad bacteria and can dead diseases like salmonella and staph infections. This thing's built like a Dark Souls boss, and the fact that they can survive several acts of God yet get neutralized by a rubber band around the mouth proves nature has a sense of irony. But that's a lot better than getting folded by some of the diseases out there, and there's some stuff that Satan would second guess. Viewer discretion is advised, and this time, I'm so serious. I'm not being cute. If you're queasy and not built for body horror, go here before I ruin your whole day. Your lack of action will be considered consent, I'm just saying. Last chance, you can still go back. Alright, this is on you. 3, 2, happy Halloween.
Hell?
I didn't even curse, I did gag a little. This is a deer suffering from papillomavirus, and it's usually not harmful unless you value mental health. But it can also cause Lovecraftian rabbits, with those affected seeming to grow tentacles. And if you live in Colorado, you've definitely seen these jackalopes popping up. And according to this article, the cutaneous quills are caused by the cottontail papillomavirus. This is the worst thing you can see while a mile high, because of the altitude. We fear most what we can't understand. Sometimes it feels like fear is the only thing stories like these are selling. And how that story is told could be the difference between being informed and building a panic bunker expecting the end of the world. That's where ground news comes in. Because if we're talking about a mutant deer with flesh bubbles, for sanity's sake, you better be informed. Their rapid website pulls from over 50,000 sources worldwide to give you context about each source's biases, reliability, and ownership. It allows you to compare how different outlets cover the same story and see where the truth really lies. And with the rabbit story, Ground News showed it just wasn't enough. Nature gave an overachievement to one of the most broken build on the planet. Their abilities would get them banned in any game. Like I said, a crocodile on a stakeout can hold its breath for hours, and alligators can survive a 5-month cold plunge. Low metabolism means they live on power save mode, and it's also why a crocodile can go up to 2 years without eating. God bless the bloke that breaks his fast. It means crocodiles can wait out the times that would surely wipe out anything else, and now you see how an aggressive snout managed to reject the same death that found the dinosaurs. Crocs have been around since Saturn was single and still waiting on a ring, and the fact that they can just suspend animation by putting their life on layaway just proves that they really are the teacher's pet of evolution. Also, crocodiles are more than capable of running fast enough to catch you off guard, or at least a Cuban croc will, and this is the one time I wish it were AI. And whoever said you should run away from one in a zigzag is guilty of attempted murder. That is a myth that only ups the chance that you trip and go out like a horror movie. You could climb a tree, except they can do that too, because honestly, why not? They do everything else. And not only do they climb trees, according to scientists, they do it regularly, with them finding grown adults 10 feet in the trees and juveniles as high as 30. School taught you to be afraid of quicksand and giant Venus flytraps, yet somehow a drop gator was an unmentioned possibility. They can also climb fences of every kind. And again, you already know where this was taken. This is flagrantly Florida, bro. I think now's a good time to mention crocodiles are more related to birds than to a turtle, snake, or a lizard, meaning we just barely missed out on this freak being able to fly. Flightlessness aside, another thing they can't do well is see underwater. Their aquavision is actually kind of mid. We're this far into this video and we finally found a weakness. Don't get too excited, because nature overcompensated with something outrageous. Those pits seasoning the crocodile are pressure sensors, and it's how the ultimate predator can clock the smallest vibrations in the water. It completely erases their lack of water vision. In fact, you could hog tie a croc blindfolded, throw it into a pool, and let a leaky faucet drip on the complete opposite side. The croc will still know exactly where the water's coming from, while you won't know where he is until you wake up at a Tupac concert. And when murkiness brings the water's visibility to 0, they'll T-pose, spreading their legs and fingers to maximize an already broken ability. And speaking of fingers, their jaws are more sensitive than yours. A dinosaur beast breathing like a nosecave, but let the croc tell it. That's the only demon that's slaying. And I don't know if I said this already, but let's not just walk past the fact that they can regenerate their tails like a...
Bro. This video, the croc just gets his buddy's leg, death rolls, swallows it, and the other croc doesn't even make a sound, bro. It's jarring, bro.
starfish's
insane.
arm. But the thing
Not
is,
even a
bears are
sound.
berserker builds
Look
on
at the size of
steroids.
that
Cats
bear.
are four-legged fur ninjas, and
No.
orcas are the most cerebral serial murkers on the planet.
Yeah,
What
orcas
is it
are
about this semi-aquatic
different.
bioweapon that makes me confidently call them the scariest predator on Earth? Oh, simple. They're a predator's predator. Is there a single predator that generates more anxiety in other predators? Even cheetahs aren't
No,
fast
man.
enough
Look
to
at
cheat
that.
death
Gone.
in the hit range of the reptile.
Gone.
And the king of the jungle gets a severe vibe check when they're out of their element. Not to
Yep.
mention, crocodiles will savage sharks to the point where many believe bull sharks actively avoid them. The crocodile is the worst kind of predator, one with zero prejudice, which makes them a massive threat to the most successful predator of all time.
Oh my god, I thought that was
Here's
a
the thing,
person.
when a lion, tiger, or bear becomes a man-eater, it usually means something's wrong and they can't hunt their normal prey. Polar bears and Komodo dragons are famously less picky, but their home base is so remote that most people will never have to worry about them. Not only do crocodiles practice the worst kind of equality, they're basically everywhere.
No.
It's not that they actively go after humans, just that they genuinely don't care, which is why it's the crocodile that turns more humans into hashtags than any other large predator by a
But like,
lot.
nah.
Considering how and where they
You're
do
bigger,
it,
bro.
that number could easily be higher.
That's
Even if you don't
terrifying.
get killed by a crocodile, there's plenty of psychological damage that comes from being targeted by one. In 2003, two Australian teenagers spent 22 hours trapped in a tree while
Yep.
being stalked by a 13-foot crocodile
True.
below.
That's a
The
Mr.
entire
Boland
night,
story.
it was the
He
two
has a
keeping
video
each
on
other
that.
awake so they
It was in
wouldn't fall in.
Australia.
To make it even worse, thanks to a
Their
flood,
friend
the
dies.
waters kept rising, and the croc seemed to taunt the two by showing off the body of the third friend it had already
Yep.
caught. The two would be saved, but only by helicopter, because really, what else can you do in that situation? Well, they didn't get it as bad as Ryan. The New Zealander also got stalked by a croc almost as big as the 20-foot kayak he was traveling in and held captive on Governor Island, where the predator repeatedly made his presence known. 2 weeks with limited food and water, and a 20-foot undertaker that would chase him every time he tried to leave, and Ryan was hanging on by only a thread by the time he was rescued. That's the horror of being hunted by the greatest sit-and-wait predator of all time. Cause time is their greatest resource. You'll never have more of it than they do. And the fact that the big ones can go a year or more between meals and do their dirty work in murky water makes a man-eating crocodile the most difficult kind to deal with.
True.
Gustav was a Nile crocodile believed to be
Gustav
20 feet
was a
long
G,
and well
bro.
over 2,000 pounds.
Damn.
Believed because despite allegedly putting
Almost a
300
ton.
people in past tense and being repeatedly shot, the serial killer croc was never officially caught. And despite reports of his death, because he was believed to have hatched in the 50s, there's a small but legitimate chance he's still out there, biding his time, just waiting
True.
for someone to wander close enough to become 50 Shades of Prey. You never see them until it's too late, and once you do, you might not see them for another year. It's a self-cloaking carnivorous convict that the land before time left behind. This is the scariest predator
What a
on
great
Earth.
video, bro.
But of course, it's just an animal doing what comes naturally. They're not evil, just forged by millions of years of character development and mass extinctions. It's not hard to see why Steve Irwin rode so hard for them, and I wouldn't be doing Khaki Jesus justice if I convinced you to hate them. Nah, with them it's respect, and a very healthy helping of fear, because moral of the story, always beware the old man in a game where men die young. And you always beware the landlord of Croc Country, because you'll never know when rent's due.
So there you have it, guys. That was another banger by Casual Geographic, bro. Phenomenal video. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. Don't forget, all glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and yes, friction burn, just ignore it, is almost going away, which is great. But today we are going to be reacting to a brand new Casual Geographic video, man. This time called Every Bear and His Chance of Retiring You from Life. So without further ado, let's react to this thing, man. Let's
It's
go.
scientifically proven
Drink
that one of the
water,
best ways
as
to see how a
always.
guy's mind works, to really see what type of person you're dealing with, ask one question. What's the biggest animal you can beat in a fight? You ask that and you'll learn a whole lot in a short time. And in 2021, British firm YouGov did a survey. There's a lot to unpack here, but mostly the 6% of Americans that think they could handle a grizzly without getting their existence
If
abolished.
people think they can beat an elephant in a fight, are they dumb?
And that's how long it would take. Bears are inevitable enough to be one of the few animals I have a one-shot rule against. As in, if they're coming at me full force and I have one shot in the chamber, I'm using it to self-medicate my exit off the mortal coil. I might not survive a hippo attack, but I'm for sure not surviving my reaction to one. I'll same-day ship myself to the Lord's door before I let a chimp handle me, and I'll self-subtract with the quickness before a bear makes me part of its business. Bears are the most conceptually inconsiderate creatures in nature. Basically a giant unhinged dog with every possible attribute maxed. Think about it. Nature dropped an apex all-terrain CrossFit predator that can out-everything you and just let the rest of the population deal with it. But what's the most dangerous bear actually? Well, today we're going to be talking about every breed of bear and its chances of putting you on a shirt. Each bear will get a Merc rating, Merc standing for might eviscerate, ravage, or just cancel you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely the K word that was supposed to be.
It is.
And as always, each rating will be in my very biased opinion. But yeah, call me Joe Rogan or a Grinder Gladiator. Either way, we are going down the bear hole. Starting with the sun bear, named after the thing he spent way too long looking at.
They look weird, you know. They do look weird.
And yes, they're built like they barely qualify to be here. He looks like a bear with crippling social anxiety that got told to act natural. They were recently involved in a controversy in China. The controversy was nobody believed that wasn't a man in costume. To be fair, they're easily the least coated Ursus out there. They're the smallest in the world at no heavier than $140. And be honest, how long would it take for you to guess that foot was attached to a grizzly's cousin? Those bare feet help them climb trees, and some bears are the most tree climbing of them all. But how dangerous is this identity crisis? Well, they're shy, reclusive, and mostly eat fruits and plants. They're also trigger happy, nearly blind, and they share real estate with tigers.
Yeah.
Sun bears are known to attack people when caught off guard, and their poor eyesight means they can easily get jump scared by humans. They also have one of the strongest bite forces relative to body size of any bear, but probably only because they use teeth to rip tree bark. There was even one case where a sun bear tiger showdown ended up with both of them becoming past tense. So what could they do to a human? Well, from 2000 to 2010, there were 33 sun bear attacks on humans, with the most common injuries being facial. But all the attacks were accidental encounters where the sun bears would probably argue self-defense. And to my knowledge, there are no recorded cases of a sun bear killing a person. So with no body count and being the smallest, but also being neurotic enough to be a threat, I'll give the sun bear a Merc rating of 5. Next you have the Andean, also known as the spectacled bear. For obvious reasons.
I've never seen this
he's
one.
the biggest land predator in that part of South America. Only technically, because only 5% of Four Eyes' diet is meat. Like the sun bear, they're only really a jihad to fruits and plants. Also like the sun bear, the walking spectacle is very tree climbing, and they'll even build their version of a tree house to sleep in. To be fair, you don't really have a choice when your hall monitor's a jaguar. But don't think Buddy's sweet because he got glasses. They've been known to take out llamas, cows, and even tapirs twice their size. But how dangerous are they to people? Well, in 2004, an Andean bear escaped from a Berlin zoo and made a beeline for the children's area. What followed was one of the most gruesome displays ever caught on camera. Viewer discretion is advised.
Wow.
Apparently,
decided to attack a bicycle.
One human body on his record, and technically it was a hunter who shot the bear out of a tree only for the bear to land on him. I'm sorry, but if you fail physics that hard, you deserve to get packed up by Paddington. And yes, Paddington was indeed a spectacle. Spectacles are also the closest living relative of, the short-faced bear. Oh, the duality. But considering the only casualty was more to slapstick than a homicidal bear, I give the spectacled beast a Merc rating of 2. And now we're at the panda portion, which might confuse some since there's a genuine corner of the internet that'll tell you that pandas aren't actually bears. They'll sooner believe China has an obese biracial gerbil waddling around. To be fair, being a bear but identifying as a bamboo processing plant is a questionable life choice. One, bamboo is so protein packed that Ursus Oreo actually ends up getting just as much as wolves and feral cats. And 2, binging bamboo all day means pandas actually have one of the strongest bite forces of any land mammal. Wild pandas usually avoid people, and there's currently no record of a plus-size eyeshadow cotton ball killing a human. But pandas will 100% lash out if they think you deserve it, often with life-altering consequences.
I've seen that image on a video of Gonzii Geographic. It's on the channel.
At the Beijing Zoo, a young panda named Gugu. In 2006, a drunk dude climbed into the enclosure to give Gugu a hug, and Gugu gave him an attitude adjustment with his teeth. After several minutes of biting each other, yes, Drunky bit the bear. They were eventually separated with a fire hose. In 2007, a teenager tried Gugu and got chunks ripped out of his legs to the point where bones were showing. And in 2009, a father climbed over a barrier to retrieve a toy his son dropped. His reward was his leg caught in Gugu's vice grip jaws that keepers literally had to pry open. I really think if pandas didn't wear the makeup, y'all would not be trying them like this. The worst part about getting mauled by something so goofy is it probably takes a long time for bystanders to realize you're in trouble. They're the epitome of, I'm not a killer, but don't push me, and for that, they get a Merc rating of 4, because really, if you you get flatlined by a panda, you probably deserved it. Now we got the black bear, aka the fight back part of the rhyme, which is kinda true. Black bears are more likely to run away than run a fade. And after seeing them climb trees, thank the natural order for that. Although they probably only learned that from dealing with another bear down the list. Black bears are high-key champion generalists. They're smart enough and adaptable enough to
number
live
one has to be the polar bear.
Also, they're not always black, but that's besides the point. Moonlighting as a giant raccoon means they run into people more than the average bear. And if you look at the numbers, they might not be as harmless as the nursery rhyme suggests. Since 1784, there have been 66 times where a black bear and a human resulted in one less human. Pretty low, but there's more. There's just under 12 black bear conflicts a year. 52% are typically defensive, 33% were food motivated, and 15% were predatory. That number is interesting because that's actually higher than what you would see in brown bears. Folks now believe there's a slow but very real rise in predatory male black bears murking people. In fact, the first ever fatal black bear attack in California just happened last month. Male blacks, but black bears that is, they have a wider range, which means a desperate down bad male is more likely to try his luck on a hiker. The last stat I have is 88% of black bear assisted census subtractions were predatory, and 92% of those predatory pastimes were done by males. But when I say slow rise, we are still talking about one person getting clapped a year. Also, apparently none of those casualties carried pepper spray, so if you do that, hike in groups and put food and garbage away, you probably won't get cooked by Smokey. In fact, the majority of black bear encounters end like a Mormon liaison, where neither side gets touched. So, they're flight over fight and statistically harmless. But they live in close proximity with people and are technically more likely to see you as free pizza than grizzlies. So I'll give them a 6.5.
Okay.
6, final answer. Not unlike their Asian cousins, and disclaimer, we're getting into the legitimately dangerous territory. The Asiatic black bear, also called the moon bear, is the first honest threat to human way of life. They're way more on sight than American black bears, and for that matter, even Eurasian brown bears. To be fair, neither of them have to deal with a certain big cat. Like most bears, they're most dangerous when people run into them and the bear feels cornered, and for that reason, attacks are on the rise. From April 2023 to just November, 212 people caught the wrong end of Asiatic aggression from a black bear. 6 died, and food scarcity means those numbers are probably going up. In fact, that's why they're a problem in Japan. You see, in Japan, there's a shift with young people leaving the countryside to go make bread in the big city, and food-feeding bears moving into the now less crowded human neighborhoods. Now, it's never been easier to find problems with an Asian bear, and from 2000 to 2020, 2,357 black bear attacks have been recorded. 42.4% suffered severe injury, 1.2% ended up with permanent disability, and 4.8% lost the ability to exist. They're dead. And over 20% of those attacks happened in August, i.e. right around the time they're getting ready to hibernate. There was even a case earlier this year where a man had to negotiate his arm with a Swiss knife after the Asian variety refused to let him go. Since this is the first bear that is a somewhat regular threat to people, I'm gonna give the Asiatic black bear a 7.5. Although with the whole bear bile farming thing, we probably had it coming. And now we get to my honest inspiration for this video. The brown bear. But grizzly, first I'm gonna clear something up. The grizzly bear is a subspecies of the brown bear, kind of like how the Arctic wolf is an offshoot of the gray guy. The grizzly is basically a landlocked brown bear. They're further inland, and their grocery list is a lot shorter, which is why, even though they're the most famous, grizzlies aren't even the biggest bears brown and around. They're smaller than the The Kamchatka bear dwarfs grizzlies, mostly because of the fresh supply of salmon they get from shacking up on the Kamchatka Peninsula, which actually has the highest density of brown bears on the planet. There's like 20,000 of them there. And of course, what y'all know about the Kodiak bear? Named after the Kodiak Islands, nature was forced to vault in on. They can outweigh a grizzly by almost 500 pounds. That's purely off of pescatarian. That is a whole mountain of a bear. Grizzly bears are smaller, but the higher competition and being gate-kept from coastal calories makes them that much more aggressive. Which makes them, and I don't like to curse that much, my mom watches me, but that is a f***ing problem. They're like a predatory Thanos. Your demise is inevitable if they greenlight it. They have jaws that can crush a bowling ball. Pause that mean. You're a high five away from balling like Emmanuel Hansel. I've seen them punk entire wolf packs out of food, and they might be the only thing alive that can choke slam a moose. There's only one video that truly encapsulates how fornicated you are if a grizzly chases you. Well, other than this. Here you have a grizzly running, and way, wow, we're still going. Oh, right there. That's the caribou he's after. Keep in mind, this is the 30-second mark of the video. About 4 minutes was all it took for the seed of Santa to get packed up like a Christmas present and turned into part of the past. But how dangerous are brown bears actually? Since 1784, there have been only 82 fatal brown bear conflicts in North America. Yellowstone surprisingly only has 8. From 2000 to 2015, there were a recorded 664 brown bear attacks around the world, with 95 flatlines. Of these attacks, 17% involved someone with a dog, 10% were after a bear got shot or trapped, aka the person had it coming, 20% were sudden encounters, and an overwhelming 47% involved a female with a cub, proving that the only thing more dangerous than the bear,
Boom. A child. No.
But really, numbers say there's only 11 brown bear attacks in North America a year, 40 if we're talking worldwide. In fact, the chances of getting murked by a brown bear in Yellowstone are 1 in 2.1 million. I do think bears suffer a lot from shark syndrome, where the attacks might not happen often, but when they do, they're usually graphic enough to go international. At the same time, the worst case scenario scares me more than death itself, so brown bears, specifically grizzly bears, get a merc rating of 8. Make that an 8.5.
Bro.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Bear is a great example of something I always say.
Bears, when they catch you, they don't bother killing you. They'll put a paw on your chest or your back, and they just start ripping chunks, bro.
Most of its life as prey.
Like that. They don't care. They give a shit.
Bloodline. They also get plenty of smoke from leopards, problems from dole packs, and somehow the same elephants and rhinos that are chill-ish around tigers have zero tolerance for the Baloos of the world. Add it all up, you get a floppy-faced termite eater that's also one of the most violently aggressive animals on the planet. You basically have a giant honey badger with attitude and all the tools to follow through. It's prey trauma with predatory hardware. They don't really know how to kill, they just inflict as much pain as physically possible. That's why many sloth bear victims end up with their faces torn off, since that's their go-to move against tigers. A trauma bear with chimpanzee tendencies means they get a merc rating of 9. There's no good record of sloth bear attacks on people, but it's the fact that they live on top of and kill more people than other bears that outnumber them.
That's true.
This is technically the most dangerous bear per capita. And it's the one named after a sloth. In fact, one sloth bear was called the man-eater of Mysore after he killed 12 people and severely mauled another 24. In his defense, something like that's pretty rare, and it's believed the bear was injured by people first and then went on a rampage. Not like the last bear, which is one of the few animals to see humans as prey.
It's a polar bear.
I'm gonna kill the suspense right now. The polar bear's a 10.
It
1870 to 2014,
There's no other rating.
20 people have been killed by polar bears.
This
73
animal sees nothing but meat and blood, bro. They don't have compassion, they don't have anything. They have the drive to survive. That's it.
In this study,
and
20% of all polar bear attacks happened in less than 3% of the time, and that less than 3% was in the last 4 years.
Damn.
Polar bear is the only bear that classifies as a hyper carnivore, and they'll try anything from walruses to reindeer,
everything that moves.
Body a beluga whale. As you know, polar bears are one of the rare animals that'll actively hunt people. It's true what they say. If you see a polar bear in the wild, your expiration date's already stamped. They can smell a seal from almost 20 miles away, so you know when ice bear
they can smell a seal from 3 feet of ice.
In Churchill, Manitoba, it's common courtesy to leave car doors unlocked in case someone needs a 4-wheeled panic room from a polar bear. The same place, by the way, that has the Churchill Polar Bear Detention Center. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's an air-conditioned temporary holding cell for polar bears that get way too comfortable around people. No other bear is more of a certified homicide once you make eye contact. But they wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for receding sea ice basically stranding a marine mammal on land. And like with black bears, it's a starving, desperate rogue males that are most likely to turn a human into a hashtag. And that's kind of the thing. Every bear on this list would easily put humans at a 10. Like I said, Asiatic black bears are the most common victims of bear bile farms. Sloth bears are often kept as dancing tourist traps, which involves brutal maimings and shoving a rope through their nose. Literally, through it. And despite the memes, humanity has done more to pandas than for them. Also, there's the fact that most bears want nothing to do with you. Literally, one of the best ways to avoid a bear is to actually make noise to give the bear a chance to avoid you. Most bear brutalities come from a bear getting jump scared and making a decision. Also, there's bear spray, but bear spray is a lot like a seatbelt. You don't get into a car expecting to do a barrel roll down I-80, but the same way the seatbelt makes the worst case better, so does bear spray. In fact, you'll probably never use it. Moral of the story? Yeah, honestly, the bear wouldn't even choose us. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. If you rock with the merc rating thing, I actually have an entire book on the concept. 100 animals that can
go support the homie, man.
Each animal has a rating based on my personal bias.
There you have it, guys. That was the bear world and which odds you have against them. Listen, bears are amazing. They are one of the most incredible creatures we have on this planet. They are majestic, they are powerful, they just look cool. Leave them alone. That's the main thing. Just leave them alone, leave them be, let them exist in their own peace, in their own world. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I did. thank you for all the support. You guys are amazing, and I hope you had a phenomenal weekend. But for now, as always, before you go, don't forget our views on the channel, bro. Come on, man. Keep what first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye! Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another casual geographic video, man. This time called God Sent Hippos to Punish Humanity. Without further ado, let's track this thing, man. Let's go.
I think Moto likes you.
You want to know the funny part about that video? Hippos normally don't swim. They're so heavy that they sink to the bottom, so they usually just walk along the lake floor. That hippo was literally sprinting underwater towards that boat. And I don't know what the hell got Moto so motivated, but all I saw was malicious intent. Hippos aren't just the most aggressive animals in Africa, they're one of the most homicidal things to ever have a pulse. Not only can they clap crocodiles in half, these Bundy horses will murk animals that are literally zero threat to them. This hippo straight up dominated an antelope for no reason other than I guess the poor animal was breathing too loud and the hippo chose death penalty. Also, this is what happens when a lion tests a hippo's hood. They have one of the most devastating overbites of any animal with a bite force of about 2,000 pounds of force respectfully. But if you've ever seen one violate a watermelon, you already knew that. In an area code with elephants, hyenas, and buffalo, hippos are the most on site and they lay 500 people to rest permanently a year. But God can't help you if they catch you in the water, because they've been known to capsize small boats and maul anyone that falls in, either by drowning them, chewing them into human applesauce, or straight up swallowing them whole. And don't think you finna get on their good side. This man adopted an orphan baby hippo only to get brutally mauled and mutilated by the same hippo in the same river he rescued it from. Hippos have no soul. They answer to no God. Moral of this video, if you ever see a hippo yawn, you could be the one going to sleep.
What is that?
Huh. Well, if you're watching this, it means community guidelines hasn't taken my ass yet, and you probably want to know what in the hub this X-rated Pokemon is. It's Nemerdia, also known as a ribbon worm, and that nonsense you just watched is how they hunt. The worm shoots out its proboscis, which it uses to wrap around its prey and immobilize it with sticky, toxic secretions, only to end the nightmare by pulling it back into its mouth. The proboscis is a long tube used for eating that normally sits in the worm's guts, but when it wants to catch a body, it forces the proboscis out of its mouth, and some of them are branched just like in this video. It's kinda like how chameleons yeet their tongue to snatch a meal, except this worm looks like Spider-Man busting out the next generation. They're not incredibly dangerous to people, but they do have crippling anxiety, because if you take one out of the water for more than 10 minutes, its body will literally fall apart. No cap, these pieces are actually one worm. It technically doesn't kill the worm, but it is a sign of high stress. So if you don't want to stress a worm, and you don't want to look like someone left a liquid daycare on you, leave it the hell alone. Respectfully.
Leave it alone now. It's a huge sea turtle there. Is that a leatherback sea turtle?
I don't think enough of society realizes just how big these f***ing turtles get. That is the biggest shell jockey of them all, the leatherback sea turtle. This turtle can max out at 7 feet long, violate the scales at 1,500 pounds. For reference, that's about as heavy as some American male bison. The largest leatherback ever found was on Harlech Beach in Wales. It was almost 9 feet long in 2016. That's not the year. That's how much the turtle weighed. 2,016 pounds, or 914 kilograms for those of you that aren't American or use the metric system. Which is really just saying not American twice. Even though they're built like a refrigerator with flippers, they can reach speeds of 22 miles per hour while swimming. And you might be wondering why an animal that big would ever need to move that fast. This is why. Yeah, this too. But if they can avoid tiger sharks, homicidal Oreo dolphins, or worst of all, people, leatherbacks can live for 70 to 80 years and some even hit the century mark. You'd be surprised how long you live when you stay calm and mind your own business. I already know what you're thinking, but two things. One, that is 100% a female, and two, that's not a... This isn't what it looks like. Hyenas live in female-dominated societies where having a boner is actually a sign of weakness. If two hyenas in a clan interact, the hyena that ranks lower in the hierarchy is the one that'll stand at attention, and this usually happens between two females. Basically, hyenas take feminism so far that getting bricked up is considered an act of submission. Also, that pseudo thing that I'm not allowed to say because of guidelines is actually another thing that I'm not allowed to say. I'm just gonna call it obliterous. Because nature has something against hyenas, females have to give birth through that obliterous. And it's an incredibly painful process for the mother, the cub, anybody watching. It's just bad for everyone involved. Moral of this video, if you're ever pickled out in front of a hyena, according to hyena culture, you're basically its bitch. But if you do get difficult in front of a hyena, you might have bigger personal issues to work on, good buddy.
Your mind's been blown. Think about elephants. Have boobs. I'm never gonna think of Dumbo's mum the same.
I'm not gonna lie, I kinda thought we already knew about elephant boobs, but I can give you something much worse. Have you ever seen a dolphin's rack? Because if you have, you're a liar and you really need to work on that. You're a liar because a dolphin's milk-giving area is found inside openings on either side of its anus. Not only that, but a dolphin's nippular area is actually inverted. To get the milk and, live, the baby dolphin will stick its beak inside her mammary slit and then gently nudge the mother, who will proceed to squirt the milk into the baby's mouth. One of these days, Guidelines is gonna get tired of my shit. The people that get triggered by public breastfeeding better be glad we're nothing like dolphins, because if they weren't, it would actually be a felony. Laws would be broken and childhoods would be ruined. To be fair, dolphins only live like this because they're stuck underwater, and the mother can control when she ejects the milk so she doesn't waste it out in the ocean. Also, dolphin milk has high fat content, meaning it can pass the water and not get dissolved before it reaches the baby. Also, dolphin milk is oily, bitter, and not very sweet tasting. I don't want to know how we know that. Baby dolphins will drink mama's milk for 2 to 3 years, which probably explains why dolphins are a menace to society. When you spend that much time feeding right next to an asshole, it's only fair that you become one. You are what you eat. There's being down bad, and there's being this beetle. So the flower beetle, right? The competition for females is so high that it causes the males to do some of the most down atrocious things I've ever heard of. Because male flower beetles are bisexual, and half the time they're mating, they're actually mounting another male. They'll even go as far as to release inside them. But there's actually a reason for this. Basically, by injecting another male with their own baby maker, if that male mates with a female, it's possible that the love juice of the first male is what gets transferred. Meaning it's possible for a male to knock up a female without ever meeting her because he turned his competition into a walking spank bank. And believe it or not, a lot of male insects actually swing the other way, but not by choice. A lot of times insects can't tell the difference between a male and a female, and in an evolutionary sense, you're actually better off mating with as many as your kind as possible, even if you get it wrong sometimes than you are by being stingy and possibly missing out on an opportunity. Also, don't ask me how I got this picture, I'm not proud of it. But none of that compares to the depths of hell the flower beetle goes to, so whoever DM me and asks me what's the most sus animal out there, there's your answer. Follow me on Instagram, please and thank you. There's a type of dog that'll run fades with tigers? Meet the dhole. It's a wild canid found all over Asia, but especially India, Tibet, and Pakistan. They roll in packs of 5 to 12, but it can be up to 30 of them. They're more social than wolves, and because there's less competition for food, they're less territorial and there isn't much of a hierarchy. They're basically hippie wolves. They hunt prey by running them down, biting their nose, and then forcing them to the ground. Sometimes they'll go for the eyes and blind their victim, and once they have them down, they'll rip their stomach open and disembowel them. Since they don't mercy kill like cats, it can take up to 15 minutes for the prey to make it to God's door, but by then the wolves have already started eating. On a wholesome note, they let the pups eat first because the pack prioritizes the weakest and youngest members. Because their grocery list is almost the entire jungle census, they often compete with tigers and leopards. It hasn't been confirmed, but allegedly they put tigers on t-shirts because they are exactly what chihuahuas think they are. They'll often jump tigers and then force them into the trees. Since a tiger can erase a dhole with one swipe, the dogs only act tough when they have the squad behind them. They've also been known to straight up punk leopards out of food. But don't get it twisted, if a leopard or a tiger catches a dhole slipping, it's curtains. But these Asian Cujos will pocket check bears, tigers, and leopards, but never keep the same energy with humans. It says a lot. You might not like me for this one, it might hurt some feelings, but it needs to be said. This guy right here, the honey badger? Yeah, he's not a real badger. Honey badgers are part of the Mustelidae family, meaning they pull up to the same cookout as otters, skunks, weasels, wolverines, and actual badgers. But the specific genus they're in is Mellivora, which makes them scientifically one of a kind because they're the only member. And if you look at the family tree, you'll see the honey badger right there on the Celine Dion, all by himself. That group right there has a Japanese badger, the Asian badger, and a European badger. The American badger is right there, but they're not closely related to other badgers because if there's one thing Americans insist on, it's being difficult. But the honey badger's nowhere near either of them, meaning they're not closely related to badgers. As for how they got their name, the naming guy lied in a job application and it shows. Which is probably why snow leopards aren't actually leopards. Also, when you compare honey badgers to true badgers, it's not hard to find the imposter. So then, what is it? Well, some believe its closest relative is this weasel-like animal called a marten. So when you hear me call this dude a felony ferret or a roid weasel, I'm kinda being serious. This black Air Force is closer to being a honey marten than an actual honey badger. It had to be said, I'm not apologizing for it.
Somebody on Facebook shared a post about Australia and said it is the land of nopes, nodders, and get the fuck away from here.
And from the way y'all tagged me in that video, I guess it's my job to explain what this Oreo-flavored body snatcher is. Dophlenia armata is a striped sea anemone, the largest type of anemone found off the coast of I don't even need to tell you know exactly where it is. But bro had the right idea. The only thing you need to remember is to stay the God-fearing away from this thing, because not only can they sting you, it can take months for you to heal. Keep in mind that anemone are part of the Cnidaria family. I'm not even finna lecture you. The only names you need to remember are jellyfish and man-o-war because those its cousins. Their tentacles have papillae, which are covered in large explosive stinging cells called nematocysts, which will introduce themselves to your skin if the satanic Pokemon feels threatened. The tentacles end with a swollen tip that's also covered in excruciatingly painful venom. Difference between this thing and your ex, if bro hits you with just a tip, you'll actually feel it. I actually love Australia, but y'all are really one of one.
Australia is different, you know. I don't know what happened. Yeah, Australia is so weird, man. Every single thing that wants to eat you and is so aggressive, bro. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Today was supposed to be a reaction for Eminem's Toby, but he didn't release the song. So yeah, might be tomorrow, might be only when the album drops. It's on the 12th. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Before you go, don't forget that videos on the channel, bro. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who love them. If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to a brand new Casual Geographic video, man. This time called Why This Might Be the Most Disrespected Job on Earth. So without further ado, let's react this thing, man. Let's go.
So there's a lot of talk about man versus bear. Would you choose the man? Would you choose the bear? How about we talk about that time women chose gorillas? This is Shabani. Shabani is a 27-year-old living in the Hiyashiyama Zoo in Nagoya, Japan, where his face card went viral and caused a direct increase in the number of female visitors. Called George the way he had these women curious. Last name Clooney, because that's the main guy they compared him to. Oh, and if you couldn't tell, Shabani's also a 400+ pound primate with a perpetual pump. Not only that, he's a loyal husband with 2 wives and children. That's a family man being lusted after. Some of the words to describe him were punky, heartthrob, metrosexual, spornosexual. I didn't even know what that meant. One article even asked, quote, would you go for a romp in the jungle with Shabani? Huh? A sinful liaison, that's harambe. Had women hot and bothered, that's femme flambe. Call him Susan B. Anthony the way he had women showing up to the pole. Just kidding, real ones know gorillas ain't packing anything but a room. But yeah, Shabani's looks transcended the laws of nature, and if I had a nickel for every time a woman's feelings towards a gorilla made headlines, I'd have 2 nickels. Which is too many more than I should have.
It is too
One
many
woman
more.
was a frequent visitor at the De Blijdorp Zoo in the Netherlands, and her favorite was a silverback named Bakido. Up to 4 times a week, she'd find him, make direct eye contact, and smile. I'm not even gonna explain how much of a gorilla middle finger that is.
Not a good idea.
Keepers tried to warn her, but she didn't listen. Her and Bakido, they had a connection. Oh, they connected all right. One day she smiled again and called him constipated because Bakido was not letting that shit slide. Bakido broke out and would proceed to put the beats on her like Afro music. And he jumped over a water-filled ditch to do it. Gorillas hate water. Bakido was fed up. He was calmly escorted back home where he lived well for another 16 years until he passed away in April of 2023. His get back on his biggest fan / op was immortalized as a word of the year. And the woman, who I originally felt bad for, apparently didn't get hit hard enough. So for y'all that don't know, my first aspiration in life was to be a zookeeper. I even had a state-of-the-art custom virtual simulator to prepare. Yeah, that dream flatlined pretty quick. For reasons. But this video is going to be about probably what my life would look like as a zookeeper, the weird stories, the dirty secrets, and the random trivia the average person would probably know nothing about. Like, what is the most dangerous animal in the zoo? Like, actually, the answer just might surprise you. Actually, probably not. Born Free USA has a database where you can look up incidents involving exotic animals in America, and if you search up animal attacks by any species in any state in an AZA accredited zoo, you'll see that the #1 culprit are big cats. Because out of 101 recorded injuries, they caused 46 or 38%. Elephants were second at just over 17%.
I would have guessed elephants.
Anything is that a lot of them had it coming, which is probably why primates earned bronze in brutality at 14%. Reptiles like Komodo dragons and bears like pandas got just over 4% each. 9% were marine attacks by animals like orcas, dolphins, and stingrays, and the remaining 13% were just other. Other being something like a kid falling into a rhino enclosure or a woman climbing into a giraffe pen and nearly getting kicked off the census. Now, take it with a grain of salt, because I thought for sure zebras would be up there, but they weren't even on the list. And I know for a fact at least a couple should. But these are attacks. I want to know what zooby's most likely to put a halo on my head. Well, in the same database, if you looked at every time a person got put on a shirt at a zoo, accredited or not, big cats did it over 40% of the time, with elephants at a hair under 30, and surprisingly, bears barely even scratched at less than 9%. But here's the thing, if you look at non-accredited zoos, the big cat number grows to 47%, with bears and elephants at 16 apiece. And lastly, in accredited zoos, elephants actually took the lead at 47%. Big cats were the suspect 33% of the time, and bears weren't even on the board. So if you're a zookeeper at a zoo that actually has its stuff together, statistically, if there's any animal that erases you,
elephants I would have guessed, because I do hear a lot about
best
that.
Believe a big cat might be your downfall. But also remember, if it does happen, it'll probably be your fault or your co-workers. Now, if you work at a zoo long enough, eventually some animal's gonna escape, whether it's a minor inconvenience like a bunch of meerkats or a code red dead to rights and murk on site like a chimpanzee. It's gonna happen, and the best reaction is proaction. So some zoos do escaped animal drills, but instead of actual animals, one Japanese zoo left workers cosplaying as an animal taking a cue from Madagascar and breaking out. Thank God, because I'm not even going to tell you what I thought this was. What the heck? But it's a pretty harmless way to remind everyone what to do when an animal gets out. That being said,
because
now
a weak ass net is going to stop a tiger, for example. Are you guys dumb or something?
Professional online opinion, there's 2. If you want to test how good a spot is at keeping the animal in, you should probably hire the man of the forest. or the orangutan. Fu Manchu was an orang that nearly got an entire staff fired because there was a solid week where they would show up to work and the entire orangutan posse would be posted up outside.
Damn.
About a week was how long it took for them to realize that Fu had snagged a wire, hid it in his mouth most of the day, and used it to pick his enclosure lock when no one was looking. And Ken Allen was a hairy Houdini who got out so many times that the zoo had to hire rock climbers to find every possible point of exit because they didn't know how he got out and Ken for sure wasn't about to tell him. And what did he do with all this freedom? Well, when he wasn't wandering the zoo looking at animals like everyone else, he was pelting rocks at another orang named Otis because even a 95% vegetarian can make room for beef. The other animal's the red panda. Do your homework on how hard it is to keep this red-faced raccoon in. A quick Google search will tell you that a red panda escape has made the news at least once in 1978, 2005, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2012, 2013, and you know what? Probably more. My favorite was red panda Rusty slipping out the Smithsonian and walking the streets of Washington, D.C. completely unbothered. So yeah, if your job's keeping a ninja panda or a Cheeto-flavored gorilla in check, you're gonna have a bad time. But some animals are a great time to work with, and it's often not the ones you'd expect. Rhinos are legally blind trauma tanks that'll buck up to a butterfly. In a zoo, it's a 2-ton Labrador with the personality of a lapdog. And they put the zoo in zoomies. Turkey vultures are unironically like precocious toddlers that'll follow their favorite keeper around and play games with them. And cheetahs might just be the most people-proof predator of them all. In fact, almost too much for their own good. Cheetahs get treated like the doormat of the savannah, and their life doesn't become a cakewalk in captivity. Oftentimes, the overgrown house cat is too anxious to even think about making more cheetahs. So, some cheetahs get emotional support dogs. So the dogs are assigned to the cheetahs as cubs, and the idea is they become a bonded pair, with the cheetah seeing Fido as a role model to mirror and take social cues from. It's literal emotional support, because if the introvert cat sees that the dog isn't stressed or pressed, it allows them to chill out, or at least enough to motivate them to multiply without a calculator. And to make it even more wholesome, a lot of zoos like the one in San Diego will use dogs rescued from kill shelters. Definitely one of the top 5 animal friendships. And it's not even the only one in San Diego. This is Zari the zebra, also from the San Diego Zoo. And this is her best friend, Sophia. You see, Zari doesn't just live there. She's one of the ambassadors for the zoo, spreading smiles and awareness. But I'm also guessing you can't really have your ambassador around other zebras because, let's just say that might not be the best influence. So in comes Sophia, a miniature Mediterranean donkey and Zari's roommate and best friend. To say they're inseparable would be a massive understatement. And while I can't exactly tell you who's influencing who, just know Zari and Sophia give any cheetah dog duo a run for their money. Now, speaking of role models, have you seen this video of a panda struggling to break bamboo? Well, that's Mang-er, and he's not struggling. The story goes, he was hand-raised by humans his entire life, and while a 250-pound bear might have no problem snapping sticks, a weaker human will. So apparently years of watching his surrogates get humbled by a bamboo somehow taught him that face is necessary to break it. You can even find videos where he breaks it, starts eating, man.
Animals are amazing, you know.
Just to grimace and continue. Pandas are a lot of things, and apparently Good at Simon Says is one of them. They're also by far the most expensive animal you'll see in a zoo. Any American zoo that wants a panda will have to pay a small annual leasing fee of up to $1 million, along with $600,000 for every cub born there. Add the millions to build their enclosures and the thousands spent feeding them, and the black and white bamboo bear is about 5 times more expensive than second place. And that's literally the biggest thing alive with legs. And best believe they know it, you might never meet a more high maintenance mammal. In 2014, the Chengdu research base set up a live stream so viewers could watch expecting mother, these names are killing me, Ai Hin bring another panda into the world. It was then canceled after it was discovered she had faked her pregnancy. Somehow the same animal that got its brain nerfed by nature figured out that if they can play pregnant even after the hormones wear off, they can finesse preferential treatment. And they're not wrong, any future mother pandas are moved to a single with AC, they get round-the-clock care and more fruits and bamboo. Quite frankly, I don't blame the bears for working smarter.
No hate the player, hate the game.
Did you know pandas can be bougie? Mei Lun and Mei Hun were 2 pandas born and raised in the Atlanta Zoo, but were sent back to China in 2013. The only problem? They refused to eat any traditional Chinese meals, only American. They were not rocking with the Wawatao. They wanted biscuits and cookies. And pandas aren't even the only ones to pull some stuff like this. Japan's Akone-en was used to feeding their residents aji, or Japanese horse mackerel. But thanks to inflation, they decided to cut costs by switching to a cheaper alternative, Saba. And wouldn't you know, the penguin with king in its name was not about to eat like a peasant, since them and the owners refused to substitute. You see, that's the part of zookeeping they don't tell you. All that time spent preparing fish, slaving away while the stench of your profession dents your social life, just for an uppity tuxedo chicken to choose hunger strike. Man, you know they don't get paid enough for that. Literally, the only compromise was mixing the cheap fish with the aji. As you can see, some animals are way more high maintenance than others, but some are too difficult to even exist in zoos. Think about it. Think of all the zoos you've ever been to and try to see if you can come up with
I've
any
been to the
notable
zoo in
absences.
a while. It's so expensive. I must have been like
Okay,
7 the last time
When's
I
the
went.
last time you saw a moose in a zoo?
Oh,
For
that's
lot
a
of y'all,
good point.
including me, probably never. You've probably seen bison, bears, bobcats, cougars. Y'all know I could speak on wolves, but no moose. Why? Moose have specific diets, they're built like a tank and of course eat like one.
They
And
are
really,
built
you
like
can
a
do
tank.
everything right. They can still pass tense in a few years. And apparently feeding an antler warrior that can't even survive a president's term is a bad investment. So are leopard seals. You'll likely never see the op of happy feet in a zoo. Narwhals can literally die of social anxiety, so they're out.
That's true.
Tarsiers sometimes seppuku themselves in captivity, so that's a no-go. And they say dietary restrictions are why proboscis monkeys are rare in zoos. I call bull shark. It's definitely because schnazi might be the most inappropriate animal to take your kids to see. And yes, my head's here for a reason. I'm not about to catch an age restriction over an overexposed lipstick dispenser. Or they could just use fake animals, cause it's not like that hasn't happened before. In 1987, a zoo in China was exposed for painting a sun bear and presenting it as a panda. That's a sun bear, by the way.
Yeah.
In 2018, a zoo in Cairo did the same, except they had a donkey and zebra face. 2013, and we're back in China, except this controversy was about their resident African lion. There's a lion.
Oh,
did y'all even try?
That's the
But by
Shao
far,
Shao
my favorite
rub.
counterfeit creature story is
These dogs are advertised as panda dogs. They're just dogs, okay? According to Chinese state media, the zoo confirmed it dyed the dog's fur to look like pandas to fill in the blank of not having actual pandas.
You know, if I took time out of my day and spent my hard-earned money to go see a panda and got this,
And
I'd
zoos
probably
are
go and spend more.
expensive,
Man, they
bro.
got pandas from Temu. I can't even be mad.
Pandas
So obviously
from
people are
Temu. Oh,
usually
shit,
happy
my
to see
check.
animals at zoos, but you ever
Who
wonder
touched
how
the
the
glass,
animals feel?
kid?
Well, someone did, and a study
do.
from Nottingham Trent
A
and
lot.
Harper Adams University studied over 250 animals in zoos to see how their behaviors changed around human company. Using hours of observation and research, they found that the animal most excited to see people at zoos, and I really hope this is true, were elephants. Elephants showed the
Damn.
most positive reactions to large groups of
Let's
people, becoming more
go.
active, more playful, and overall seeming to have a better time when humans were around. The other people-happy animals included cheetahs, jaguars, penguins, grizzly
Jaguars
bears,
is interesting.
polar bears, a cow called a batang, servals, and black-tailed prairie dogs. And on the other side, the animals that seemed to like human company the least were hedgehogs, ostriches, marsupials like kangaroos,
They don't care,
ungulates like
bro.
giraffes and antelopes, and probably most random of all, the tuatara. They
Damn.
have 3 eyes and apparently none of them want to see us. As for the rest, the vast majority of animals had no reaction. The study does raise an interesting question, and that's how the pandemic affected zoo animals. Believe it or not, some animals actually started to miss people. The worldwide panoramic left elephants confused and disappointed, birds like kias and cockatoos missed the attention, and you even had apes like chimps actively looking for missing visitors. And while the shutdown gave us gems like penguins exploring empty aquariums, or a sea lion getting introduced to a tegu, by far the best story to come out was what happened in a Japanese aquarium. You see, the eels in Tokyo Sumida Aquarium were used to people, but the pandemonium turned them back people shy, and those same eels would now hide in the sand whenever a worker or someone would walk past.
Wow.
The problem is, that made it almost impossible to check up on them and keep them healthy. The solution was the aquarium asked people to FaceTime their eels to refamiliarize them with people, like some exposure therapy. There was a legitimate time where you could have gone on a date with an antisocial eel.
Wow,
and the worldwide
that's
Panera brought
so
a lot of bad, but
crazy.
this was definitely a bright spot. But now, zoos are back open, so here's some hacks to get the most out of your experience. Animals are going to be most active on cooler, cloudier days, and they usually peak as soon as the doors open. Also, you're going to want to aim for a random weekday, since the less crowded the better. Try it. If you can be there the next overcast 10 a.m. on a Tuesday, I swear you'll see a different zoo. And if you're a cat person, you might want to wear some Calvin Klein. No, seriously, the Klein is a favorite for cats of all kinds, from cheetahs to cougars, from lions to leopards. In fact, researchers have caught wild jaguars on camera by dousing the trap in obsession for men. So next time you're at the zoo and end up in big cat country, go ahead and spritz some of the Klein and see what happens.
Okay,
But yeah, that's
damn.
gonna do it for this video.
Let's
I imagine
go.
I'm gonna get a couple
Great
comments
video
disappointing
again,
me
man.
for not blasting zoos for 15 minutes, that I can't possibly care about animals if I still go to them. Here's my take. I've always said that zoos are capable of a lot of good and a lot of bad, but a lot of them are an invaluable resource for conservation and awareness. And while I agree, there are some species that are just not built for zoos. A majority of them are there because they literally would be worse off in the wild. Przewalski's horse was basically halfway down the grave, but it was the work of zoos that helped bring them back from the brink. Same thing with the California condor, and about a dozen more. And Sparathoper zookeepers are overworked, underpaid, usually overqualified. And like I said, the smell isn't just something they leave at the office. Not all zoos are created equal, and it's at best lazy, and at worst almost dangerous to put them all in the same boat. But I'ma stop yapping, drink water, hug your mother.
So yeah, man, it's a moral dilemma that I personally have as well, because I love animals, and although zoos serve a purpose, when I see primates and elephants and orcas and dolphins in sea worlds, for example, I can't help but feel this sense of they don't belong here, and there they are confined to four walls. It's not healthy for them. Like with the example of giraffes. Giraffes love being at zoos because they don't have to worry about predators. They just stay there and eat all day. But elephants were not built to be there. Orcas were not built to be in there. I can't help but feel this sense of like sadness when I see zoos. But I also know that zoos do a lot of great work with animals, saving species from extinction. It's a moral dilemma for sure, and it's a catch-22, whatever opinion you have on them. I encourage you to do your research on your local zoo to see if it aligns with what you're looking for in zoos and animals and those kinds of matters. And if your zoo is one of the good ones, go support them, help them, because they need it. And the zookeepers, man, like bro said, they are underpaid, overworked. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Have a phenomenal weekend. But before you go, don't forget our videos on this channel, bro. Come on, man, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys on Monday. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and yes, friction burn, just ignore it, it's almost going away, which is great. But today we are going to be reacting to a brand new Casual Geographic video, man. This time called Every Bear and His Chance of Retiring You from Life. So without further ado, let's react to this thing, man. Let's
It's
go.
scientifically proven that one of the best ways to see how a guy's mind works, to really see what type of person you're dealing with, ask one question. What's the biggest animal you can beat in a fight? You ask that and you'll learn a whole lot in a short time. And in 2021, British firm YouGov did a survey. There's a lot to unpack here, but mostly the 6% of Americans that think they could handle a grizzly without getting their existence
And
abolished.
people think they can beat an elephant in a fight. Are they dumb?
And that's how long it would take. Bears are inevitable enough to be one of the few animals I have a one-shot rule against. As in, if they're coming at me full force and I have one shot in the chamber, I'm using it to self-medicate my exit off the mortal coil. I might not survive a hippo attack, but I'm for sure not surviving my reaction to one. I'll same-day ship myself to the Lord's door before I let a chimp handle me, and I'll self-subtract with the quickness before a bear makes me part of its business. Bears are the most conceptually inconsiderate creatures in nature. Basically a giant unhinged dog with every possible attribute maxed. Think about it. Nature dropped an apex all-terrain CrossFit predator that can out everything and just let the rest of the population deal with it. But what's the most dangerous bear actually? Well, today we're going to be talking about every breed of bear and its chances of putting you on a shirt. Each bear will get a Merc rating, Merc standing for might eviscerate, ravage, or just cancel you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely the K word that was supposed to be.
It is.
And as always, each rating will be in my very biased opinion. But yeah, call me Joe Rogan or a Grinder Gladiator. Either way, we are going down the bear hole. Starting with the sun bear, named after the thing he spent way too long looking at.
They look weird, you know. They do look weird.
And yes, they're built like they barely qualify to be here. He looks like a bear with crippling social anxiety that got told to act natural. They were recently involved in a controversy in China. The controversy was nobody believed that wasn't a man in costume. To be fair, they're easily the least coated Ursus out there. They're the smallest in the world at no heavier than $140. And be honest, how long would it take for you to guess that foot was was attached to a grizzly's cousin. Those bare feet helped them climb trees, and some bears are the most tree climbing of them all. But how dangerous is this identity crisis? Well, they're shy, reclusive, and mostly eat fruits and plants. They're also trigger happy, nearly blind, and they share real estate with tigers.
Yeah.
Sun bears are known to attack people when caught off guard, and their poor eyesight means they can easily get jump scared by humans. They also have one of the strongest bite forces relative to body size of any bear, but probably only because they use teeth to rip the tree bark. There was even one case where a sun bear tiger showdown ended up with both of them becoming past tense. So what could they do to a human? Well, from 2000 to 2010, there were 33 sun bear attacks on humans, with the most common injuries being facial. But all the attacks were accidental encounters where the sun bears would probably argue self-defense. And to my knowledge, there are no recorded cases of a sun bear killing a person. So with no body count and being the smallest, but also being neurotic enough to be a threat, I'll give the sun bear a Merc rating of 5. Next you have the Andean, also known as the spectacled bear. For obvious reasons.
I've never seen this
he's
one.
the biggest land predator in that part of South America. Only technically, because only 5% of Four Eyes' diet is meat. Like the sun bear, they're only really a jihad to fruits and plants. Also like the sun bear, the walking spectacle is very tree climbing, and they'll even build their version of a tree house to sleep in. To be fair, you don't really have a choice when your hall monitor's a jaguar. But don't think Buddy's sweet because he got glasses. They've been known to take out llamas, cows, and even tapirs twice their size. But how dangerous are they to people? Well, in 2004, an Andean bear escaped from a Berlin zoo and made a beeline for the children's area. What followed was one of the most gruesome displays ever caught on camera. Viewer discretion is advised.
Wow.
Apparently,
decided to attack a
has
bicycle.
one human body on his record, and technically it was a hunter who shot the bear out of a tree only for the bear to land on him. I'm sorry, but if you fail physics that hard, you deserve to get packed up by Paddington. And yes, Paddington was indeed a spectacle. Spectacles are also the closest living relative of, the short-faced bear. Oh, the duality. But considering the only casualty was more to slapstick than a homicidal bear, I give the spectacled beast a Merc rating of 2. And now we're at the panda portion, which might confuse some since there's a genuine corner of the internet that'll tell you that pandas aren't actually bears. They'll sooner believe China has an obese biracial gerbil waddling around. To be fair, being a bear but identifying as a bamboo processing plant is a questionable life choice. One, bamboo is so protein packed that Ursus Oreo actually ends up getting just as much as wolves and feral cats. And 2, binging bamboo all day means pandas actually have one of the strongest bite forces of any land mammal. Wild pandas usually avoid people, and there's currently no record of a plus-size eyeshadow cotton ball killing a human. But pandas will 100% lash out if they think you deserve it, often with life-altering consequences.
I've seen that image on a video of Gonzii Geographic. It's on the channel.
At the Beijing Zoo, a young panda named Gugu. In 2006, a drunk dude climbed into the enclosure to give Gugu a hug, and Gugu gave him an attitude adjustment with his teeth. After several minutes of biting each other, yes, Drunky bit the bear. They were eventually separated with a fire hose. In 2007, a teenager tried Gugu and got chunks ripped out of his legs to the point where bones were showing. And in 2009, a father climbed over a barrier to retrieve a toy his son dropped. His reward was his leg caught in Gugu's vice grip jaws that keepers literally had to pry open. I really think if pandas didn't wear the makeup, y'all would not be trying them like this. The worst part about getting mauled by something so goofy is it probably takes a long time for bystanders to realize you're in trouble. They're the epitome of, I'm not a killer, but don't push me, and for that, they get a Merc rating of 4, because really, if you get flatlined by a panda, you probably deserved it. Now we got the black bear, aka the fight back part of the rhyme, which is kinda true. Black bears are more likely to run away than run a fade, and after seeing them climb trees, thank the natural order for that. Although they probably only learned that from dealing with another bear down the list. Black bears are high-key champion generalists. They're smart enough and adaptable enough to
number
live
one has to be the polar bear.
Also, they're not always black, but that's besides the point. Running as a giant raccoon means they run into people more than the average bear, and if you look at the numbers, they might not be as harmless as the nursery rhyme suggests. Since 1784, there have been 66 times where a black bear and a human resulted in one less human. Pretty low, but there's more. There's just under 12 black bear conflicts a year. 52% are typically defensive, 33% were food motivated, and 15% were predatory. That number is interesting because that's actually higher than what you would see in brown bears. Folks now believe there's a slow but very real rise in predatory male black bears murking people. In fact, the first ever fatal black bear attack in California just happened last month. Male blacks, but black bears that is, they have a wider range, which means a desperate down bad male is more likely to try his luck on hikers. The last stat I have is 88% of black bear assisted census subtractions were predatory, and 92% of those predatory pastimes were done by males. But when I say slow rise, we are still talking about one person getting clapped a year. Also, apparently none of those casualties carried pepper spray, so if you do that, hike in groups and put food and garbage away, you probably won't get cooked by Smokey. In fact, a majority of black bear encounters end like a Mormon liaison, where neither side gets touched. So they're flight over fight and statistically harmless, but they live in close proximity with people and are technically more likely to see you as free pizza than grizzlies. So I'll give them a 6.5.
Okay.
6, final answer. Not unlike their Asian cousins, and disclaimer, we're getting into the legitimately dangerous territory. The Asiatic black bear, also called the moon bear, is the first honest threat to human way of life. They're way more on sight than American black bears, and for that matter, even Eurasian brown bears. To be fair, neither of them have to deal with a certain big cat. Like most bears, they're most dangerous when people run into them and the bear feels cornered, and for that reason, attacks are on the rise. From April 2023 to just November, 212 people caught the wrong end of Asiatic aggression from a black bear. 6 died, and food scarcity means those numbers are probably going up. In fact, that's why they're a problem in Japan. You see, in Japan, there's a shift with young people leaving the countryside to go make bread in the big city, and food-feeding bears moving into the now less crowded human neighborhoods. Now, it's never been easier to find problems with an Asian bear, and from 2000 to 2020, 2,357 black bear attacks have been recorded. 42.4% suffered severe injury, 1.2% ended up with permanent disability, and 4.8% lost the ability to exist. They're dead, and over 20% of those attacks happened in August, i.e. right around the time they're getting ready to hibernate. There was even a case earlier this year where a man had to negotiate his arm with a Swiss knife after the Asian variety refused to let him go. Since this is the first bear that is a somewhat regular threat to people, I'm gonna give the Asiatic black bear a 7.5. Although with the whole bear bile farming thing, we probably had it coming. And now we get to my honest inspiration for this video, the brown bear. But grizzly, first I'm gonna clear something up. The grizzly bear is a subspecies of the brown bear, kind of like how the Arctic wolf is an offshoot of the gray guy. The grizzly is basically a landlocked brown bear. They're further inland, and their grocery list is a lot shorter, which is why, even though they're the most famous, grizzlies aren't even the biggest bears brown and around. They're smaller than the The Kamchatka bear dwarfs grizzlies, mostly because of the fresh supply of salmon they get from shacking up on the Kamchatka Peninsula, which actually has the highest density of brown bears on the planet. There's like 20,000 of them there. And of course, what y'all know about the Kodiak bear? Named after the Kodiak Islands nature was forced to vault in on. They can outweigh a grizzly by almost 500 pounds. That's purely off of pescatarian. That is a whole mountain of a bear. Grizzly bears are smaller, but the higher competition and being gate-kept from coastal calories makes them that much more aggressive. Which makes them, and I don't like to curse that much, my mom watches me, but that is a fucking problem. They're like a predatory Thanos. Your demise is inevitable if they greenlight it. They have jaws that can crush a bowling ball. Pause that mean. You're a high five away from balling like Emmanuel Hansel. I've seen them punk entire wolf packs out of food, and they might be the only thing alive that can choke slam a moose. There's only one video that truly encapsulates how fornicated you are if a grizzly chases you. Well, other than this. Here you have a grizzly running, and wow, we're still going. Oh, right there. That's the caribou he's after. Keep in mind, this is the 30-second mark of the video. About 4 minutes was all it took for the seed of Santa to get packed up like a Christmas present and turned into part of the past. But how dangerous are brown bears actually? Since 1784, there have been only 82 fatal brown bear conflicts in North America. Yellowstone surprisingly only has 8. From 2000 to 2015, there were a recorded 664 brown bear attacks around the world, with 95 flatlines. Of these attacks, 17% involved someone with a dog, 10% were after a bear got shot or trapped, aka the person had it coming, 20% were sudden encounters, and an overwhelming 47% involved a female with a cub, proving that the only thing more dangerous than the bear,
boom, a child. No.
But really, numbers say there's only 11 brown bear attacks in North America a year, 40 if we're talking worldwide. In fact, the chances of getting murked by a brown bear in Yellowstone are 1 in 2.1 million. I do think bears suffer a lot from shark syndrome, where the attacks might not happen often, but when they do, they're usually graphic enough to go international. At the same time, the worst case scenario scares me more than death itself, so brown bears, specifically grizzly bears, get a Merc rating of 8. Make that an 8.5. Bro. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Bear's a great example of something I always say.
Bears, when they catch you, they don't bother killing you. They'll put a paw on your chest or your back, and they just start ripping chunks, bro.
Most of his life as prey.
Like that. They don't care. They give a shit.
Bloodline. They also get plenty of smoke from leopards, problems from dole packs, and somehow the same elephants and rhinos that are chill-ish around tigers have zero tolerance for the Baloos of the world. Add it all up, you get a floppy-faced termite.
Yeah, Baloo from Jungle Book was a
aggressive animals on the planet. You basically basically have a giant honey badger with attitude and all the tools to follow through. It's prey trauma with predatory hardware. They don't really know how to kill, they just inflict as much pain as physically possible. That's why many sloth bear victims end up with their faces torn off, since that's their go-to move against tigers. A trauma bear with chimpanzee tendencies means they get a Merc rating of 9. There's no good record of sloth bear attacks on people, but it's the fact that they live on top of and kill more people than other bears that outnumber them.
True.
This is technically the most dangerous bear per capita. And it's the one named after a sloth. In fact, one sloth bear was called the man-eater of Mysore after he killed 12 people and severely mauled another 24. In his defense, something like that's pretty rare, and it's believed the bear was injured by people first and then went on a rampage. Not like the last bear, which is one of the few animals to see humans as prey.
It's a polar bear.
I'm gonna kill the suspense right now. The polar bear is a 10.
It
1870
is.
to 2014,
There's no other rating.
20 people have been killed by polar bears.
This
73
animal sees nothing but meat and blood, bro. They don't have compassion, they don't have anything. They have the drive to survive.
That
That's
means
it.
in this study,
And to
20% of all polar bear attacks happened in less than 3% of the time, and that less than 3% was in the last 4 years.
Damn.
Polar bear is the only bear that classifies as a hyper carnivore, and they'll try anything from walruses to reindeer,
everything
and
that
even
moves.
body a beluga whale. As you know, polar bears are one of the rare animals that'll actively hunt people. It's true what they say. If you see a polar bear in the wild, your expiration date's already stamped. They can smell a seal from almost 20 miles away, so you know when ice bear
They can smell a seal from 3 feet of ice.
Threat in Churchill, Manitoba, it's common courtesy to leave car doors unlocked in case someone needs a 4-wheeled panic room from a polar bear. The same place, by the way, that has the Churchill Polar Bear Detention Center. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's an air-conditioned temporary holding cell for polar bears that get way too comfortable around people. No other bear is more of a certified homicide once you make eye contact. But they wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for receding sea ice basically stranding a marine mammal on land. And like with black bears, it's a starving, desperate rogue males that are most likely to turn a human into a hashtag. And that's kind of the thing, every bear on this list would easily put humans at a 10. Like I said, Asiatic black bears are the most common victims of bear bile farms. Sloth bears are often kept as dancing tourist traps, which involves brutal maimings and shoving a rope through their nose. Literally, through it. And despite the memes, humanity has done more to pandas than for them. Also, there's the fact that most bears want nothing to do with you. Literally, one of the best ways to avoid a bear is to actually make noise to give the bear a chance to avoid you. Most bear brutalities come from a bear getting jump scared and making a decision. Also, there's bear spray, but bear spray is a lot like a seatbelt. You don't get into a car expecting to do a barrel roll down I-80, but the same way the seatbelt makes the worst case better, so does bear spray. In fact, you'll probably never use it. Moral of the story? Yeah, honestly, the bear wouldn't even choose us. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. If you rock with the Merc rating thing, I actually have an entire book on the concept. 100 animals that can
go support the homie, man.
Each animal has a rating based on my personal bias.
There you have it, guys. That was the bear world and which odds you have against them. Listen, bears are amazing. They are one of the most incredible creatures we have on this planet. They are majestic, they are powerful, they just look cool. Leave them alone. That's the main thing. Just leave them alone, leave them be, let them exist in their own peace, in their own world. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I did. Thank you for all the support. You guys are amazing, and I hope you had a phenomenal weekend. But for now, as always, before you go, don't forget our views on the channel, bro. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye! Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, man. Before we start the video, man, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It helps more than you think. While you're at it, like the video already, man. It helps tell the algorithm that you actually enjoy my content.
If you want to inflict emotional damage on a millennial, remind them that the Harambe kid either is or is about to be a teenager. In a couple of months, it'll be a year short of a decade since the gorilla was prematurely perp walked off the census. And despite being named after a Swahili term for coming together, Harambe's death has been no less divisive. But the closer you get to the full story, with crucial context, the question becomes less of whether the zoo was right for turning the legacy of Bob Marley into a hashtag, and more of everything that went wrong to force the zoo to pull the trigger. Because Harambe's death was the right choice for the wrong reasons. Now hear me out, I'm not blaming the gorilla, in fact quite the opposite. Literally everyone involved but the gorilla ultimately failed him, and in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna show you just how horrendous Harambe got done. The same 10 minutes it took for them to end him. Flashback to 2016. Eggs were $1.68, a light skin in Under Armours was no-scoping entire teams, and Kanye was still Kanye. But he made graduate, all was good, until a 3-year-old canon event changed the course of mankind. On May 28, 2016, a mother took 4 children to the Cincinnati Zoo and got to the gorilla world habitat when the youngest boy said he wanted to go swimming with the gorillas. She went back and forth with him and then turned around to start putting kids in strollers when she heard a splash, followed by immediate screaming. Like any other human, she went to the railing, and that's when her mind took an indelible screenshot when she realized,
Cincinnati 911. Hi, my son fell in the zoo exhibit at the gorillas. There's a male gorilla standing over him. I need someone to contact the zoo, please. He's dragging my son. I can't watch this.
In an unfortunate case of free will, the 3-year-old climbed the 3-foot fence, army crawled through 4 feet of bush, and before anyone could grab him and save the timeline, he fell 15 feet straight into the gorilla mode, where he was confronted by 450 pounds of adult primate. Harambe didn't seem especially aggressive, but watching him ragdoll the toddler likely took years off his mother's life. No one could say what was going through the gorilla's mind at the time, but we know what went last, because at about 4:10 p.m., about 10 minutes after the boy fell in, a member of the Cincinnati Zoo Dangerous Animal Response Team life-retired Harambe with a bullet to the head. And life as we knew it was never the same. The slain simian was mourned by millions and memed by even more, to the point where there are people who use their right to vote on the corpse of a Kennedy gorilla, and that is the most political statement that will ever come out of this channel. But before we can judge what had to be an impossible decision, it's only fair to look at every angle, starting with the nature of gorillas. Gorillas aren't the menaces to society and skyscrapers we thought they were. Male gorillas are way more child-friendly than the average O-ring and chimpanzee. It's been said that the males that babysit more are considered more attractive to a tribe of hairy women. That's how they got their name. And being good with kids is more of a turn-on than size, strength, or status. It's proven that guy gorillas on daycare duty will have 5 times as many children as those that avoid it, which is probably why they fight so hard for custody. You've never seen a gorilla hit the burners like that. But gorillas don't need Maury, they'll even step up for children that aren't theirs. A couple years back, the alpha gorilla of a group in Rwanda got sick, and since in sickness and in health is a human construct, the 4 gorillas of the group left, abandoning not just their baby daddy, but their progeny as well. With the infants barely old enough to feed themselves, it should have been curtains. But this story had a plot twist. The sick male had a brother, Kubaha, and Unc stepped up and looked after them. They'd sleep in his nest, treat him like a literal jungle gym, and he single-handedly kept the next generation up. And Kubaha wasn't an anomaly. In 53 years of gorilla research, it's proven that orphan mountain gorillas that lose their mothers early on don't have a greater risk of becoming a statistic because the males will often step in. Not only did a different study show the exact opposite happens to baby chimps, monkeys, and baboons that get the Bambi treatment, even if they do survive, they inherit 0 social rank and virtually no chance at having children. It's the same story for animals like elephants, orcas, and hyenas. Being motherless is social cyanide, but not gorillas. Having one mom short of a full house, oof, has 0 effect on their social status, and it's believed that since mama gorillas often dip out before their babies mature, the males have evolved to cushion the blow. Plus with chimpanzees working monkeys, bush babies, that's a bush baby, and even doikers for food, and even the good vibes tree hippie known to turn lorises into lunch meat, gorillas pretty much being knuckle-walking lawnmowers probably doesn't hurt Harambe's case. Gorillas go out of their way to avoid conflict, and you really won't see them beating on something weaker than they are, unless they did something to deserve it. But there's always a but. The rules of nature often change when you're talking about captivity. A wild orca has apparently never depulsed a person, but those confined to a glorified fishbowl have a body count. Pandas normally mate, date, and procreate no less than the average black bear, but those in captivity often get less play than Helen Keller's Spotify. In captivity, mother gorillas will often reject their own babies, and it happens a lot more than you would think, so maybe the parental instinct doesn't apply as much to a gorilla behind the glass. Yeah, no, because if I had a nickel for every time someone's son ended up in a gorilla enclosure, I'd already have 2 nickels by the time player number 3 decided to keep the tradition alive and airdrop himself to the gorilla grotto. On August 16th, 1996, another 3-year-old fell nearly 24 feet into the Brookfield Zoo gorilla exhibit. In a scene you've definitely seen before, 8-year-old Binti Draw climbed down to the boy, cradled him in her gorilla arms for nearly 60 feet, and gently placed him at the employee entrance where officials could get him. But what you might not know was that Binti was one of those gorillas rejected by her mother and was hand-raised by humans. Part of this raising meant her caretakers had to train her to be a mother once she became pregnant with the same baby riding shotgun while she rescued the boy. Part of this training included handing off her baby to staff for checkups, so there was low-key an argument as to whether this was an actual gorilla guardian angel or just an animal doing what it had been trained. Well, almost a decade earlier in 1986, 5-year-old Levin Merritt followed the same script, falling into the gorilla pit and knocking himself all the way out. And 25-year-old Yumbo stood protectively over the boy, gatekeeping any other gorilla from him, and when the child regained consciousness and cried out, instead of matching his energy, the silverback calmly led his family to a small hut on the other side of the enclosure. But unlike Binti, Yumbo wasn't human-raised or trained in childcare. This was actual gorilla free will that looked after the injured kid. So now you might be confused, because if you were on the fence on the Harambe happening, hearing about their social psychology and the gorilla history lesson would have surely kicked you onto the Harambe side. Well, every gorilla is different, so let's talk about the story of Harambe, before he became a hashtag. Harambe was born in the Gladys Porter Zoo in Brownsville, Texas, May 27, 1999, meaning he had just turned 17 when he got sniped. Just like Binti, he was also rejected by his mother Kayla when he was only 3 weeks old. So zoo director Jerry Stone hand-raised Harambe, taking him home. The tiny gorilla was by all means his family. Jerry was actually the one to help Harambe's grandparents settle in after they arrived from Africa, and he was even there at Harambe's birth, cutting the umbilical cord.
Damn.
He changed diapers, got up at midnight to feed him. Nobody had put in more Harambe hours than Jerry. Jerry described him as a lovable troublemaker. He'd do things like throw water at female keepers and run away. He'd steal blankets just to give keepers an excuse to chase him. He'd even climb walls to get his keepers' attention just so he could fall backwards and make them catch him. By every account, Harambe meant well, but there was a point where Jerry stopped getting in the cage with him. Not because he was aggressive, but as he got bigger and stronger, there was a legitimate chance he could accidentally roughhouse Stone into eternal submission. But Jerry also noted that Harambe always looked after his siblings, fully embracing the big brother role. But on January 6, 2002, before Harambe was even 3, someone left chlorine cleaning tablets way too close to a space heater, causing a leak of toxic chlorine gas that suffocated the gorillas. Zookeepers immediately called EMTs, and by administering oxygen, they were able to revive 8 of the gorillas. But there were 3 that never woke up: Harambe's mother, brother, and sister. Yeah, Harambe got hoed by humanity long before Cincinnati. Speaking of which, almost 10 years later in 2014, Harambe was now 15, and time came for him to be relocated to hopefully start his own troop. Jerry actually pushed for Harambe to be sent to Cincinnati, that way he could contribute to their breeding program, and in September, the gorilla named after a Bob Marley song was transferred to the Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden, and less than 2 years later, he would exist only as a statue. So there, now you have more background information than 90% of anyone who's given their opinion. Everything so far points against Harambe being a threat to the toddler, yet experts like Jane Goodall, Jack Hanna, and primatologist Franz de Waal all seem to agree the zoo made the right choice. And I'm with them. Harambe had to die. But why? Basically, it was the best of a bad situation. A lot of people say tranquilizers, but tranks don't work the same way they do on TV. It can take 10 minutes to take effect, even longer when the animals turned up. There was a story of 2 polar bears wandering too close to town in Churchill, Manitoba, and the first bear was slept and put in polar bear jail. Yes. But the second bear had no reaction to the same trank. If anything, it probably made him mad. But the real reason tranquilizing wasn't an option. This is Cha-Cha, Cha-Cha the chimp. Cha-Cha went full Caesar and escaped the Yagiyama Zoo in Japan, and I want you to see what happened the moment he got darted. That man was a second away from becoming an Instagram reel. Animals don't understand the concept of anesthesia, but they do understand getting shot in the back, and in those 10 minutes to take effect, Harambe could have been the most dangerous gorilla outside of Hollywood. The next option would have been trying to have a keeper rescue the kid while distracting Harambe, but here's the thing. The moment the kid fell in, zoo officials signaled for all the gorillas to come inside. The 2 females complied, but Harambe, he was also using free will. Clearly he wasn't in the mood to cooperate. The last argument is that Harambe wasn't hurting the kid. In fact, it looks like he was protecting him. I actually agree. I think the father instinct was doing a lot of heavy lifting, but here's the thing. Harambe was a 450-pound immature teenager who never had a kid or was trained for it. He could have killed that kid completely by accident. This isn't 25-year-old Yumbo. Young gorillas play rough, and one hard pull could rip his arm out of the socket, and too hard of a drag could bash the 3-year-old's head against a rock. Also, Harambe was clearly stressed out. The situation was a time bomb. The little boy freaking out and screaming, suddenly running away, or even just looking Harambe in the eye could have been enough to light the fuse. And speaking of time, don't forget, that kid was in gorilla custody for 10 minutes. Might not seem like much to you, but let it be your bloodline. 10 minutes will feel like and cost you 10 years. Now, what they should have done, in my non-professional online opinion, was get anyone who wasn't a keeper, paramedic, or zoo vet get him out of there, form a perimeter, something. I feel like all this could have been avoided if you didn't have a whole coliseum yelling at my mans. Silent game would have been golden, but at that point it was too late for all that, and so the last option meant erasing an endangered species and future father. I don't like it, you don't like it, nobody's happy, but let's be real. Think about what the conversation would be if that kid became a chalk outline right there. Well, I can tell you, because it's happened. November 4th, 2012, Pittsburgh Zoo. Mother lifts her 2-year-old over the railing for a better view. Mother ignores several warnings and signs. Mother somehow lets child slip, and Maddox Durkosh fell, bounced off a safety net meant only for phones and cameras, and touches earth inside the enclosure. Problem was, the toddler landed with the African wild dogs. The most efficient pack hunters in Africa, the ones infamous for turning body to buffet before it can pass away. Look, I can spare you the details, just know it was quick, it was gruesome, and there was nothing anyone could do. The Durkoshes would file a wrongful death lawsuit against the zoo, seeking $300,000 because you can't put a price on life, but you can pay a lawyer to try. The family and the zoo would reach a confidential settlement. The endangered dogs were all relocated, except for the one shot by cops, and the entire exhibit was repurposed for another endangered African predator, the cheetah. You know, for the longest I thought the zoo got screwed, but what I never knew was that in May of the same year, some of the same wild dogs dug out of their den and got the entire zoo put on lockdown. And as early as 2007, a member of the zoo safety committee explicitly warned of guests dangling children over the exhibit opening and advised them to install plexiglass to cover it. But no changes were made until a kid got eviscerated 5 years later. Now don't think I'm letting the mom off, I got a lot of thoughts. And they're all explicit, but the zoo was liable and negligent, and it cost them and the dogs, even though common sense would have saved the day. But common sense would have been a godsend on Christmas Day 2007, San Francisco Zoo. Look, we've all heard the story of Tatiana the venge-lusting tiger, so here's what we know. 3 guys, 17-year-old Carlos Sousa Jr. and the 19 and 23-year-old Dhaliwal brothers taunted a Siberian tiger. Pine cones and sticks were likely thrown at the tiger. The brothers' father admitted that the boys were drunk. Tatiana escaped, murked Sousa, and mauled the brothers until she was eventually shot by cops. And the Dhaliwal family settled a suit against the zoo for $900,000, and the Sousa family settled a wrongful death suit for an undisclosed amount. And both brothers would use their second chance at life to get into several run-ins with the law, one including a drunken fight with police, and the younger brother would pass away in 2012 due to unknown causes. By every metric, they fucked around and found out, and the two that lived came up almost $1 million off it. But two things can be true. The zoo screwed up bad because days after the attack, they said the moat Tatiana had escaped from was at least 20 feet tall. Turns out it was 12 and a half, a full 4 feet lower than federal safety standards. And if you know tigers, that is one fuck of an oopsie. But also, after killing Sousa, Tatiana tracked the brothers down. But because cafe employees refused to let the two in, the Siberian Fury pulled up outside the cafe and mauled them again. It took 6 full minutes for zoo employees to realize that the brothers weren't drunk idiots screaming. They were drunk idiots screaming, but not lying about a tiger John Wicking them. And because the zoo was under a Code 1 lockdown, it took another 5 minutes for zoo security to let police and fire units in. Those extra 10 minutes mean a lot when you're actively getting turned out by a tiger. And it probably would have saved Sousa's life. Two things can be true. Tweedledee, Dim, and Dumbass pissed off an apex predator and earned themselves a nomination for a Darwin Award while getting an endangered species past tense in the process. But the zoo was also painfully negligent in every aspect, especially since just a year before, keeper Lori Cummigan was mauled by the same tiger while feeding her through the enclosure's grill, and Tatiana's temper tore the skin off her arm, resulting in several surgeries, skin grafts, and California OSHA fining the zoo for safety violations. Lori would also sue and would also settle for an undisclosed amount. And after Tatiana's final act, the zoo would raise the barrier from 12.5 to 19 feet. So you see, the zoo and Harambe were screwed the moment someone spawned into his enclosure. And really, Harambe was dead the moment he chose free will. In fact, if that child would have died, Harambe certainly would have been past tensed, all the gorillas might have been packed out, and the zoo would have been sued beyond oblivion. The zoo would modify Gorilla World by raising the outer barrier and loading up on netting and fencing, but the real victims here were Harambe, the child, and gorillas as a whole. And as much as I want to dump on the mom, well, the internet's kind of done that already, but kids are walking kamikazes. Not excusing it, cause damn it, watch your crotch and the things that come out, but you don't think a kid will, till they do. Mama, I love you, I really do, but when I was about knee high, my mom turned away for a second at the park, and when she turned back, she saw me on the other side of a pond leaning in. And if both my parents didn't go Usain Bolt and catch me before I fell in, well, we know how that story ends. I also almost got kidnapped. And I only say that now because my mother never lets me forget it. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Drink water, hug your mother, hold your kids. They're stupid. Rest in primate Harambe, and I'ma see y'all
Rest in peace,
in the next one.
So yeah, man, it is what it is. Bro's right. Like, watch your kids, man. I know it's complicated. Like, I'm the oldest of 3, 4 with me. Like, just my little sister alone has 2 instances where she just did kid stuff. Like, we are all in the beach, the family all together. Kids are sneaky, bro. And she sneaked off. We are in the beach, and yeah, we were right here, right? This is the river. And my little sister, she was like, what, 4, 5, around that. She went on her foot alone, yeah, low tide, by the way. All of this, and came right here. We found her right here. All our family together. She just went, and nobody saw her. There was people around here. Nobody saw her. Because we had a whole beach in this section looking for her. And nobody saw her. Until my brother darted out with me behind him, wearing only one sock, yeah? Yeah, I took my sneakers to the beach because I didn't know we were going to the beach. Then we found her right here. You see, kids are dumb. Kids are stupid, bro. And Harambe did need to die. He just did. And it's sad. Nobody's happy for it. Rest in peace to bro. But it did. He was a male gorilla that if the kid looked at him in the eye, the kid could have died right there. And it's sad. Nobody's happy for it. Me neither. Rest in peace again. But yeah, it is what it is, man. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Shout out to Casual Geographic. Homie stays the GOAT. And I'll see you guys in the next one. But before we go, like the video, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. All glory to God. And goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic banger, bro. This time called Why You Should Never Trust a Pelican with Your Child. Now, I'm not an expert nor a father, but why would you leave your child with a pelican? And why do you have a pelican? Those are questions that need to be answered, boy. But without further ado, let's watch this thing, mate.
I don't know if this is the most disturbing, but this is definitely top 5. This is Malgas Island, and up to 60,000 of these birds called Cape Gannets will nest here. But don't worry, I'm gonna get to it. So normally these parents take turns, with one going out for food, with the other staying behind to guard the chick. But because of overfishing, oftentimes both parents will go out for food, leaving the chick all alone on the island. Which wouldn't be a problem if they didn't know that. Because groups of these white pelicans will fly over to the islands and then walk around looking for any unsupervised gannet chicks, so that they can grab the baby birds and eat them alive while they're still struggling. And sometimes they'll just push the parents out the way and then swallow the newborn children right in front of them. It somehow gets worse. Those same pelicans will fly back to their nest and vomit the half-digested, recently murdered baby birds for the pelican chicks to eat. And because Cape Gannets have no real way to defend themselves, pelicans have no
Pelicans are a garbage compactor, bro.
Don't have teeth. Those chicks' last moments were spent suffocating while being digested alive by stomach acid, only to get regurgitated and eaten twice. Dinosaurs never went extinct. They just rebranded with feathers. No penguins will sell themselves, but like, in that way? Let me explain. This is an Adelie penguin. If you hear a messed up penguin fact, it usually involves them. So basically, Adelies build their nests out of piles of pebbles, which means 2 things. Pebbles are a penguin's form of currency, and the penguin with the most pebbles is considered the most attractive. So female Adelie penguins will offer their bodies to males in exchange for a rock, and yeah, it's exactly what I'm making it sound like. Sometimes the female will give it up to a male in exchange for a pebble, even though she already has a mate waiting for her back at the nest. Scientists can't really confirm this, but it's believed the females do this so that if their mate gets packed up by a seal or something, they still have a backup. Doesn't stop there, because a lot of times the female will pretend to be interested in the single male, and right when the male thinks he's about to get it in, she takes the pebble and runs back to her actual mate. The best example I could think of is if you buy a girl a drink only for her to take it and bring it over to her mate on the other side of the bar. Basically, these penguins pull a Cardi B, but, you know, without the Cosby.
Wow.
And before you feel bad for them, just remember that male Adelies have been known to have relations with injured females, chicks, penguin corpses, and one even hooked up with the ground.
Damn.
To completion. Penguins are dressed as Wall Street brokers, and they have the moral compass of one too.
What the fuck is that?
Ocean of f***ed up place, ain't it? That is Nermedia, but it's also called the ribbon worm. That thing that it's doing that's probably gonna get me a guideline violation. Yeah, that's how they eat. So that white stuff is proboscis, and they'll basically shoot it out over a crab or a clam or whatever the this thing eats. Also, it gets trapped and can't escape. Some types even inject a paralyzing toxin so their prey can't move, and then they'll add digestive juices so they can digest their prey before it's even in their mouth.
Damn.
And then this worm sucks its proboscis back in while also pulling its prey towards its mouth. It's like Spider-Man with a vor fetish. And some worms can shoot out a web that's 30 times their body length. Damn. Like a man eating with a 180-foot tongue with hands. So yeah, that's not a worm enjoying December 1st. That's not a worm shooting out its liquid daycare. That is a worm trying to eat a man. The more you know.
Horrifying sound of a woman becoming a hashtag.
What's an animal, dude?
The biggest mistake you could make is going to save that woman. Because that's not a woman getting turned into a headline. That was a female mountain lion in heat. Female cougars will often make these shrieking, blood-curdling screams when they're in estrus. It's like their Batman signal for getting laid. Answering that call when it's not for you is how you meet Batman's parents. Of course, I'm exaggerating. Cougars are way more afraid of you and will probably go the other way if you pull up on them. What won't go away are the bricks in your pants.
Bro,
try to
wait. Look how jacked the mountain lion is, bro. Bro, I can see the striations, my boy. Look at the neck on that. Look at the chest, boy. Sheesh.
Be a hero and make eye
boy
contact.
being getting gym, bro.
I know it's not related, but I'm still gonna mention.
Damn.
Tigers have been known to imitate the sounds of their prey to fool them into a false sense of security before they turn them into a hashtag.
That's facts, bro, and that's terrifying.
Now that I think about it, this is a margay, and they do the exact same thing with baby monkeys. Now, I'm not saying the cougars do it on purpose, but I am saying that nature is a bitch like that. Also, I forgot to mention that cougars tend to scream while mating. So if you're ever alone in bed and hear a woman on a Tinder date with Joe from you, don't worry. It's just cougars getting more action than you.
Damn. Wait, that's a bear, ain't it? Oh, hey, it's a cougar, okay.
Okay, so here's why you and your dog should never go swimming with a kangaroo. One of the kangaroo's biggest ops are dingoes, and dingoes often hunt by chasing their prey into ditches.
Kangaroos are yoked,
members
bro.
Of the pack. It's like their version of catching you in an alley. Some dingoes in Central Australia will even chase kangaroos into fences where the dingoes know they can't escape. But whenever a kangaroo is being pressed by a predator, they'll instinctively head to the nearest body of water and then go in where it's deep enough for their arms to be underwater. I call this the fuck around and find out.
If
the dingo follows it, then the kangaroo will take its arms and force it underwater until it gives up or gives out. And since they've had years of practice, kangaroos are really good at it. The problem is the generational trauma of being constantly hunted by dingoes means kangaroos are born racist towards anything that even looks like a dog.
Thanks.
Which is why kangaroos will attempt to reverse baptize any dogs that mess around and get too close. And if you go in trying to be a hero, they'll happily take the 2 for 1. That's of course assuming he doesn't just kick the soul out you first. Now a lot of prey animals will run towards water to avoid problems, but this kangaroo is the problem. This isn't an invitation, it's an offer to get Uber to your ancestors. You know, fuck around and find out.
And no creature gives a New Yorker a heart attack.
It's a bat, bro.
It's got the fucking virus!
I both can and cannot fully explain what that is. It's called a colugo, but it's also known as a flying bat, even though there's somehow 2 lies in that one name. They don't fly, they glide. They spend most of their lives in their trees. They basically just airdrop themselves from branch to branch. And it's not a lemur. Lemurs are primates.
You look so lost. Look at this, bro.
They glide, and since they spend most of their lives in their trees, they basically
bro,
just airdrop.
Why did you look so lost?
And
look. Look at that, bro. My boy does not know where he is, mate.
It's not a lemur. Lemurs are primates, making them related to gorillas, chimps, and us. But this thing isn't a primate.
Not a lemur.
Would probably name an atheist faith. They use that stretchy membrane called a patagium to glide like flying squirrels.
Ugly,
they can travel
bro.
650 feet without stopping. That's 200 meters or a little bit less than 2 football fields. But it's not a flying squirrel. There was a time people thought they were just God's rough draft of a bat, but colugos aren't related to bats either. And if you look at the order they're in, Dermotera, they're the only living members. It's like pulling up to a family reunion and finding out you're
so lost.
And because their entire personality involves flying, they're too slow and awkward to survive on the ground. And for an animal that lives in the trees, they're pretty mid-climbers. They're so bad at life that being nocturnal is probably the only thing keeping them alive. Mother colugos will carry their babies everywhere for the first 6 months, which made some people believe it was a marsupial, like some type of deformed air koala.
Bro,
but
what
it's
the
none
hell?
of those things.
What?
So what the f is it? Well, scientists performed genetic analyses on them, basically a 23andMe for a flying carpet, and it turns out their closest evolutionary relative are primates. It's pretty much the closest you can get to primates without actually being one. which means this dehydrated Dollar Tree chipmunk is more related to you than it is to an actual squirrel.
Ew.
The more you know. Are you having a good day today?
Yes.
Well, don't, because we just found out there's venomous sharks swimming in the Thames River in London. You know sharks, right? You know those things with a built-in GPS that can smell blood from another area code? With a bite kinda like getting hit with a truck with teeth.
Yeah.
Nature said it, gave them venom and decided to make it our problem. Now, as a rule, you'd normally expect this kind of nonsense from Australia, so the fact that it's in London makes me really think it's God giving us the middle finger. The worst part is, we really shouldn't be surprised. Sharks came up while Saturn was single because they're with most dinosaurs and trees. I'm not even surprised they evolved venom, I'm just surprised it took me this long to find out.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, the sharks are taupe sharks. And taupe sharks are about 6 feet long, 80-something pounds, and they've never been known to attack a human. But they also found venomous spur dog sharks. And they have venom-producing spines that can cause pain and swelling in humans. Apparently, in 2009, a man was sent to the hospital after one of these sharks allegedly impaled his forearm with a spine.
Oh.
And there's even more venomous sharks out there, like the dogfish and smoothhounds. Now, the chances of a venomous shark being in your obituary are very, very low. You're actually more likely to get turned into a hashtag by a vending machine or a very pissed off ex. But we can now add sharks to the list of animals that are venomous for no reason. Here's why hanging out with flamingos can be really bad for your health, and shout out to this comment for reminding me. Because African lesser flamingos will flock in lakes like Natron in Tanzania. And some of the water they choose to stand in is so toxic that if you tried to wade in it for 2 minutes, it would strip the skin off your legs completely. Because these are soda lakes, and because minerals like sodium carbonate flow into it, the lake ends up becoming overly basic and extremely salty. I hate chemistry, I had to retake it freshman year, and I should be entitled to compensation, so I'm not even finna lecture y'all. But basically, low pH means something's acidic, high pH means it's really basic.
Yes.
And because these lakes can have a pH of nearly 11, the water's so caustic that it burns the flesh of humans and animals that are not already adapted to it.
Damn.
And if it gets in your eyes, you'll be like Stevie wondering when the lights went out.
Wow.
Flamingos can survive in hypersalinated basic lakes because they have tough skin and scales on their legs to prevent burns. Also, apparently they can drink boiling water without flinching. Why even do all that? Well, flamingos get bodied by everything, including other birds. So to avoid getting harassed, they live in a place so inhospitable that nobody goes through the effort of following them. It's like if Ben Simmons left Philly to go play in Utah. Utah not even a bad team, but when's the last time you went to Utah for spring break? Never. And
I never went to Utah.
I swear I wasn't gonna make this video, but Buddy triple dared me, so here's how f***ed up Lion King would be if it was a little more accurate. This might have been the end of the movie. Baboons will kidnap unattended lion.
That's actually facts, bro.
Lion. Obviously, I know Rafik is a manjul. You can delete the comment you're probably typing, but primates have a natural hatred towards big cats like lions and leopards. Which means this scene would have sent the movie to the credits and turned Simba into initials on a Twitter bio. As the new head male, the first thing Scar would have done was murder Simba and Nala, since when new males take over, they destroy whatever cubs the previous male left behind.
Top of the list.
Which leads me to the next fact. Simba and Nala would have been half siblings because they would have had the same father.
Yes.
Most lion prides only have one male that's allowed to mate. Sometimes the lionesses get something on the side.
Mufasa was Nala's father as well.
Which means this scene would have required a lot of therapy.
A lot of therapy.
Family therapy. Meerkats are one of the most murderous animals in the world, and
Come on, bro.
Joke. There was a study done to see what mammal commits the most murders in the animal
they
at the top.
killed a lot.
Yeah. About 20% of meerkat deaths were caused by another meerkat.
Yep.
And now we know why Timon was on his own. Also, Simba would have been kicked out of the pride regardless. Because where lionesses spend their lives in the pride they were born in, males typically leave after 2 to 3 years, and it's usually the head male that drives them out. Which means Mufasa would have likely been the one showing Simba. Am I overanalyzing a kid's movie?
Yes.
Maybe, but he dared me, so it's not my fault.
So there we have it, another banger by Casual Geographic, bro. Dude just does not miss, bro. What we learned: do not leave your kid with a pelican, and also don't go to the water where flamingos are at. And also, Lion King, if it was in real life, would have ended in the first 30 seconds. So yeah, I think we covered all bases. Yeah. Guys, before you go, don't forget our interviews on the channel, man. Come on, bro. Keep God first, as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called "Is this the most disrespected animal in nature?" Alright, let's get it. Let's watch this, man.
This video was sponsored by Dragon City.
Hey, get your bag, bro. Love it all the time. You already know that. Oof, you almost had it, bro.
ask you how you are. You just
That boy was pissed, man. I would be as well. He was like, damn,
Equality
bro,
is a social
we're so close.
And the only reason I say that is because it seems like nature
Sloth?
went out of its way to make certain animals everyone else's stress.
Is that an alpigo,
Cheetahs
bro?
get bodied by
Probably.
virtually every aspect of life.
They do.
Seals get griefed by everything from seagulls to sea Thanos. And good God, don't let the otters get a hold of it.
Don't.
And it's possible no zebra has ever died of old age. But one of the most consistently disrespected animals on the planet can be found in the Amazon. But to understand just how badly this thing got nerfed, we gotta do a quick history lesson. Crocodiles are one of the oldest and most successful predators on the planet. And with a playbook up to 200 million years old, crocodilians have been terrorizing anything alive longer than Saturn's had rings. And because the whole impersonate a log and then bite us
Bro,
in the
that's
face
terrifying.
is pretty effective,
That's
the
so
crocodilian
fast.
family hasn't really changed in the hundreds of
Jeez, bro, he's getting waves,
They were able
bro.
to make the most out of a niche that really opened up when most of their competition got vaulted permanently. The only problem is, when you're that good for that long, eventually time will catch up to you. There's a hell of a slap from reality waiting for you when it does. Now there's two types of crocodilians, and the average person can name at least two. You got the crocodile and the alligator pretty easy. And there's a lesser known gharial, and the even less clouded false gharial. And then you have the subject of this video, the caiman.
No,
After years of
caimans
being part of
get
the
it,
winning
bro.
team, the caiman is now the lollipop.
Anacondas,
It
jaguars,
seems like
bro,
these days
they
gotta
get
take
it.
licks from everyone.
Other
Unlike the
crocodiles.
Komodo dragon, which is the dominant apex predator of its neighborhood. Just being in the same area code as one is
Look
enough
at
to
that,
raise a
bro.
premium on your insurance, health, and life. Dragons are armor-plated, bench-pressing weapons of mass destruction, which also makes them the perfect fighting partner, which is why Dragon Cities are free to play.
Hey, love it. Get your bag, bro. Get the bag.
But if you're a caiman,
Alright,
your
let's
starter
get
pack
it.
has a pistol
Love
even
to
a
see
help
it. The
put
boys
on.
get the
One of
bag,
the biggest
bro. Love
reasons
it.
is because jaguars exist.
Bro,
Know what
jags,
jaguars are?
they
They're a
bully
210-pound
caiman.
equalizer. Basically, the devs got tired of people complaining
They're
about
so
campers
good
like the caiman and
looking,
talking about
man.
whose name literally means he who kills with
Look at that, bro.
Jaguars are one thing, it's a caiman's paralysis demon. They're A-tier swimmers, built like leopards on steroids. Leopards are already pretty ridiculous. And pound for pound, jaguars have by far the most unforgiving bite force of any big cat.
They do.
But the one thing that makes them different from any other big cat and a caiman's worst nightmare is that jaguars go straight for the head. Jaguars factory reset their prey by driving
Bang.
their teeth through the skull and sometimes
Done.
into the brain. If that
Done.
doesn't evict their soul immediately, it definitely puts them out of commission. Not only are jaguars the only big cats that do this, it just so happens to be a caiman's weak point. Also, really not a stretch to say, jaguars evolved specifically to humble the caiman. If
True.
you're a caiman, water's supposed to be your home base, yet jaguars will go into the caiman's home court, end their life with a hole punch to the head, and then drag them out by only their teeth. It's one of the worst ways to see God. It's like every
It
jaguar
is, bro.
alive saw this
Man.
video and decided they had just
Already got it.
It's like getting back at a childhood bully by projecting every bit of abuse onto their little brother.
Oh, bro, so
but that
true.
leaves a question.
That
Would you
capybara.
rather get one shot into oblivion, or be sentenced to death by 1,000 paper cuts? If you pick the second, there's a gang of otters that might just change your mind.
Yeah.
Giant river otters, one of the tankiest muscles, growing up to 6 feet in length. It's aquatic honey badgers, long enough to not have to lie on Tinder. They also live in groups of up to 20 individuals and are highly territorial.
They
so
are.
much so that they'll attack anything that gets too close. Yes, I do mean anything. Just how the caiman can end up getting jumped, especially if there are otter pups nearby. River otters will surround the threatening reptile and assault it from all directions, especially with bites aimed directly to the head. There's a theme here. And since caiman are cold-blooded and run out of steam faster, especially out of water, these water wolverines only have to harass the discount crocodile into fatigue before they literally tear it apart. All that while making this sound.
So cute, man. I know they are killing a caiman, but the sound is cute.
And a common tactic is by some of the stronger otters holding the caiman down while the others get their licks in. How many licks to get to the center? Caiman will never know, he passes tense well before that. And sometimes once the caiman's no longer a threat, it gets eaten alive.
Damn.
The caiman doesn't even have to strike first to earn a past tense penalty. Just wandering into the wrong neighborhood can get it turned into a handbag. And if that death wasn't dishonorable enough, young caiman have to Eurostep the very real possibility of getting hugged to a flatline by literally the biggest snake on the planet, the anaconda.
True.
The green anaconda can grow into the neighborhood of 20 feet long, and some
It's
of
so
maxed out
big,
at
bro.
over 500
It's
pounds.
ridiculous.
If you're not allergic to the metric system, that's 6 meters, 227 kilograms. As constrictors, anacondas squeeze their prey into a pack, with sweet release only coming after suffocation or a crushed lung. Now add the fact that some snakes can have up to 15,000 muscles, and you see how a caiman can get put in a coffin. Not only does the caiman get choked out, there's a very real chance it drowns while struggling. The anaconda's even powerful enough to squeeze with enough pressure to induce cardiac arrest.
Dang.
That's before the prey gets swallowed whole. Because that apparently just wasn't enough, the caiman also has to worry about the possibility of being cooked alive by an eel. Just a little side note, ain't it kind of crazy an animal uses electricity as a weapon? We
It
all
is.
accept that as a fact of life.
It's so true.
Eels aren't even true eels. In fact, they're actually closer to catfish. As for the electric part, yeah, that's pretty on brand. Some electric eels can generate over 800 volts of violence. And with electricity, it's usually the current, not the voltage, that decides whether you live or fry. Some electric eels can produce up to 0.83 amperes of current. And in experiments, eels were found to produce up to 8.5 times more electric current than what you would get from a police taser. Meaning if the ops throw an eel at your chest, you could be trending on Twitter as a hashtag before you even hit the ground.
Wow.
And that's how a cosplaying catfish can microwave a caiman. Those shocks are strong enough to force a caiman's heart into retirement. Alternatively, it can cause the muscles to spasm, which would immobilize the caiman.
Damn.
If that happens in the water, the eel could earn a stage fatality as the caiman drowns. Crocodilians are known for being able to hold their breath for up to an hour, but if a caiman gets KO'd by an eel and its muscles are all out of order, then it's pretty much curtains for them. This has actually happened to some people. Eel-related obituaries are incredibly rare, but when they happen, the cause usually isn't electricity, but usually a result of the victim drowning in shallow water afterward. It's not even safe to go after one that's dead, because electric eels can ruin your quality of life 8 to 9 hours after they've already ended theirs.
You got shocked.
As rough as life can be for a caiman, it's only infinitely
cute baby caiman, bro.
When they first come out the egg, baby caiman are just easy bodies for birds of prey.
They are. It's like sea turtles.
Zero hesitation. Opportunists like the wild pig or the cousin of the raccoon, the coati, will also snack on any unaccompanied minors they find. Even weasels and rats will turn unsupervised caiman eggs into free calories. Can you imagine that? Being born into a family that competed with dinosaurs only to get spawn sniped by a rodent? For an apex predator, the caiman doesn't seem to be safe from anything.
Bro got
Not even from
spawn trapped, bro.
When times are rough, caiman have been known to friendly fire their own kind and eat smaller juvenile caiman. The
True.
black caiman will often specifically target the smaller spectacled caiman. And it's especially during dry season that young caiman are most likely to get caught up with a cannibal. But we do have to be fair. If the black caiman can survive the jihad that is its childhood, it can grow to weigh up to 1,000 pounds and some even max out at 2. Too big for a jaguar, too dangerous for a pack of otters, and too tanky for an anaconda to swallow. In fact, fully grown black caiman can potentially take out any of the 3.
Oh, black caimans
And at this
are
point, you would think the caiman can finally
compared
catch
to
a break that
regular
isn't
caiman.
coming from its own skull. Oh, no. Because in a cruel middle finger from fate, once a caiman becomes too big for those predators, it becomes a possible target for the worst predator of them all. Black caiman have been hunted by humans for their meat and for their leather. And on some occasions, they've been hunted just for the sport. If you pay close attention to this video, you'll notice it actually wasn't the jaguar that clapped the caiman. It was poachers, and you can tell by the docked tail. And while the black caiman community has gotten a chance to recover in the last few decades, they still occasionally get robbed for their meat skinned by locals. Not only that, but thanks to habitat destruction and deforestation, the black caiman's hunting range has receded more than a middle-aged hairline. And without restitution or road gain, the more we continue to gentrify the caiman's home, the more news articles are going to be written of them trying to turn people into prey. Which only screws the caiman further, as people use the attacks to justify slaughtering them on sight. Basically, someone breaks into your house, you defend yourself, and then the police come in and knock down your entire family tree. The caiman is a definition of not being able to buy a W. When they're small or just small
That's
enough,
the
they get
sad
griefed
part.
by
It's
the
like
entire
it's just,
jungle
it
sense,
lives
sometimes
there.
by their own kind.
We are the
when
ones
they finally grow
invading.
big enough to have no natural predators, they then earn the attention of the worst one of all. Even butterflies take advantage of caiman. You will not find another apex predator that gets violated this flagrantly. Crocodiles gotta deal with hippos. Some alligators have to live in Florida. But almost anything with a heartbeat in South America has the ability to end a caiman's way of life at some point. And when they are finally granted access to the afterlife, it's usually only after paying a toll in degradation and desecration. Because at the end of the day, this might be a caiman, but he's not okay, man. And that's gonna do it for this video.
Might be a caiman, is that okay, man? Nice.
Again, I want to thank Dragon City for sponsoring this video. If you would like to sponsor this content as well as my Chick-fil-A addiction, yeah, it's not Wendy's anymore, it's Chick-fil-A now. My Patreon's gonna be in the description. And for more consistent content, make sure you go follow my Instagram and TikTok. Both are also going to be down below.
Go follow the boy, man.
Hug your mother. Be glad you're not a caiman, and have a good one.
Hey man, another amazing video by Casual Geographic. I knew some of this stuff already, like caiman, they catch all the L's, bro. Then you have black caiman, which is it's much bigger than a regular caiman, and then we as people go and hunt them down for their skin and tails and teeth and whatever, because we are a bunch of morons. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys had an amazing weekend. As always, before you go, man, keep God first, drink water, go tell somebody, man. Alright, if you're here, you don't know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that our carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na, 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another Casual Geographic video, man. But before we start, please subscribe to the channel and like the video already. It helps way more than you think. It tells the algorithm they will enjoy my content and then the algo pushes that content to other people. So if you could, please like and subscribe already. Let's go. Drink water. That video is so freaky. That's a real video, by the way. Bro lost his hand. Just saying. Oh my god, I didn't even see the snake.
Nothing else to be grateful for. Get on your knees and be glad that if you have 99 problems, avoiding predators ain't one. I hope. Otherwise, you should probably get off your knees. Predators have petrified us for as long as cavemen had consciousness.
Smart kid.
Off the fact that just seeing one implies many others had to die. But for many, it's not what they can do to you, it's how. And these are the top 10 worst.
Right there's a mountain lion.
But for many, it's not what they.
Right here. Wait. He's right here somewhere. The image is very blurry. He's right there somewhere. There she is. That's a big Tom, bro. Look at him. Yep.
It's how, and these are the top 10 worst animals to be hypothetically hunted by. And spoiler, it gets a lot less hypothetical as the list goes on.
That's a leopard seal.
I won't be talking about sea stars or crocodiles.
Yep.
Because I just made videos on both.
On the channel.
They're both very
Go check it out.
And if that disappoints you, here's a consolation prize.
Chimpanzee.
There's a lot of things to be afraid of being marooned on an island. Dehydration, exposure, but most don't consider being culled by crabs. And that's because, outside of remote islands in the Indian and Pacific Ocean, the coconut crab is only found in a very...
Look at that, bro.
Despite its name, coconuts are an insignificant part of a juiced-up hermit crab's diet, but that didn't stop nature from equipping them with claws that can splice the fruit open. Besides, their street name is more accurate.
That's terrifying.
Robber crabs, since they'll swarm your camp and carry off anything that ain't nailed down. The problem is, that's also how they hunt. In 2016, scientists watched as a coconut crab climbed a tree and attacked the sleeping bird, snapping its wings only to continue its death grip after they both fell on the ground. Within minutes, several other crabs spawned in and proceeded to shred the barely breathing bird for hours. The crawling antichrists are scavengers with bloodlust, so getting gored by one means you'll certainly be maimed by more, and the fact that they can climb and track blood means there's nowhere on the island you can go where the
That's insane, bro.
won't find you. The crabs are any-can animals, as in anything can get it. Rats, cats, even full-grown pigs can get flesh stripped, but the most disturbing stories are those of coconut crabs eating humans. One gruesome account followed the 82-day Battle of Okinawa, where Japanese soldiers bore witness to hordes of giant spider-like crabs ravaging the bodies of their dead comrades. There's no real proof that this happened or that it even involved coconut offenders, but unfortunately, that's exactly how the crabs would have acted. Imagine a gang of armored cockroaches carrying the jaws of life, except the outcome of getting caught between them is quite the opposite. And with a diet of detritus, most coconut crabs are poisonous to eat, especially since many have the habit of eating sea mangoes, a fruit so toxic it has another name. The Sardus apple. By far, the scariest theory, though, is that it was coconut crabs that perp-walked Amelia Earhart off the census.
Yep, that's
Scary
true.
Because whether she was past tense on arrival or incapacitated a plane crash would not have changed the response by the crabs. And while it's just a theory, the idea that someone's last moments could be spent desperately dragging their crippled body before an army of crabs brutally mutilates them for hours, as their suffering only draws more, is enough to earn them a spot.
Oh man, it's so mad.
They're only number 10.
I really want that to not be the case, bro, because that's torture.
Most people aren't afraid of the dark, more so what could be in it.
That owl video, it's insane.
Whoa! Not a lot of people are afraid of the sky, probably because you should be able to see what's coming. That's why the harpy eagle is number 9.
They are cool.
If this is your predator,
look at that.
Never know peace.
Bro.
One of the biggest eagles on the planet.
They
what
are.
makes harpies built different is that their wings are way shorter, which means the harpy aimbot can chase you through the trees in a way no eagle ever should. Just imagine a homicidal hippogriff breaking into your house and snatching your little brother out of his bed. And now you understand the generational PTSD the monkeys on their meal prep carry. And those claws guarantee you don't get the chance to find out twice. The size of a grizzly bear's mitt with the grip force of a Rottweiler's jaws.
Damn,
you can actually
bro.
hear the bones of their prey breaking as the harpies crush the life out of them. And safe to say, the same feet that can crack open an armadillo would not feel good to have gripping your skull. It is incredibly rare, but there are cases of harpy eagles attacking and clawing humans, where the eagle's leg had to be amputated because even after death, the talons wouldn't release their grip.
Oof.
In 2023, tourists in French Guiana walked past a perching harpy when it suddenly went for one of the women, plunging its claws into her scalp and leaving her with several deep lacerations.
Damn.
The concept of being jump scared by a plus-size prehistoric Freddy Krueger cockatoo spikes my cortisol, but they rarely go after humans, and when they do, the fault's usually the humans. The next animal not only punished a good deed of one man, it became one of the worst animal attacks in Brazilian history.
Harpy eagles are terrifying.
Australia gets the
but
reputation
cool at the same
for being
time.
Satan's sandbox.
Yatta.
Not enough people give credit to the sheer insanity of the Amazon.
Yeah,
What's
Amazon
Jaguar's
is
favorite
insane, bro.
exercise? Skull crushers.
Yep.
Not to mention you have a Jurassic reject in Anaconda, an animal that weaponizes electricity and we all decided that was okay, and a fish that convinced thousands to never pee in a river.
Yep.
The apex predator of the Amazon isn't actually a jaguar. To be fair, the giant river otter is also called the Ariana, or the water jaguar, but with its attitude and aptitude for gang violence, it's more like an unhinged water wolf. That gang mentality, a group can make a jaguar hit the reverse with no key, and it's already bad enough that the roid weasel can grow to 6 feet long, without the fact that they'll also roll in a pack.
Damn,
it's an apex
bro.
predator that eats mostly fish,
Running
but
fate
also
with jags,
crustaceans,
bro.
anaconda, and even other river otters will adjust their routine to avoid getting run up on by a crazy-eyed cousin. You don't realize what multiple are capable of until you realize how bad they do caiman. Giant river otters will jump a caiman, overwhelming it until its muscles fill with lactic acid and it's virtually paralyzed.
Yep.
It's been said before, but that is an honest erectile dysfunction. An otter mafia will eviscerate the caiman alive, ripping it to pieces, while also sounding like if Rugrats took place in purgatory.
Tough way to go.
Imagine not knowing what river otters are and hearing that for the first time. The worst part is, it's been proven the same hunting tactic against a human is tragically effective. Silvio Delmar Hollenbach was a Brazilian army sergeant who had taken his family to the Brasilia Zoo when a bunch of commotion got his attention. A 13-year-old had fallen into one of the moats and now was being threatened by the animals in it. Hollenbach said, "Don't hold me back," and without thinking, leapt into the pool and lifted the injured kid out. Sadly, that meant the focus of the family of vindictive otters was now on Silvio.
Damn.
A gang of aggressives dragged the struggling Hollenbach into the water and brutally mauled him in front of his family.
Damn.
Silvio would be pulled out, but the over 100 bite wounds in water that was the equivalent of a microbe mosh pit sealed his fate, as he would die of a nasty infection.
Rest
Hollenbach
in
was
peace,
born
bro.
and celebrated by everyone, except the boy he saved, who apparently never even mustered a thank you. The same 13-year-old that got a man turned into a chew toy would be arrested in 2016 after scamming millions worth of pension money, proving that sometimes
Damn.
being a hero only means saving a villain. Getting mauled and borderline waterboarded by water wolverines is a horrendous way to go out, but again, the chances you get got by otters is still low, and for Silvio, it probably would have been 0 if those otters didn't just have babies. But the next animal is the mascot of F Around and Find Out. The Cape buffalo makes no
Oh,
sense
yeah,
on this
bro.
list.
It's called the
Until
Black
you
Death,
remember, It's
bro.
one of the few prey animals that actually hunts predators. The tank, nicknamed Black Death, is arguably the most death-edging animal to hunt because it is a top 5 most vengeful creature on Earth. A common misconception is that the lion's biggest rival is the hyena. That's laughable when a 1,200-pound piss fit can send a big cat backpedaling. The Cape buffalo is number 7 because cows are dangerous enough, but if Widowmaker tastes death, the rage cow ensures you go down with it. The Cape buffalo has treed lions for hours, and they'll stalk lion cubs just for the purpose of stomping them out. Now add that the Bush Mafia can pull up in a super herd of over 1,000, now you understand how lions risk going full-time horizontal every time they try them. And with a couple hundred people gored and killed by them a year, this is the first animal here with a
Oh my
respectable
God.
body count. The problem is, every year, people hunt them without realizing the buffaloes hunt back. An injured buffalo has been known to retreat to tall grass to lure you in and stalk you just to rear-end you when your back is turned and keep going
Yep,
until you
true.
stop standing. And unlike most herbivores that'll straight up watch you get got, or in some cases gift wrap you themselves, Cape buffalo will spin the block for a predator in an effort 1,000 times stronger.
Yoink.
You know you're dealing with a menace when you're talking about a cow using the honey badger method on a lion, and some people have to be connected to God's Wi-Fi before they understand. Texas trophy hunter Asher Watkins thought it was sweet until his target attacked him first, completely ambushing him. The spite-fueled beef struck Watkins at 35 miles per hour, tearing his chest and stomach open, and he was declared dead in the ambulance. A tragic death, but definitely not unprovoked. Imagine walking through a corn maze knowing you're one wrong turn away from a buffalo same-day shipping you to the Lord like an afterlife Amazon package.
True. Cape Buffalo are wild, bro. Wild.
On several islands throughout Indonesia, you'll find a dinosaur time left behind. The Komodo dragon is one of those predators where, once they start hunting you, you're as good as dead. The Komodo is everything scary about coconut crabs, but on that Jurassic juice. Komodos will
They are huge, bro.
That's why baby dragons will hide up in the trees or even roll around in feces because the adults are highly cannibalistic. The steroid giga iguana also has the unfortunate
Giga iguana makes sense.
Human graves and feeding on the long expired remains.
True.
The Komodo dragon only has about 12 successful hunts a year, so when one makes you a priority, prepare to spend days tailgated by a murderous monitor lizard. In 2008, 5 scuba divers were caught in a riptide and swept out to sea, and after 12 hours spent drifting the aquatic void, they landed on Rinca Island, where they spent the next 5 days playing cat and mouse with the monster resident dragon that took notice.
Jesus Christ.
Which isn't easy.
That's
Thanks
huge.
To another unfortunate habit of theirs. We used to think Komodos were one-shot specialists that only needed to bite you once and then just wait for you to fold to bacterial infection. And as cold as that would be, it's like LeBron letting you get the ball just to spank it off the backboard. The truth
all the
is
time.
more disturbing. Komodos don't just let their prey go, but their contingency plan is if you do get away, the glorified gecko can track you by blood, and anticoagulants in their venom keep you bleeding. So now it becomes a broken game of hide and seek, and playing it on an island the size of Philly means there's no point in the area code you can go where the leather bloodhound won't find you. Even worse, the longer you manage to play manhunt with monitors, the more dragons will be there to eviscerate you when you do fall. That blood sense is no joke. Menstruating women are actually advised against visiting for fear that the resident garbage disposals confuse them for a dying animal. There's stories of bleeding tourists lying to their guides to not miss out on the trip, only to be surrounded by dozens of Komodos coming in from all over the island. And if you think there's no way an animal moving like that can catch you slipping, millions of years of evolution would argue. One incident saw 2 dragons stalking a fruit picker from below a tree, and when Muhammad Anwar fell, the Komodos rushed him and mauled him to death. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit. Or maybe you haven't heard a baby goat scream from inside of a dragon.
They are menaces, bro. They are nasty.
Beyond comprehension is an understatement, and the animal that scares me more than any other isn't a shark, isn't an orca, not even a giant squid, but not a squid. Because I'd rather go skinny dipping around great white sharks than ever catch a Humboldt squid in the wild. At only up to 6 feet long, not the biggest, but everything about the way they feed.
That's a colossal squid.
When a hunting Humboldt homes in on something,
the eye is this big, bro. The size of a dinner plate. It's insane.
Not only can that beak slice skin and cut chainmail, they do it so fast that they can grab and retract prey in just 1.
Squids are not like octopi because octopi have the suckers and that's it. Squids have razors within the suckers, so that's why you see the sperm whales all cut up with huge scars, because the colossal squids they feed on, fight back, and because of those razor sharp needles they tear them up, bro.
On camera frame. Not to mention they have 2 tentacles with suckers that contain inner teeth, great for grabbing. But the real reason the Humboldt is number 5 is because the way they would hunt you is straight out of a Stephen King wet dream. Humboldts can hunt in parties over 1,000 strong.
Damn!
Also highly aggressive, speed-eating gluttons that'll strip fish down to the bones before fishermen even have time to reel them up. They're also trigger-happy with the cannibalism, and the moment one of their own shows weakness, it gets jumped and torn to shreds. The problem with Humboldts is they speedrun life so fast, they're never not thinking about food, and if you find yourself in the waters at the wrong time, you can get mauled by a pack of fleshy-armed box cutters. But it's the intelligence that's the biggest problem, because Humboldts aren't always aggro. They can be curious too, and they'll often steal cameras and lights just to take them apart and examine them. But Humboldts can go from 0 to homicide in seconds, and because they communicate by flashing red in a sea of black, once one says go, many more will follow. One diver was approached by a squid who gently started nibbling on him, and the diver, who probably couldn't believe his luck, started filming. And in seconds, the squid started pulsing red, and the man was immediately slammed by multiple as they simultaneously began to pull him into the abyss. He would escape, but he genuinely thought his ticket to Tupac was booked, and there's many more stories of divers being confronted by squids and nearly dragged to the point of no return, and some even swear they've had Humboldts attempt to rip off their masks and drown them. But going back to the first diver,
that's
I
crazy,
think the most
bro.
disturbing part is the moment he didn't fight back and let himself look easy was the moment he became a green light to a red devil. The last unfortunate fact is that Humboldts will perform diel-vertical migrations, where every day they rise from the depths to hunt before eventually going back down. So they're more likely to run into you during goblin mode. Unfortunately for the next animal, goblin mode is their entire life.
Is it goblin shark? Probably not,
You've
right? That would
probably
be too on the
heard there's
nose.
few animals that actively hunt humans, and that polar
True.
bears are one of them.
Yep.
I want to clarify, they don't actively hunt humans, they just passively don't give a follow me now. Polar bears are the largest predators on land, and as big as you think they are, I swear to you they're bigger. The problem starts with
They're
the fact that
huge,
they're the
bro.
only hyper-carnivore bear. They eat meat, and meat stands for Merc every and any time, and it can make up 95% of their diet,
Yep.
where in something like a grizzly bear, it can be as low as 10. That would be bad enough, but polar bears also live in a free...
The other bears are omnivores. They eat a little bit of everything. This one, bro, just eats meat, bro. There's nothing else. They live in the ice, bro. They have no vegetation, no berries. All they can eat is seal, bro. That's it.
dry
And
desert
people.
where in the winter they can only live off of feces, foxes, and other fallen
And
polar
foxes,
bears.
yeah.
Polar bears have way less options, and with the sea ice they depend on receding, they can either get creative or get cremated. So they don't actively hunt humans, the same way I don't actively grocery shop for Chips Ahoy, but best believe if I see them, I'ma grab it. That's the polar bear, except they don't have to see you. With the best nose of any predator, a
Yep.
polar bear can smell a seal from miles away. They can detect
People say that if you're being followed by a polar bear,
seal under a foot of ice. So
if
it's
you
really
see a
true.
polar bear
If a
that
bear
is,
sees you,
you've
it's
been
already
he has been following you for
1870 to
hours.
2014, there have been
That's how
only
insane they
73
are.
attacks on humans with 20 census subtractions. But being targeted by the ultimate predator of persistence is a different level of fear. In 2016, 5 Russian scientists were held hostage by over 10 polar bears who stalked their weather station and forced them to have supplies and flares airdropped by helicopter. In 2019, 50 polar bears invaded the town of Novaya Zemlya and put them in a state of emergency, where people were afraid to leave their houses and refused to let their children go to school. And with shooting them being illegal, folks had to bear this reverse Goldilocks situation unarmed. And I mean that literally, with ice bears breaking into residential buildings. Polar bears are a force of nature, and number 4, because once one chooses you, you can't run fast enough or swim far enough to be safe. One swam over 400 miles in just
Damn.
9 days, so trust that you would not get away. But there's
Nope.
always been something about a carnivorous Q-tip that unsettled me, and I think I figured it out. Polar bears are a lot like the squid, where they're incredibly curious and intelligent, which makes the way they hunt and engage in general seem cold and calculated. You'll often notice in a lot of videos where they approach humans, the polar bears seem quiet and emotionless, and you can almost see them trying to figure it out. And their face expressions and body language tell you nothing. A polar bear pulling up on you can be curious, apathetic, or ready to revoke your presence, and you will not know which.
Yep.
And that's just it. They're disturbingly deadpan. And I think that's by design. Most black and brown bear attacks are defensive, meaning they either had cubs around or you managed to catch them off guard, and most times they'll give you many signs that you're effing around in the jurisdiction of finding out. A polar bear doesn't, because oftentimes a polar bear isn't trying to negotiate or communicate. With you, it's
That's
trying
so
to
cute
you
though.
weighing the
Look
cost.
at him.
So
You
what
just
often
want to
makes them
cuddle
innocent
him.
and innocent is actually them being apathetic, emotionless terminators. Because remember, they don't fear humans the same way their cousins
Nope.
do, and most encounters are on the polar bear's terms. So it's true when they say, if it's black, push back. If it's brown, retire to the ground. And if it's white like a sheep, you finna go to sleep. Color
Yep.
of a beluga, last time talking to you. And white like a picket fence means you'll wake up past tense.
True.
Number 3 and number 2 are both interchangeable. It just depends on which movie scares you more. A gross out body horror slasher flick, or a psychological mental health massacre. If you pick psychological, wait for number 2. And if you pick slasher, well, you probably already know how horrific it is being hunted by chimps. The sick joke is,
Oh,
less than 5%
that's
of their
bad.
diet is meat. Yet in places like Ngogo and Uganda, they can have a success rate of 80%, and it's because the way they hunt is coordinated and calculated.
It is.
First, you have drivers, and their job is to pressure prey into the trees without actually trying to catch them. The moment you try to climb, you've screwed yourself, because there's also blockers whose job is to limit any possible escape routes and make a literal jungle gym even smaller. So now you gotta avoid them while being chased through the trees by chasers. The last role are the chimps smart enough to anticipate where you'll try to escape and will camp themselves in the perfect spot to snatch you if you pass by. It's painfully effective, and once something like a colobus monkey is caught, it's immediately crippled and eviscerated into several pieces. I genuinely have to be careful with what I show y'all. Just know that monkey's still alive and he gets his arm snapped after all that. Chimpanzees are number 3 because they might have the most brutal way.
Bro, one of the very first nature videos that I saw was a documentary by Sir David Attenborough, and they are filming a chimp attack on a smaller monkey. Bro, they get to the monkey on the canopy of the tree and they just start eating, bro. The monkey is alive and he's getting eaten from the ass, bro. It was insane. I was what? 12, 11, something like that? Yeah, nasty, nasty.
Chimps are on record ambushing families of gorillas, frightening the females and running fades with a silverback, and kidnapping any babies to remove them. They're not the only babies at risk, and viewer discretion is advised. As habitat loss and food shortages have pushed humans and chimps together, there have been more cases of chimpanzees snatching human children with chilling results. One human toddler was viewer discretion, I mean it this time. One human toddler was grabbed by a big male, and in less than a minute, he broke his arm, beat his head in, and even disemboweled the boy and removed his kidneys. Being hunted by chimps is like playing death tag with parkour-capable pack-hunting zombies, but luckily, meat isn't their main food, and attacks are still relatively rare, which is why I have tigers at 2. Tigers don't actively hunt humans, but living on top of each other for centuries is why tigers have the highest human body count of any on this list. Folks traditionally wore masks backwards in order to
sunglasses,
thinking he had lost the element of surprise. But it's believed the trick was spammed too hard and now the tigers are catching on. But intelligence is the second scariest thing about them. Number 1 is they are the most vengeful animals on the planet.
They are,
Let
man.
death be damned. Piss off a tiger and you might not live to regret it. You may have heard of the poacher that shot a tiger and stole part of its kill, so the tiger tracked him down all the way to his cabin, destroyed anything that smelled like the poacher, including his mattress, just to John Wick the man when he eventually returned home. Tatiana the tiger proved that you don't have to be in the wild to find out, after she escaped her San Francisco enclosure to track down and savage the men that had taunted her. But by far, the most notorious tiger in history was the Devil of Champawat. This was a Bengal tiger who had gotten her canine teeth broken, likely by a human, which meant she could no longer hunt her normal prey. The result was she started stalking humans, and the endgame was the man-eater of Champawat destroyed 436 people, including poachers and hunting parties,
a lot,
somehow
bro.
always knowing when to leave an area and lay low. Tigers are quick and efficient. They take you out and then return back to the shadows, and honestly, I'd probably die of an anxiety attack long before a feline flatline. They don't usually go out of their way, but all the extra exposure around humans has shown us exactly what tigers are capable of. The worst part is, they could easily be scarier. The reason tigers are orange is because orange isn't a concept to the animals they do prey on, and if we were on that list, this is what the world's biggest whiskered reaper would look like, and it's still not
greenish. Yep, bro. Tigers are
Orca
insane.
is the most oppressive predator on the planet, and at this point there's not much I can say that you don't already know. You know they're intelligent, but what genuinely surprised me is they take very few risks. If prey has the smallest chance of fighting back, orcas will move the needle to 0 before they move in. Not only that, but their methods change depending on the target. That's why they'll soul slap a stingray before it can sting. That's why they'll immobilize sharks before they can bite. And it's why they'll up smash a seal as high as
That
they
video
go
is
like
so
Super Smash
nuts.
Bros. But they don't neutralize prey just to be safe to eat. They'll turn a dying animal into a life lesson. In that same stingray clip, a family of orcas toyed with the half-alive stingray before letting its body sink into the abyss when they were done. I genuinely believe the stingray was slapped by the orca grandmother, and the rest of the pod was playing with it in order to learn how to deal with one, and when the lesson was over, they had no further use for him. It's not cruelty, it's communal calculation, but it is why orcas are the most fear-inspiring, heart-retiring predators to have, and if you're still not convinced, let me tell you a story that still sticks with me. One grandmother orca was not only smart enough to memorize when elephant seals in the Falklands would breed, she knew exactly where and what time the tide would be high enough to hold her. This 20-foot Type A dolphin basically staked out the nursery pool until the tide got high enough for her to seemingly spawn out of nowhere and abduct a defenseless seal pup, where she then dragged the seal out to sea as a practice dummy. For the next several hours, her family toyed with and tormented the baby seal.
Damn.
With the pup alive for most of it. Again, it's not evil or torture, but it is how orcas polish their prowess. But for the seal, that's stranger danger on steroids, and one of the worst ways to go out. Slowly, and with zero hope. And now you see why great whites will piece out of a favorite hunting ground for a calendar year if they have a run-in with an op dolphin. And why humpbacks feel the way they do. We're talking about animals that'll roleplay as prey and practice drowning each other before they try it on a baby blue whale. It's not an act of malice more than survival. Simply a skill surplus for them and a skill
making waves to take the seal out of the iceberg. It's mad, bro.
More than anything else's, but I gotta come clean. I did lie to you. They're actually not the most oppressive predator on the planet. That would be
the humans.
Take away the guns, the technology, and everything else. The very foundation of how humans hunt makes them the most horror movie predators ever.
True.
Simply put, imagine a predator you can never run away from. You can get ahead. You can even get out of their sight, yet every time you turn to the horizon, they're there. They're not even tired, but you are. You're exhausted. You're thirsty. And about to drop from heat stroke, yet there they are, not missing a beat, barely breaking a sweat. Hell, you can't even sweat, not like them, and it's killing you. You look in the distance, and to your dismay, here they come again. But this time, you don't have the strength to get back up. They're slow, but persistent, like an immortal snail that never stops. They run you into the ground, waste you without even touching you, and come sunrise, they're ready to do it all again. You just won't be there to see it. They're finally here. They literally walk you down knowing you're at your limit. One raises its stick, you close your eyes, you'd breathe your last breath, but they took all you had left, just like they take everything else. Your story's over, but the ending was authored long before you first ran. It's not your fault. It's not evil or a crime, but it is what happens when you meet the scariest predator of all time.
Yep, it's us, bro. That is facts. Great video again. So there you have it, guys. That was another banger by Casual Geographic. I hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. Sorry if I was a bit quiet. I just took a shower. I didn't sleep much at all last night, and I'm getting drowsy now. So yeah, I'm struggling. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. Once again, all glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, this time called How Humanity Gave This Bird the Middle Finger, bro. Okay, let's go. Let's see, check this one out. You guys know how much I love Casual Geographic, so yeah, let's get it.
Oh my god, what is that?
Bro, that's not natural, dude.
What is that?
Nah.
No way you're gonna kill this pigeon.
No.
You definitely know who this is and why he was an icon, but did you know there were at least two creatures that Jackie Animal Jesus was afraid of? One, hippos.
Stingray.
No further explanation needed.
Makes sense.
But also, parrots. Yeah, the same Steve Irwin that cuddled crocodiles, got a hickey from a python on live TV and apologized to the python, and did this, was the same man that experienced legitimate fear in the face of an overgrown parakeet.
Wow.
And the crazy part is, that has nothing to do with this video.
Damn.
I really only brought that up to make my biggest fear sound less ridiculous. Because out of all the animals in the world, I've historically only been afraid of one. I've held 8-foot pythons when I was 6.
Mine is rats,
I had no
bro.
problems with spiders in my house.
Rats.
I've always had a soft spot for sharks, yet the one animal that could stop me dead in my tracks. Matter of fact, just guess. What do y'all think I'm about to say?
Keep
Here's an
yourself
ad while you
hydrated,
grapple with that. Pigeons. It's always been pigeons.
Pigeon.
I can never fully explain it, but as
Ratchet
early as
wings,
I can remember,
bro.
these bum doves put the fear of Dante's Inferno in every fiber of my vessel.
Damn.
There's two stories that sum up my feelings towards pigeons. As a kid, I could vaguely remember crossing the street with my dad when one of the spawns of avian antichrist popped out from under the car like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare.
Damn.
The way my dad likes to tell this story, apparently I recoiled so bad that I jumped back and nearly got turned into a speed bump by a passing van. There's an alternate universe where my irrational fear of pigeons cost my folks a dependent and had me heaven sent.
Yep.
So this is really more exposure therapy than an actual video, and the first step is understanding. There are a lot more types of pigeons than
That's
my
a
subconscious
cute
could
one.
ever curse me with. There's over 350 pallets of pigeons populating the planet.
Ew,
You got
I
the
didn't know
Victoria
that.
crowned pigeon,
Whoa.
the biggest bird on the roster whose headdress got it named after royalty.
Damn.
Then there's the Nicobar, the closest thing to a present-day dodo, and definitely the hypebeast flexor of the family.
Oh, that's
Can't forget the
beautiful.
Karuru, the
Nah.
New Zealand variant, famous for being a crippling alcoholic. As in, they'll get so hammered off fermented fruit that they legit forget how to fly.
Damn.
And you've probably heard the phrase turtle dove,
Bro's
especially this time of
wasted.
year. Well, today I found out that I apparently had no clue what they look like, or that they originated from the Middle East. A hop, skip, and an 8-hour flight to the Philippines, and you'll find a Luzon bleeding
Shout out
heart
to the
pigeon
Philippines,
named
man.
for obvious
Shout
reasons.
out.
You got the silvery wood, the maroon pigeon, and the purple-winged dove, all of which are in danger of being discontinued. And then you got the pigeons humans bred like dogs, which would easily make this the pug of poultry. It's like a pigeon
Why does
police
he
sketch
have
done by a
feathers in
kindergartner on
his
Adderall with no
claws,
prior
dude?
knowledge of anything bird. There's hundreds of breeds of pigeons, and the English powder might just be the nastiest work of all. Although the English carrier might just be a close second, because honestly, what in the
What is it?
what even is
Razor
this?
on his
What was the
eyes?
goal if this was the outcome? All those pigeon remixes go back to the OG, the rock dove, aka the main mugshot that comes up when you Google pigeon.
Yep.
And this is where I stopped hating and started learning. For
Okay.
example, the rock dove was originally
I live
only
right
found
there, for
here.
those who don't know.
Well, actually here
There.
in the dark red.
The
That's
little
right. Any
country
place
here.
outside this red
Right
is a place
there,
that will
actually.
uber the scourge of my
Yep.
soul. That includes what might as well be the pigeon capital of the world, New York City. So of course I just had to grow up 15 minutes from it.
Pigeon chilling.
Apparently, pigeons first touched American soil in the early 1600s via Europeans. That means
Of
the
course.
flying city merchant is more natural to the Sahara Desert than to the streets of Manhattan. Which
Wow.
brings me to half the reason I'm making this video.
What's the
know
one
that.
thing you spend way too much time thinking about?
I think
Okay.
all the time about how we domesticated pigeons and then we decided we don't want to use them anymore for like messages. So they are completely reliant on humans. Have you ever seen like a nest of a pigeon?
No, and I didn't know we domesticated them either.
Yeah, they're like nests or like 3 twigs and like the egg is just on the cold ground. So
Bro,
Because they don't know how to build a nest
effort,
because we
bro.
messed them up.
yeah,
I did not know how to take this revelation, and after looking
Dang.
into it, she's half right. Pigeon nest is a meme as old
Look
as
at
time. This is
that.
really something only an animal with no access
Nah,
to birth
bro,
control
that's
could come up
sad.
with. It's heavy on the them kids before
Nah.
they're even born. At this point, it's like they're trying so hard not to try that it would literally
twig,
take less
bro.
effort to try. The
Oh
thing
my
is,
God.
they weren't named rock dove for nothing. In the wild, they
Oh.
normally raise their aesthetically challenged children on cliff ledges or
Aesthetically
crevices, which ended up
challenged.
being not
Jeez.
that far off from where they shack up now.
That's
And as
an
long as the
insult,
ground's
bro.
flat and the egg doesn't roll away to become a late termination and an early onset omelet,
Yep.
this is really all they need. Minimalism for the win.
at that.
But the other point she made about us pretty much abandoning them, turns out it's pretty accurate. Which actually brings me to my second story. So I had spent the day walking around New York with my mom and was understandably starving. So hungry that we decided to get food from a street side meat vendor.
Normal.
The cardinal sin of the city, but we didn't know any better. The food was immediately off, but let's be honest, not enough for me to stop. I remember the meat tasting gamey and fatty and had this really strong aftertaste that I'd
Dude, bro,
never
it's
experienced
pigeon.
before. It wasn't until I was 2/3 done that I noticed a small cage halfway tucked under the stand. A small cage with maybe a dozen pigeons squirming around. It was at this moment I realized I was sold a chicken leg lie before I just ate some pigeon wings. Now that story is almost completely made up. But peep out just the idea of getting calories from a concrete chicken probably
That's
disgusted most of y'all.
disgusting.
The thing is, pigeons are regularly eaten by
Ugh.
people in a lot of
Nah.
places. Squab is a name for an immature prepubescent domestic pigeon, and it's considered a delicacy depending on where
Nah,
you stand.
bro, nah,
It shouldn't
nah.
even really be a surprise because one
That's
thing about
something to be
pigeons, they
dangerous.
get violated by
Pigeons
the
is one of
entire
them?
food chain. I've seen with
That
my
little
eyes
trash
pigeons
bags,
get
bro?
absolutely bodied by a street savvy Stuart Little.
Look
They
at how
somehow
wrapped,
manage to
bro.
find ways
Nah.
to take L's from turtles.
You cannot get
In
caught
fact,
by a
there's a
turtle,
catfish
bro.
that specializes in murking an animal that literally got gift wrapped the
A
ability
catfish,
to fly.
bro.
And to add insult to
Nah.
injury, the fish is virtually blind.
What?
How do you fumble that bad?
How
Pretty
do you
much the
get
entire cast
put
of
on
Over the
a
Hedge plays
poster like
population
that,
control
dude?
for pigeons, and
Or
we've all
sons.
seen how pelicans conduct
Yeah.
themselves in pigeon presence.
Bro.
And humans were no different. And
Pelicans
food was one of
commit
the main
straight
reasons
war
pigeons
crimes
were added
against
to the
pigeons,
American
bro. It's
census.
disgusting.
Another reason was to employ them as messengers before iPhone became a thing.
Yeah, we did.
But another reason was for pets. There was a time when owning a pack of pigeons wasn't just normal.
My
It was a sign of
great-grandfather had
status.
pigeons.
If you had pigeons on your property, it
That's
meant
a
you were
fact.
probably doing well in life. Akbar the Great of the Mughal Empire had not one, but 2,000
He had
pigeons.
pigeons, rabbits,
that
bro.
is a comma. Make that 20,000
Cows,
pet
all of that.
pigeons.
But
But in
he
the
had
time
pigeons,
since,
bro.
hoarding pigeons went
Matic.
from a flex to something that guarantees you dirty looks on the subway. And that's thanks to one of the most egregious gaslight campaigns you've ever seen. In June 1966, New York Parks Commissioner Thomas Hogan
forehead
verbally
locked
eviscerated
in.
pigeons, blaming them for spreading filth and disease, and used a term you've definitely heard of, rats
with wings. Yep.
And just like that, the pigeon's reputation
No, bro,
went
it's
straight
not
to
worth
hell
it.
with no return
Nope.
trip. A couple things that are interesting though. In the same article, Mr. Hoving also blamed the homeless and homosexuals for bringing property value down.
Oh, dude's
he
a
also became the
dickhead.
commissioner
No
January
wonder your
16,
forehead was lacking,
1966,
big
and
man.
resigned March
Look at those
15
ears
of
as
the
well,
next
look
year.
like Dumbo
His actual
and that.
term was just over a
Idiot.
year, but the slander he tagged the Metro Tweety with was permanent.
Metro
Then
Tweety?
Woody Allen
It's a
dogpiled
beautiful
on them,
name.
and humanity has hated pigeons
Metro
ever
Tweety,
since.
bro. Awesome name.
It's kind of like how Mark Twain
wings.
roasted coyotes so flagrantly. Not
Oh,
only
yeah.
did it single-handedly earn them smoke from the public, it was directly responsible for the luck
That's
that's
a
Looney
fact,
Tunes.
I knew
That's
that.
not a throwaway joke either. Look up what Wile E. Coyote was based on. It's actually wild. But
It
thanks
is.
to these three words, the bird that was more common in royalty than marrying your cousin got typecast as a flying version of the animal whose
They're
hygiene
weird,
allegedly
though.
turned half the
Why are they
population into
shiny
a
with
hashtag.
colors and that?
I gotta say allegedly because new evidence
Get out, bro,
suggests
that's
that rats weren't even
disgusting.
responsible for the plague to begin with.
Rat, dude. Lion.
Pigeons
Why
got lied
always
on too because they're
lying?
nowhere near the disease risk we
Oh
labeled them
my
at. And I
God.
legitimately didn't know that
Stop
before researching.
fucking
They can carry
lying.
disease, but because of their immune system, it's actually rare for them to transmit them to people. I know.
Really?
Couldn't believe it either. It also
Ah.
turns out the glorified gutter tweety is actually resistant to bird flu. Now
Wow.
they still can catch you slipping,
I did
and
not
usually
know
the
that.
problems come from their lesser half. When pigeons drop deuces in one spot, it can dry up and eventually turn into
Disgusting.
dust. Breathe enough of that doo-doo dust and you can end up with a nasty infection known as
touch
bird
the
handler's
pigeon.
lung. But even then, it takes a lot. Like on some you clean bird shit
Nah,
as a
nah,
hobby
nah.
for you to be
That's
exposed enough to be
sanitary,
down
dude.
bad. So yeah,
There's
pigeons carry
skins in there.
diseases, but
Yeah.
no more than any
Don't kick
other
the
animal.
bird, though.
I mean, by that logic, humans carry disease, but we're still out here raw dogging handshakes.
That's
Dogs
true.
can carry disease, yet I still see people tongue kissing them. Deer are walking Airbnbs
That's
with
weird,
ticks
but
peddling
true.
Lyme disease, and cats done infected half the people watching this.
That's a fact
Yet
as
pigeons
well.
are the ones that got tattooed as rodents with frequent flyer miles.
Dang.
Between 1941 and 2003, there have been 176 documented cases of pigeons passing off disease to a human. And again, it'd virtually take you being Buddy from that one Hey Arnold episode. You know what else I found out? Pigeons don't really spill sugar honey iced tea while flying. They 100%
Wow.
can, but since that could involve hitting their own feet, they prefer to do it on a perch. So it turns out the
Excuse me,
dirtiest
Jesus.
thing about pigeons is the way we've done
Those are
them,
beautiful,
which
bro.
actually sucks because once I started to work past my pigeon prejudice, I realized, I can't believe I'm about to say this, pigeons are low-key broken, like they're mad talented for no reason. Like for example, they're one of the fastest things with wings in the
Really?
world. Pigeons can fly at averages of 60 miles per hour, but can
Whoa.
peak out at nearly 100. There have even been stories of pigeons triggering speed cameras in streets.
Did not know that.
We don't really notice because one of their biggest ops also happens to be the fastest thing alive.
Bro, this video is mad. That bird right there got decapitated, bro. I'm not even joking. Right now, yeah, in that position, bro does not have a head, bro. Got decapitated by that falcon, bro. It's mad.
Which is how they can get packed up by a 200-mile-per-hour falcon punch. But pigeons still have the juice to dodge a peregrine and live to talk about it.
So our
Put it
video
this
was
way,
disturbing,
the fastest
bro.
thing on Earth hunts pigeons.
Pigeons just
and even
walk
that's not
into
total
a
mismatch.
falcon's
And a
nest
good
and got
reason
killed,
is
bro.
another
Which is
superpower we
wandering
don't talk
around.
about. Their eyes. The only real self-defense pigeons
Oh my
practice
God,
is the
this
power
video, I saw this on the
of
internet the
foresight.
other
So if
day.
they don't see
Look at
danger
this
coming,
dumb
or
pigeon,
worse,
bro.
don't recognize it, they just get bullied.
The
But
falcon's
pigeons
like,
have
oh my God, what
340
you doing
degree
here?
vision and can even see
Quick
wavelengths
snack,
of light
bro.
invisible to us. They're so busted that the US Navy once upon a
Don't
time
touch the
tried using
pigeon,
the chicken
man.
of the city to conduct search and rescue missions out in the ocean.
That's
Basically,
true.
they trained a couple pigeons to recognize
True.
random red or orange objects, you know, the colors you'd expect from a life jacket, and then press, or
Oh.
more like peck, on a switch on site. In test runs, the pigeons noticed the target 90% of the time, completely outclassing the human rescue crew who just barely pulled off 40%.
Whoa,
And worse, the fact that the
that's
pigeons could remain
wild.
vigilant for hours without falling off. Unfortunately, the experiment was cut short due to budget cuts, and every pigeon involved getting killed during a crash landing.
Damn.
But even this experiment showcased another pigeon
They're
friends.
ugly though.
They're way smarter than they get credit for. They probably would if they could talk like parrots or ravens.
Who's a good
But even
boy?
with a brain in the weight class of a walnut, pigeons can still surprise us.
I love crows and
Trained
ravens,
pigeons
bro.
can actually
Love
pass the
them.
mirror
They're great.
test, the same one most dogs and cats fail. In 1995, a study found that pigeons could be taught to tell the difference between a Picasso painting and Monet. I'm not gonna lie to you, I myself can't do that. To a similar beat, pigeons could be trained to tell apart malignant breast tumors from the benign. And yeah, we're still talking about a bird here. A German study in 1990 found that the avian overachievers could successfully memorize 725 different black and white patterns and correctly identify the 100 patterns associated with a reward. Pigeons also have an ability to count that rivals primates. Bro, tell me why folks found out that the Bane of Broadway can read. So what scientists did, right? They taught these pigeons a bunch of words. They can read a real word on screen or a misspelt one to go with a star.
Wow.
If it was an actual word like, for example, dog, they had to peck at the word. And if it was some nonsense like ugged, the rules were to peck at the star. Get it right and they'd win food. Tell me why the feathery salt on your windshield actually did better than the baboons that took the same test.
Is amazing,
it was at this moment I went from highly impressed to low-key concerned with how smart pigeons are. There's like 5 million of them in NYC. We're cooked if they turn on us. Here's a couple other pigeon facts I picked up. That thing they'll do where they'll fly around in a circle as a synchronized group, that has a name, and it's called murmuration. The best theory for why they do this
is not pigeons, this is in Africa, bro, that's beautiful. That's millions of birds together,
that weird, crusty-looking bump on their beaks is called the operculum, and it's really only there to cover the nostrils. And like a middle-aged hairline, it slowly starts to disappear as they get older. Pigeons are also monogamous and one of the minority of birds that take till death seriously. That's probably why you've never seen a baby pigeon. Parents supervise them virtually 24/7 until they look like the urbanite we're used to. Pigeons are as loyal as birds get.
Damn.
So it's no surprise they've had success in the military. This is Cher Ami, one of the many homing pigeons used by the
told this
US
story in the
during
previous
World War
video.
I.
Amazing.
And in 1918, over 500
Pigeon got
men
shot,
pinned
was
behind
blind
enemy
on
lines
one
with
eye,
no food, water,
barely,
or
it
ammunition.
only had one
Their
leg,
only option was
and
releasing
still made
carrier
it, bro, and
pigeons
saved
begging for
the
support.
English.
Surrounding Germans peeped game and started lighting up any pigeon that tried.
Stud pigeon.
And that included Cher Ami, who got shot out of the air, but like a goddamn phoenix managed to get back up. Against every force of nature, the plucky pigeon made it back to base, traveling a smooth 25 miles in 25 minutes to deliver the message that would end up saving the remaining 194 men.
Damn.
He did it half blind with a
That's
bullet
a
wound and
stud,
a leg
bro.
hanging on by a literal thread.
That's a hero,
Bird whose name
a war
means my
hero.
dear friend past tense later
Come
the
on,
next
bro.
year, but would be
Shout out
forever
to the pigeon.
immortalized in the Smithsonian as the MVP of the 77th Infantry.
He was, bro.
G.I. Joe was a homing pigeon who
That's a
came
great
in
name
clutch
for a
when he
pigeon.
delivered a message calling off an airstrike of a village that the British had already regained control of from the
Oh.
Germans. If G.I. Joe didn't basically score at the buzzer, at least 1,000 soldiers would have been turned into ashes.
Damn.
And then there was William of Orange, who traveled 250 miles in just over 4 hours to request air support after the radio sets had failed. Turned out he was the air support. William's carry job saved about 2,000 men.
Wow.
He would be one of the 32
Shout
pigeons
out,
to
bro.
earn the Dickin Award, which is basically like a finals MVP but for animals.
Damn.
Somehow pigeons went from war heroes to people actively trying to wipe them
That's
out.
fucking
We
Gonzii.
really stayed doing our troops wrong. But I think it's safe to say, I was wrong. I was not familiar with their game.
Great meme
You won't
as well.
catch me moving like this guy,
No,
but I'll
no.
definitely respect them.
That's disgusting.
Just from a reasonable distance.
Yep.
And that's the most character development you're gonna get.
Damn.
Drink water, hug your loved, tell the
Hey,
pigeon you
hey,
appreciate them.
hey,
And I'ma
hey.
see y'all in the next one.
Let's go. So yeah, man, I learned a lot. Another great video by Casual Geographic. I did not know that pigeons were that smart, bro. And we basically ruined them, which is sad. We abandoned the pigeon, bro. Now, will I ever hold one? No, because I'm not a dum-dum. But I respect pigeon, bro. I see pigeon on street, bro. I'm like, yeah, bro, saluting that. Shout out to you, my boy. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. And hopefully we had a phenomenal weekend. I didn't. My Chiefs lost to the Packers, bro. It is what it is. I hope you had a great weekend. Before we go, I just gotta tell you, I hope you have a phenomenal week, man. You deserve it. Go after your dreams. Don't quit. And I cannot wait to see your progress this week, man. You got it. Go after it, bro. But before we go, don't forget that we end videos here on the channel, bro. Come on, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another video, another casual graphic reaction, bro. But before we start, please do me a huge favor and subscribe to the channel already and like the like button. It helps tremendously. It tells the algorithm that you actually enjoy my content. So do that. So without further ado, how this became the most disrespected animal in 2026. Let's go.
Just some BS with fur. Default mammal. Bro is just a temple
Default
thing.
mammal. Drink water.
Just a random effing thing. Login reward. This might be the worst one. Login reward. The internet decided to have a cultural campfire, but instead of roasting marshmallows, Nature's Untitled Project got flamed with every way to say they're easy to draw. Straight bullying a beta test. You got folks saying we never officially discovered this mammal until someone went into a pet store and asked for an animal. John Mammal, they're calling him. They're slandering the life out of my guy. I gotta say something. Especially with his big homie on my chest. This potato vampire is a Hyrax, and they did not evolve for 50 million years just to get called a furry template. Bro is literally in the Bible. Especially when the imitation bunny's closest relatives are elephants, which everyone loves, and manatees, which laws had to stop people from
manatees,
loving.
bro.
The same animal folks are calling the first interaction in a tutorial is cousins with the most iconic animal on Earth.
That's
It's
a
not
great
like there
picture.
aren't signs. Hyraxes have the same tusks for fighting and female validation, although the bar for impressive is lower than their balls are, because having an internal coin purse is another thing they have in common. To be fair, Hyraxes have a lot in common with a lot of animals. Let's count them out. If convergent eats two roads, that boy's a roundabout. Done stole so many animals, Flo. If this were a Pokemon, he'd be Plagiario. They took the elephant's tusk and toes.
Plagiario,
You
dude.
expect on a rhinoceros. A Pika plus build with Marmot for measure, but only one reps the rodent.
By the way, the Pika, this one right here, is what they based Pikachu from. The more you know. And shout out to Alan.
Varsity sweater. It's a miscellaneous mammal nature uploaded
If
at
you
the
know,
last
you
moment.
know.
They're such trash thermoregulators, they're more reptile than rodent. As a
What's he
partially
talking
cold-blooded
about?
concept, most of the Hyrax's energy comes from charging in the sun, giving it the same pastime as the Viscacha. But they're less efficient than the Sensei gerbil.
They
Where
are so
Viscachas may
cute,
spend
bro.
a quarter of their time sunbathing. This sentient 1159 project submission has about 5% of its life when it's not just sitting idly. Hyraxes inherited the koala problem, but at least koalas have the excuse of poor diet. Nature greenlit the mammal version of batteries sold separately. They didn't ask for any of this, yet the internet has been cooking them
Bro.
like they come with XP.
Bro, it's
Obviously,
just
this
mammal,
organism
you know.
dies and offers zero, which isn't just outrageous slander
Just
for an animal
random.
name dropped in the holy book and whose poop has been used in perfumes. It just shows you how fast the internet will turn on you. Seems like just yesterday people were hyping up the Hyrax, making them viral every time they made a sound. Just to today act like they haven't been around. There's so much more that meets the eye, with the organism of all time. Like the fact this template has 6 different types. You got the rock Hyrax, the most common and iconic of the Raxes. Although being the most iconic of an animal called a place
Damn, they're
winning
quick, you
probably
know.
of a homeschool. Just know that if you see a Duzzy on your feed, it's probably a rock Hyrax, and these Rockies have enough clout to be the VIP member of the Brocavia Hyrax genus. But only because they're the only living member of it. There's 3
Wow.
Hyrax genuses, and Hetero Hyrax is home to the Bush Hyrax. You're forgiven if you can't tell them apart. Nature's Xerox to Xerox, it's not your fault. The Bush Rax looks like it tried to implement the same mask method to farm empathy, but like
True.
everything else, it was a poor imitation. They're smaller than rock Hyraxes, but again, no hard feelings if you can't differentiate. The chances I mixed up the pictures in this section are lower than the chances someone's gonna care enough to notice. But the Bush Rax's defining trait is that their distress stem basically defines
Why
the
Bruce
entire
Spelunking?
species.
Bro, cave diving for no reason.
You're becoming famous on the internet because of me, so try and show a little appreciation. Okay?
Yeah, that's the Awawa, and he's telling you to make like
That's
Michael
cool.
Jackson and beat it. And the third genus is Dendrohyrax, which actually has 4 species: the southern, eastern, western,
where
and
Dendro.
Benin tree Hyrax. Same ideas, different font. The western looks like he's seen
Dendro,
some
Dendro.
shit, and chances are
Dendro.
it was his reflection. It's the only Hyrax that looks like it has to be held back.
Oh.
'Cause he decided he'd rather
He
look
looks like a
board than eat.
ginormous
The eastern
rat.
tree Hyrax looks like the shiny Pokemon of the bunch.
Looking
They're
like
a regular
6'9",
part of the diets
bro.
of leopards, eagles, and pythons. They're just the part that says etc. The southern tree Hyrax is interesting in that it'll rapidly bounce on the ground to travel when excited, which is what you're looking at right now, so long as someone cared enough to record it. Now they say their status is of least concern, but I'd say their blood-curdling night screams are mildly concerning.
Oh yeah. That's
Speaking of
bad, that
scream,
is.
the last member is the Benin tree Hyrax, and I say that because they were discovered in 2021, and it was because of their scream. You see, scientists who weren't even checking for them, they were looking for bush babies. That's a bush baby, but heard enough of this weird barking sound that they eventually isolated and studied it, and these sounds were so distinctive, they realized it came from an entirely different species. Mind you, they
Nice.
clocked these calls back in 2009, but the Benin wasn't identified until over a decade later. Imagine screaming for attention for years only to be discovered by accident by people looking for someone else. And apparently, Benin skulls were already in scientists' possession, but they never noticed because, in their words, They just assumed they were all the same. Best believe
okay.
Hyraxes wouldn't be getting this level of disrespect back in the day, because Titano Hyrax Ultimus would have been equal to Maga Rhino.
That's like
but
a
Hyrax
hippo,
Ultimus
dude?
Prime died out and left
Nah,
us with a
that
miscellaneous
just
tater
looks like a
tot. And
mutant
miscellaneous
rat from
is the
Metro
best way to
30.
describe the family. Hyraxes are part of the
233?
Afro Terrier reunion, and you couldn't pick out a more random
think.
assortment of characters on a 3 a.m. gas station line. You obviously have the Hyrax and the elephant, along with a group certain people confuse for mermaids, the manatee and dugong, or
I
just the
love
sea cows.
dugongs,
But you also
bro,
have
and
my fourth grade
manatees.
fixation,
They're
the
so
aardvark,
cute.
the elephant shrew, which is actually more
Whoa.
elephant than shrew, in fact not even a true shrew, the golden mole, which isn't a true mole, in fact underground and undercover
So
makes it more
weird.
of a mole, the otter shrew, which is nary a true shrew, but what else is new, and the tenric, which is a hedgehog nature tried redrawing from memory. Now the non-evolution folk might have an argument, because how do you explain this sober? Well, I'ma try. You see, two things happened. One was the dinosaur stranglehold on the world was released when a mountain-sized meteoric plot device blew their shit smooth off the census. In Space Jam terms, the Monstars took a crowbar to the knee and hedge trimmers to the Achilles, allowing the smaller mammalian Looney Tunes to really get on the board. But the other domino fell long before, with Africa separating from the supercontinent of Gondwana, completely isolated until she eventually crashed into Eurasia. I'm not 100% on the dates, but that's still tens of millions of years Africa spent as a massive island, and with an even bigger dinosaur-sized niche left behind, the mammals on it got to work. Think of Australia. You got a max security prison here, and
the red kangaroo,
hijos de satanas, and many, many more. And they're all marsupials. Because marsupials were all the Australian island had, and those niches were going to be filled somehow. But my favorite example is the fact that Madagascar had no apex big cat predator. So a steroid mongoose took the spot. What you saw with Marsupial Mafia and the Afro Order was adaptive radiation, where a single common ancestor diversified to occupy all the sudden vacancies. And Afroteria diversified into straight nonsense. Basically, it was the ganglet split up of evolution, and you can only imagine the reaction the Hyrax got at the reunion. I'm sure Titano Hyrax tried their best at the big man's game, but getting outcompeted by those that played the big boy bill better, and the remaining Hyraxes living in the woodworks like rodents.
A mesh of a hippo with a rat.
Not a shrew, not a mole, and nature's left-handed hedgehog, and clade Afro-insectophilia. But nah, the Hyrax got cast in the Penungulata portion. Penungulata. Basically almost ungulates. Ungulates are the many animals that walk on hooves. Yes, that's a whale. The hippo must have gave him a guest pass. Having almost hooves means elephants and sea cows have toenails. So does the Hyrax. Not a hoof, but close. They also have the same tusks that were just pimped out incisors. But Hyraxes chew like they were raised by ruminants, chewing from side to side to grind it out like a giraffe. You might not have noticed because Hyraxes do it so fast. And when's the last time you looked a Hyrax in the mouth? Because you might have noticed, they look like they have tiny rhino skulls augmented into their heads. So you see, the animal Twitter called just a random thing was actually the
this animal is so weird. It looks like it was made in a lab.
Toes. Speaking of
just
toes,
a sprinkle of rhino,
have a
sprinkle of elephant,
with a concave surface,
and then it came out
cup that's a cheat code for
Hyrax,
gripping rocks. It's how Raxes can go goat and climb vertical surfaces. It's also how Hyraxes literally climb into our lives. Hyraxes have the habit of hitching rides where nature had not intended. In addition to being capybara copyright infringement, it should
Nature's
be no surprise to see the
bro.
animal someone called the Nepo hire of its family being hard carried by something else.
Nice.
They've also started scoring free rides on something slightly faster than a tortoise. There's a genuine trend of South Africans finding their cars colonized by desis. Apparently the underside of a car is like a wet dream to a crevice merchant, and people have accidentally Ubered this stowaway.
He is a
across
crevice
South Africa.
merchant,
And
bro.
like clockwork, they often don't get noticed until they start screaming, or the smell of their excess alerts you. One Hyrax spent 4 days as an undercarriage carry-on after joining his family's 2.5-hour trip from Cedarburg to Worcester. Another family came home from vacation to find 4 of them splunking in their car engine. And you can't just evict them when you find them, because desis are highly territorial, and getting spawned on enemy grounds will get them murked by the residents. According to the Cape of Good Hope SPCA,
oh
you find a
no,
Hyrax
bro
up
was
the
in
chest,
there, you know.
You do not attempt to remove, or else they might show you what that tusk do. Best thing you can do is bait them out with like peanut butter or something and then trap them and wait for your local SPCA to come handle it. But even then, you probably don't want to take matters in your own hands. Not only because you have no way of knowing when or where the Hyrax hopped on, there's a non-zero chance he doesn't just abandon your car and immediately head for the next one over, just transferring the problem to someone else. Truly the best way to help a Hyrax is to check your car for them before you head out.
Back to an engine.
It's not much different from checking for stray cats under the hood during the cold times.
That's true.
Which, if you're on the East Coast, is right now. Pray for me, I am so sick right now. So I wouldn't blame you for thinking Hyraxes spawned into our lives
bro, doing
out of nowhere.
parkour.
But it's not always by accident. I swear I liked one video. One. And now I get videos of this hamster homunculi in people's houses. I had no idea they were so common as pets. or legal. Legality aside, hyraxes are about as good of pets as you'd expect from a travel-sized rhodaceous elephant. Which is not at all. They're highly social and territorial. They'll hate your house and you'll hate what they do to it. Especially with their bathroom habits, which I'm gonna get into. Just know you will not get that smell out. But humans weren't even the first primates to try to turn a hyrax to a house pet. You remember the hyrax jump scare that is the
Yeah, it looks like a rat.
Well, there's someone that thinks this weremole is cute. Chimpanzees have shown a strangely genuine curiosity in this hunk of fur. In 1995, researchers
They're
came across
adopting
a group
pets,
of
bro.
chimps surrounding a hyrax that
That's
had fallen
crazy.
out of a tree. And other than one male slapping the ground as a display and another one poking it with a stick, they just watched it until they eventually lost interest and just left them alone. To be fair, less than 5% of a chimp's diet is meat, but I've seen chimps do raccoons dirty for existing. They also hunt bush baby, but somehow a hyrax gets a pass. In 2016, scientists clocked a male chimp with a past tense hyrax, and I swear from the way they describe it, he was treating it like a doll, seemingly grooming it, even blowing on its hair, and no, he didn't even eat it in the end.
Wow.
The weirdest case might have been in 2000, when a female chimp adopted one for a day. She carried it around, groomed it, and even spent the night in her nest with it, and spent a total of 15 hours cradling it. And while the hyrax was already dead, it wasn't by her effort. I know I'm not supposed to anthropomorphize, but again, I've seen these same apes do Diaker's grizzly. So you're gonna have to convince me Caesar and them don't find him cute.
Bro, I've seen chimps doing monkeys dirty.
Just one, because their social
small
structures
monkey
are way too
bite
complex.
one side,
I was not kidding
rip
when I
the
said
other
leaving a
while
stowaway
he's
on
alive,
foreign turf is
dude.
like putting a prison green light on him. In a Wawa of up to 80 hyraxes, the highest rax is the territorial hymrax that lords over
Wawa,
females,
that's a cool
they're
name
young,
for
and
a
any
group
younger
of them.
males not yet seen as a threat.
Wawa.
And it's usually this top male that's responsible for sentry duty, basically acting as a lifeguard while the others feed and blaring out an alarm call if he sees a threat like an eagle, which gets all the hyraxes to hightail it. Not only is it uber effective against predators, it's the same way meerkats manner. When you look like a hodgepodge of other animals' homework, you get no show on how hyraxes happen. I'd watch it because the drama would go crazy. Those tusks are for more than just attracting mates. You wouldn't know it, but these hyraxes are fighting for their lives, and those teeths can tear each other apart and more than barely inconvenience you. Running fades is such a risk that hyraxes have ways to avoid conflict. The main one is by breaking into song. I'm not even kidding. The same way gorillas beat their chest to advertise size and avoid fights, male hyraxes do by singing.
Broadside auto farm and backfired quick.
More stranger neighbor raxes around, which sometimes the strangers respond to. It's their version of a diss track, and they take the craft seriously, because it's also been proven that hyraxes that sing the most and maintain the best rhythm go on to father the most successful offspring. I love the internet because there's no other way I'd know this, but it's why male hyraxes sing all year around, and unlike most other animals, they sing as a solo. But they also sing unlike almost any other mammal. Hyraxes sing with syntax, and in casual terms, it means the sounds they sing and the order they sing them in aren't random. They're actually specifically structured, with each note purposely sequenced like lyrics. That's something you normally see with birds, and other than whales, bats, and some primates, the hyrax is the only mammal found to do this, which means it's not a stretch to say they have way more complex a language than anyone ever gave
They are complex, dude.
Especially since hyrax hymns can go on for minutes, and songs even have specific regional dialects. Just an effing thing.
Just like
I think not.
orcas.
Especially since they have a social network we've never seen in another animal, but in humans. Studies show that hyraxes subscribe to the friend of my friend is my friend rule, and they'll spread these social ties in a way that creates overall social balance. Not only do hyraxes living like egalitarians live longer and better, it's actually the hyrax that was the first non-human animal to be seen with this kind of social structural balance. Yeah, the Awawa did that. Like, they'll use the friend of a friend concept to create calculated trios, and it's proven that hyrax groups that do this on a large scale are way more chill and see way less aggression. It's also why I said airdropping one into a new hood is assisted census subtraction, because newcomers immediately invite instability. Although complex social order makes a lot of sense, because hyraxes have a lot going for them. Keeping themselves warm enough to stay alive ain't one of them. Nature kind of screwed them there, so they spend 95% of their time either resting or basking. They're damn near solar powered. They'll also use the Tetris method to stay warm, and when you need cuddle time to survive, it's best to know who your friends are. So yeah, there's a lot more to the hyrax than being the elephant's understudy. They got their fingerprints in history.
Great video, man.
Well, not their fingers.
Damn.
Animals dragging ass sets on the ground is nothing new. But recently, the first known fossil of one butt scooting was uncovered from over 120,000 years ago. And that autograph belonged to, Their butts tell us a lot more about the
Wow,
past,
that's
and it is
cool.
because their bathroom habits. See, I told you
That's
we were going to
cool.
get to that. Just had to learn something first. Hyraxes all produce in the same place, in these latrines called middens. And while it's another reason why you wouldn't want one in your house, they've actually graffitied entire cliffs with their calcium carbonate pee, because they pee in one spot and they pee a whole lot. But generations of dropping deuces in the same spot means middens are stockpiled with hyracium, their dried excess. And this hyracium is like the less aesthetic version of amber. But the substance with erase in its name does the exact opposite to history. Studying the poop piles can tell you a lot about the past by preserving time in a way built to last.
Oh, that
With some
must
of these
stink.
middens going back 70,000 years. Hyraxes crap time
So
capsules
poo.
and fix your face, because that's not the only use we get out of them. Because yeah, Hyrax poop has been traditionally used as perfume. It's not super common
Just
today,
like
but I'd
whale
love for someone
vomit.
to comment and tell me what it smells like.
Yep.
That same hyracium has also been used in traditional medicines to treat issues like epilepsy. Are you now seeing how lousy the internet's doing this animal? They are so much more
Yeah,
than a
man.
filler character on
Going
Avatar.
overboard
You don't
still.
even have to care about them, but if you care about the Arabian leopard, one of the closest to being discontinued cats, then you should probably know that a big part of their diet is the rax. I feel bad for them. Being this weird of an animal just to be called a bare minimum's gotta be a kick in the balls. Good thing theirs are on the inside. And that's gonna do it for this video.
Great
Water,
video.
Mother, Patreon plug, you probably heard that
Come
before.
on.
Book plug, you've definitely heard that before. Spread the Awawa word, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
Next one. Alright, guys, that was another banger by Casual Geographic. Shout out to the Hyrax. Bro, definitely getting disrespect in 2026. But yeah, guys, once again, thank you so much for watching the video. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button, like the video, support the channel on Throne, link in the description. All glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
You crawl out the smoke, call me by my own name. Play back every scene, every loss, every close shame. You remember that night, you reminded it is so frame. Try to stain where you wash, but that stain don't hold same. You circle my mind like a vulture on cold prey.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, this time called Nature is So Disrespectful. So without further ado, let's react to this thing, man. Shout out to the trim. Barbara did amazing job, so yeah, let's go. Drink water
Beautiful
as
things
always.
nature ever put in the ocean. Here we have a Kardashian, aka a black swallower. This
Oh
pearl
my
with a
God.
gobble swallow. Basically, Cardi B things are actually bigger than they are. This deep sea deep throat will shove anything down its gullet and die trying, like a whore. This Caucasian cockroach is an isopod. They're related to crabs, and just like them, they have claws that at the worst can give you an unforgiving pinch. But they're only really a threat to your mental health because they can grow to 2.5 feet long. But nothing I say can be compared to the horrors Reddit has to offer. The bobbit
Bro,
worm is
looks like an alien,
It was actually
alien
named
from
after a
Alien
woman who cut her husband's
Isolation.
love hose off. They have scissors for jaws and they can grow to 10
Those
inches.
things are huge, you know.
10 feet long. It spends
My
its
hand
life in
hurts,
sand,
bro.
carving any fish
I
that gets
burnt
in.
myself.
It'll
Look
grab
at
them,
that.
inject them with venom and drag them back to the
Baking
depths of hell to
cookies,
spawn
bro.
from.
Look
If
at
this
that.
satanic water worm isn't
Jeez.
vaulted in the next patch, then I know nature's
It
not on our
hurts.
side. The sarcastic fringe head is a sick joke with no punchline.
It looks like
These
a
joke guppies will
metapod,
onside
bro.
any animal that gets caught in their hood. Fringe heads will fade each other by pressing their mouths together in the most sus square up you'll ever see. This
Dang.
fish doesn't even look like it's supposed to exist. It looks like a draft that got leaked. Top 5
It really
animals with
does,
black
yeah.
Air Force energy.
Okay.
And number 5, and this might surprise you, but the house cat. House
Oh,
cats
yeah.
are one of the few
Yeah,
animals
bro.
that kill for
They
fun
don't
and go
care.
on murking sprees just because. Even though they
Just
literally have
feed
humans
them, bro.
provide for them. They've already made it out the trenches, but they still choose genocide. To the point where
They
they can
do.
clap
Ooh,
entire species.
sorry.
Number 4 are the demons on wings called geese. They're not the biggest or the
Geese,
most
man.
dangerous, but no other
That's
bird
facts
chooses
as
to be a
well.
menace to society more often.
Ooh, it's
At least
funny.
magpies can be reasoned with. But geese enter the world hating you and your loved ones on a very spiritual level. Number 3 are chimpanzees. These homicidal tendencies with thumbs commit acts of
True,
gang
man.
violence on each other, and the outcome is ugly. Because when they jump a rival, they'll tear out the throat and the family jewels. These walking steroids will vibe check anything, and they don't need a reason to. Orcas don't need a reason either. These Jeffrey Dahmers of the sea are smart enough
Not
to bully the
Jeffrey
entire animal
Dahmers,
kingdom
bro.
and big enough to never get checked for it. They G-slap
Thanks.
seals to the clouds, violate great white sharks, and are overall menaces to anything in the ocean. Honey badgers are easily number 1 because they will die
Oh,
before
yeah,
they care.
bro.
No animal has
They
more
do
rational
not
confidence
care,
than a honey
man.
badger.
They
It's a
couldn't
roid
care
skunk that
less.
steps to lions and hyenas. Honey badgers don't
Honey
give
badgers
more
get stung
animals
by
with black Air
venomous
Force
snakes and just
Number
sleep it
5,
off, bro.
rhinos. Because
They're
they're legally blind,
tanks.
they overcompensate by choosing assault every time. They literally keep that same energy with lions, trucks, and butterflies because they're born with a disability and they make it the entire world's problem. At 4, we got Tasmanian devils, named after their temper tantrums, which sound like a satanic prostate exam. These marsupials select violence no matter what the situation, and even the sacred process of mating involves biting, scratching, and a lot of regret. Also, only
Hey.
4 out of the 30 born will survive. The rest get spawned
Yeah,
by the mother.
we found out-
Tigers are
we
one of the
found out on the
pettiest
last
animals
video,
alive.
man.
They hold grudges and they will wait years to get their
They
revenge.
do.
They've been known to track down hunters that did them dirty
Yep,
and personally
and they
take
will
them off the
actively
census.
hunt humans.
Bees are somehow worse because unlike the tiger, which handles fate's dolo, beefing with one bee means you beef with the entire hive. Africanized honeybees will chase ops for up to half a mile. And if you think hiding in water will spare you the vibe check, they'll clap you the moment you come up for air. Cape Buffalo are number one because they literally have the personality of a melanated Air Force. They will violate you for no reason, but God help you if you give them a reason. They'll purposely lead you into tall grass just to Ray Rice you into the dirt when you're not looking.
No, Ray
Rice
you,
bro. Knowing too much because every once in a while I find out something that makes me want to eye wash with holy water. Here's 3 facts that made me want to purge my internet history. I'll never forget the day I found out that dolphins will actively try to take the innocence of people like Demi Moore. And of course, this also led me to the fact that dolphins have 12-inch retractable spunk cannons. And they're prehensile, meaning they have a fleshy pink hand that they can use to reach and grab things they're not supposed to. Things like living eels. Fact number 2, something about a tank with antlers being able to dive 20 feet just seems to leave. Knowing that a whole moose can pull up on you underwater is bad enough.
Can you imagine, bro, yeah? You are snorkeling, yeah? Just watching coral and that, and you just look to your left, bro, and there's a fucking moose just swimming with you, bro. Nah! I would be terrified.
It's the fact that they can end up getting clapped by orcas. Moose and overgrown homicide dolphin is a crossover that nobody ever asked for. But by far the most disturbing animal fact I've ever learned, and this one's bad. It's everything about this. For every penguin you see, a seal has a feathery fleshlight because that's how they treat them. And watching a seal bump and grind while the penguin soullessly lays there and takes it while his homies no doubt slut shame and make me seriously question the way I see the world. Bump and grind. Where did I hear that from? Of course he did. Animals that are much meaner than you think. This Oreo horse is a menace. Male zebras will sight wipe.
They are not domesticatable, if that's a word. You know what I mean? We cannot domesticate them.
Might be wondering why
English,
we never tried to ride zebras.
Jesus Christ.
Kick your lights out
I forgot to speak English then.
Because this tiger pony has rage issues. Penguins are sins with wings. Their moral rap sheet includes adultery, prostitution, child abuse, and cell block beating each other. But the worst crimes are the ones they commit on children. Penguin mothers that lose their chick will fill that vast empty void inside them by stealing someone's baby. But I guess the void isn't that empty because after a couple days they'll abandon the newly adopted chick to either starve or become a feathery popsicle. Also, these tuxedo chickens will stick their phallus in anything, and unfortunately, penguin chicks are anything. Squirrels are vicious, baby-faced psychopaths. Male red squirrels will erase any babies he sees, sometimes squad wiping an entire generation. The murder rodent will cannibalize the children and shoot a shot at the tragedy-stricken mother in an attempt to recreate the family that he just took off the census. They are not to be trusted. Here are some animals that really said, F them kids. Fun fact, them kids, bro. No MJ. Overstuffed Oreo alive just for them to be F-tier parents. If she has twins, she'll flip a coin and raise only one. The other one has no choice but to go itself. Pandas aren't endangered, but sometimes it feels like they want to be. You know exactly where this is going. When chased by a predator, the mother quokka will relax the muscles in its pouch to allow the baby
just let it go.
To fall out. Since this distracts the predator, the mother will get away while her baby suffers a third-party abortion. Mother of the year, but guess what? Kangaroos and wallabies will do the exact same thing. You watch this show, it literally happened to him in the theme song. If a mother
gotta preserve the next generation, man.
The idea is that
the mother just sacrifices the kid
into a predator. Logically makes sense. Morally, it makes her Casey Anthony with spikes. Baby birds typically get hugged by their parents. The baby shoebill stork will bully its little brother until he's nothing but a memory and a pile of feathers. Not only will the mother deliberately watch this happen, she'll only feed the stronger, meaner chick. Maybe if she got a welfare check, she'd be a better parent. But there's no checks in the wild, so it's curtains, kid. Some of the weirdest animals people have been ended by. A beaver caught a body when a 60-year-old fisherman tried to take a picture of the ungrateful rodent. Fun fact, actually,
how do you get killed by a beaver, bro?
You on life support. The beaver severed an artery in his leg and he couldn't stop the bleeding, so that was his obituary. Death by beaver. A Spanish popcorn star got clapped by a toad by inhaling psychedelic poison. He used a pipe to inhale the powerful bufotoxin that is so potent it's literally called a god molecule. But then he got so elevated his soul divorced his body and never came back. Remember, kids, don't do drugs. Unless you're on Wall Street, but in that case, use baking soda like an adult, don't do toad. Alexander I was the king of Greece who ruled from 1917 to 1920. And out of all the things that could have canceled his life, war, disease, a jealous ex, the one thing that put his face on the picture frame was a monkey. He was walking his dog when a Barbary macaque assaulted his German shepherd.
Not a macaque, bro.
Dog owner, he stepped in and pulled the monkey off of his dog. But when he did, he basically got snuck by a second monkey. He got bit and later developed a severe infection.
Bro got double teamed.
So the king of Greece expired to monkey bite. He sees, but with me as a teacher. A is for Arthur, who was actually an aardvark. B is for no, that's not a real bird. C is for coke weasel, which is the best way to describe this.
Is appropriate.
D is for dinosaur and drag, which is literally what this is. E is for everyone's favorite animal, and if it isn't, you're wrong. F is for full shark, also stands for G is for gay, which 90% of giraffes are. H is for hell, but it's forbidden Pokemon spawn.
RP
I is for iguana, but if you told me it was baby Godzilla, I'd believe you. J is for jaguar. K is for kite, which is kangaroo.
Let's go.
Like. L is for the one this outback ostrich handed the entire country of Australia. M is for murder horse. N is for
murder horses.
O is for
narwhals,
which raised a certain pharmacist. P is for platypus, which violated the same pharmacist. Q is for quokka. R is
Walker.
for Trash Panda. S is for Sloth. T
Let's
is
go.
for Taz the Homicidal Looney Tune.
Mhm.
U is for Yukari. V is for Vaquita. W is for
Vaquita.
Wumbo, which moose are. X is for X-ray fish. Y is for why does this exist? Z Zorilla, giving animals rice purity
Zorilla.
scores. Dogs aren't easy 100. You can argue they're the most selfless animal
Hundo.
in the world, and they'd easily
Easy.
give their lives for people that probably don't
Yep.
deserve it. Horses
Easy.
are 95. They could easily rock us if they wanted to, but they're
By
such
X
gentle
as
dogs
well.
that we all
Oh,
just let it
horses
slide.
are great,
The
man.
reason they're not higher, Google what animal causes the most deaths in Australia and you'll see why. Sharks are at 75 because although they can be dangerous, one, they're just trying to eat like the rest of us, and two, they kill less than 5 people a year. There are
true.
much worse things in the ocean, and one of them's on this list. Hippos are at 45 because they seem to have beef with everything. They'll
They
maul
do.
you for no reason, and they'll actively abort any baby hippos they see. You gotta have a severe moral deficiency to use lethal force. on
Already
something
saw
was
that
not
on the
alive 3
last
days
video
ago.
as well.
Also, they will
Called
resort
baby
to
shower.
cannibalism. This might surprise you, but zebras are just above them. Zebras are incredibly vicious, and they also spawn kill. They'll also
Yep.
assault and bully any pregnant females to force them to miscarry just so they can mate with them. They're black and white, but their sense of morality isn't. Ducks are at 30 because when you're constantly evolving,
ducks are menaces, bro.
you're not gonna get a lot of points from me. I can make a whole video on how morally bankrupt dolphins are, but the worst part is they're smart enough to know exactly what they're doing. So these humans of the sea
On the channel, that
giving
video
animals
about
rice
dolphins
purity
already.
scores. Elephants are an easy 100 on the pure scale.
Yes!
If one does something to you, I promise you, you deserved it. Honey badgers are an 80 because they believe in
Elephants are
equality.
great, man.
No matter who you are, where you came from, the honey badger will hate you and your loved ones on a very personal level, and will act accordingly. This alpha weasel is actually an
Oh,
equalizer,
weasel,
a
bro.
chaotic neutral, a harbinger of destruction, but a symbol of equal rights and equal fates.
True.
Meerkats are at 15 because no other mammal wakes up and chooses
Bro,
murder more often. But
no
for real,
other
they leave
mammal
mammals
kills
in
as
homicide.
many
The alpha female will abort
animals
the
as
children of her rivals and
meerkats
force
is
those same
insane.
mothers to raise her children. Like Casey Anthony got reincarnated as a Serengeti bush rat. Penguins are at 12 because they check every depraved box.
Ah!
Rape without a G, prostitution, child abuse, but the worst is that they'll commit atrocities on dead females.
I like
a scientist
penguins,
once
man.
placed a disembodied frozen head of a penguin to see if males would respond. And they responded, with their penis. That
Hey.
same scientist went on to make a therapist very rich. Otters are at 5. They do the same things penguins do, but since
They
they also
do.
Cosby baby seals, you
They
can add
do.
pedo business and bestiality
They
to
do
purity
do
rap
that.
sheet. They also can't tell the difference between a consenting female and a lifeless corpse. Here's what
Facts.
the toughest animals are afraid of.
Alright.
I know what you're thinking, but it's not mice. Elephants are terrified of bees and will get visibly agitated when they hear the buzz of a beehive.
Makes sense.
That's because a swarm of African bees with hood mentality can drop an elephant, and that's also why farmers use fake hives to scare elephants away from their fields. Sharks fear dolphins, and for good reason. Pods of dolphins will attack and ram sharks hard enough
They
to cause
will,
internal
man.
injuries.
Saved people
and dolphins
already
will go
with
out of
that.
their way to bully sharks for no reason, even playing volleyball with baby sharks just because. I didn't even mention the way they get eviscerated by orcas. Believe it or not, hyenas actually fear lions. That's because lions have been known to paralyze hyenas and leave them to suffer, not even granting them the sweet release of death. They'll stand up to them if they have a numbers advantage, but Simba's body odor is enough to get a hyena laughing in fear, which they actually do. Wolves have been known to stand up to bears and cougars, but they're actually afraid of the most dangerous animal in us.
They are
Wild
afraid
wolves
of
would
us.
rather do the dash than be near a homicidal hairless primate
That's
armed
true.
with thumbs and guns. So for us, the most dangerous wolves are the ones on
Thumbs
Wall
and
Street.
guns is
Animals are afraid of part
accurate
2.
as well.
A lot of horses have a fear of water, especially if they can't see how deep it is or if the bottom is muddy or rocky. Horses are wired to avoid uncertain ground, especially since breaking a leg is an unpardoned death sentence. Goats also hate water. It's possible they evolved to hate getting their hooves wet since slipping and falling would make them vulnerable to predators. Not only do gorillas also distrust water, they've been recorded showing fear towards insects and reptiles.
Oh.
Gorillas have been seen going out of their
That's
way to
surprising.
avoid caterpillars and chameleons. Llamas hate and fear dogs because they remind them of predators like coyotes and the fox. Which is good because guard llamas can protect your farm from coyotes and feral dogs. It's bad when a llama racially profiles your dog and bicycle kicks it to another area code.
Facts.
Emus are also dog races because they constantly get pressed by dingoes.
Yep.
Cats really
That
don't
makes
like
a lot of
snakes.
sense.
Even though cats like leopards can kill a python, they'll typically avoid them because the risk of getting bit is just too high. If a cat takes down a snake, it's probably because the snake pressed him first. Cats are genetically hardwired to not
Preach.
trust snakes, so the fastest way to humble your cat is to pull out a cucumber. Not like that.
Not like that. Great video once again, man. There you have it, guys. That was another Casual Geographic banger, bro. This time about disrespectful some animals are, which animals are afraid of what. Phenomenal content once again. But yeah, guys, before you go, don't forget to videos on the channel, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them. But if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called Animal secrets that zoos don't want you to know. Get it?
Animal facts that zookeepers might not want to tell you. Zebras are one of the most responsible for injuries to zookeepers.
Oh
because they're
yeah,
wildly unpredictable
they are
and also
menaces, bro.
assholes. Life can really go from 0 to kicked in the chest if you're around one.
Yep.
And the hand-reared ones are the worst because people think they're wild horses when really they're demon donkeys that'll crack your ribs and bite off your hand unprovoked.
True.
In a place with lions, bears, and gators, your biggest op could be a pissed off Oreo horse. If you work with foxes, your social life will suffer. Not only do they smell horrible, but the smell of fox pee sticks to hair, clothes, and skin and lasts weeks no matter how hard or long you scrub.
I always wanted a
Getting
fox,
by
you know.
Fox is a great way to make people avoid you like the real one. Rhinos are the world's biggest and most dangerous puppies. White rhinos will eat out of your hand and they love being scratched for a 5,000-pound armor.
Damn, that's
the personality
cute.
of a Labrador. With ducks, you never want to have more males than females. As a rule, you need 4 to 6 males for every female because if you don't, the males will get aggressive and jump the female.
Yep.
I couldn't find the TikTok, but basically she was saying a female duck lost her eye because during a particularly violent session, one of the males got impatient and ripped her eyeball out. And since it usually happens in water, multiple males could possibly drown the female. If it is in water, they could break her bones. Animal secrets zookeepers might not want to tell you, part 2. Anteaters are way meaner than they get credit for, and sometimes they'll just snap and take a life for no reason.
Yep.
Like even jaguars would hesitate to attack them because they're really only one swing away from being a memory. One anteater mauled a zookeeper.
Look at those claws, bro. Nah.
Stomach and lung damage. And she you watch your back if you're in his hood. Tortoises are jaw-droppingly stupid.
Oh,
if you leave a bucket
I
around
love
them, they'll
tortoises,
100%
you know.
try to make babies with it, and they'll even give the treatment to an extra curvy boulder. Orangutans are evil pickpocketing geniuses that'll steal items of importance and only return them in exchange for food.
I didn't know
Sometimes
that.
they'll even break up the object and hand it back piece by piece in order to extort more food, which is unfortunate.
Damn.
Or even worse if they steal an animal like an opossum. It's happened. This isn't a secret, but if you've ever seen a zookeeper cleaning an enclosure and you jokingly said something like, "I wonder what animal that is," I can guarantee you that day you got silently cursed out in ways you didn't even know possible. Giraffes can seriously mess you up out of nowhere. Males fight for females by necking, and it's exactly what it sounds like.
Oh.
Sometimes they'll take a swing at
Yeah,
keepers not
bro,
paying
this
attention
is
just to be
mad.
a dick, and if they connect,
Dude.
they will send you flying.
Bro,
But one day they're not nice,
it's
and the
mad.
day someone gets put on CNN. Animal
Yep.
fact zookeepers might not want to tell you, part 3. Koalas are teddy bears with the personality of a chainsaw, and if you have to carry an animal out of its
True.
enclosure, you'd have an easier time manhandling a crocodile.
Yep.
They claw, they bite, and they are dicks to other animals.
They
Every
are.
time a keeper picks one up, their health insurance goes up. Aquariums will have captive breeding programs for dolphins, but since they're difficult to transport for mating, they'll use artificial insemination. Meaning someone gets paid to give Flipper a happy ending and collect the baby maker, and the dolphins are so
Damn.
smart they'll recognize whose job it is, and when they see them, they'll roll over and present themselves. If you irritate
Nah.
the Camelidae family, like llamas, alpacas, vicuñas, and of course camels, they don't just spit on you. Zookeepers just say it's spit so you don't totally freak out. What they actually do is regurgitate the content of their stomach, mix it with saliva, and launch it in
They
the face of
vomit
whoever's
on
annoying them.
folk, man.
Piss one off and they'll basically projectile vomit half-eaten grass all over you and dare you to do something about it. Out of all
Nah.
the raptors, turkey vultures are one of the most affectionate, and they'll form strong emotional bonds with their keepers.
That's true.
They'll follow their favorite around, greet them when they enter the enclosure, and even play with their socks and shoes. If you ignore the fact that they smell like an open casket in July, they're actually pretty cool. In fact, zookeepers might not want to tell you. Meerkats are the spawn of Satan, and they conduct themselves as such. If you know anyone who's ever
Meerkats, pound for pound, are the most killing mammals in the world, bro. Mostly, they kill each other a lot. It's completely nuts.
work with meerkats, ask them to show you the scars. I guarantee you they have them. They are, no exaggeration, the most homicidal mammals on the planet that
they
are
are.
humans. If a zoo announces the death of one of their meerkats and they say it was due to natural causes, it's way more likely that one just straight up murdered another. They're also one of the worst animals for first-time zookeepers because if nobody warns them, they'll think they're cute and cuddly and try to feed them by hand. And that is exactly how you go to bed with less fingers than you woke up.
Timon wasn't
Most keepers
playing, bro.
understand their animals so well that they have
Timon
no
was a
problem being in the
menace.
same enclosure as tigers, leopards, and bears. But there's one animal that seems to universally scare everyone. Ironically, cassowaries are shy and introverted in nature.
Bro, it's like a dinosaur, dude.
Turkeys decide to catch a body. They
Look
are one
at
of the
his
most dangerously
claws, bro.
unpredictable
It's
animals
like a
you'll ever be around.
dinosaur, bro.
Most zoos won't even let workers inside cassowaries.
Look at those
without at
feet,
least
man.
others keeping watch.
Nah.
And they often go in with an attack shield in case this Satan Tweety gets
You
ideas.
have to.
Orangutans are smart enough to get people fired. In Omaha Zoo in Nebraska, zookeepers kept forgetting to lock the orangutan exhibit, and when they would get there in the morning, 5 males would be posted outside. The head keeper got on his staff for being careless, but after this happened several more times, he was ready to put someone on unemployment. But it turned out one of the males named Fu Manchu found a piece of wire and hid it between his lips and gums, and when nobody was looking, he used it to pick the lock of his enclosure, and then he proceeded to free all of his friends. It took zookeepers over a week and the threat of being fired to figure it out. Cougars are the biggest pushover of any cat. They're naturally afraid of people, but when comfortable, they'll seek out head scratches and belly rubs, all while purring. They're basically giant house cats that could turn you into a headline if they wanted to. Secret zoos might not want you to know.
Come
Every
on.
zoo has a group of animals that are so dangerous they're kill on sight, meaning if they escape their enclosure or attack somebody, zookeepers are taught to take them out immediately. And surprisingly, a lot of big cats like lions and tigers aren't KOS because they would rather tranquilize and capture them. Even silverbacks are tranquilized first, but there's one animal that's kill on sight in basically every zoo. Chimpanzees, because not only are they homicidal,
Bro,
they
it has to happen. It's
tranquilizers only piss them
ridiculous.
off. By the time it kicks in, they could have already chewed someone's face off. If one escapes, somebody has to die, and it's usually the chimp.
Yep.
Sloths can be incredibly vicious. They look innocent, but those jaws can inflict nasty injuries.
Bro,
on
those
animals
teeth
and
are
people.
no
Terran
joke.
was once harassing a three-toed sloth, which everyone thought was cute until the sloth clamped its jaws around the monkey's face. By the
Dang.
time keepers broke it up, the monkey had an eyeball hanging out of its socket, and the sloth was covered in blood that wasn't his. Tortoises are dicks for no reason. Sometimes if you go in their enclosure, they'll block off the exit by sitting in front of it. And since the Aldabra tortoise is
Bro.
500 pounds of stubborn, you're not going anywhere. A lot of zoos have the red
Thanks,
pandas for
man.
$1 million a year, and it takes another $500,000 to feed them. Which
Yeah.
doesn't even include medical
Bamboo is
and
expensive.
costs. It can literally single-handedly bankrupt zoos. Might not want to tell you. Part 6. A lot of animals in captivity become much worse parents because honestly, zoo animals are just worse at being animals. In the wild, a mother may reject her baby due to drought or sickness. Zoo animals can reject them purely off vibes. Zoo
Yeah.
animals also respond way worse to stress, and when a military jet flew over a Sweden zoo, the animals got so stressed and so pressed they proceeded to tear apart and eat 23 of their babies.
Damn.
It's not pretty. Zoos don't buy or sell animals from each other, instead they trade like cards. For example, if you think you would like this bighorn puppy, it'd probably cost you about 20 penguins. 2 lion cubs could set you back 1 grand zebra, and if you have more baby giraffes than you can handle, you could trade him in for a Burmese python, a red-tailed hawk, and a miniature pig. Most zoos are strongly against putting price tags on animals because it can encourage poaching. Except these guys. These bastards are too expensive to trade. Animals,
They
those
are.
are pretty rare, but when a major one happens, everyone basically readjusts their fences and enclosures. Kinda like how in class everybody will change their answers if one kid gets it wrong. A lot of
True.
zoos had to readjust their tiger enclosure because 3 idiots decided to taunt one and that tiger proceeded to yeet itself over a wall. Can't blame the tiger though. Sometimes natural
Yep.
selection comes with a free meal.
Exactly,
Zookeepers might
natural
not wanna tell
selection,
you.
bro.
You probably
Stop
shouldn't
building
work with
fences
your
in
favorite
zoos.
animal for the same reason you shouldn't share an apartment with your best friend. After 1 week, it'll change everything you thought you knew about them.
True.
Like penguins, they smell like Satan's locker and snap and bite at your shins every time you
Don't
feed
tell
them.
me that, bro. I want a penguin, bro. Don't tell me that they smell like that, bro.
With your favorite animal for
I
the
want
same
one.
reason you shouldn't share an apartment with your best friend. After 1 week, it'll change everything you thought you knew about them. You like penguins? They smell like
Yeah.
Satan's locker and snap and bite at your shins every time you feed them. Like tigers? Tiger poop is one of the worst smelling things you'll ever live
I heard
with.
Mike Tyson
Like
say
elephants,
that.
Give one an enema and I swear next day you'll be at unemployment.
Oh,
With their favorite animal, they have a new
no.
favorite by lunch. Being a zookeeper isn't just
Ooh.
playing with animals all day, it's incredibly difficult and ridiculously demanding. They work well over 40 hours a week and often
Yeah,
only sleep at
true.
zoos just so they can respond to any emergencies. You go through years of training, applications, and hours of interning, all for a starting salary of about less than $30,000. When you take that much for that little, you're a different breed.
Yep.
But they're so dedicated to the animals that it's worth it. But if you personally know a zookeeper, tell them you appreciate them. Lord knows they
Tell
don't hear
them.
enough.
Tell
Out of all
them.
the animals, the most dangerous and the ones zookeepers hate working with the most are the ones outside the cage.
Yep,
No other animal
humans.
causes more migraines or higher blood
True.
pressure than a hairless primate
That's
armed
so
with an
true.
iPhone and a sense of entitlement. Most zookeepers agree if you kept the animals and banned the people, zoos would be 10 times more fun, and I don't blame them for thinking that. Animal facts
Nope.
you definitely
Don't
wouldn't
blame
know
them.
unless you worked at
At
a
all.
zoo.
People are
Walruses
stupid,
are
man.
really talented at baiting. In fact, you could say they're master baits.
Hey, yo.
They do it a lot. You're probably wondering how a walrus does this. Well, there's 2 options. 1, they slap themselves with their flippers, or 2, they're flexible enough to self-service themselves with their mouth.
Yep.
If you've seen a walrus, you've probably seen one do this.
Mhm.
Bonobos will go out of their way to wait until they have a crowd of
Bonobos.
people around them and then start spontaneously having in front of the audience. They do it on purpose. I don't know why, but literally the more people around, the more likely they are to ruin the innocence of any child watching.
Damn.
Tigers can't purr, so to show affection, they'll do the same slow blink that your cat does to tell you he loves you. Tigers share
Yeah,
95%
true.
of their DNA with domestic cats, which makes sense because they're
Or
basically
they do the
house cats on
chuff
steroids.
as
They'll
well.
cuddle up to their favorite keepers.
Look
play
at
hide
that,
and seek, and
bro.
of course give them that
So
famous
cute.
love blink. Tigers are soft. A lot of animals get lonely during the winter because there's less visitors and they're used to seeing people. This usually happens with higher intelligence animals like elephants, primates, and parrots like the African gray. During COVID, one zoo brought painters into the monkey house just so the monkeys would feel less alone. One Japanese zoo asked people to FaceTime the eels just so they wouldn't forget about people. Top 3 dumbest things to ever happen at a zoo, and no, number 1 is not what you think it is. In 2009, a woman decided to take a flash pass to Jesus by jumping into the polar bear exhibit in a Florida zoo. She proceeded to get mauled by 4 of the biggest carnivores on the planet. At one point, zookeepers were able to pull her out of the pool, but of course she fell right back in.
Of
She also
course.
did this during the polar bear's feeding time. Apparently she lost her teaching job and was so
Idiot.
depressed that she decided to factory reset her life in one of the worst ways possible, and zookeepers were actually seconds away from shooting the bears just to save her. Luckily, she and the polar bears lived. In 2007 in San Francisco, 3 dumbasses who will not be named decided to taunt Tatiana the Siberian tiger just to see what would happen. What happened was she
Idiots.
decided to make the census 3 names lighter.
Yep.
Motivated by malice, Tatiana jumped over a nearly 13-foot wall and violated all 3,
I
murking one
think
and severely
big, you
injuring
know,
the other
Jesus.
2. And what's true today was true back then. If you're young and dumb, you will get paid. And after
Yep.
getting sued, the zoo had to pay a $900,000 stupid tax to the brothers. Because in 2012, a mother lifted her son over a railing to get a better look at the animals. He then dropped the 2-year-old into the African wild dog.
Oh,
He
no.
survived the fall, but not the dogs. And if you know how African wild dogs hunt prey, you know this was very bad.
Yep.
On top of all that, the mother sued the Pittsburgh Zoo for negligence. Yeah. Obviously, the victim here is a little boy because nobody deserves that, but yeah, the railing's there for a fucking reason. 3 more of the dumbest things to ever happen at a zoo, and number 1 will make you feel some type of way. In 2017, a man decided he didn't want to pay the price of admission to get into a zoo and instead scaled a 10-foot wall to get in. And best believe a price was paid, because my man's ended up in the living room of 3 of the biggest big cats on the planet. The man was brutally mauled in front of horrified guests, and I like to think the last thing that went through his head, other than, you know, the tiger's teeth, was if it was really worth it. You can't put a price on life, but this man gambled his entire way of being over $19.
Dang.
Also, one of the tigers died over his stupidity. At number 2, you probably know exactly where this is going. Another dumbass who will not be named was a regular at a Netherlands zoo, and she had a habit of smiling at the gorillas and making eye contact, even though
you
trained
can
trainers
never
told her
do
not to.
that.
She ignored them and said that she had a special bond with the gorillas since they always smiled back. Basically, she pulled a, "Trust me, I know him, he'll listen to me. Remember what we talked about, this isn't you." Yeah, she played pick me with a 400-pound gorilla, and one day Bakito woke up and chose Miralax because he wasn't taking no shit. Bakito escaped, beat the woman like she stole something from him, and then broke into a restaurant. And number 1, in 1987 at Prospect Park Zoo in Brooklyn, a couple boys decided to climb into an exhibit and swim in a moat. Whose exhibit, you ask? Well, originally they planned on swimming in a sea lion pool, but somewhere along the line they decided they just didn't value their lives. They went into the polar bear den. What happened next was 2 900-pound murder bears proceeded to play tug-of-war with the 11-year-old's body. Police came and shot the bears, but the boy was already past tense. Did I mention this was all because of a dare? It was a tragic, senseless, avoidable death that never should have happened. May those polar bears rest in peace. As for the boy, he could rest in pieces.
That last section of the video pissed me off. Why are people so dumb? Why? That kid that died because of wild dogs. That woman is a stupid ass moron, bro. Fucking hell. Rest in peace to all the people that died, yeah? Oh, sorry for the rant, man. But these idiots, man. Natural selection needs to happen more often. Fucking hell. Besides a 3-year-old, that's just tragic and a shit parent. But hey, it is what it is. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, man. Casual Geographic, G-O-A-T, man. GOAT. He is the GOAT, man. He is phenomenal as always. And, well, yeah, guys, I hope you had a good weekend, man. My weekend was meh, was so-so. So, yeah, we move on to the week now. And I wish you a very, very good week, man. Go for it, go follow your dreams one more week, man. You are one day away from achieving your dream. Keep grinding, keep going, and do not ever quit. Before you go, I just gotta tell you, man, keep God first as always. Drink water. Go tell somebody you love them, alright? If you're here, I don't know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, this time called Why Orcas Are the Most Disrespectful Animals on the Planet. So yeah, man, let's go check this out. Bro, for no reason, bro.
I've been trying to tell y'all, killer whales are just waterproof black Air Forces.
Yeah, man.
Their entire personality is bullying every name on the ocean census for no reason at all. Let me explain why this video is way worse than you actually think. It's actually well known that orcas will tail slap.
Yeah, that video is
It's the fastest
nuts.
way to make a seal join the Air Force.
Bro, look at that. Look how high that seal is, bro. This here, there, bro. It's a seal, my boy. And the orca's down here. Bro, for no reason.
This video was filmed in Mexico, and there were actually 6 of these hood dolphins taking turns slapping the stingray. And after getting bodied the first time, the stingray was too weak to get away, so the orcas just kept violating it. And this went on for an hour and a half. Scientists watching this thought the orcas would just eat the stingray afterwards. Instead, when the stingray finally became past tense, all 6 orcas just watched it lifelessly sink to the bottom of the ocean. This wasn't about food or survival. Nah, these homicidal Oreos spent 90 minutes jumping a stingray.
Homicidal Oreos, bro.
Orcas don't operate on survival, they live off malicious intent. They're one of the few animals that will go out of their way to torture and murk other animals for fun. They'll literally spend hours violating seals, penguins, and stingrays and not even eat them in the end, and that's another ballpark of disrespect. One scientist watched an orca chase a penguin for half an hour, snap its neck, and then leave its soul-divorced body floating on the surface. Moral of this video, sharks don't run the ocean.
Nope.
Steroid zebra guppy does.
Yeah.
The only reason they don't go after people is because they see themselves in. Y'all starting to put way too much faith in me. If I get on here and say that's a graboid or an Alaskan bullworm and end the video, what y'all gonna do? Nah, that's a lungfish. It's a fish with lungs. Also, I think that video was filmed in Uganda, which checks out because the lungfish is found in Africa, South America, and Australia. When there's a drought or they run out of water, this air guppy will bury itself in the mud and then cover itself in a coat of mucus. When the snot sweater dries, it basically acts as a protective coffin. And like most people in coffins, a lungfish basically dies by shutting down almost every system in their body. The mummy fish will sit there until it rains again, and then it'll dig itself out like nothing ever happened. And some, like the African lungfish, can take a break from living for 3 to 5 years without food or water.
3
All
to
it needs
5
to wake up
years,
from a
bro.
suspended animation
Mad.
is water, apparently an excavator. So what did we learn today? This fish can breathe air and water and put its own life on pause for up to 5 years. Meanwhile, us humans got back pain and anxiety because evolution's a...
Yep, pretty much.
I don't know what that is. That's the end of the video. I don't know if y'all think I just know
disgusting.
everything about everything, but I promise you I don't. But if I had to guess, it's probably a CNM... This thing. Even though they look like plants, this thing whose name I refuse to pronounce is actually an animal. As part of the Cnidaria phylum, they're also related to jellyfish. And some of them like to remind the world that they're not plants by moving just like this. But what I'm guessing happened here is the water receded and exposed the sea anemone at the bottom. And as an animal, them shrinking away is probably just a defensive reaction to being touched. And here you can see a green sea anemone doing the exact same thing, curling up to protect themselves from what they think is a predator. I think I'm on a list now.
That
Could be
doesn't
completely
look
wrong, but
good,
that's my
bro.
best guess. Well, I just watched Hangry and apparently the video's upside down. This actually makes more sense. If you value your mental health, do not watch this video. This is the only warning you're gonna get.
Oh,
Meet your
king
new nightmare
crabs,
coconut
bro.
crab.
Yeah.
It's Photoshop. This is real life.
Yeah.
They're related to hermit crabs, but everything about them is
They're
on
massive,
pieces.
bro.
They can grow to 3.5 feet long from tip to tip and weigh 9 pounds. Now the biggest problem with this hellspawn with claws is they believe in the worst type of equality, meaning they eat everything without prejudice. Adult crabs will eat fleshy fruits, nuts, and seeds, but they'll also eat the carcasses of dead animals like cats and chickens. In fact, a group of these crabs made an entire
Look at
pig's
this
corpse
dog of
disappear
that
in only a
bastard,
week.
bro.
And since nature is a spiteful person, not only can they climb trees, they've been known to scale tree branches and murk sleeping birds in their nest. And those
Wow.
claws can break birds' bones since they pinch with about 740 pounds of force. Just for the record, the bite force of a whole-ass lion is 650. This crab pinches harder than lions bite.
Damn.
Whoever thought that was a good idea was on disrespectful timing. Also, because of their diet, a lot of them are poisonous. These crabs are found on islands across the Indian and part of the Pacific Ocean.
disgusting,
This last
bro.
fact might be the worst one. When Amelia Earhart crashed, a lot of people believe the reason her body was never found was because a group of these crabs turned her
I know
corpse
that
into a
theory
coconut.
as well.
And considering these crabs are scavengers that will eat literally anything dead, it's a possibility.
Straight possibility. Huh.
The whole page is really just turning into what's that Pokemon where I'm just a breathing Pokédex.
That looks like
And I'm
Chewbacca,
okay with
bro.
that. This little guy is a pygmy marmoset. It's a type of New World monkey found in the Amazon. And at 3.5 ounces,
Oh,
this dumb
that's
monkey
a
weighs
cute
about as much as
boy.
3 Skittles.
That's
They're
so
one of the
cute,
smallest primates in the world, and in a jungle full of ops, they stay alive by
In the
going everywhere as
finger.
a group and by hiding up in the trees. But
Mad.
never up in the canopy. That's a good way to become a harpy eagle's happy meal.
Yep.
When a baby marmoset's born, different family members will take turns watching it, including its older siblings. Babysitting their little brother or sister is actually how the older ones learn how to be parents. They normally get along, but when threatened, their first instinct is to proudly display their genitals and let the intruder make the next move. You wouldn't want smoke with a crazy naked dude, and that's probably why it works. Also, these aren't big grapes, that's
Fair
literally
point.
how small they are. Like,
They're
they're so
so
small, they act
tiny,
as
bro.
insects to insects, and of course the insects don't even see them as a threat. And because I know there's going to be that one person, technically you can have them as pets, but they're high maintenance, biting, screaming anuses that die if you look at them the wrong way. Marmosets
Damn.
are good pets if you know what you're doing, but for the most part they're like celebrities. They're a lot more fun to be around when they're behind a screen. Here are some things you can do in Australia that you simply
Bro, that
can't
looks
do
like
anywhere else.
Pikachu in
Number
real
one, you
life,
can
dude.
meet Pikachu. This is
Yeah.
a yellow brush-tailed possum. They're one of the most widespread marsupials in Australia, so widespread that
Oh.
sometimes they break into people's homes.
That's
and getting
cute,
Kool-Aid
man.
man by a living Pokemon is definitely something you need in your life. Number two, you can watch a blue penguin parade. The blue penguin is the
Yeah.
smallest of its kind. And
Those
if you're
are
on Phillip
sick,
Island at
bro.
the right time, you can watch hordes of them emerge from the sea and waddle single file like children towards their nesting sites. Like, you can actually sit and watch them waddle past you. And if you can sit here and tell me this doesn't make you smile, either you sold your soul or you just weren't born with one to begin with.
Yeah.
Number three,
Penguins
you
are
can
sick.
get a patamelon. It's basically the kangaroo's smaller, less clouded cousin. And like roos and wallabies, they get to where they gotta go by hopping. They're just really cute about it. Number four, you can witness Aurora Australis, aka the Southern Lights. It's the result of a disturbance in the magnetosphere caused by solar wind, which causes particles to
Damn,
release
those
color
are
as they
sick
become
as
ionized.
well.
In simple terms, it's nature on LSD. And number five,
Nice.
of course, you can meet the world's happiest animal. Technically found off the coast
The
of Australia
wombat,
on
bro.
islands like Rottnest, but it still counts. They smile to cool off, and they've lost their fear of humans, which is why this exists. In Quokka, we trust. Here's some
A
animals that
quokka,
have a
not a
worse
wombat.
birthday than you. Rabbits, because if
Rabbit.
a mama rabbit gets pressed in any way, she'll turn her children into kids' meals. If she's afraid or there's predators, she'll eat her babies to protect them from predators that want to eat them. Literally,
She
just
eats
pop
them.
a balloon around a rabbit and watch how fast she
Wow.
becomes a carrot-fueled Casey. Tasmanian devils are born into the Hunger Games. Because even though there can be up to 50 babies called joeys, the mother only has 4 nipples. So the blind babies the size of a grain of rice have to crawl around to find them. The first 4 get to live, the rest either starve or get eaten by the mother. Giraffes, and for the simple fact that they get dropped on their head when they're born. They're lucky if that's all that happens, because if the mother gets tired and sits down before the baby's out completely, she could accidentally crush it. If they survive all that, it takes them about an hour to learn how to walk, and every minute that baby's on the ground is a minute they're closer to getting put to sleep by lions, hyenas, or wild dogs. The mother will use her dinner plate-sized feet to kick at predators, but there's also the chance she accidentally kicks her baby and breaks its neck. Last is the barnacle goose, because they have two choices. They can jump off a 400-foot cliff or starve. Basically death or death in slow motion, and half the chicks that jump become past deaths by the end of the day. This is one of the smartest animals in the world, and it's also one of the biggest menaces to society.
Bro.
The Kia is a large bird found in the mountainous areas of New Zealand.
Menaces as well.
The Kia is smart enough to solve complex puzzles in order to get them
menaces in
inside.
Australia, bro.
Because they've gotten used to humans, this bird will literally take cars apart with their beak.
Yeah,
Every year in New Zealand, this parrot causes thousands of dollars in damage by destroying cars, and they do it just because they feel like it. This felon Tweety will also open and search through backpacks and purses, steal
great menaces,
and
bro.
dare you to do something about it. If this parrot steals your wallet and flies off, that's very much a you problem. They're not just an op to people. The Kia will use that razor-sharp beak to hole punch sheep just so they can eat the fat from the back of the animal. Nobody really knows who taught the birds to act like this, but it used to happen so often that the farmers started putting the birds on shirts in order to protect their sheep. Since the Kia is now protected by law, they get to act up with no consequences. They'll also steal eggs from shearwater nests and turn an entire nursery into an omelet, because not even other birds are safe from the audacity. Moral of this video, this bird is proof that the smarter you are, the more of a phallus you are to everyone's way of life.
Menace, bro. Bro, orcas are the worst, though. Kias are ruthless, yeah? But they are doing it because they associated cars to food. Because as humans are always around our car, and we see a Kia land, and we give him a cookie or something, and they, through years and years of evolution, they saw that as a pattern. They were like, oh, okay, we can get food this way. And if they don't give us food, we destroy the car. That's basic. But orcas, bro, they are just menaces for no reason, bro. No reason. Fun fact before you guys go, yeah, orcas never attacked humans. There's no one recorded sea Oreo attack on a human. That's quite interesting. Orcas could do it, but they choose not to, which is scarier. Like, the sea Oreo is mad, bro. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I love these kind of videos. But before I go, I just gotta say, man, thank you so much for the overwhelming support over the last week, man. The channel's been popping, bro. It's been going nuts. That last one standing video is my fastest video to 100 views in like 2 days. It's been insane, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, man, thank you so much for everyone that watches. And it means the world to me, and we are only just getting started. I'm enjoying the heck out of the journey. I really hope the top is as fun as the journey is to me right now. I'm enjoying the heck out of it. I've been much happier. I am in a phenomenal place mentally, and I'm just so eager for the future, man. But always enjoying the present and enjoying the journey that I am on. I'm loving each and every single second of my life, and it's amazing. I just hope that you guys, whatever you guys are going through, yeah, it will get better. Look at me, for example, it will get better. And I'm not even at my peak yet, man. Which is incredible to think about. Man, I'm enjoying the heck out of this, man. I'm doing something that I love more than breathing. That is posting content, and man alive, I'm having so much fun, and it's incredible. So yeah, man, thank you guys so much. I love you guys, and we're gonna keep going, man. But for now, if you're here, you don't know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic banger, bro. This time called Dolphins Are Racist, and I can explain. Weird title, I did not know dolphins were racist. See, why are they racist? So without further ado, let's react to this thing, man. Let's go.
Someone on Instagram asked me what
Pink water,
animal
man. Pink bottle today. Let's
and that's
go.
difficult because animals don't possess a concept of morality or an understanding of dolphins. It would be
okay.
Dolphins. Nature made them.
It would be
because
dolphins
then.
Talk,
they would burn Twitter to
shout out to Bob there, bro. Shout out to Paul and that.
Bottlenose dolphins will bully other dolphins with different colorings or spots for no reason. Like
you're no reason,
up on another dolphin and push it around, and you'll wonder why until you realize the victim has spots and you're watching a hate crime.
Damn.
But by far, the real malicious intent is saved for porpoises. Dolphins will harass and beat porpoises quite literally to death. This porpoisite can be a result of territorial
Porpoises
disputes,
are
competition,
smaller
or sexual
dolphins.
frustration, but it's far more likely that there are just dolphin supremacists out there. We don't really know what causes dolphins to
Damn.
become perpetrators of first-degree assault, but they'll bludgeon
The
the
smaller
animal and
species of
unprovoked attacks that
dolphin.
can break the jaw, bust the ribs, and even fracture the scalp.
Heyo.
If this nonsense doesn't kill him, he'll be in perpetual pain. Not to mention, sometimes they Cosby them too. Sometimes
Was it
20
any
bottle
need
faces
for
will get
that?
on porpoise with a flurry of whistles and clicks that definitely
Bro, just
translates to shades of
existing,
dolphin
you
power
know.
and choice racial slurs. Yeah, dolphins are racist and they're not shy about it.
They are racist, you know. Racismo, no?
Nature is, and after thinking about it, seals get violated by almost everyone.
They do.
First of all, they get clapped so badly by great whites they call it the KKK. I can't really be mad at that because even roid guppies have to eat. But orcas take the evisceration to another
Yeah,
level.
that video
I've
was
actually said that 1,000
fucking
times.
crazy.
But orcas pimp slap seals so hard and so high that it tears their skin off when they hit the water.
Jesus.
Scientists thought this was a hunting strategy, but it turns out
Nah, it's
orcas
just for fun.
really like
Yeah,
being seals.
it's just for
Even
fun,
land
man.
seals aren't safe from this homicidal Oreo dolphin. Speaking of land seals, some
They are the
actually get
only,
gripped by seagulls too, because seagulls will blind them by gouging their
marine
eyeballs out
animal
and eating them.
that can
I almost
beach
forgot,
itself
a
and get
1,500
out,
pound assault
basically.
weapon with paws is another thing they have to worry
It beaches
about.
itself
Polar
on
bears will
purpose.
wait by the seal's breathing hole. When the seal comes up for air, the polar bear will pimp slap its head off. And back to killer whales, they'll create waves to knock seals off ice.
I've seen that as well. They literally create waves to get the seals off the little ice
I'm not even
sheets.
gonna mention what these guys do.
Nah,
they
they
get
are.
bodied by every aspect of life, and I'd feel worse for them if it wasn't for this video.
They are mental. Oh my god, not this video again, bro. Penguin just getting abused.
Number 1, pit bull jaws don't lock and their bite isn't any stronger than a Rottweiler or a German Shepherd.
Okay.
Number 2, pit bulls were never nanny dogs that you can leave alone with your children for long periods of time. It sounds sweet, but this myth actually hurts them because without supervision, toddlers can irritate the dog by tail grabbing or ear pulling, and this is exactly how a headline gets written.
True.
Pit bulls aren't naturally aggressive. They actually tested as the second most tolerant dog breed behind
They are
Labradors.
really cute.
It's actually
They really
Chihuahuas
are
to worry
really
about
cute,
because they're
man.
one of the least tolerant. But that's only because owners refuse to correct aggressive behaviors in dogs
That's
that are
true.
small enough to fit in your purse. Pit bulls are blamed for causing the highest percentage of dog bites and attacks, but a big reason for this is because they get misidentified up to 60% of the time, especially in shelters. And number 5, it's not impossible to rehabilitate an aggressive pit bull. There's organizations whose entire purpose is to retrain pit bulls that were used in dogfighting to make them safe enough to be adopted into a new home. Some of these
Damn,
ex-fighters
that's
end up getting
amazing.
jobs as therapy dogs.
Look
And
at
I just wanna say
that.
for the
Look
record,
at
when I volunteered
that,
at an
man.
animal
So
shelter, the pit bulls gave me zero
cute.
problems. It was the kittens that gave me all kinds of
We
problems.
do not deserve them, man. We really don't.
Grassy plains and the dark depths of the ocean.
I should probably
Whoa.
explain what the hell this is. That was an angel shark, and that's the worst Call of Duty
Angel
player you'll ever
shark.
meet. The angel shark will lie motionless for days waiting for anything bite-sized to accidentally pass above its head so it can take its life. Sounds like a cheat code, but there's no referee in the ocean, so this camel shark stab pads kills like no other. But you don't have to worry about them snatching up your leg because they're only interested in fish, crustaceans, and mollusks like squid. That being said, angel sharks are a lot like electrical power sockets. They're only dangerous if you're stupid enough to poke them. Now you would think that's common sense, but because
Oh,
these sharks stay
of course,
perfectly still, school
not
average
an
takes a good
idiot
idea to
tried
touch
it,
them, and that makes
right?
these sharks go from mannequin challenge to homicide. Luckily, attacks are rare, and as long as you're not an idiot, this sea carpet won't fade you. Good thing
Just
too,
leave him alone,
there's a
man.
shark in this picture, and he may not be an
Look
angel,
at
but he'll
that.
turn you into one. Here's everything you would ever need to know
An
about
armadillo!
penguins.
A
It's the only
pangolin!
mammal with scales, and are made of the same stuff as your fingernails, which is
Yeah,
keratin.
keratin.
They're literally the inspiration for sand slash.
They look-
Because
it
they have
looks
long,
like
powerful
it.
claws, they prefer to walk on their hind legs, and they look like a
Hello,
geriatric looking for a
man.
drop nipple.
He's so cute. Oh my god. I need to show that to my sister
When
tomorrow.
afraid, they'll roll into a ball, and if that doesn't work, they'll release a foul
bro,
smell.
animals
that
are
pushes them
so
off territory,
sick.
Not very different from the anal assault that skunks use. They roll around in mud to stay cool and to keep parasites off of them.
Makes
now,
sense.
please enjoy this video.
Let's go. Oh my god, bro, just having a mud bath, yeah? That's the
Baby
sweetest thing.
penguins are scientifically called pangapups, and they get
Oh
around
my
by reaching right under
god,
mother's
man.
tail. This walking pinecone eats nothing but ants and termites, and since they don't have teeth, they snatch them up with a tongue that can be as long as their entire body.
Ew.
Believe it or not, penguins are actually closer related to cats, dogs, and bears than they are to 8 years and
Wow.
armadillos. Unfortunately, because of those scales and its
Yeah,
meat, it's the
I
most
knew
trafficked
this already.
non-human mammal in the world, and the most endangered one is the Chinese pangolin.
Yeah.
But they're protected by the government, and they have
Yay!
been making a comeback, so this
Yay!
turtle joke might just be alright. Talk about the vampire deer. They have tusks that can be over 3 inches long, and since they're
Taula,
muscles
I think is
controlled
the
by
name,
facial
right?
muscles, they can actually move those fangs when they need
No.
to. While eating, they'll draw them backwards
think
so they
it
don't
is.
get in the way.
That's
While
another
squaring up
animal, I
with another
think.
male, they can actually force their fangs out and even pull the tusks closer together.
Mm.
And obviously, in deer society, the bigger your fangs are, the more you pull. Males use
Okay.
those fangs to run phase with each other, and the canines are so sharp that the loser can end up permanently maimed.
Damn.
Even the female water deers are on go because they'll chase around any deer or human that comes near their birth territory. The reason
Makes
they have
sense.
fangs where most deer have antlers is actually simple. In the shrubby underbush where they live, antlers will get caught in stuff all the time.
Makes
Baby
sense.
Chinese water deer are small enough to make a bed out of your
Whoa!
own hands. Of course, when they hit puberty and those Timmy Turners come in, they become a lot less cuddly. And believe me, nobody wants shanked by Bambi on their obituary. Someone asked me what
Shanked by
animals are the
Bambi,
CEO
bro.
of Black Air Force Energy, so here's the
Shank
entire
man.
lineup. At number 1 is a honey badger because when your
It
go-to move
is.
involves tearing off the family jewels, you're the most dangerous kind of crazy in the form of a roid skunk. Number 2 are chimpanzees because they'll jump each other and tear out the throat and rip off the balls. I can't even show you a picture of this because I would get banned faster than faster than Zoe faster than James. God damn. They've also been known to kidnap human children. I still can't believe that's a fact. Number 3 are magpies because not only can
they hate us, bro. They hate humans, man.
One is beefing with an entire blood.
Yep.
At number 4 is the Cape buffalo, not because they take lives, but because how they do it. The entire herd
just
of buffalo
gore you
will
out,
take
man.
turns goring you, waiting for you to stand back up just to ray rice you again. They'll also purposely lead hunters into tall grass just so they can blindside them and turn their skeleton into origami. Number 5 are orcas because they bully the entire ocean for no reason at all.
Just for
Seals,
fun, man.
sharks, stingrays, moose, penguins, not even other orcas are safe.
Just for fun. Nothing
They're one
else.
of the few animals that seem to torture animals for fun.
Yep.
When you put the spirit of Ted Bundy in a Roy Dolphin, nothing positive comes next. That have been normalized by society that are actually really fucking money. I don't think we can ever comprehend how dirty money is.
Yeah, man, it's dirty, you know.
But we all conveniently disregard it when
we just hand stuff.
That traces of cocaine can be found
Bro, during COVID, we are always doing this to hands and just handing money to each other.
Because at least the toilet gets cleaned. $1 bill can possess 3,000 flavors of nastiness. Which is why you're better off skinny dipping in the Hudson River than ever doing this. Sing your dog. Dog mouths are not cleaner than people's, and their mouths contain hundreds of bacteria.
I love dogs, but it's a barrier for me, man. Nah.
By introducing their noses to another
Rolex is bomb with that, you know.
Sit here and tell you not to kiss your dog because if you went to college, I can guarantee you've kissed way worse. All I'm saying is,
bars.
Think about it. Owing out birthday candles.
That's true.
To the God, this never
it's just all the germs on the cake.
Intended to be served to others.
Do we care? No.
Shouldn't take a pandemic to realize this. Especially if it's children, because they can't be trusted not to aerosol assault the cake.
That's true.
Playing Russian roulette with germs, I don't even want to know how many times I lost that game. Someone on Instagram asked me what animals are surprisingly good mothers. Hyenas are one of the most feared pack animals in Africa, with jaws that can amputate a rhino and gang mentality that can
dolphins, whales,
are gentle and protective of their cubs. Mother hyenas
have to be up there.
Children to form a strong bond and recognize them by their voices. She'll nurse them for 15 months and will slowly introduce them to the clan to socially integrate them. She'll also disembowel any animal that looks at them the wrong way. There has been a lot of koala slander on my part, but one thing you can't deny is that they are devoted mothers. The mama koala will carry her little Joey around everywhere for about a year.
Man.
And unlike marsupials like quokkas, koalas don't abandon their children when being chased by predators. They'll either carry her baby to safety or if it comes down to it, fight to the death to protect it. Not bad for a Bundy bear. Next are bats because just like koalas, they'll carry the little baby around everywhere. That includes while they're flying. Some bats, like the greater spearnose, will babysit pups that aren't even related to them.
That's wild.
And vampire bats have been known to adopt the babies.
That's kind of cute, you know.
The mother and pup have such a strong relationship that they'll form a strong family bond even after the pup is old enough to take care of itself.
Aww.
Rocking with bats, did mothers yesterday. So here's animals you didn't know were great fathers.
Okay.
Cassowaries are the velociraptor's nation.
Really?
But it's actually the males that
I
are
did not know
eggs,
that.
while the females, I assume, listen to Meg Thee Stallion and dipped. The male cassowary raises his family of chicks for 9 months as he teaches them the best places to find food. And if anyone comes near them, he'll catch a life sentence if he has to. In fact, most rat types like rheas and emus have the males in charge of bringing up the babies while the females mate with as many males as possible and call it a hot wing summer. The father African bullfrog acts as the bodyguard for hundreds of his tiny tadpoles. He's so overprotective that he'll jump anything that looks like a threat, and if their nursery pool starts to dry out, he'll save their lives by digging a canal to a bigger pond. He'll guard the tadpoles with his life until they're old enough to take care of themselves. Not only is the giant water bug probably the only insect father that doesn't straight up dip on his kids, he'll carry up to 100 eggs right on his back.
I mean,
he'll even do push-ups to help his
seahorses
children on his back absorb more
the
oxygen.
males actually
He literally
birth
puts the
the
whole
kids,
team on his
right?
back for 2 weeks. He doesn't need child support because, damn it, he is the child support.
Yeah.
You know there's a zombie starfish problem that nobody's
Really?
talking about. Stars in the Pacific have been seen mutilating themselves by tearing their own arms off, and then the severed arms will crawl around like something out of a Stephen King wet dream.
Whoa.
These stars can normally sacrifice an arm to escape a predator, an arm that they can grow back. Not only are these sea stars maiming themselves with no predators around, their bodies disintegrate, causing the ocean floor to be littered with a bunch of sea star carcasses.
Damn.
These sea stars are violently disfiguring and killing themselves in an auto-mass genocide. Basically, it's I Am
Why?
Legend, but instead of Will Smith, you got Patrick Star from SpongeBob. Secret Killer has thousands of these sea stars fighting for survival. Kind of like the zombie apocalypse game that lets you see how long you would survive.
Oh, well done, bro.
10 days, links in my bio.
Well done. Get your bag, my
It turns
boy.
out the reason for this self-destruction is a virus called Sea Star-associated denser virus, and this pandemic has caused hundreds of sea stars to mass murk themselves. It's believed this virus is caused by warmer ocean temperatures as a result of climate change, so yeah, we're responsible for this too.
Of course we are.
That trick might be a pack quick if we don't get our act together.
There you have it, guys. That was another banger by Casual Geographic, man. Bro just does not miss. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys had an amazing weekend. I'm sorry if I'm speaking a bit differently. It's because I bit my tongue today so hard. I've actually got a bruise on my tongue, and it hurts when I speak. But yeah, guys, Once again, love each and every single one of you that watches my videos. Thank you so much. But before you go, don't forget down views on the channel, bro. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you get, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to a brand new Casual Geographic video, man. But before we start, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and like the video already, man. Thank you so much for the new subscribers. You guys mean the world to me. I really do appreciate it. And without further ado, let's get into this thing, man. Let's go.
100 men versus 1 gorilla is just the newest online debate brought to you by people that have way too much time on their hands. And I'm no better, because here I am making a video about it.
Yeah, no,
because it's quickly gone from
so
silly Twitter talk to what has to be a massive joke that I'm not in on. What's clear is one side is getting drastically overrated, while people obviously aren't taking the other side seriously. Plus, I love animals and arguments, so if you're looking for a video to eat your lunch with, or to be the soundtrack of your commute home, I'm going to break down the question you probably didn't care about in the first place, and by the end, you'll wonder how this was ever even a question. So here's the full truth of whether 100 unarmed men could beat one prime silverback gorilla. But first, we gotta understand what force of nature we're up against. Now, I do have a couple recent videos on gorillas, so to not repeat myself too much, I do advise that you check those out for further context. But basically, everything we thought about gorillas back in the day was wrong. They're giant, non-violent, fart-happy pacifists, and the most dangerous thing about them is they can misunderstand regular human actions as an act of war. So while, yeah, if you smile at a silverback enough times, he eventually will put beats on you like a Cherokee drum, most times a gorilla is just worried about the 6,000 calories he eats a day. And thank the stars for that. Gorillas are built like the developer had something to prove. They took the human model and said, drag to resize. The result is an alpha ape with a stronger bite force than a grizzly, allegedly, hands that can crush a crocodile's skull, allegedly, and just strength that we really have no way to truly comprehend. That man fully didn't plan to get casually ragdolled, but plans are always subject to change when you're around the prime ape. Gorillas might default to peace, but life is multiple choice. The question is, what kind of carnage comes when they choose violence? It's hard to imagine what a fully malice-motivated gorilla can do because it takes a lot for them to get to that point. The first phase of conflict involves using body language and gestures to send a message before hands even have to be thrown. Because for an animal that can spend over 12 hours a day eating, wasting calories on fights is poor resource management. The second phase of escalation usually involves pushing, grappling, and screaming in really short bursts. Gorillas fight the way they fuck. What I mean is, the phase they run are like how they're hung. Not long at all. Because again, most times gorillas don't actually want to fight. But what about when they do? Yeah, that would be phase 3, and that usually happens when 2 silverbacks throw down for control of a group. Losing such would mean losing the 3 F's: food, family, and the FCC won't let me finish, but stakes can make these fights to the death, and here's where we can see what gorillas are truly capable of. I found a research paper that detailed the injuries sustained in gorilla-on-gorilla fights, and based on that, you see a pattern. Those teeth are for more than just undressing trees, and losers are often found with lacerations and puncture wounds all over the body. And unlike a leopard, which leaves small puncture wounds, the canines of a gorilla cause large gaping tears in victims. Even if the gorilla's bite strength has been exaggerated, which we will get into, even lowballing them puts them at the level of a hyena. One gorilla named Inshuti had his foot completely crushed with the tips of his fingers and ear bitten off. Gorillas also use their arms, not really to punch but to use as battering rams, and they've also been known to pull chunks of hair out with their hands. So safe to say, a gorilla's stiff arm to the back would crack your constitution like a glow stick and could dislocate or break human bones by accident. And with many victims also recorded with bite wounds to the face, you'd probably be able to unlock your iPhone from 20 feet away after a gorilla puts jaws on you. So what chance would an army of humans have against a 500-pound berserker? Well, hot take. Gorillas have been drastically overrated in many ways. First, as fighters. Gorillas aren't efficient fighters. They're more physical brawlers and grapplers, and with everything I've said, most fights last anywhere from a couple seconds to 1 to 2 minutes at the most. Also, as strong as gorillas are, their strength has been overrated. There are some animals that just get more and more OP the more people talk about them. Chimps have been said to have the strength of 8 men, when really it's closer to 1.5. It's just that they're stronger in all the ways that can kill you. And grizzly bears are already big enough, but then you got people claiming they can decapitate a full-grown moose with one swipe. Now, what idiot would say that? And this debate has people swearing a gorilla would rip a whole man in half like a phone book with nary a sweat. I knew the gorilla propaganda peaked when this was an actual debate.
Yeah, man.
Dr. Strange can conjure up 14 million realities. You won't
Gorillas get packed in by leopard, bro. Can we deep that? So people can stop saying a gorilla would beat a grizzly.
find one where a plus-size protein-packing primate can do anything to a full-strength grizzly bear taking him seriously.
The grizzly would have him for lunch,
there's a much
bro.
smaller predator known to give gorillas problems. Gorillas have been documented getting preyed on by African leopards. Even with jungle leopards being bulkier due to less competition, that's still an at most 180-pound cat past tensing Optimus Prime. Now let me be fair, these are rare and leopards usually go for hoofed animals, wild pigs, and monkeys. Gorillas are actually too big and too social to be a regular on the grocery list, so it sounds like my whole point is trash. But that same paper listing gorilla-on-gorilla violence also showed the aftermath of leopard attacks. In those reports, all leopard victims took bite wounds to the head and most of the arms, with lacerations localized about the neck and claw marks on the trunk. So even though it is rare and a one-on-one between a silverback and a leopard might murk both, if a gorilla can struggle with less than 200 pounds of predator, a 900-pound ratio would give her only a bunkmate. Also, against 100 men, there are some very real issues that could be game over for the gorilla. The big one is endurance. Gorillas are dangerously close to being hot girl fit. They're best using explosive bursts of energy, not sustained strain over a long period of time, and a fight against 100 humans would likely last hours. Which is really bad considering compared to us, gorillas have poor temperature control. Gorillas don't have as many sweat glands as humans, and if we're talking about mountain gorillas, the thick fur would make it a 1-on-1 versus 1. The men, and the risk of heat stroke. That is if the ape doesn't just have a heart attack. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death in gorillas in zoos, and 70% of male gorillas in zoos suffer from heart disease that'll past tense them prematurely. Now that might just apply to zoo gorillas, but it's still a factor. Another is the very temperament of the gorilla is highly non-confrontational. They're more likely to run away than run a fade. But most importantly, the brawling, grappling build is not a good combat style against multiple enemies. We know that cause there's another African predator that's been giving gorillas hell, and you may not have even realized it. And it's weird because for a while, gorillas and chimpanzees...
Bro, I've been saying this, bro. Yeah? We have this debate here. 100 men versus a gorilla. I think out of 10 fights, the gorilla will win like 2. And I'm being generous. Because like bro said, each stroke, they don't have, like, it's different. He's a different animal. 100 Donnies, yeah, versus a chimpanzee, bro. Full raged. Bro, he will keep going hunting for more. A chimpanzee, bro, would murk 100 dudes like this. It wouldn't even be close, bro. It's insane, bro, insane.
These seem like
chimpanzees are
freaks. They've been reported
freaks.
foraging together, and they'll even have their version of primate playdates. That all changed when the chimps started chimping. A couple years ago in Luongo National Park, scientists witnessed a gang of 18 chimps jump a gorilla family of 5. That's 3 females, 1 baby, and a silverback. The turf war lasted an hour, and even with the silverback apparently testing ragdoll physics, throwing chimps in the air, and even managing to injure 3, eventually he was surrounded and chased off by 9 chimps. The adults got away, but the chimps managed to snatch the baby gorilla of the group, which was promptly eaten. The second attack involved 27 chimpanzees and 7 gorillas, and this time the silverback made a business decision and immediately climbed out of the trees and fled the scene. Yes, comparing chimps to humans is comparing durians to jackfruit. The moral here is the one gorilla can not only be overwhelmed, but neutralized by numbers. Because if there's one thing that's being dangerously underrated, it's the power of friendship. Don't laugh, I'm serious. If you remember this picture, then you know this was the 100 Men 1 Gorilla of 2018. It's pretty self-explanatory. Everything here is coming for your life, except the 2 you picked to run defense for you. And I'm just gonna kill the suspense. If one of those picks isn't the 10,000 rats, you have no idea how big 10,000 is. Add eagles for aerial support, and the rest of the field would have over 200 rats to deal with each. And it's cause the power of plurality is one of the most broken strategies in nature. Mobbing refers to an anti-predator behavior where prey animals approach, harass, and sometimes attack their own predator. It's how one animal can shift an almost impossible matchup in their favor. One hyena to a lion is a chew toy. Add 20 and it's a life lesson. Pilot whales have been on record chasing orcas out of high competition areas and even actively following the sounds of orca hunts. There's plenty of examples of weaponized unity in nature, but probably my favorite case of what's akin to a mob happens off the coast of South Africa, where fur seals have to risk their spot on the census every time they check the fridge. Cause the seals can't go out for groceries without the chance of running into the biggest predatory fish on Earth. Every year, great white sharks will gather around fur seal nurseries and snatch any inexperienced pups. The problem is so many sharks show up that a seal can dodge one great white right into the jaws of another. You've seen this movie before, but there's an alternate ending. Scientists have recorded fur seals squatting up into one giant group and using their numbers to turn on the sharks closing in. And as the mob gets bigger, the seal force gets more confident, leading to them escorting the 20-foot assault submarines back out to sea. So with all this, now it doesn't seem like a stretch to favor 100 men over just one gorilla. You could argue that the seals and the other mob merchants aren't actually getting physical with their final boss. That's true, everyone's asking if 100 men could off a gorilla, no one's asking how. Well, that's why I'm here. But first, obligatory, don't try this on a gorilla, or at least don't blame me for the consequences if you do. In a fight against a simian weighing a shack and a half, it's all about attacking the weak points, and a gorilla's weak points are the same as ours. Eyes, throat, mouth, and for measure, the jewels of the South. It's all about delivering damage that actually matters, and to do that, someone would have to perform the Draymond Green special and go
Not
for
the
eyes
Draymond, bro.
Someone else would have to suffocate the supersized simian, either by bear hugging his windpipe, which only Tarzan backpacking plot armor can do, or by shoving your entire arm down his throat. And since you're already negotiating your arm elbow deep in the esophagus, you'd also have to pull the gorilla's tongue out. I call that the leopard method, because a 73-year-old once soloed an attacking leopard by reaching into its mouth and ripping out the leopard's liquor. And speaking of grab and pull, someone would have to be elected to perform Dragon's smash and go for the gorilla's unmentionables. Hey, don't judge. This is war. The rest would have to use their combined strength to pin the primate down, with the remainder delivering kicks to the gorilla's flank, the most powerful natural attack to the gorilla's most vulnerable area. That would probably be the best way to chip away at a gorilla. One problem though, this is still a gorilla we're talking about. Even with everything I said about their strength being overrated, a gorilla fighting for its life would show you destruction like you've never seen. It doesn't matter how many men, the method, or the facet, for those first few, their only outcome is a closed casket. Even if numbers eventually win, those first dozen or so men would be horrifically maimed, mutilated, or straight up murked. You can argue that if I can mention that 100 men running over the hill would intimidate even a gorilla, witnessing men getting mauled and disfigured would inflict psychological damage. There's an argument that witnessing the sheer carnage would weaken the resolve of the others, destabilizing the army. And you have to remember, if mobbing is natural, doing so in a way that guarantees
That's a very good point, actually. Because if you have 100 men, and you go in sets of 10 at the gorilla, yeah? Bro, those first 10 are getting murked, bro. And what's the human instinct when you see blood? You freeze. Because that's not supposed to happen. When you see blood, yeah, it don't matter what the cause is. You're gonna freeze for a bit, and that freezing time is enough for the gorilla to mark one, go to the other, mark another, and while he's doing that, you're backing off. You're backing off, bro. If you're seeing dudes, yeah, getting their throats ripped out, you're gonna back off. So, unless they all go at once at the gorilla and pin them down and kill them that way, then that might work. If you go in groups, bro, those first 5 are causing a destruction on the entire group just because of how humans are designed in terms of psychological, seeing blood and viscera and all of that, and visceral attacks and all of that stuff, bro. That's how it works.
Portion of your team sees Tupac live isn't. Even animals like hyenas will fall back if they sense they don't have enough of an advantage in a clan fight. But there's a catch. The tweet that started all this said, "Dedicated to that shit. Surely if men can watch bunkmates get blown to bits in a war, then you can find 100 willing to die by the gorilla. If they can withstand the visceral reaction of seeing jaws getting detached, limbs getting dislocated, and a field of open fractures,
not me,
100
man.
men would
You're not doing
definitely beat a gorilla." And moral of the story, we have strayed so far from the halo of Harambe. Yeah, this is the part where I do the annoying thing and turn a tweet made by someone who definitely wouldn't pass a P-test into a lecture. But like I said in the other video, gorillas have already been getting the middle finger from humanity, either in the wild or in zoos. Whether it's trophy hunting or bushmeat, habitat loss, or an unsupervised minor, humans have the highest KD ratio against our green machine cousins. Because a gorilla has never been on record life depriving a person.
Nope.
Even when they may have had a reason. Yet the mountain gorilla is nearly in bed with extinction mostly because of humans. But not all humans. Some dedicate their entire lives to the welfare of this giga ape, which is why I will be donating to Virunga National Park. Not only do they treat and protect the gorillas there as family, they often have to risk their lives regularly going against poachers. That and the fact that I made a video detailing how to murk an endangered species makes my soul itch, so link down below if you'd like to donate as well. I'm not kidding when I say they're family. This man was seen comforting one of his young gorillas after his mother died. And fun fact, Virunga National is where we got this gem. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. Fun little video that nobody should take seriously. Nah, but I think I'm gonna start doing the animal versus animal face-off videos again, so let me know what animal matchup you'd like to see me yap about. There's one I've been wanting to get into for a while. Friendly reminder that I have a book, 100 Animals That'll Bleeping End You. I'd say more, but the name's the marketing. Also, I have a Patreon, but reminder that your money's probably just gonna buy me lunch, so don't spend a check unless you've always wanted to indirectly feed me Wendy's. Or you might just fund my next trip. I mean, all this talk about gorillas, who knows? Maybe I'll go see one. Oh shit.
You have to
drink
not.
water, hug your mother. Please don't gang up on a gorilla. They've been through enough. And I'm gonna see y'all
in the next one. There you have it, man. It's like bro said. Leave gorillas alone, bro. Leave them alone. They've suffered enough. Poor things, man. But yeah, guys. Thank you so much for watching another banger video by bro. And yeah, man, like the video, subscribe to the channel. All glory to God as always. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, man. Before we start the video, man, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It helps more than you think. While you're at it, like the video already, man. It helps tell the algorithm that you actually enjoy my content.
If you want to inflict emotional damage on a millennial, remind them that the Harambe kid either is or is about to be a teenager. In a couple of months, it'll be a year short of a decade since the gorilla was prematurely perp-walked off the census. Wow. And despite being named after a Swahili term for coming together, Harambe's death has been no less divisive. But the closer you get to the full story, with crucial context, the question becomes less of whether the zoo was right for turning the legacy of Bob Marley into a hashtag, and more of everything that went wrong to force the zoo to pull the trigger. Because Harambe's death was the right choice for the wrong reasons. Now hear me out, I'm not blaming the gorilla, in fact quite the opposite. Literally everyone involved but the gorilla ultimately failed him, and in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna show you just how horrendous Harambe got done. The same 10 minutes it took for them to end him. Flashback to 2016. Eggs were $1.68, a light skin and Under Armours was no-scoping entire teams, and Kanye was still Kanye. But he made graduation, all was good, until a 3-year-old canon event changed the course of mankind. On May 28, 2016, a mother took 4 children to the Cincinnati Zoo and got to the gorilla world habitat when the youngest boy said he wanted to go swimming with the gorillas. She went back and forth with him and then turned around to start putting kids in strollers when she heard a splash, followed by immediate screaming. Like any other human, she went to the railing, and that's when her mind took an indelible screenshot when she realized,
Cincinnati 911. Hi, my son fell in the zoo, exhibit at the gorillas. There's a male gorilla standing over him. I need someone to contact the zoo, please. He's dragging my son. I can't watch this.
In an unfortunate case of free will, the 3-year-old climbed the 3-foot fence, army crawled through 4 feet of bush, and before anyone could grab him and save the timeline, he fell 15 feet straight into the gorilla moat, where he was confronted by 450 pounds of adult primate. Harambe didn't seem especially aggressive, but watching him ragdoll the toddler likely took years off his mother's life. No one could say what was going through the gorilla's mind at the time, but we know what went last, because at about 4:10 p.m., about 10 minutes after the boy fell in, a member of the Cincinnati Zoo Dangerous Animal Response Team life-retired Harambe with a bullet to the head. And life as we knew it was never the same. The slain simian was mourned by millions and memed by even more, to the point where there are people who use their right to vote on the corpse of a Kennedy gorilla, and that is the most political statement that will ever come out of this channel. But before we can judge what had to be an impossible decision, it's only fair to look at every angle, starting with the nature of gorillas. Gorillas aren't the menaces to society and skyscrapers we thought they were. Male gorillas
They're
are
not,
way more
at all.
child-friendly than the average
There's a
orang
gorilla
and
video on the
chimpanzee.
channel already,
It's
go
been
check it
said
out.
that the males that babysit more are considered more attractive to a tribe of hairy women. That's how they got their name. And being good with kids is more of a turn-on than size, strength, or status. It's proven that guy gorillas on daycare duty will have 5 times as many children as those that avoid it, which is probably why they fight so hard for custody. You've never seen a gorilla hit the burners like that. But gorillas don't need Maury, they'll even step up for children that aren't theirs. A couple years back, the alpha gorilla of a group in Rwanda got sick, and since in sickness and in health is a human construct, the 4 gorillas of the group left, abandoning not just their baby daddy, but their progeny as well. With the infants barely old enough to feed themselves, it should have been curtains. But this story had a plot twist. The sick male had a brother, Kubaha, and Unc stepped up and looked after them. They'd sleep in his nest, treat him like a literal jungle gym, and he single-handedly kept the next generation up. And Kubaha wasn't an anomaly. In 53 years of gorilla research, it's proven that orphan mountain gorillas that lose their mothers early on don't have a greater risk of becoming a statistic because the males will often step in. Not only did a different study show the exact opposite happens to baby chimps, monkeys, and baboons that get the Bambi treatment, even if they do survive, they inherit 0 social rank and virtually no chance at having children. It's the same story for animals like elephants, orcas, and hyenas. Being motherless is social cyanide, but not gorillas. Having one mom short of a full house, oof, has 0 effect on their social status, and it's believed that since mama gorillas often dip out before their babies mature, the males have evolved to cushion the blow. Plus with chimpanzees murking monkeys, bush babies, that's a bush baby, and even doikers for food, and even the good vibes tree hippie known to turn lorises into lunch meat, gorillas pretty much being knuckle-walking lawnmowers probably doesn't hurt Harambe's case. Gorillas go out of their way to avoid conflict, and you really won't see them beating on something weaker than they are, unless they did something to deserve it. But there's always a but. The rules of nature often change when you're talking about captivity. A wild orca has apparently never depulsed a person, but those confined to a glorified fishbowl have a body count. Pandas normally mate, date, and procreate no less than the average black bear, but those in captivity often get less play than Helen Keller's Spotify. In captivity, mother gorillas will often reject their own babies, and it happens a lot more than you would think, so maybe the parental instinct doesn't apply as much to a gorilla behind the glass. Yeah, no, because if I had a nickel for every time someone's son ended up in a gorilla enclosure, I'd already have 2 nickels by the time player number 3 decided to keep the tradition alive and airdrop himself to the gorilla grotto. On August 16th, 1996, another 3-year-old fell nearly 24 feet into the Brookfield Zoo gorilla exhibit. In a scene you've definitely seen before, 8-year-old Binti Draw climbed down to the boy, cradled him in her gorilla arms for nearly 60 feet, and gently placed him at the employee entrance where officials could get him. But what you might not know was that Binti was one of those gorillas rejected by her mother and was hand-raised by humans. Part of this raising meant her caretakers had to train her to be a mother once she became pregnant with the same baby riding shotgun while she rescued the boy. Part of this training included handing off her baby to staff for checkups, so there was low-key an argument as to whether this was an actual gorilla guardian angel or just an animal doing what it had been trained. Well, almost a decade earlier in 1986, 5-year-old Levin Merritt followed the same script, falling into the gorilla pit and knocking himself all the way out. And 25-year-old Yumbo stood protectively over the boy, gatekeeping any other gorilla from him, and when the child regained consciousness and cried out, instead of matching his energy, the silverback calmly led his family to a small hut on the other side of the enclosure. But unlike Binti, Yumbo wasn't human-raised or trained in childcare. This was actual gorilla free will that looked after the injured kid. So now you might be confused, because if you were on the fence on the Harambe happening, hearing about their social psychology and the gorilla history lesson would have surely kicked you onto the Harambe side. Well, every gorilla is different, so let's talk about the story of Harambe. You know, before he became a hashtag. Harambe was born in the Gladys Porter Zoo in Brownsville, Texas, May 27th, 1999, meaning he had just turned 17 when he got sniped. Just like Binti, he was also rejected by his mother Kayla when he was only 3 weeks old. So, zoo director Jerry Stone hand-raised Harambe, taking him home. The tiny gorilla was by all means his family. Jerry was actually the one to help Harambe's grandparents settle in after they arrived from Africa, and he was even there at Harambe's birth, cutting the umbilical cord. He changed diapers, got up at midnight to feed him. Nobody had put in more Harambe hours than Jerry. Jerry described him as a lovable troublemaker. He'd do things like throw water at female keepers and run away. He'd steal blankets just to give keepers an excuse to chase him. He'd even climb walls to get his keepers' attention just so he could fall backwards and make them catch him. By every account, Harambe meant well, but there was a point where Jerry stopped getting in the cage with him. Not because he was aggressive, but as he got bigger and stronger, there was a legitimate chance he could accidentally roughhouse Stone into eternal submission. But Jerry also noted that Harambe always looked after his siblings, fully embracing the big brother role. But on January 6th, 2002, before Harambe was even 3, someone left chlorine cleaning tablets way too close to a space heater, causing a leak of toxic chlorine gas that suffocated the gorillas. Zookeepers immediately called EMTs, and by administering oxygen, they were able to revive 8 of the gorillas. But there were 3 that never woke up: Harambe's mother, brother, and sister. Yeah, Harambe got hoed by humanity long before Cincinnati. Speaking of which, almost 10 years later in 2014, Harambe was now 15, and time came for him to be relocated to hopefully start his own troupe. Jerry actually pushed for Harambe to be sent to Cincinnati, that way he could contribute to their breeding program, and in September, the gorilla named after a Bob Marley song was transferred to the Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden, and less than 2 years later, he would exist only as a statue. So there, now you have more background information than 90% of anyone who's given their opinion. Everything so far points against Harambe being a threat to the toddler, yet experts like Jane Goodall, Jack Hanna, and primatologist Franz de Waal all seem to agree the zoo made the right choice. And I'm with them. Harambe had to die. But why? Basically, it was the best of a bad situation. A lot of people say tranquilizers, but tranks don't work the same way they do on TV. It can take 10 minutes to take effect, even longer when the animals turned up. There was a story of 2 polar bears wandering too close to town in Churchill, Manitoba, and the first bear was slept and put in polar bear jail. Yes. But the second bear had no reaction to the same trank. If anything, it probably made him mad. But the real reason tranquilizing wasn't an option. This is Cha-Cha the chimp. Cha-Cha went full Caesar and escaped the Yagiyama Zoo in Japan, and I want you to see what happened the moment he got darted. That man was a second away from becoming an Instagram reel. Animals don't understand the concept of anesthesia, but they do understand getting shot in the back, and in those 10 minutes to take effect, Harambe could have been the most dangerous gorilla outside of Hollywood. The next option would have been trying to have a keeper rescue the kid while distracting Harambe, but here's the thing. The moment the kid fell in, zoo officials signaled for all the gorillas to come inside. The 2 females complied, but Harambe, he was also using free will. Clearly he wasn't in the mood to cooperate. The last argument is that Harambe wasn't hurting the kid. In fact, it looks like he was protecting him. I actually agree. I think the father instinct was doing a lot of heavy lifting, but here's the thing. Harambe was a 450-pound immature teenager who never had a kid or was trained for it. He could have killed that kid completely by accident. This isn't 25-year-old Yambo. Young gorillas play rough, and one hard pull could rip his arm out of the socket, and too hard of a drag could bash the 3-year-old's head against a rock. Also, Harambe was clearly stressed out. The situation was a time bomb. The little boy freaking out and screaming, suddenly running away, or even just looking Harambe in the eye could have been enough to light the fuse. And speaking of time, don't forget, that kid was in gorilla custody for 10 minutes. Might not seem like much to you, but let it be your bloodline. 10 minutes will feel like and cost you 10 years. Now, what they should have done, in my non-professional online opinion, was get anyone who wasn't a keeper, paramedic, or zoo vet, get him out of there, form a perimeter, something. I feel like all this could have been avoided if you didn't have a whole coliseum yelling at my mans. Silent game would have been golden, but at that point it was too late for all that, and so the last option meant erasing an endangered species and future father. I don't like it, you don't like it, nobody's happy, but let's be real. Think about what the conversation would be if that kid became a chalk outline right there. Well, I can tell you, because it's happened. November 4th, 2012, Pittsburgh Zoo. Mother lifts her 2-year-old over the railing for a better view. Mother ignores several warnings and signs. Mother somehow lets child slip, and Maddox Durkosh fell, bounced off a safety net meant only for phones and cameras, and touches earth inside the enclosure. Problem was, the toddler landed with the African wild dogs. The most efficient pack hunters in Africa, the ones infamous for turning body to buffet before it can pass away. Look, I can spare you the details, just know it was quick, it was gruesome, and there was nothing anyone could do. The Durkoshes would file a wrongful death lawsuit against the zoo, seeking $300,000 because you can't put a price on life, but you can pay a lawyer to try. The family and the zoo would reach a confidential settlement. The endangered dogs were all relocated, except for the one shot by cops, and the entire exhibit was repurposed for another endangered African predator, the cheetah. You know, for the longest I thought the zoo got screwed, but what I never knew was that in May of the same year, some of the same wild dogs dug out of their den and got the entire zoo put on lockdown. And as early as 2007, a member of the zoo safety committee explicitly warned of guests dangling children over the exhibit opening and advised them to install plexiglass to cover it. But no changes were made until a kid got eviscerated 5 years later. Now don't think I'm letting the mom off, I got a lot of thoughts. and they're all explicit. But the zoo was liable and negligent, and it cost them and the dogs, even though common sense would have saved the day. But common sense would have been a godsend on Christmas Day 2007, San Francisco Zoo. Look, we've all heard the story of Tatiana the venge-lusting tiger, so here's what we know. 3 guys, 17-year-old Carlos Sousa Jr. and the 19 and 23-year-old Dhaliwal brothers taunted a Siberian tiger. Pine cones and sticks were likely thrown at the tiger. The brothers' father admitted that the boys were drunk. Tatiana escaped, murked Sousa, and mauled the brothers until she was eventually shot by cops. And the Dhaliwal family settled a suit against the zoo for $900,000, and the Sousa family settled a wrongful death suit for an undisclosed amount. And both brothers would use their second chance at life to get into several run-ins with the law, one including a drunken fight with police, and the younger brother would pass away in 2012 due to unknown causes. By every metric, they fucked around and found out, and the two that lived came up almost $1 million off it. But 2 things can be true. The zoo screwed up bad because days after the attack, they said the moat Tatiana had escaped from was at least 20 feet tall. Turns out it was 12 and a half, a full 4 feet lower than federal safety standards. And if you know tigers, that is one fuck of an oopsie. But also, after killing Sousa, Tatiana tracked the brothers down. But because cafe employees refused to let the two in, the Siberian Fury pulled up outside the cafe and mauled them again. It took 6 full minutes for zoo employees to realize that the brothers weren't drunk idiots screaming. They were drunk idiots screaming, but not lying about a tiger John Wicking them. And because the zoo was under a Code 1 lockdown, it took another 5 minutes for zoo security to let police and fire units in. Those extra 10 minutes mean a lot when you're actively getting turned out by a tiger. And it probably would have saved Sousa's life. 2 things can be true. Tweedledee, Dim, and Dumbass pissed off an apex predator and earned themselves a nomination for a Darwin Award while getting an endangered species past tense in the process. But the zoo was also painfully negligent in every aspect, especially since just a year before, keeper Lori Cummagen was mauled by the same tiger while feeding her through the enclosure's grill, and Tatiana's temper tore the skin off her arm, resulting in several surgeries, skin grafts, and California OSHA fining the zoo for safety violations. Lori would also sue and would also settle for an undisclosed amount. And after Tatiana's final act, the zoo would raise the barrier from 12.5 to 19 feet. So you see, the zoo and Harambe were screwed the moment someone spawned into his enclosure. And really, Harambe was dead the moment he chose free will. In fact, if that child would have died, Harambe certainly would have been past tensed, all the gorillas might have been packed out, and the zoo would have been sued beyond oblivion. The zoo would modify Gorilla World by raising the outer barrier and loading up on netting and fencing, but the real victims here were Harambe, the child, and gorillas as a whole. And as much as I want to dump on the mom, well, the internet's kind of done that already, but kids are walking kamikazes. Not excusing it, because damn it, watch your crotch and the things that come out, but you don't think a kid will, till they do. Mama, I love you, I really do, but when I was about knee high, my mom turned away for a second at the park, and when she turned back, she saw me on the other side of a pond leaning in. And if both my parents didn't go Usain Bolt and catch me before I fell in, well, we know how that story ends. I also almost got kidnapped. And I only say that now because my mother never lets me forget it. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Drink water, hug your mother, hold your kids. They're stupid. Rest in primate Harambe, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
So yeah, man, it is what it is. Bro's right. Like, watch your kids, man. I know it's complicated. Like, I'm the oldest of 3, 4 with me. Like, just my little sister alone has 2 instances where she just did kid stuff. Like, we are all in the beach, the family all together. Kids are sneaky, bro. And she sneaked off. We are in the beach, and yeah, we were right here, right? This is the river. And my little sister, she was like, what, 4, 5, around that. She went on her foot alone, yeah, low tide, by the way. All of this, and came right here. We found her right here. All our family together. She just went and nobody saw her. There was people around here. Nobody saw her. Because we had a whole beach in this section looking for her. And nobody saw her. Until my brother darted out with me behind him wearing only 1 sock, yeah. Yeah, I took my sneakers to the beach because I didn't know we were going to the beach. Then we found her right here. You see, kids are dumb. Kids are stupid, bro. And Harambe did need to die. He just did. And it's sad. Nobody's happy for it. Rest in peace to bro. But it did. He was a male gorilla that if the kid looked at him in the eye The kid could have died right there. And it's sad. Nobody's happy for it. Me neither. Rest in peace again. But yeah, it is what it is, man. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Shout out to Casual Geographic. Homie stays the GOAT. And I'll see you guys in the next one. But before we go, like the video, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. All glory to God. And goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic banger, bro. This time called The Wolf Who Would Be King. Before we start though, ignore this, bro. It's just, it is what it is, bro. Ignore it. It will go away in a few days, so ignore it. Pretend it's not there, bro. It's a volcano, it's Vesuvius. It's weird.
So we've talked about animals that have beef, but these animals have a whole three-way situation.
Drink water, by the way.
So you might know that ravens and wolves have a business arrangement where ravens will lead them to food, whether it's fresh kills or prey, and in return the ravens get to eat the wolves' leftovers.
Yes.
Not only that, but it seems like the ravens will also form relationships with individual wolves in a pack and will even be seen playing with wolf pups.
Damn.
That's where the coyotes come in. Coyotes are opportunists that can hunt, but they'll also try to score a free meal whenever they get the chance. Wolves hate coyotes because they'll steal their kills and will even delete any unprotected wolf pups. Coyotes hate wolves because wolves are everything
Damn, look at
better
that
in every
size
way.
of that
Wolves will
wolf,
often
bro.
work them on sight.
Damn.
In rare cases, packs of coyotes will attempt to harass and bully lone, injured, or old wolves. Ravens don't mess with coyotes because they're competition. So here's what happens. Coyotes will often attempt to finesse some of the wolves' kill when they're not looking, which can result in ravens basically calling for a hit on them by making these loud alarm calls. These alarm calls get the attention of the wolves, who will then attempt to chase the coyote off. Sometimes they won't stop at just chasing. You're looking at about 5 wolves and 1 less coyote.
Damn.
And somewhere in the desert, roadrunners smoking a wily pack. And since ravens are scavengers, they get to eat what's left of the now life-cancelled coyote. So basically the ravens will snitch on the coyotes to their big brother wolves. And if you know about ravens, they're 100% smart enough to do that.
They
but
are.
Keep in mind, coyotes will sometimes put ravens on a meal prep too. Moral of this video, nature really hates coyotes.
They do.
Wolves and ravens aren't the only ones to work out an
bro.
arrangement like that. Coyotes and badgers have every reason to hate each other, with coyotes sometimes turning on badgers and badgers occasionally flatlining coyote pups. But they'll put aside their differences because between the coyote's speed and the badger's burrowing, they make life infinitely more difficult for prairie dogs when they hunt together. Tarantulas will adopt humming frogs to protect their eggs from insects, and in return the tarantula protects the frog from the rest of the world. Even ants have allies. You see, ants and acacia trees have a business arrangement where the ants live inside the thorns of the acacia. The ants pay rent by attacking anything that attempts to eat from the acacia, and that can include other insects like crickets all the way to herbivores like giraffes and even elephants.
Damn.
And this partnership starts when the acacia produces a smell that attracts a queen ant, the same way the smell of pie causes a cartoon character to defy gravity. And these ants aren't pushovers. If an animal like a giraffe threatens their home, then they'll swarm out in mass sting to the point where they can fend off animals millions of times their size.
Damn.
Like I said, ants are about that action. If they were the same size as humans, they would end the entire world in one weekend. The ants' underground kingdom lets you see exactly what a
get the bug, bro.
It's a simulation strategy. Have you ever heard the story of the Druid Pack? If
No.
not, pause this video, get you some food, get comfortable, because this is a
Druid
whole
Pack.
movie. The Druids were a famous wolf pack that pretty much dominated over in Yellowstone. At one point, the pack was 37 wolves strong, and yeah,
Damn.
that's a lot of wolves.
It
At
is.
the time, it was one of the largest wolf packs ever recorded. The Druid Pack were the rulers of Lamar Valley in Yellowstone, which was one of the most valuable hunting grounds in the entire area. Thanks to the thousands of elk that would pass through Lamar each year, and as a top pack, the Druids got full control of all that real estate. There was also a coyote couple that would scavenge the wolves' leftovers, and the wolves for the most part would tolerate them as long as they weren't too pressed for food. Remember them, they're going to be important later. So for years, the Druid Pack would live comfortably off the elk they'd catch as the dominant predators in Lamar Valley. But in life, and especially in the wild, one thing is definitely true. Nothing worth having is easy to keep. Remember when I said there was 37 of them at one point? Well, 2 years later, the Druid Pack got hit with a severe disease that did a number on them, severely weakening the adults and even murking some of the pups.
Damn.
But everything changed when the Slough Pack attacked. The Sloughs were their rivals, named after the Slough Creek where they originated from. And as the Druids lost members and got weakened by disease, the Sloughs slowly but surely started moving onto their home territory. That escalated to the point where one of the adult female Druids got jumped and turned into a chalk outline by some Sloughs.
Damn.
Later on, another female got erased, and after a winter where no pups survived, the once dominant Druid pack suffered severe layoffs. The pack that once boasted 37 members got cut down to just 4. One of them was a young black male who had only recently joined the pack. He was a lover who made moves on all the females in the pack while also being submissive to all the males. Since he was clearly more of a lover than a fighter, researchers nicknamed him Casanova. Don't forget him, he's going to be important later. At this point, they were clearly outnumbered, and after nearly getting turned into past tense by the Slews, what was left of the Druids basically got evicted from Lamar Valley, and they were forced to move to an area known as Cache Creek, leaving the wolves from Slough Creek as the new top pack in the valley. Now remember that coyote couple I told you about? What I didn't tell you is that they were actually expecting pups in the spring, and with groceries low with pups on the way, that's probably why the father ended up doing what he did next. Viewer discretion warning, this might hurt your feelings. Now remember how I also said the Druids would somewhat tolerate the coyote scavenging? Yeah, the Slews were not about to let that slide. When the father coyote tried picking off their food as usual, the new landlords wasted no time and jumped him. The Slough pack chased him down and proceeded to maul him into a hashtag, all while his pregnant mate could only watch from a distance.
Damn.
With the Slews being very much anti-coyote, the now single mother had no choice but to abandon the valley and find a new place to have her pups. Cause having them in the valley with the Slews in charge would just be abortion with extra steps. But don't worry, this isn't the last we're gonna see her. But yeah, with no Druids or coyotes, the Slews were now fully in charge of Lamar Valley. But like I said, nothing worth having is easy to keep. An unknown disease believed to be either parvo or distemper rocked the Slough Creek pack and rocked them hard. Like to the point where out of like 15 pups, I think only like 3 lived.
Damn.
And it wouldn't help when the Slews would soon get a taste of their own medicine when they were attacked by another pack. Not only did this mysterious pack delete some of the Slews, they actively kept them from feeding their pups by blocking them from the den. As a result of that and the virus, none of the Slough pups made it. And with the Slews numbers dropping the way I wish gas prices would, they had no choice but to retreat back to their original territory. And with no wolves in the valley, guess who stepped up? For a short while, coyotes actually became the dominant predators in the valley with no wolves to check them.
Wow.
Speaking of coyotes, you remember that pregnant mother coyote who watched her partner die in front of her before getting run out the valley herself? Well, that story actually has a happy ending. She actually ended up successfully raising all 3 of her pups after she was evicted from the valley.
That's a mama,
and
bro.
She did it as a single mother. But whatever happened to the Druid pack? Well, remember Casanova, the flirt of the group? While in exile, Casanova actually helped rebuild the pack with some of the daughters. Like I said, bro was a lover. And since they were forced out the valley, that means they didn't get hit with the same disease that rocked the Slews. With the Druids strong again and the Slews not hanging by a thread, the Druids returned to take back the valley, led by Casanova.
Damn.
Battered and beaten, the Slews didn't even put up a fight, they just left. Allowing it to all come full circle as the Druid pack reclaimed the valley they had lost.
Damn, that's the phenomenal story, bro.
So long story short, Lion King with wolves.
Yep.
Long live the Druids.
That's
I went to a
awesome,
wolf
man.
farm this weekend, so naturally here's some facts about wolves. They're born with blue eyes that become some shade of yellow after a couple months. Wolves are born blind and deaf and are Helen Keller to the world around them for the first 2 weeks. There is no such thing as an alpha wolf, since a wolf pack is really just 2 mating wolves and a couple generations of their children. And despite what we used to think, the older siblings will actually look after and defend the babies of the pack. Here you got a father wolf and a couple of his oldest children distracting a black bear and leading it away from a den to protect the pups inside. Since more pups means more mouths to feed, the parents will actively knock block their own children to keep their babies from making more babies. Wolves will howl to mark their territory, but they can also change the pitch of their howl to make it sound like there's more of them than there really are. This way, 2 or 3 wolves can really sound like
smart,
to scare off a predator or another pack. This is Thor. I like
Damn.
Thor. When resources are high, wolf packs will sometimes temporarily join together. In 2011, a super pack of 400 wolves ran through Russia and allegedly murdered those forces in only 4 days. There's never been a case of a healthy wolf murking a human in North America.
Wow.
Like, ever. You're more likely to get crossed off the census by a squirrel. Also, I went to Howling Wolves Farm in New Jersey. No sponsor, I just love them that much. Oh yeah, koi wolves are a thing. They're taking over, and that could be a problem.
Yeah, now, it is, bro. Koi wolves, bro. Wolves and coyotes doing the business.
But with the wolf population nearly getting put in the gulag by a certain hairless primate, some wolves decided that a coyote was their last option. To be fair, weirder things have happened. Just ask the growler bears. This wolf-coyote collab resulted in a canon with both parents' DNA, which is why we now have koi wolves. And most koi wolves have some dog in them, and that I can't even explain. Now here's why it could be a problem. Wolves are fluffy tanks, but they're naturally afraid of
They are huge,
Coyotes
bro.
are born giving less of a but they're not really big enough to really be a threat, unless you're like somebody's cat. Mixing them together is like playing Jurassic Park with puppies.
It is.
So what you have now is an animal that isn't as afraid of people as wolves and can live around people, while also being bigger than a normal coyote. To be fair, they're not really that dangerous to people and would still rather avoid you than fight you. Your pets are a different story with a worse ending. But in their defense, the only reason they exist is because we drained the wolves' dating pool to the point where they had to start piping coyotes. One thing about nature, she bites back. Don't act like you didn't hear me. Yes, growler bears are real, they're coming, and they might just be getting started.
Growler bears,
yeah, it's
bro.
exactly what it sounds like. Grizzlies and polar bears
That's
fighting each other and producing
pretty,
a
bro.
polar bear. Or a pizzly.
Should exist? Probably not.
Basically, if the father's a grizzly bear and the mother's a polar bear, then you'd call the cub a growler bear. But if the daddy's a polar bear, then you'd call it a pizzly. And just like with the koi wolf in America, this one's on us too. Basically, as
Okay.
temperatures keep rising, grizzly bears keep wandering further up north. At the same time, polar bears have to travel further south for groceries since the sea ice to depend on to hunt seals is becoming just sea.
That's true.
So as the two bears end up in each other's area codes, the more they collab and create these hybrids. Now this hybrid is usually bigger than a grizzly, but smaller than a polar bear. And despite being a hybrid, it seems these mixed bears act more like polar bears. Yeah, that might not be a good thing.
Yep.
Now normally grizzlies and polar bears are on sight with each other, like to the point where one might attempt to eat the other. But just like how coyotes and wolves hooked up and created the coy wolf, again because of us, grizzlies and polar bears might end up making a whole new bear. We effed around and now we finna find out. We've all had this question at one point, and if you say you haven't, you're a liar. That question being, if we weren't here, what animal would run the world?
That's
you
true.
know what? This might be a hot take, but I really think we are one Thanos snap away from seeing crows in the driver's seat. Crows, ravens, corvids in general, they're all too smart. for
Maybe,
anyone else's
bro.
good.
They are
One
way
day they're
too
gonna turn
smart,
on us,
man.
And it's gonna be bad.
Yep.
I'm not gonna talk about the fact that ravens are low-key domesticating wolves the same way we did. Or that crows have the intelligence and a problem-solving ability of a 7-year-old. And you probably already know that crows are smart enough to drop nuts on crosswalks, pause, let a car run over it, and then wait for
Pause.
the walk sign to go claim their prize.
True.
Not only are crows smart enough to use tools, some scientists say the
They are,
Caledonian
bro.
crow has entered its own stone age. And while crows
Damn.
can't recognize their own reflection, they do understand how mirrors work. Basically, in an experiment, crows were able to find an object not in their direct line of sight by using its reflection in a nearby mirror. Not only can crows and ravens remember faces for years, but they'll go on to teach their kids not to mess with you.
Yep.
Both ravens and crows can hold grudges, especially if they feel like they've been wronged. When a crow sees another dead crow, it'll call out to its other crow bros and they'll investigate the cause of its death to make sure the area is still safe for them. They're even smart enough to have self-control. In another experiment, crows were willing to deny a piece of food if doing so meant they got a bigger reward down the line.
Damn.
I'm just realizing this, but that also means crows and ravens can plan for the future. Yeah, that's not normal. And we've
Nope.
already seen what happens when crows turn on people.
Yep.
Crows in Tokyo have gotten bold enough to straight up attack people for food. for
They are
shelter,
extremely
just for
smart,
the sport
bro.
of it. They'll even go as far as to purposely take aim and drop deuces on people. Those same Tokyo crows have memorized the garbage schedules of different parts of the city, so when crows pull up, it's not by accident. There's a reason why Rick chose crows. One day we're gonna get real life Hitchcocked and it's not gonna be good. I just
Nope.
realized something kind of interesting.
Crows
We all
are
know
awesome,
parrots
though.
can talk. It's not exactly
Yeah.
groundbreaking. But way less people know that ravens can do the exact
Oh,
same
yeah,
thing.
man, I had a
Probably do it
friend who
better.
had a raven
Like other
in his
corvids,
home.
ravens can mimic a bunch of sounds,
Yep.
including human speech, and
True.
they're more likely to do it when they're in constant close contact with people. You don't even need to listen
He had
to
a
me talk,
crow,
just
bro.
listen to
It
the
was
raven.
weird.
So ravens are excellent at mimicking sounds they hear. Mischief, can you say hello? Hello. Good.
Hello.
Bird. He does all sorts
That's
of
weird,
voices.
man.
Can you say hi? Hi. Good job. What's up with you? What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
That's awesome, bro. That's so. There's something wrong about it, but I like it though.
I'm alright. You alright?
I wonder how many people got put in mental hospitals because nobody would believe the voices in their heads were actually a bird. Matter
Yep,
of fact, at one point
true.
they'll probably get you a lobotomy.
Damn. So yeah, guys, that was another banger by Casual Geographic, bro. Probably my favorite video he's ever done. That story of the wolf packs. Really, it's really good. It's really awesome. It's like he said, Lion King, but with wolves. I love ravens and crows and everything like that, so that's awesome as well. So I'm a bit biased, but yeah, man. To me, my favorite video from Casual Geographic. Just a phenomenal work altogether, like he always does. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. And yeah, man, I hope you had a phenomenal weekend. My weekend was great. My soccer team, Sporting, won. The team that I support in England won as well, Manchester United. Come on, up the boys. And my Kansas City Chiefs, shout out to Chiefs Kingdom, bro. Come on, we beat the Raiders after going down 14-0. It was looking bleak, but then the boys stormed back and we scored in the second half, which is great. And yeah, man, thank you so much for all the support on the channel. You guys are fucking phenomenal. But before you go, don't forget how we end videos here, bro. Come on, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who loves them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with some casual geographic, man. But before we start, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and like the video already, man. So without further ado,
giant ginger tree hippies don't always choose peace. But in 2014, one shocked scientist when she not only orchestrated the life canceling of another, she essentially hired a hitman to do it.
Damn.
The hairy honey trap was executed by a young female named Condor, and the victim was a mother 20 years older named Sidoni. Living in the swamp forests of Indonesia's Mawas Reserve, the two had beef going back all the way to 2009, with Condor curiously approaching Sidoni's at the time 7-year-old daughter, and Sidoni defensively smacking and biting Condor before chasing her off. The perceived insolence stuck with Condor, and the disrespect was tattooed into her psyche. She was not letting that slide. Years later, Condor would catch the eye of a male named Echo, and the two would eventually run into Sidoni. They both approached, and Echo seemed to inspect Sidoni, who was now jockeyed by her 4-year-old son. Echo seemed curious in the mother, before losing interest and proceeding to mate with Condor right in front of Sidoni. Call it passion or power play, but either way, when Sidoni tried exiting the situation, Condor escalated, ending the lovemaking and savagely beating Sidoni. But what blew researchers away was Echo going from bystander to participant. For 33 minutes, the two took turns beating on Sidoni, sometimes together, sometimes just Condor, with Echo blocking off any escape routes. It was an honest to ape jumping, and his much larger canines meant Echo inflicted the bulk of the damage. The pair didn't stop until a fourth orang, a male named Guapo, chased Echo off and ran defense for Sidoni before mating with her. The orange night would be too late, as a little over 2 weeks later, Sidoni became past tense due to her injuries, and scientists were left wondering what they had just witnessed. In over 26,000 hours of observation, only 6 female-on-female attacks were recorded, and none caused serious injuries. Yet here was a spiteful orang leveraging her carnal currency, specifically to erase one of her rivals, and Echo acting as a hired gun. Premeditated and personal, it was a shockingly dark look into the intelligence of the forest man. One that begs the question, just how smart are they, and just what could they be capable of?
that video is so creepy, bro.
To say orangutans are intelligent is honestly disrespectful, cause this tree-happy ginger ape is damn near human. That is an animal that can 100% speak. They just really don't want to deal with taxes. And that's only partially a joke. Their name, orang-utang, literally translates to man of the forest, cause locals swore they were plus-size people that chose not to speak because they know then they'd have to get jobs. In 2014, a court in Argentina actually granted human rights to Sandra the orangutan after 20 years of captivity. There's a cute saying that goes, if you give a chip a screwdriver, it'll use it as a weapon. A gorilla would accidentally break it. A bonobo would become the screwdriver, but an orangutan, he'd hide it, use it to dismantle his cage, and then let all his friends out. There's a bunch of reasons for this brainy Bigfoot, and one of them is them being the biggest mama's boys on Earth. No other mammal spends more time with its mother, except humans. In the up to and often over 10 years of being her shadow, baby orangs learned everything about how to orangutan. Not only that, but daughters often live around their moms even after having their own baby. This means orangutans are one of the few animals that have a legitimate culture, and what we see is a sum of generational wisdom passed down. In 2022, a notorious Sumatran male named Raucus was seen using a medicinal plant to help heal a face wound he'd gotten in a fight. The 30-something-year-old applied the chewed-up paste of the akar kuning, an anti-inflammatory, antibacterial flowering plant traditionally used to treat malaria and diabetes. Raucus applied the paste for 7 minutes until it covered his wound, and 5 days later, it was completely healed. It's not the first time we've seen animals self-medicate. Parrots will eat clay to detox from all the leaves, and elephants will apparently eat certain plants to induce labor. But what made Raucus so radical is the simple fact that they rarely eat that plant to begin with. There's more evidence of orangs self-medicating with the same plants used by locals, and it's likely this knowledge was taught, and not by humans. Mothers will even teach their young to have the same preferences for food, so that when they get older, they can forage in the same area without directly competing with all the other mother-child pairs. Another thing this citrus simian is smart enough to understand is calculated reciprocity. In this viral video, you see this man Vitali trade snacks with a zoo orangutan. Not only did the hairy haggler refuse until he understood that he'd be getting something back, I swear you can see him check for zookeepers. If it sounds like a stretch, it's scientifically proven this untaxable entity understands the concept. 2 orangutans at the Leipzig Zoo in Germany were given 3 different tokens and quickly learned that they could exchange one type for bananas for themselves. The second token type would earn bananas for the other orang, and the third type had no monetary value whatsoever. At first, the female, Dok, had no problem exchanging tokens to get the male, Bim, bananas. But Dok realized Bim wasn't really returning the favor, so she became a lot less generous. That gave Bim enough of an attitude adjustment to start trading his tokens more, until their efforts became closer to equal. There's another story of a zoo orangutan taught to exchange any trash he found in his enclosure for a food reward. Except he then realized if he just returned the trash in pieces, that would just mean more food for him, which was unfortunate when the trash was someone's phone, and tragic when it turned out to be a formerly alive possum. But what exactly is it that makes orangutans so smart? Well, the superpower is how they learn. When orangutans are spending all that time with their mothers, they learn everything they need to by watching and copying. Even after they leave, young males will find an older, phalangeed male to use as a role model, learning how to be an alpha male by mimicking everything he does. Mimicry is how they learn, and that learning creates cultures. It's scientifically proven when resources are good, orangs spend more time around each other and more time peering, watching, observing the other orangs. It's not just people watching, it's gathering intel, and they don't just do it to each other. Orangs regularly learn things just by watching